Gu Xiao's mission is to serve as a wise guardian within these online novels. He endeavors to elevate the intellect of all characters across dimensions while relentlessly pressing the male protagonist's head as if to polish it. In the genre of wealthy sons-in-law, he faithfully assists the male protagonist in his pretentious displays, only to be treated as a subordinate akin to the characters in Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. In the realm of extravagant wealth, he is the rich heir whose entire family is eradicated by the male protagonist. Within historical narratives, he is a literary genius destined for eternal fame. Yet he is relegated to a life of mediocrity as a subordinate to the male protagonist who traverses through time. In Tales of War Gods, he is the expendable character who is swiftly eliminated after allowing the male protagonist's daughter to sleep in a doghouse. Chapter 1. The War God's Son-in-Law. The Dragon Commander has been located. On a sweltering summer day, a construction worker discards refuse. A young man suddenly approaches, exclaiming, "Brother, please do not discard that bucket. Give it to me." The construction worker inquires, "What do you intend to do with this paint bucket?" The young man replies, "Today marks my father-in-law's grand birthday celebration, and while everyone presents him with gifts of great value, I wish to prepare a pot of chicken soup for him to nourish his health. This bucket is perfect for holding the soup." The construction worker cautions, "That is a paint bucket." The young man insists, "It's all right. I will wash it out." The construction worker wears a look of disbelief, pondering, "Young man, does your father-in-law harbor a grudge against you?" Perhaps this young man is illiterate and unaware of the toxicity of a paint bucket. Thus, the construction worker attempts to clarify, but the young man remains adamant that washing it will suffice. He promises to clean it thoroughly inside and out. The construction worker is left speechless. Gu Xiao, seeing the construction worker depart, finally steps out from behind the tree. Dragon Commander. Upon seeing Gu Xiao, the young man's demeanor suddenly grows cold. "After 5 years, what brings you back to me?" Gu Xiao bows respectfully, stating, "I humbly request the Dragon Commander's return to the Songlong army to lead us in defending against the treacherous forces of Ergua, Xiongua, and Mogua, and to safeguard Longgua." However, the young man, with his hands behind his back, declares, "Gu Xiao, take heed, the Songlong army is disbanded. Henceforth, do not seek me out again." Gu Xiao's lips twitch in disbelief. "Brother, have you lost your senses? You suggest disbanding a military force that protects the nation? Is that within your power?" Yet, Gu Xiao restrains the impulse to confront the apparent fool before him, bowing his head in silence. The young man continues, "I am now married. In the past, I fought valiantly to protect the nation, but now I seek only to guard my wife. I hope you will cease to disturb my tranquil life. Now, I must return home to prepare chicken soup for my father-in-law. Do not follow me." He walks away, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he frowns and halts. He has clearly stated that he does not wish to be followed. He has made it known he will not return to the Songlong army. Why are they still trailing him? Must he devote his entire life to serving this nation, unable to retire and embrace a simple life like an ordinary person? The young man turns around, seething with anger. "Leave? You are not permitted to follow me any longer, or I shall not hesitate to forget our past camaraderie." After a thunderous roar that exuded great authority, the young man belatedly realized that the figure standing behind him was not Gu Xiaojiao, but rather a complete stranger. The unfamiliar passerby, having been unexpectedly drenched in saliva, wore a look of exasperation and muttered, "Are you out of your mind?" before walking away. The young man, having shouted into the void, found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated that Gu Xiaojiao would persist in her pursuit until he acquiesced, yet she simply departed. Was this the extent of her sincerity in requesting his return? In just 5 years, had even the once brotherly comrades of the Songlong army become this hypocritical and pretentious? The military of this nation truly seemed irredeemable. Perhaps only his return could restore discipline and integrity to the ranks. However, perhaps it was better to observe a while longer. After Gu Xiaojiao's departure, he promptly contacted his comrades from the Songlong army. Within mere moments, a group of them arrived, eagerly clambering into Gu Xiaojiao's vehicle. "Brother Xiaojiao, speak up. Who are we targeting?" Gu Xiaojiao cast a glance at the eager, black-clad giants surrounding him, his lips twitching in irritation. "We are soldiers, not bandits set on plundering. Can you not conduct yourselves with a modicum of decorum?" The atmosphere had been rendered so ominous, as if they were about to embark on a murderous rampage. One could not help but wonder if they were deliberately portraying themselves as the dim-witted supporting characters in this narrative. Chapter 2. the god of war's son-in-law, divorce. You shall not regret it. Several burly men chuckled foolishly, instantaneously shifting from their bandit personas to that of the simpletons of a landlordess household. Xiao, at a loss for words, seized a nearby document and distributed a copy to each of them. I have located Dragon Commander. Here is his information for your perusal. The robust men eagerly accepted the documents, and upon reading the contents, their expressions turned furious as they pounded on the car doors with resounding thuds. What? I, the illustrious god of war of the Dragon Nation, have been reduced to a mere son-in-law of a third-rate wealthy family, and subjected to such indignities? Has that woman from the Du family lost her mind? It is her fortune to have Dragon Commander marry her. Yet she not only forbids him from touching her, but also demands him to serve her foot soaks, and slaps him in the face, utterly blind to her own worth. She must be emboldened by audacity. How dare she demean Dragon Commander in such a manner? Dragon Commander is the pride of our nation. And now that we have news of him, brothers, let us arm ourselves and restore his honor. Let us welcome Dragon Commander back to lead the Songlong army. It is imperative. We must seek justice for Dragon Commander. There are countless worthy women who aspire to marry him. What significance does that woman from the Du family hold? Their fervor was palpable, each of them seemingly eager to rush forth and uproot the Du family entirely. Xiao, however, felt a throbbing in his temples. As if transported back to those years when the mountain chicken wreaked havoc in Causeway Bay, it was all so excessively juvenile. Indeed, this realm not only featured a protagonist lacking in intellect, but also a plethora of supporting characters equally devoid of sense. Despite their own remarkable capabilities, they exalted a protagonist devoid of responsibility, who spent his days flaunting himself and slapping faces, instead of utilizing their time to achieve success and recognition. Indeed, Xiao was not originally from this realm. He had traversed into this dimension with the intention of suppressing the protagonist as Halo and elevating the intellect of the supporting characters. This was a realm generated by the trope of the son-in-law god of war. If you are unfamiliar with such narratives, you will undoubtedly recognize the following phrases. The wife owes 50 million, carrying the burden of debt, while the spineless husband arrives. And the creditor exclaims, Master. The immortal returns to the city, discovering that his wife and daughter have endured humiliation for years, and is instantly filled with rage, causing the whole city to tremble in fear. Outside, 8,000 men chant, Please, Tiger Commander, come forth. Mother-in-law, who is the Tiger Commander? The son-in-law silently rises. The useless son-in-law, shedding tears over the divorce, is met by 1,000 bodyguards at the door, leaving the mother-in-law's family utterly dumbfounded. At the grandmother's birthday banquet, a table with gifts of 500,000, another with 700,000, yet the useless son-in-law inquires, Where is the table with 2 billion? The despised and spineless son-in-law, concealing his identity, turns out to be the master, leaving his wife as family in shock. As the wealthiest individuals from various nations have learned Chinese just to address the useless son-in-law as master. The chairman of a trillion-dollar conglomerate, upon meeting the spineless son-in-law, bows respectfully, calling him commander, leaving his wife and in-laws astonished. Sir, the son-in-law has been mining coal in Africa for 3 years since the divorce. Wrong, not yet. The son-in-law is now wealthier than you. Chapter 3. The God of War's son-in-law. This child is terrifyingly powerful. The protagonist feigns weakness, presenting a facade that invites scorn from all, only to subsequently reveal formidable strength and a prestigious background, putting everyone in their place. Xiao, currently immersed in a narrative titled The Crooked-Mouthed God of War's Son-in-Law, finds the plot to be even more bizarre and melodramatic. The protagonist, Jun Tiance, is none other than the young man who recently intended to fill a paint bucket with chicken soup. He serves as the commander of the most powerful military force in the Dragon Nation, the Songlong Army, colloquially known as Dragon Commander. This Dragon Commander, weary of the endless battles and the treachery among military ranks, ultimately grew tired and, without a word, departed, leaving chaos in his wake. At a time when the entire Songlong army was in disarray due to his sudden departure, he chose to become a son-in-law to the third-rate Du family in Binhai. He found himself married to a vain wife who forbids him from any intimacy, a sharp-tongued mother-in-law, and a cowardly father-in-law, an archetypal setup for son-in-law narratives. Thus, upon joining the Du family, Jun Tiance's life could only be described as worse than that of a pig or a dog. Yet our protagonist seems to be a fool possessed by a masochistic spirit, despite possessing assets exceeding $1,000 billion, commanding the highest echelons of social resources, and having the ability to mobilize the Songlong army and the most elite forces of Binhai with a mere command. He endures beatings from his mother-in-law and wife, is humiliated by his father-in-law and brother-in-law, and is looked down upon when purchasing a home or a car, relegated to serving tea, doing laundry, cooking, and sleeping on the floor. In essence, the protagonist's dignity is akin to that of a discount store. Anyone can walk up and give him a slap. Even his wife can no longer tolerate it, and those who bully him are filled with pity, wishing for him to expedite his divorce and leave. Yet he continues to endure in silence, his resilience comparable to that of military belts and stockings hawked on trains during the spring festival. Thus, the protagonist suffers continuous humiliation. Deprived of the respect he deserves, his anger steadily mounting until it finally erupts, paving the way for his path of retaliation. And what role does Gu Xiao play in this son-in-law realm? In the narrative, whenever the protagonist requires a display of authority, a sycophantic entourage, akin to a pack of eager followers, presents themselves at his feet, proclaiming his identity while brandishing thousands of billions of dollars. Gu Xiao is now the captain of this professional entourage, serving as the deputy commander of the Songlong army. They function as a mere tool, transporting the protagonist to wherever he needs to display his prowess, stepping forth to fulfill the protagonist's every need, revealing his impressive identity, leaving onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Currently, the plot has reached the juncture where the protagonist has been a son-in-law to the Du family for 5 years, coinciding with the elder Du's birthday banquet. To elevate the protagonist's stature, the author has crafted numerous one-dimensional antagonists. Naturally, Jun Tiants will encounter mockery and derision from these antagonists during the banquet. At this moment, it is essential for the sycophants of the Songlong army to kneel before the protagonist. However, with Gu Xiao's arrival, accompanied by his entourage, they are there to create a chaotic scene for the protagonist. At this moment, the burly men within the vehicle continue to express their righteous indignation towards the Du family, lamenting the injustice faced by Jun Tiants. Gu Xiao remarked, "Did you think I showed you these documents merely to illustrate the hardships he endures and the excesses of that family?" The group paused, looking at Gu Xiao with puzzled expressions. "Isn't that the case?" Gu Xiao urged, "Think critically. Haven't you noticed anything else?" He handed them another file, and their expressions grew even more bewildered. Chapter 4. The God of War's son-in-law. Who dares to insult Dragon Commander? Stockholm Syndrome. How could Dragon Commander be afflicted with such a condition? Perhaps it was the result of a disagreement with Tiger Commander that led to his departure from the Songlong army. A blow too great to bear, compounded by the grievances he faced as a son-in-law, resulting in this masochistic ailment. Gu Xiao solemnly fabricated this narrative, claiming it to be the consensus of the nation's most esteemed psychologists, leaving no room for error. The burly men could not help but shed tears. How magnificent Dragon Commander once was, able to defeat the nation's top experts with a mere snap of his fingers. How had he fallen to such depths? Gu Xiao cleared his throat, saying, "So, we must seek him out, but he certainly will not accompany us. To persuade him to emerge from seclusion, we must cater to his current temperament, otherwise, our efforts will be in vain." Then, "Brother Xiao, what exactly should we do?" Gu Xiao whispered a plan to them. The group wore peculiar expressions. "Brother Xiao, isn't that inappropriate? I understand this may tarnish Dragon Commander's reputation, and we cannot engage in such behavior. But in order to remedy his condition, we have no choice but to comply." Gu Xiao maintained a serious demeanor. "Consider this. Rather than allowing others to disrespect the esteemed Dragon Commander, it would be far better for us to take matters into our own hands." In the end, the crowd was swayed by Gu Xiao's persuasion. During the years that Dragon Commander was absent, they had all followed Brother Xiao's commands and achieved considerable merit under his leadership. Thus, it was always prudent to heed Brother Xiao's words. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the hotel hosting the Du family's banquet. The festivities had already commenced, and the hall was bustling with guests, their laughter and chatter filling the air. Yet, outside the main entrance, the scene was starkly different. It was eerily quiet, save for a stray dog squatting beneath a tree, attending to its business. The group donned cloaks and trailed behind Gu Xiao. Just as they were about to enter the grand hall, Gu Xiao halted and said, "Wait. Brother Xiao, what is it?" They inquired. Gu Xiao pointed at the dog, prompting the others to assume that it harbored some hidden significance, and they all regarded it with wary eyes. Once the dog finished its business and scurried away, Gu Xiao instructed, "Xiao Wu, take that pile of dog waste with you." Xiao Wu's expression froze. "Brother Xiao, why on earth would we bring dog waste?" Gu Xiao's demeanor was serious as he replied, "When the moment is right, toss it on Dragon Commander's face." The sight of the dog waste seemed to materialize in front of Xiao Wu, his visage paling in shock. "What?" Gu Xiao sighed dramatically, adopting a theatrical tone. "This is all for the sake of treating Dragon Commander's ailment. Fear not, the higher-ups are aware and will not hold us accountable." With that, he strode forward. Xiao Wu begrudgingly set about placing the dog waste into a bag. Xiao Si patted his shoulder. "This is a perfect opportunity to earn merit. Remember to aim well." Brother Xiao said it would be best to land it right in Dragon Commander's mouth. "Xiao Si, why don't I let you take this opportunity instead?" Xiao Wu suggested. "No, Such a grand achievement should be yours, Xiao replied. Gu Xiao led the group directly into the banquet hall, where he immediately spotted the male protagonist. The aura surrounding him was as radiant as the golden light of a deity, making it nearly impossible to overlook. However, the protagonist's brilliance was so overwhelming that it obscured any view of his actual features. All that could be discerned was the halo of his presence. This forced aura commanded submission from all, a testament to its might, rather than any inherent charm or strength of character. At the birthday banquet, the sons-in-law of Old Master Du were equally ostentatious, presenting extravagant gifts worth millions, be it cars or cash. Yet, Jun Tiance, despite arriving late, not only brought no gifts but also approached Old Master Du to borrow money, claiming a pitiful old man outside had his life savings stolen by his son for gambling. Leaving him despondent and contemplating suicide, Jun Tiance genuinely sympathized with the old man and wanted to provide him with some funds to dispel his dark thoughts. However, he found himself without any money and thus sought his father-in-law's assistance. Gu Xiao, he said, bewildered. You, who usually lounges around without seeking employment, living off your father-in-law's generosity, now show up at a grand celebration empty-handed and even dare to borrow money? Are you attempting to convey that you regard wealth as worthless or that you are unsullied by worldly concerns? Naturally, Old Master Du was incensed, and Jun Tiance faced ridicule. Yet, rather than retaliating, he offered a bucket of chicken soup as a gesture of goodwill. Old Master Du, infuriated, kicked over the soup, trampling on the sentiment behind it. The members of the Songlong army, observing this affront, felt their patience wear thin and yearned to retaliate against these insolent individuals. Yet, Jun Tiance displayed remarkable restraint. Stooping down to gather the spilled chicken, the Songlong army members were incredulous. How had this once mighty dragon commander, known for his fierce demeanor, come to such a state? Was the Stockholm Syndrome truly this potent? They looked to Gu Xiao, awaiting his command to defend Jun Tiance's honor. However, Gu Xiao remained silent, his expression notably detached. Brother, are you in need of funds? If you pity that old man, why not simply part with your own money? Can you not spare a few thousand? You possess a fortune worth billions, yet choose to wield a paint bucket as a symbol of sincerity with your chicken soup. The irony of genuine intentions being misconstrued as disdain was not lost on Gu Xiao, who found himself utterly perplexed by the protagonist's muddled thinking. As Gu Xiao pondered, the plot progressed to a point where the protagonist had already confronted the prominent guests, delivering a series of blows to their faces. The mother-in-law, trembling with fear, exclaimed, "You worthless fool! How dare you offend the Gao family? How many lives do you think you possess?" Jun Tiance retorted, "The Gao family is but a flick of the fingers away from annihilation." Gu Xiao felt insulted by the protagonist's melodramatic lines, which seemed to belittle intelligence. As the Gao family threatened the protagonist, Gu Xiao finally broke his silence. "I dare anyone to try." Their group of 7 or 8, all robust and exuding the aura of seasoned warriors, donned black cloaks that added to their imposing presence. The entire banquet hall fell into a hushed stillness, no one daring to make a move. Before they could reach Jun Tiance, he frowned and said, "What are you all doing here? Who permitted your presence? Leave." Using such dismissive language towards comrades who had fought alongside him was a sure path to losing the people's loyalty, were it not for his protagonist's aura. Noticing Gu Xiao and the others remained unmoved, Jun Tiance's frown deepened, his displeasure evident at the disruption of his tranquil existence. "I know there are disturbances in the northwest, and that war is imminent, but I previously stated that upon leaving the Songlong army, I would no longer involve myself in its affairs. I merely wish to live as an ordinary citizen. You need not seek me out again." He then turned to the astonished onlookers, softening his tone slightly. "Do not worry, they are my brothers, here to urge me to return to lead the Songlong army. But I will not leave the Du family." He cast a warning glance at Gu Xiao. "Do not reveal my identity." Chapter 5. The God of War's son-in-law. Kneel and call me father. Gu Xiao's eyes twitched with irritation. "Wasn't it you who first exposed your own identity? Do you wish for everyone to acknowledge your status, or not? Must you be so conflicted?" "I understand Dragon Commander's intent," Gu Xiao stated. "We, your subordinates, shall never impose upon Dragon Commander." Jun Tiance, hands clasped behind his back, nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Gu Xiao and the others to depart, as he intended to continue playing the role of the submissive son-in-law. At that moment, the antagonists erupted into laughter. Jun Tiance shot them a cold glare. "What are you laughing at?" The Gao family's young master, who was pursuing Jun Tiance's wife, could hardly contain his amusement. "Laughing at you, dreaming in broad daylight. You think bringing in these actors for a little play will convince anyone that you are the Dragon Commander? Do you even comprehend the magnitude of the Dragon Commander's existence? You, a mere coward, could never impersonate him." "Exactly. A coward lacks any self-awareness, daring even to impersonate the Dragon Commander. Have you lost your mind?" Jun Tiance's wife looked at him with disappointment. I do admire the Dragon Commander, but not your pathetic imitation. There was no need for you to resort to this. Faced with such skepticism, Jun Tiance found himself compelled to affirm his identity. I am indeed the Dragon Commander. My prior desire for a normal life led me to conceal my true self. You may ask my subordinates. They have served alongside me for many years. Jun Tiance stood, hands behind his back, exuding an air of dominance. Indeed, the art of pretense is the foremost catalyst of online novels. Indeed, this is the illustrious Dragon Commander. Upon his arrival, should you not bow in reverence? The tall young man found the scene utterly ludicrous. Spare the charade. I am well aware that you are merely hired by him. Pray tell, how much has he compensated you? I shall offer you double. Gu Xiao stood tall and resolute, proclaiming, we, my brothers, are men of honor. We cannot be swayed by mere coin. Tall young master retorted, 1 million. Gu Xiao remained steadfast, refusing to bow to wealth, declaring, my life may be forfeit, but I shall never betray the Dragon Commander. Jun Tiance, maintaining a composed demeanor, trusted in the loyalty of his subordinates. Meanwhile, tall young master persisted in attempting to coax this group into betrayal, continuously raising the stakes. Gu Xiao remained unwavering, treating money with utter disdain. The moment tall young master escalated the offer to 10 million, Gu Xiao exclaimed, pay me first. Jun Tiance was taken aback. Tall young master was momentarily flabbergasted, mistakenly believing Gu Xiao would continue his loyalty, only to discover that 10 million had indeed swayed him. The unexpected loss of 10 million left him feeling utterly duped. What? Am I to be untrustworthy? Tall young master mused. Recognizing his own stature, he could not afford to lose face in public. Thus, he begrudgingly wrote a check for 10 million to Gu Xiao. Accepting the check, Gu Xiao confessed, very well, since tall young master has offered a higher price. We shall cease our pretense. We are indeed mere actors hired by Mr. Jun. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Gu Xiao turned to Jun Tiance, adding, in light of our betrayal, we shall only charge you half the fee. Kindly settle the account. Was it not audacious to demand payment after selling out their employer? Gu Xiao's audacity was astounding. Believing Gu Xiao was merely trying to protect his identity, Jun Tiance commanded, I need not conceal my identity any longer. Reveal it to them. Gu Xiao's eyes widened. What? You refuse to pay? Do you think my brothers are easily trifled with? Brothers, seize him. Gu Xiao took the initiative, pressing down on Jun Tiance's head and delivering a flurry of blows while Jun Tiance was still in shock. The crowd, reminiscent of tales of old, reveled in the spectacle, viewing the protagonist as a nemesis, relishing in his humiliation. As Jun Tiance, furious and ready to retaliate, found himself thwarted by Gu Xiao's unwavering grip, he was incredulous. How could he be restrained, unable to unleash his formidable prowess, the legendary Wanjia divine skill? His expression contorted in disbelief. How dare you lay hands upon me? Who grants you the right? Gu Xiao responded with a punch that misaligned Jun Tiance's jaw, transforming him into a caricature of a warrior. Gu Xiao, relentless in his humiliation, demanded, call me father. Jun Tiance gazed at Gu Xiao as if he were a monster. You dare? Gu Xiao retaliated with another blow, and the onlookers winced in sympathy from afar. You shall either call me father, or I shall publicly end your existence today. To prove your courage, I shall count. 1, 2. As long as the protagonist did not yield, Gu Xiao was determined to deliver a thorough beating. Jun Tiance's fists were clenched tightly, veins bulging. Yet the Wanjia divine skill eluded him. Sensing the imminent threat to his life, he reluctantly cried out, Father. The absurdity of the situation was unbearable, and Gu Xiao, with a playful flick of a knife against Jun Tiance's face, urged, now, call me several times. Jun Tiance, seething with resentment, reluctantly uttered, Father, Father, Father. Jun Tiance's wife could no longer endure the sight. How could her husband stoop so low? She felt the heat of embarrassment wash over her, as if the entire assembly were mocking her. Cease this. We are in the Du residence, not a place for your antics. Gu Xiao released Jun Tiance, signaling to Xiao Wu. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Wu pressed a warm pile of dog excrement against Jun Tiance's mouth. As he did so, he thought, I am aiding the Dragon Commander. Once he recovers, he will surely be grateful. Jun Tiance, taken aback, instinctively licked his lips before realizing the horror of the situation, promptly regurgitating the foul substance. The crowd, witnessing his disgrace, recoiled in disgust, fearing contamination. Jun Tiance, feeling the weight of their disdain and ridicule, felt his temples throb with anger. He glared at Gu Xiao, who, donning sunglasses, casually remarked, this time, I shall let you off the hook. Should you dare to toy with my brothers again, it shall not merely be a matter of fists. He swiftly departed, leaving behind a flabbergasted Jun Tiance, who could only watch his retreating figure. In Chapter 6, the war god's son-in-law, Dragon Commander, pardon my transgressions, Jun Tiance's wife reminded him of his embarrassment, prompting him to wash up before rejoining the banquet, where he was met with laughter and disdain. Resigned, he attempted to explain, "My subordinates, having not seen me in a while, were merely playing a jest." His words fell on deaf ears, and he was led away by Du Fian. In solitude, he received a sharp slap from her. "Juntians, have you no shame? Do you wish for me to be the subject of ridicule?" "Honey, he stammered, only to receive another slap. "Silence. You dare call me wife? How could I, Du Fian, endure the presence of such a disgraceful husband?" Her face flushed with anger. "Juntians, lacking any merit, why must you engage in such shameful antics? Do you believe yourself to possess the allure of a wealthy and handsome man? My worth far surpasses his. Such a person cannot be compared to me," Juntians retorted arrogantly. "Dear, I am indeed the war god. Those individuals were my subordinates. Rest assured, I shall no longer conceal my identity, ensuring you no longer endure humiliation. From this day forth, you shall be the war goddess lady, and none shall dare belittle you." His sincerity was palpable as he presented his unlimited national black card to Du Fian. Yet, she delivered yet another slap. "You are beyond redemption." With that, she turned and walked away, ignoring Juntian's pleas. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao and his companions had long departed the hotel. The atmosphere in the vehicle was tranquil until Xiao Wu broke the silence. "Earlier, I stuffed a mouthful of dog excrement into the dragon commander's mouth. Had it been before, his Wanjia divine skill would have sent me flying. Yet today, he did nothing, even as brother Xiao pressed his head and forced him to call father. It is evident that the dragon commander is gravely ill." Xiao Si added, "I could have sworn I saw him lick it and smile with satisfaction." Their gazes turned toward Gu Xiao, filled with admiration. "Only you, brother Xiao, truly understand the dragon commander, even discerning his preferences in times of illness." Gu Xiao, "This is all thanks to the psychologist." Xiao Wu, "Rest assured, brother Xiao, from now on, whenever I see dog droppings, I will collect them. Whenever Lord Long desires, I can feed him again. Although consuming dog droppings is quite a grotesque preference, since Lord Long enjoys it, I shall certainly support him." At this moment, Xiao Wu radiated the wisdom of a modern-day pastor. The vehicle continued its journey to the chief's residence. Upon meeting the chief, he immediately inquired, "Have you found Lord Long?" Gu Xiao replied, "We have, but Lord Long's situation is rather unique." Each person present took turns elucidating the circumstances surrounding Jun Tiansu. With so many witnesses and written documentation as evidence, and considering Gu Xiao's prudent handling of affairs over the years, the chief naturally believed him, unable to suppress a sigh. His affliction indeed hindered his return to the Canglong army. Gu Xiao, adhering to the psychologist's advice, should prioritize healing him first. Gu Xiao hesitated, expressing, "I fear Lord Long may not comprehend." "Fear not, simply proceed with your actions. Once he recovers, I shall convey your concerns to him." After giving Gu Xiao's shoulder an encouraging pat, he added, "I will cooperate with you." Instantly, Gu Xiao felt reassured. Henceforth, the male protagonist would face not only the slaps of his mother-in-law and wife, alongside the warm offerings of dog droppings from his subordinates, but also the thunderous critiques from the upper echelons. Since you enjoy feigning cowardice, then embrace it fully. The following day, Gu Xiao received a call from Jun Tiansu. His voice was cold. "It's me." Gu Xiao did not afford him the opportunity to question, promptly beginning his apology. His subordinates had been steadfast in their commitment to conceal Lord Long's whereabouts, so at the banquet, in their attempt to protect Lord Long's identity, they had to resort to force. Hence, he beseeched Lord Long for forgiveness. Gu Xiao, embodying an understanding demeanor, was deserving of admiration. He harbored no fear of the male protagonist's wrath. The male protagonist possessed a peculiar confidence, believing that his loyal subordinates would never betray him. Thus he did not dwell on the matter. Indeed, with Gu Xiao's preemption, Jun Tiansu found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had issued the command, and they merely complied. Was there anything wrong with that? Yet, recalling the punches he had received from Gu Xiao and the taste of dog droppings lingering in his mouth, he felt as if a lump of dog droppings was lodged in his throat, causing considerable discomfort. He had initially intended to vent his frustrations on Gu Xiao, but found himself rendered speechless instead. Ultimately, he coldly stated, "Let this slide this time. It shall not happen again. As for my identity, let us continue to keep it concealed. When the time comes for disclosure, I will inform you." He then ended the call. Gu Xiao mused, "Even if you discover my identity, what then? Your wife has always admired you, and the elite of Bin Hai City all aspire to curry your favor. You should be pleased, rather than seeking to endure punishment." Did he believe that the more he was scolded, the more gratifying it would be to rise again? How absurd! Are you contemplating this with your lower instincts? What normal individual would subject themselves to such humiliation? By noon, Gu Xiao was set to train the new recruits of the Canglong army in a few days. Thus he returned home first. As he entered the house and rummaged through the shoe cabinet for slippers, he heard a voice. Gu Xiao, what is wrong with you? You come back and start rummaging around, making such a racket that you've disturbed my beauty sleep. Following the source of the complaint, he beheld a disheveled woman clad in a nightgown, dark circles beneath her eyes. Were it not for her presence, he might have forgotten that the original owner had a live-in girlfriend. Moreover, this girlfriend was undeniably an extraordinary woman. She maintained the facade of an independent female while mooching off her boyfriend, all the while believing herself to be a paragon of contemporary feminism. Yu Lingling didn't even glance at Gu Xiao and demanded, "Make me a cup of honey water. I stayed up late binge-watching dramas last night and am utterly exhausted." Then, she casually reclined on the sofa, expecting Gu Xiao to fetch her water. However, after a prolonged wait with no water arriving, Yu Lingling cast an irritated glance at Gu Xiao. "Gu Xiao, what is the matter? Didn't I ask you to make me a cup of honey water?" Gu Xiao kicked aside the trash obstructing his feet, replying, "I'm quite tired right now." The house was in complete disarray, with delivery boxes and takeout bags scattered everywhere. It was hard to believe that a woman who appeared so glamorous outside could resemble a beggar at home. Each time the original owner returned, exhausted as a dog, he still had to tidy up the mountain of refuse. Yet he never broke up with Yu Lingling. Such was true love. "Yu Lingling, what are you complaining about? You, a woman, lounging at home all day, scrolling through your phone and ordering takeout. Living a life of ease without having to earn money or do housework. What do you have to be tired about?" Yu Lingling looked astonished at Gu Xiao, never having imagined that the usually gentle and compliant Gu Xiao would utter such outrageous words to her. She felt her dignity and status as a woman had been insulted by him. "Gu Xiao, apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, you can forget about my forgiveness." Seeing that Gu Xiao ignored her, Yu Lingling flung the remote control aside, exclaiming, "Gu Xiao, are you even listening?" Gu Xiao slammed the door and retreated to his room to rest, locking the door behind him, while she fumed outside. Once the outside grew quiet, Gu Xiao began to sort through the narrative involving the original owner and Yu Lingling. It was worth noting that the original owner was not only a sycophant to the male protagonist, but also a subordinate to his girlfriend, Yu Lingling. Due to his profession, the original owner felt lucky to have a girlfriend and cherished his relationship with Yu Lingling, indulging her little temperaments without giving them much thought. In the end, however, he was filled with regret, having been betrayed by this girlfriend. But alas, he was not the male protagonist, devoid of the protagonist's halo, when he was betrayed. He could only accept it without the ability to confront the one who had wronged him. Moreover, the one who betrayed him happened to be the illustrious male protagonist. As a quintessential male protagonist, he was surrounded by numerous beautiful women. Initially, these women all looked down upon him, but later, they flocked to him. Whether it be the innocent little sister, the beautiful CEO, the neighbor girl, the stunning star, the alluring married woman, or the naive young girl, all women of beauty, regardless of age or marital status, found themselves drawn to him. The male protagonist, while flaunting his superiority, seemed to defy all conventions. Marriage laws were mere trinkets in his hands. Gu Xiao felt that the author not only harbored animosity towards the wealthy, but also towards women, portraying well-educated, privileged second-generation individuals as if they were simpletons. The women in the novel were thoroughly objectified, as if all became vain creatures who could not resist a wealthy man. Furthermore, they appeared to tolerate the male protagonist's harem, even the affluent and beautiful female CEOs eagerly approaching him. Not only were these women peculiar, but their parents were equally strange, regardless of their own illustrious backgrounds or their affection for their daughters. They seemed oblivious to the indignity of sharing a husband with so many others, instead appearing honored that the male protagonist would take an interest in their daughters. Gu Xiao, your dissatisfaction with the marriage laws leads you to advocate for the revival of polygamy, encouraging others to indulge in promiscuity? Or do you believe that the current environment is too favorable and wish to propagate a plethora of venereal diseases? Perhaps you think today's youth possess too much integrity, and you aim to lead them astray into lawlessness? In this realm, it seems that ignorance abounds, and the task of enlightening minds is indeed formidable. The following morning, Gu Xiao opened the bedroom door to find Yu Lingling's pale, bloodless visage staring back at him, resembling a ghost. Instinctively, he raised his hand and struck her aside with a force that sent her sprawling to the ground, leaving her momentarily dazed. Once she regained her senses, the pain forgotten, she gazed at Gu Xiao with sheer astonishment. After the way he had treated her the previous day, she had spent a sleepless night hoping for his remorseful return, ready to apologize and clear her shopping cart to placate her. Yet, Gu Xiao remained unresponsive, and this morning, he had the audacity to strike her. "Gu Xiao, are you even a man? How could you lay your hands on your own woman?" Her voice rose in a wail, echoing the anguish of a vengeful spirit. Gu Xiao raked his fingers through his hair, thinking he must be haunted. She claimed he resembled a ghost? "You wretch, you domestic abuser. I, a young girl with no ulterior motives in following you. How could you dare to strike me?" Yu Lingling, overwhelmed with indignation, sprang to her feet and lunged at Gu Xiao, her sharp nails aimed at his face. Enough of this commotion. Gu Xiao deftly sidestepped her, this time controlling his strength to prevent her from being flung away. Yu Lingling's gaze bore into him, but he paid her no mind, striding toward the kitchen. After a few steps, he paused and turned back to her. By the way, Yu Lingling, eyes reddened and chin raised defiantly, let out a scoff. What? Have you finally come to apologize and make amends? Don't think it will be so easy for me to forgive you. Even clearing my shopping cart won't win my forgiveness unless you kneel before me. To her astonishment, Gu Xiao replied, Yu Lingling, just look at the chaos you've wrought in my home. It's practically teeming with filth. You need to tidy up immediately. Yu Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief. You expect me to clean up this mess? Gu Xiao, are you even human? Am I here to serve as your maid? Gu Xiao struggled to suppress the urge to send her flying across the ocean. You've turned this place into a disaster. Are you not even human? I can't help it if you're rarely home to clean. Yu Lingling retorted defiantly. And what purpose do your hands serve? Gu Xiao shot back. Now that you're back, it's high time you clean up before leaving. It's too filthy for my tolerance. Gu Xiao was almost amused. He had never encountered anyone quite like her. Yu Lingling, can you not behave like a woman? Do you not feel any shame living in such squalor? The accusation only deepened Yu Lingling's resentment. I'm messy at home because of your incompetence. How dare you criticize me for being unkempt? I never complained about your stench after a long day, yet you dare to judge me? Fuming, she attempted to charge at him again. Gu Xiao slammed his palm onto the table, leaving a distinct imprint. Yu Lingling, I will say this one last time. Clean this place up immediately, or I swear my next strike will land on you. Do you hear me? Stunned by Gu Xiao's outburst, Yu Lingling shuddered, feeling an unsettling chill radiate from him. You're threatening me? She swung her hand at his face. Gu Xiao seized her wrist, applying just enough pressure to elicit a scream from her. Now, will you clean up or not? Fear crept into her heart. She realized that if she shook her head, this dog of a man might truly lose his mind. I will clean. Releasing her, Gu Xiao observed as she hesitated to move. Hurry up. What are you standing there for? Chapter 8. The War God's Son-in-Law. I am your girlfriend. Terrified by his demeanor, Yu Lingling immediately set to work, tears streaming down her face as she felt utterly wronged. To Gu Xiao, it was evident that Yu Lingling, despite her lack of skills, carried herself with an air of entitlement, a result of the original host's indulgence. He had no intention of coddling a woman who was so self-absorbed. Under Gu Xiao's watchful eye, Yu Lingling finally sorted through the chaotic mess. Feeling victimized, she plopped onto the sofa afterward, casting him accusatory glances as though he had committed some unspeakable atrocity against her. Whenever Gu Xiao glanced in her direction, she would huff disdainfully, adopting a posture of indifference. In the kitchen, Gu Xiao discovered that the groceries the original host had purchased remained untouched. As Yu Lingling had preferred to order takeout, he decided to whip up a tomato and egg fried rice for himself. The aroma wafted through the air, drawing Yu Lingling closer. However, Gu Xiao had already started eating without waiting for her, which displeased her greatly. Yet, recalling that he had almost struck her earlier, she stifled her dissatisfaction and prepared to serve herself. Upon realizing that he had only cooked enough for himself, her frustration could no longer be contained. Gu Xiao, what do you mean by this? After my exhausting work to clean, you only cook for yourself? Gu Xiao lifted his gaze, the original host's fierce expression becoming somewhat intimidating. Am I supposed to cook for you too? Yu Lingling swallowed hard, her voice faltering. I am your girlfriend. Gu Xiao felt an urge to hastily declare their breakup, but he refrained, knowing that such a statement would shatter the original host's carefully constructed persona. You're aware you're merely my girlfriend, not my ancestor. Yet you expect me to cater to you? To his astonishment, he couldn't fathom how a woman could live in such a manner. I never understood how I could have ended up with you. Yu Lingling retorted, it was you who was blind. Initially drawn to Gu Xiao's perceived honesty, she had hoped for a different outcome, only to witness his true nature emerge so soon. Was it even feasible to continue a relationship with such a man? Can't you even manage your figure with a bit of exercise? Do you really think men prefer women who are as thin as a reed? Gu Xiao, let me tell you, I am who I am, uniquely myself. I will never be foolish enough to starve myself just to please a man. If you dislike me, then let us break up. Fine, let us break up. Right now? Gu Xiao's words left Yu Lingling momentarily stunned, her emotions unaddressed, only to be further provoked by his anger, resulting in fresh tears. Gu Xiao, you're always busy with your own affairs and your friends. Have you ever taken the time to play games with me, shop, or travel? You Haven T, you're solely focused on yourself, and I am merely an afterthought to you. How dare you threaten me with a breakup? Had it been the original host, she would have been consumed with guilt by such accusations. But Gu Xiao remained resolute. Do you think my job allows me the luxury of indulging in games, shopping, or traveling? I'm sure I made my profession clear to you when we first became involved, did I not? And now you dare to lament your grievances? Every day? You squander your boyfriend's money on frivolous purchases while demanding he cater to your every whim, and yet you claim to be the one suffering? You are the one reaping all the benefits, yet you still perceive yourself as the most unfortunate. It is astounding how much nonsense you must have swirling in your mind. Gu Xiao, you have changed. You were not like this before. Now that you have attained my body, you no longer cherish it, do you? All men are such swine. Gu Xiao rubbed his temples, baffled by how the original owner could have tolerated such a woman. You Lingling, if you find yourself bored at home, why not seek employment? Stop incessantly whining. It is utterly vexing, and a straight man can hardly endure it. Yu Lingling raised her voice even further. You want me to go work? How can you expect me to work? Shouldn't a man be the one earning a living to support his beautiful woman? You intend to enslave me? If you treat me like this before marriage, what will happen once we are wed? Am I to serve you and your entire family, while also providing for you all? Gu Xiao retorted, so I am to be responsible for financial support, while you are merely to look beautiful. Why is our division of labor so imbalanced? Because you are a man, Yu Lingling declared. The internet states that if a man truly loves his girlfriend, he should unconditionally dote on her, treating her like a cherished daughter, adhering to the virtues expected of a partner. Ask yourself, have you fulfilled this role? If you cannot even meet these basic expectations, what gives you the right to be my boyfriend? Gu Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her assertions. To love you is to treat you like a daughter? Why not just find a father instead? Countless feminists have sacrificed dearly for women's independence, paving the way for the societal standing women enjoy today. Yet here you are, espousing feminism while simultaneously undermining it under the guise of love. As a man, Gu Xiao felt compelled to state that in this world, not only couples, but even ordinary friends must establish their relationships through mutual respect and communication. Contribution must be reciprocal. It is not a one-sided affair. As blind indulgence does not resolve issues, but merely postpones conflicts. Those men who merely seek to placate you have no intention of envisioning a future with you. They are merely lusting after your body. Once they have had their way, they vanish. Yu Lingling, I must ask you, have you seen the many standards of what constitutes a good woman online? You see yourself as a little princess, wanting your boyfriend to lavish care upon you without offering anything in return, continuously demanding while refusing to shoulder any responsibilities. Yet you believe this to be a testament to female independence, treating rural feminism as your guiding principle. Perhaps you have consumed too many social media snippets and have lost all sense of balance. Yu Lingling glared at Gu Xiao, and he continued, if you do not wish to seek employment, then perhaps we should consider marriage. He stated calmly, my work is unique, I am older, and my parents are pressuring me to marry. Let us find a time to obtain our marriage certificate. Yu Lingling, no romantic proposal. Just a suggestion to get the certificate? Does Gu Xiao truly think marrying her is such a simple matter? Yu Lingling lifted her chin, responding with haughty disdain. I am still young. I have not considered marriage at this early stage. Just as Gu Xiao finished his meal, he slammed his chopsticks on the table. You have never thought of marriage, yet you move in with me, consuming my resources and playing with my emotions. Are you also planning to swindle me of my money and affection? Chapter 9. The God of War's son-in-law. To marry or not to marry? Yu Lingling. What do you mean by swindling money? Shouldn't a boyfriend support his girlfriend? Yu Lingling felt Gu Xiao was trampling on her dignity. She was about to retort when Gu Xiao interjected. After we marry, we can have a child, which would ease my parents' concerns. And you would have a child to care for, alleviating your loneliness. Gu Xiao, I have not agreed to marry you. Having children would ruin my figure. Raising a child is exhausting. She is still a baby herself. How can she be expected to bear children? Gu Xiao continued. If you think one child is not enough, we can have two. Seeing that Gu Xiao was entirely dismissive of her words, Yu Lingling raised her voice in anger. Gu Xiao, did you not hear me say, I do not wish to marry? When Gu Xiao finally fell silent, Yu Lingling declared, I am still young and do not wish to enter into marriage so soon. Gu Xiao, do not pressure me. Gu Xiao countered, then we can have a child first, so that if anything happens to me in the future, I will have left a legacy for the Gu family. Yu Lingling protested, I am a good girl from a respectable family. How could you suggest I become pregnant before marriage? Gu Xiao, then let us at least obtain the certificate. Yu Lingling exclaimed, I have already said I have not enjoyed enough of my youth. I do not want to marry. Gu Xiao remained expressionless. If you do not want to have children after marriage and do not wish to marry, then what is it that you desire? Do you wish to ascend to the heavens? If so, go do that on your own. Do not waste my time. I merely seek a woman who is willing to marry and bear children with me, not someone who refuses to wed and expects to be treated as a cherished deity. Yu Lingling cried, do you understand how burdensome marriage is for a woman? Do you comprehend the dangers and pains of childbirth? It is akin to flirting with death. And I am still so young. You want me to bear children? Is my sole purpose to procreate for your family? Am I to give birth to one child, then another, and another? Did you truly enter this relationship out of love for me? Or do you merely see me as a vessel for reproduction? Do you not view me as an independent woman? Scoundrel, you are utterly repulsive. Taking a deep breath, she continued, let me be clear, I am a modern, independent woman. Not one of those from ancient times who knew nothing but childbirth and submission to their husbands. My womb is mine. I will bear children if I choose to. And I alone will decide whether or not to marry. No one has the right to force me. She felt that her autonomy regarding her womb and marriage was being dictated by Gu Xiao, and she felt deeply offended. Gu Xiao, others may slightly deviate from her wishes, and she perceives it as an infringement of her rights. Yet, she can trample on the dignity of others without a second thought. When she makes even the slightest effort, she considers it a monumental sacrifice, while any disagreement from her boyfriend makes him a scoundrel. Genius. Yu Lingling continued her tirade. Gu Xiao, do you not realize what era we live in? Does your family possess a throne to inherit that you must pressure me into childbirth? Must you demean women in this manner? Wake up. The Qing dynasty has been gone for centuries. Gu Xiao, now childbirth has become a means of demeaning women? Then how did your mother find the courage to bring you into this world? Marriage, you perceive as me pressuring you, and having children. You see as me treating you as a mere reproductive tool. So what do I gain from being with you? Am I merely seeking your arrogance, your ignorance, or your shamelessness? Do you ever take a moment to look in the mirror? Are you utterly blind to your own shortcomings? Being with you feels like a stroke of terrible luck. What is wrong with you? When you speak of responsibility, she accuses you of infringing on her rights. When you advocate for mutual understanding, she insists that love means unconditional devotion. Therefore, you are expected to manage the household chores while earning the money. And if you wish to marry her, you must endure countless trials. While Gu Xiao internally lamented these absurdities, Yu Lingling had already begun to extol the virtues of other boyfriends. Gu Xiao directly interrupted Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling, just tell me, is it that you cannot conceive? Yu Lingling was taken aback by Gu Xiao's words, momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Xiao continued, if you cannot conceive, it is of no consequence. We can opt for in vitro fertilization. Gu Xiao, what sort of expression is that? Is even in vitro fertilization out of the question? Are you, in fact, a man disguised as a woman? You are the one who is a sham. Yu Lingling retorted. Gu Xiao, do not overstep your bounds. Very well, I shall not overstep. But neither should you. If you genuinely have no intention of marrying me and having children, then let us part ways amicably. After all, I am the only son in my family, and at my age, I must provide an explanation to my family. Part ways? You would end our relationship over such a trivial matter? Gu Xiao, you are a scoundrel. Gu Xiao stood up. You are the one who toys with my feelings while shirking responsibility, you heartless woman. From this moment forth, aside from obtaining a marriage license and having children, do not speak to me. With that, Gu Xiao slammed the door and returned to his room. Jun Tiance was a sycophant, albeit a faux one, who pretended to flatter in hopes of one day reveling in a moment of vindication. However, the original character was a genuine sycophant from start to finish, lavishing affection on both his girlfriend and Jun Tiance, only to be ultimately betrayed by the two he had adored. Now that Gu Xiao had arrived, the notion of continuing as a sycophant was out of the question. He simply wished to live as a carefree single. Although the inhabitants of this realm were influenced by the protagonist's halo, their core values were established from a young age and were not easily swayed. Yet, Yu Lingling still managed to commit those unscrupulous acts, revealing her true nature. Since she was unwilling to part ways, so be it. Should she desire to end things in the future, it would not be so simple. Infuriated by Gu Xiao, Yu Lingling retaliated by reposting several motivational articles. If you have 3 or more boyfriends, it's time to break up. Evaluate his love for you by how much he spends on you. Have you passed the boyfriend evaluation criteria? Beautiful women inherently possess a penchant for extravagant spending. If one loves her, they ought to lavish her with gifts. Additionally, she posted several photos gazing wistfully at the sky, striving to cultivate an image of a devoted girlfriend enduring the shortcomings of a disloyal partner. Simultaneously, these posts were intended for Gu Xiao to see, almost directly communicating, look, these are the standards for a good man. Don't you realize you need to reflect on your behavior? Shouldn't you treat me better? Yu Lingling even anonymously vented her frustrations on an emotional forum, portraying her boyfriend as a slovenly, abusive man who enslaved her while she remained a sentimental girl unwilling to part ways. Chapter 10. The God of War's Son-in-Law, Dragon Commander. We request your return. These imitative, heartwarming words often resonated with many female readers. Numerous individuals offered her comfort, encouragement, and sympathy, to which Yu Lingling responded to each comment. Gu Xiao, utterly perplexed by women, mused on their propensity to indulge in self-deception through such motivational platitudes. Your life has been ruined by these insipid affirmations that only serve to amuse you. Will they take responsibility for your life? In the afternoon, Gu Xiao re-entered the bedroom. Upon seeing him, Yu Lingling, with a face full of grievances, fixed her gaze on him intensely. Gu Xiao spoke. Did you not say that you were saving my monthly salary for me? Where's the money? What do you intend to do? Gu Xiao replied, of course. I want it back. You are so reckless with money. I have given you my possessions, and once you squander them, what am I to do? That money was earned through blood and sweat. Yu Lingling looked at him incredulously, as if confronting a rare oddity. Isn't it customary to spend on your girlfriend? You wish to take it back? Do you even act like a boyfriend? Have you fulfilled the responsibilities and obligations of a couple? You neither wish to marry me nor have children. Why should I allow you to spend my money? Enraged, Yu Lingling stormed into her room, tossing her bank card at Gu Xiao. Fine, here, take it all back. Gu Xiao immediately made a call to check the balance. Why is there only 1,000 left? After all these years of toil, surely there should be several 100,000. Yu Lingling emerged from her room, hurling numerous skincare products at him. I bought these things. What of it? Do you want them back too? If possible, please convert them into monetary compensation for me, Gu Xiao stated. Was such a statement truly coming from him? Gu Xiao, get out. This house is mine. If anyone should leave, it's you. Yu Lingling was not only an unemployed freeloader, but also lazy, having previously relied on her parents. Upon moving in with Gu Xiao, she treated the place as her own personal domain. Whenever Gu Xiao would stay for a couple of days, she would act as if he were infringing upon her territory. It was utterly absurd. Gu Xiao, you are shameless. Do not think for a moment that I will forgive you. Even if you beg me on your knees, I will not forgive you. With that, Yu Lingling fled. But not outside. She retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. See, she constantly belittles the original character, yet dares not leave. Deep down, she understands that without the original character, who would tolerate her temper? Gu Xiao, for the time being, chose to ignore Yu Lingling and headed to the military. The new recruits of the Songlong army had all been trained by the original character over the past 5 years. Most of the excellent veterans from Jun Tai's time had departed for other positions. The remaining veterans were now fully devoted to Gu Xiao, as camaraderie deepens through shared experiences. As for their blind admiration for Jun Tai's, once Gu Xiao gradually diminished the halo surrounding him, they would eventually recognize his flaws, and their intelligence would return. However, the newly enlisted recruits had just assembled and had not undergone much training when reports of conflict from the northwestern border emerged. The coalition forces of the Three Kingdoms had finally launched an invasion, assembling the very best experts and mercenaries from within their ranks to lead the charge. It was a decisive battle. Now, aside from the Dragon Commander, who else could lead the troops in a battle against them? The commander, in a state of desperation, convened the various military leaders for discussion and then slammed his hand on the table. Quickly, summon the Dragon Commander back. Spare no expense to bring the God of War back. Gu Xiao stood. Commander, the Dragon Commander is still unwell. The nation is in peril. What does his illness matter? As long as he is willing to return to defend the country, the citizens will be eternally grateful. Thus, Gu Xiao was once again dispatched to summon Jun Tai's. Jun Tai's, likely having been struck by Du Fian, bore 5 distinct handprints on his face. Dragon Commander. The commander requests your return to lead the Songlong army against the coalition forces. Jun Tai's waved his hand dismissively. Gu Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. While Jun Tai's had previously commanded battles through sheer luck, resulting in the deaths of many, at least he had genuinely led troops and defended the nation. As a soldier of the state, responding to calls to battle is the most fundamental quality, is it not? Yet, he remained unfazed, impervious to the looming threat outside. Unwilling to drop the act of superiority. Long Shuai, the nation is in dire need of your leadership at this moment. Regardless of any grievances you may harbor against Hu Shuai, I implore you to prioritize the greater good. Jun Tai suddenly let out a cold laugh. Do you truly believe I departed from the Songlong army due to a petty individual like Hu Shuai? Am I the kind of person who harbors grudges? You are not. Haha. In the original narrative, there exists a scene where Jun Tai was repeatedly solicited, yet he refused to return. All who needed his assistance came to plead with him. Ultimately, under immense pressure from various parties, Hu Shuai, who had conflicts with him, resigned from his position and personally knelt to beg for his return, thus satisfying Jun Tai's vanity for showing off and saving face. Before he finally agreed to lead the troops, Hu Shuai, regardless of his character, set aside personal grievances in the face of foreign invasion. While Jun Tai insisted on resolving personal matters before attending to national affairs, presenting himself as a figure of high moral integrity who shunned political matters. Long Shuai. Should the Northwest fall and the coalition of 3 nations invade our hinterlands, the nation will be on the brink of disaster. Do you truly refuse to return? Jun Tai replied, I have contributed enough to the nation. Since Longwa possesses countless talented individuals, why must I personally intervene? Return and inform the leaders that I shall not partake in any military engagements henceforth. Jun Tiance initially expected Gu Xiao to kneel in supplication, but to his surprise, Gu Xiao simply stated, "Very well, if Long Shuai is unwilling to return, I shall not force him. However, those who invade our nation shall be punished, no matter how distant they may be. I am willing to lead the Songlong army to confront the coalition of 3 nations in a decisive battle. In the name of loyalty and righteousness, I take my leave, and I hope Long Shuai acts wisely." With that, he departed, leaving Jun Tiance momentarily stunned. Upon returning to the vehicle, his comrades, noticing Jun Tiance's reluctance to board, sensed the disquiet in their hearts. If they felt this way, the leaders must have felt even more disheartened. Truth be told, while Jun Tiance's contributions to the stability of the nation are undeniable, the entire nation bestowed upon him tremendous privileges, and he has not been wronged in any way. Yet, he now utilizes those privileges while refusing to exert himself for the nation. How could this not be disheartening? At this moment, the conference room fell into a deep silence, and Hu Shuai stood, bowing deeply to the leader. Chapter 11. The War Goddess, Son-in-Law. Long Shuai's temper is great. Leader, I am willing to personally request Long Shuai's return. The leader gazed at Hu Shuai, pondering in silence for a long time. Yet Gu Xiao interjected, "Hu Shuai, if Long Shuai desires a life of an ordinary man, why must we press him further?" Hu Shuai turned to Gu Xiao, who continued, "Long Shuai has a formidable temper. If in the future someone in the military has a conflict with him and he leaves in anger, shall we then have to plead for his return? However, any rational person would realize that Jun Tiance's character is indeed quite selfish. This is a foreign invasion after all. Is it not more important than his vanity? Any normal individual would unite all available forces to collectively resist the invaders." Gu Zhao's words left everyone present momentarily speechless. Jun Tiance has taken his arrogance too far. Even the brothers of the Songlong army, with whom he has shared life and death, are beginning to express dissatisfaction. Yet what can be done? Aside from Jun Tiance, no one else has the assurance to repel the formidable coalition of 3 nations. Regardless of how arrogant Jun Tiance becomes, they still have to beseech him. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiao then declared, "In this time of national peril, I believe everyone present has regarded their own lives as trivial. I too feel the same. Today, I stand here to volunteer, willing to lead the Songlong army brothers into battle. We shall not retreat until the coalition of 3 nations is defeated." His powerful declaration ignited the fighting spirit within the crowd. Hu Shuai added, "In terms of military strength, our Longhua is not inferior to the coalition of 3 nations. Our Wohu army is willing to join forces with the Songlong army to repel the enemy. As long as we devise a detailed battle plan and coordinate effectively, we shall undoubtedly defeat the coalition." Gu Xiao then proclaimed, "The Songlong army must use this battle to demonstrate to every citizen of Longhua that every soldier can stand against foreign foes. That every soldier is an undefeated war god protecting our homeland. Without Jun Tiance, Longhua can still fend off invaders. Let him continue to revel in his arrogance undisturbed." Thus, the 3 armies of Longhua positioned themselves. The Qingshi held the rear, while the Songlong and Wohu joined forces to confront the coalition of 3 nations. This realm differs from the modern worlds Gu Xiao has visited. Although technologically advanced, it has not applied its advancements to weaponry, relying instead on cold steel for combat. A significant portion of the populace possesses the fortune of acquiring ancient legacies, making battles a contest of which nation has more individuals with inherited bloodlines. In Longhua, those with such legacies are typically conscripted into the military. Hence, the original host also possessed a legacy, albeit not as formidable as Jun Tiance's formidable skills. However, Gu Xiao, being a character from a Xinxia novel, adapted the original host's cultivation techniques upon inhabiting his body, resulting in a power that now surpasses that of Jun Tiance. Before the battle commenced, he conducted formation training for the soldiers, striving to achieve victory with minimal sacrifice. Nevertheless, both the Songlong army and the Wohu army were filled with trepidation regarding their confrontation with the 3 nations. Without the war god, we are certainly unable to defeat the Ear Nation, the Bear Nation, or the Mo Nation. Only with the war god leading us into battle can we repel the coalition. But where has the war god gone? Why do we not summon him back? Members of the Wohu army questioned the Songlong army. The Songlong soldiers hung their heads, feeling shame for the first time due to an irresponsible commander. Hu Shuai, already dissatisfied with Jun Tiance's authority within the army, seized this moment to undermine the soldiers' morale. "We have located the whereabouts of the war god, yet despite the leader's multiple requests, he remains unwilling to return. We cannot force him to the battlefield, can we? Nevertheless, it matters not. Without him, our Songlong and Wohu armies can still join forces to defeat the 3 nations." Until Gu Xiao stood and declared, "In the absence of the war god, the 3 armies of Longhua have previously repelled invaders. Now, even without the war god, we can prevail. Once on the battlefield, remember, you are all war gods. You are all invincible. Longwa's history is unique, and its military spirit has been somewhat lethargic. The emergence of Jun Tian's revitalized the three armies significantly. Under such circumstances, the higher-ups sought to instill courage and faith in the soldiers, promoting the image of the war god as a symbol of belief to enhance the army's combat effectiveness. However, unexpectedly, the war goddess' departure led to disarray, and the troops began to lose their fighting spirit. To reignite their confidence, once the battle commenced, Gu Xiao transformed into a human weapon of mass destruction, relentlessly killing. His presence became a blur, a mere shadow that flickered amidst the chaos. The members of the Zonglong army stared in awe as he effortlessly subdued several top fighters from the coalition. What the hell? Is that my Xiao Gu? When did he become so formidable? Just recently, I sparred with Xiao Gu, and he was merely at the Xingyao realm. Now he has already attained the Divine King level? How could he have advanced so rapidly? I believe Xiao Gu has been ignited. Brothers, Xiao Ji's fury has propelled him to break through to the Divine King level. Let us share in his passion. Kill. The soldiers of the Zonglong army were instantly infused with fervor, excitedly overwhelming the soldiers of the three nations. Now, it was the turn of the Wohu army to be stunned. Gu Xiao, observing their foolishness, approached Hu Shuai and extended his hand. Hu Shuai assumed that Gu Xiao would celebrate with him by giving a high five, so he eagerly extended his hand. To his astonishment, Gu Xiao swiftly knocked him down with a slap. In his bewilderment, Gu Xiao smeared him with blood, brandishing a broken dagger and pressing it firmly against him. Although it did not inflict any wounds, the mere sensation of the blade against his body was excruciating. Just as Hu Shuai was about to subdue Gu Xiao, he heard Gu Xiao wailing tragically. Hu Shuai has fallen. Soldiers of the Wohu army, avenge Hu Shuai. Hu Shuai, in disbelief, noted the nearby Wohu soldiers witnessing his bloodied figure, prostrate in Gu Xiao's embrace, and they were incensed. Hu Shuai has fallen. Soldiers of the Wohu army, kill the enemies and avenge Hu Shuai. With each shout, the battlefield erupted with the news of Hu Shuai's demise. The Wohu army, driven to fury, became bloodthirsty. Hu Shuai, did my survival hinder your efforts? In the end, the coalition of the three kingdoms was beaten back, retreating in disarray. The army of Longwa relentlessly pursued them to the borders, where they stood at the frontier, bellowing, "Those who offend Longwa shall be punished, regardless of distance." Until Gu Xiao shouted, "What are you shouting for? Continue the pursuit." Chapter 12. The God of War's son-in-law. If you do not wish to return, then do not return. Both armies paused momentarily. According to tradition, weren't they supposed to shout a few slogans and then withdraw? Xiao Gu, if we continue to fight, we will cross the border. They are already attacking. Do you still fear crossing the line? Have you lost your mind? If we let them escape now, they will regroup and attack again in a few days. Shall we let this cycle repeat? Gu Xiao's words instantly cleared everyone's minds. Chase them. Pursue them to their coalition's headquarters. Eventually, Longwa managed to dismantle the coalition's base, capturing their commander and several officers of varying ranks. This battle was won, leaving all the soldiers of Longwa somewhat bewildered. They suddenly realized that, even without Long Shuai, they were capable of victory. Moreover, the sacrifices incurred this time were far less than any previous ones led by Long Shuai. A throng of soldiers gathered around Gu Xiao, exclaiming, "We won! We triumphed!" They grabbed Gu Xiao by his limbs, tossing him into the air, catching him, tossing him again, and then, ultimately, failing to catch him. Gu Xiao. Jun Tian Su had been waiting and waiting, yet amidst the cacophony of artillery fire from the northwest, he saw no one coming to summon him back. Nor did he see Hu Shuai, the inept leader who had relied on his family's connections to ascend to the position of commander of the Wohu army, come to apologize. Jun Tian Su couldn't help but wonder, did these people truly care so little for the safety of Longwa for the sake of a single Hu Shuai? They could disregard the lives of ordinary citizens, but Jun Tian Su believed he could not. It seemed he had no choice but to temporarily set aside grievances and return to win this battle. Before departing, Jun Tian Su bid farewell to the Du family, informing them that he was returning to lead the Zonglong army against the coalition of the three kingdoms. The entire Du family stared at him as if he were mad. Du Feiyan's sister remarked, "Sister, my brother-in-law seems to have a severe delusion. Perhaps you should find him a good doctor." One by one, the members of the Du family mocked him. Jun Tian Su felt helpless. "Fine, when I return victorious, I shall explain everything in detail." With that, he dramatically swirled his cloak and prepared to leave. Du Feiyan's brother-in-law stood up, laughing heartily. "Jun Tian Su, you truly make me want to laugh to death. You leading the Zonglong army? Have you not seen the news? Just this morning, the Zonglong army joined forces with the Wohu army and decisively defeated the coalition of the three kingdoms, forcing them to retreat in disgrace back to their own country." Jun Tian-su was taken aback. How can this be? Without me, the foremost expert of Longhua. How could Longhua possibly triumph over the coalition? Du Fei Yan's brother-in-law turned on the television. Indeed, every channel was broadcasting this joyous news. The two armies had fought with such momentum that the three kingdoms capitulated, signing the surrender agreement. The war had reached a temporary conclusion. Everyone was elated. For not only did Longhua suffer minimal losses during this conflict, but it also showcased Longhua's formidable military prowess to the world. However, Jun Tian-su was far from pleased, especially upon learning that it was Gu Xiao who had orchestrated the cooperation between the Long army and the Wahoo army. He was utterly enraged. How dare he mobilize troops without my permission? Who authorized him to ally with the Wahoo army? Is this an act of rebellion? This is utterly outrageous. Du Fei Yan, witnessing her family ridicule Jun Tian-su's fanciful notions, felt a burning shame and splashed a bucket of water over his head. Jun Tian-su, are you awake yet? Drenched and chilled to the bone, Jun Tian-su attempted to explain, but no one heeded his protests. He could endure any indignity from the Du family, but he could not tolerate the grievances inflicted by his once loyal subordinates. Thus, he reached out to contact Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao did not answer, preoccupied with other matters. Jun Tian-su's fury intensified. How absurd. Now he refuses to answer my calls. Is he plotting a rebellion? What has happened to the basic decorum of a subordinate? It had only been a short time since he left the Long army. Yet it seemed they had descended into chaos and disorder. After numerous attempts to call Gu Xiao went unanswered, he resorted to contacting others within the Long army. Upon receiving Jun Tian-su's call, Xiao Si was utterly astonished. Long Shui. He instinctively straightened his posture, ready to shout some grand slogans. But upon meeting Gu Xiao's gaze, he snapped back to reality. Long Shui was currently in a submissive state. How could he commend him with praises? He needed to scold him instead. The more vehemently he berated, the more it would demonstrate his admiration for Long Shui. Thus, Xiao Si unleashed a torrent of invective. You coward, how dare you call me? You forsook your role as Long Shui to serve as a son-in-law, fetching tea and water for others. Even after being beaten and still refusing to leave. You are despicable. The three kingdoms are attacking Longhua, and as the god of war of Longhua, you bask in the adoration of the people, yet allow personal grievances to overshadow military matters in the face of a great enemy. You are utterly unprincipled. I, Zhu Xiaoxi, am ashamed to associate with someone like you. When the nation is in peril, you flee faster than anyone. A shameless coward. Go serve your wife and fetch her footbath water. I, the Long army, refuse to have a leader like you. Xiao Si's scathing remarks left Jun Tian-su questioning everything as he hung up the phone. After venting his frustrations, Xiao Si pondered his own conscience. What was happening? He felt no fear. Instead, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. His words echoed the sentiments of others, their faces flushed with a shared indignation. After all, the Long army had revered Jun Tian-su for years. No one had ever considered replacing him, merely waiting for his return. But did Jun Tian-su's actions honor their unwavering loyalty? Did no one harbor grievances? They had merely been overshadowed by his protagonist's halo all along. In that moment, the admiration they once held for him began to crumble like an avalanche. If Long Shui were to contact them in the future, they resolved to follow Xiao Si's example. To unleash even more scathing rebukes, determined to remind him of the responsible protector he once was. As Gu Xiao concluded his words, everyone seemed to have received 100 injections of adrenaline. Some even rushed to the internet to search for comprehensive collections of insults, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to employ them. Jun Tian-su subsequently made a phone call to his superior, and before he could utter a word, his superior interjected, Tian-su, since you wish to remain away, then do not return. Jun Tian-su was taken aback. Every individual has their aspirations. If you desire a mundane existence, we understand and shall not intrude upon your life. The superior hung up first, leaving Jun Tian-su bewildered. Is this not the same superior who has always treated me with utmost courtesy? He pondered, feeling a sense of indignation at being so abruptly dismissed. Chapter 13. The God of War's son-in-law. Do not seek me in the future. Jun Tian-su's life had always been smooth sailing. Even in his teenage years, he had received the inheritance of the formidable martial arts, and his cultivation progressed without any hindrances. Upon reaching the age for military service, he quickly distinguished himself and rose to become the commander of the prestigious Long army. However, due to the ease of his journey, he sought stimulation and became a son-in-law to the Du family, relishing in the feeling of being belittled. No matter how the Du family demeaned him, he endured it. Yet, he could not tolerate the disrespect from those who had once held him in great esteem. Very well. Have they all forgotten my past contributions? Do they no longer remember who has safeguarded this nation? You burn the bridge after crossing it. Do not come seeking my assistance in the future. To this day, Jun Tian-su remained arrogant. believing that the world could not function without him, that the earth would cease its rotation in his absence. Thus, he felt no sense of crisis and set the matter aside, awaiting the day when the entire upper echelon of the nation would personally visit the Du family to beseech his return. After resolving the issues with the Three Kingdoms coalition, Gu Xiao discovered a plethora of missed calls from Yu Lingling on his phone. At that moment, Yu Lingling called again. Gu Xiao answered, immediately stating, "What? Have you decided to obtain a marriage certificate and have children with me?" Yu Lingling, who had intended to scold him, found herself stammering, "Gu Xiao, a marriage certificate? Gu Xiao, be quiet. Children? Gu Xiao, are you ever going to stop? Marriage certificate and children?" Yu Lingling's face turned crimson with indignation. "Is there nothing else you can say besides marriage and children? Gu Xiao, give up. I will never marry you, and certainly will not bear your children." Without the prospect of marriage or children, Yu Lingling questioned the purpose of their relationship. Frustrated, she hung up. She wished she could storm over and slap Gu Xiao across the face for his audacity. It was truly too much. Tears brimmed in her eyes as a gentle male voice suddenly broke the silence. "What's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with your boyfriend?" Wiping her tears, she looked up to see Jun Tian standing before her. Earlier, while crossing the street engrossed in her phone, she had nearly been struck by a car. And Jun Tian had heroically rescued her, although her milk tea had splattered all over him. To express her gratitude, she insisted on buying him a new outfit. How could Jun Tian refuse such a charming and earnest young lady? Thus, they ventured to the mall, but when it came time to pay, Yu Lingling suddenly remembered that Gu Xiao had taken her salary card. She attempted to use the credit card issued under Gu Xiao's name, only to discover it had been cancelled. Feeling embarrassed as the moment of payment approached, she faced a condescending cashier who uttered several snarky remarks. Unable to endure the humiliation, she stepped aside to call Gu Xiao, only to be met with his dismissive attitude. Observing the distressed expression on the lovely young lady's face, Jun Tian felt a surge of pity. "Does your boyfriend always speak to you in such a manner?" "That is simply his temperament," she replied. "No matter how angry he may be, a man should never treat his woman this way." Yu Lingling felt as if she had found a kindred spirit. Nearly collapsing into Jun Tian's arms to weep, the cashier rolled her eyes and interjected, "Miss, are you going to make a purchase or not?" "Yes, of course. I will buy." She could not leave feeling looked down upon. "Then please proceed to pay." This was a high-end store, and the clothing was already exorbitantly priced. As Yu Lingling attempted to pay, the system malfunctioned, which only reinforced the cashier's disdainful attitude. "If you can't afford it, don't waste my time," the cashier sneered. Yu Lingling, flushed with embarrassment, retorted, "Why are you speaking so rudely? I simply forgot to bring my bank card." All of this was Gu Xiao's fault for putting her in a humiliating situation. "Forgot your bank card, did you? Then surely you can use mobile payment," the cashier scoffed. Her disdain palpable, Yu Lingling bit her lip, frustrated. Witnessing the lovely young lady's plight, Jun Tian promptly produced his unlimited black card. "Use mine." Here was a man who, despite living off his wife, would rather not expose his financial capabilities. Yet he willingly pulled out his black card for a woman he had just met. Upon noticing the prestigious black card, the cashier's mockery intensified. It seemed that in this narrative, anyone who encountered Jun Tian was destined to belittle and ridicule him, often going so far as to disparage his lineage. Jun Tian felt his temples throb at the cashier's scathing remarks, ultimately resorting to a grand display by purchasing an entire store's worth of merchandise. Leaving with only a single piece of clothing. In front of his wife, he feigned humility, but in the presence of other women, he exuded a masculine bravado. As he proudly led the astonished Yu Lingling out of the store, the cashier remained in a state of shock, trembling in panic as if she had witnessed something unimaginable. Once outside the mall, Jun Tian turned to Yu Lingling and said, "You are a good girl. A man like your boyfriend does not deserve you." These words struck a chord in Yu Lingling's heart. Compared to a man like Jun Tian, Gu Xiao seemed woefully inadequate. Here was Jun Tian, having only met her once, willing to stand up against a condescending cashier and spend a fortune on her, while Gu Xiao merely used his meager salary and treated her so poorly. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After parting ways with Jun Tian, Yu Lingling called Gu Xiao again. Regardless of what she said, Gu Xiao persistently asked, "Do you want to get a marriage certificate? Do you want to have children?" "Gu Xiao," she yelled, her temples throbbing, "why did you cancel the credit card? Do you want a marriage certificate? Children? Gu Xiao, you need to come home right now. I want to hear your explanation in person. Marriage certificate? Children? Gu Xiao, if you don't come back, you will lose me for good. Marriage certificate? Children?" The two individuals were engaged in a futile conversation, ultimately leading to Yu Lingling's breakdown as she could no longer endure the situation and hung up the phone. Chapter 14. The War Goddess Son-in-Law. "Do you have an issue with me?" Gu Xiao also expressionlessly withdrew his phone. Xiao Si leaned in closer. "Xiao Gu, what is going on? Who has been incessantly calling and messaging you? My girlfriend. Oh, Xiao Gu. Seems like sister-in-law can't bear to part with you. Gu Xiao merely smiled without uttering a word. The following day, upon returning home to retrieve some belongings, Gu Xiao found Yu Lingling seated on the sofa, regarding him as if he were a class enemy. As Gu Xiao appeared oblivious to her fury, she could no longer hold back her frustration. Gu Xiao, do you have any idea how much face you made me lose yesterday? I do not, nor am I interested in knowing. Apart from obtaining a marriage certificate and having children, I have no other interests. Gu Xiao, look at the boyfriends of others. She began to ramble on. Yet, a single statement from Gu Xiao swiftly put an end to her monologue. Criticizing one's partner while being utterly unremarkable oneself, fantasizing about a wealthy, young, handsome, gentle, and utterly compliant domineer. Have you lost your mind? Shall I manually evolve you? How utterly malicious. Indeed, I may lack many skills, but my love for you is genuine and unwavering. Is that not sufficient? And what about you? Is this how you treat me? Gu Xiao, whether your heart is genuine, I cannot ascertain, but I do know that the money I have spent on you is entirely sincere. Millions have been squandered by Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling, is it merely a matter of spending a little of your money? I love you immensely. Isn't it only natural for you to provide me with funds? And you only earn so little each month. How dare you complain? I love you just as much. Why don't you give me some money to spend? I only have a modest income. At least it is still money. How much do you have? Please. A jobless drifter who relies on others has the audacity to look down on someone earning tens of thousands a month? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Yu Lingling's face flushed crimson. It became impossible to continue the conversation. No matter what she said to Gu Xiao, he countered with a retort. The argument escalated to the topic of marriage and children, her face nearly bursting with frustration from the acne. Yet Gu Xiao remained relaxed. Is this when you start feeling stifled? What is this compared to the years you have spent watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, making others endure a lifetime of misery? Ever since acquiring the system, he had developed a fondness for the expression of defiance against a world that sought to extinguish him, yet failed miserably. The silent, inert system, suppressing the might of a six-realm war god beneath its heel, soared ever higher in its comedic absurdity, truly a formidable entity. Gu Xiao sensed the system's inner turmoil and raised an eyebrow, querying through his mind, "Do you have an issue with me?" The system, groveling for survival, meekly replied, "I dare not, my lord." When the system first bonded with Gu Xiao, it believed it could easily manipulate him. However, in their initial narrative realm, when it attempted to assert control, Gu Xiao had swiftly demonstrated his prowess by tearing the system apart. The system trembled in fear. Gu Xiao was originally a mere cannon fodder in a fantasy novel, overshadowed by the protagonist's radiance, yet he was a genuinely formidable six-realm war god. Yet, in the face of the protagonist's brilliance, all of that paled in comparison. The protagonist of that realm was akin to a bandit, seizing everything in his path. Ultimately, Gu Xiao became a stepping stone for the protagonist, his fiancée became the protagonist's, and he sacrificed himself to aid the protagonist's ascension. It was utterly humiliating. Then the system chose him. How absurd. It was well known that in narrative realms, the antagonist's intelligence was forcibly diminished by the protagonist's halo. Why then did it select Gu Xiao, who appeared so easily manageable? Could someone capable of becoming a six-realm war god truly be so easily manipulated? The current system was no longer a system. It was but a humble lackey toiling beneath the six-realm war god. What do you wish to do now, Great One? Why not simply break up with Yu Lingling? Gu Xiao retorted, if I were to break up with her, she would go out and spread slander. And I would become the scoundrel condemned by all. The system pondered, then what do you truly wish for? To continually observe the idyllic fields while watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Gu Xiao replied, isn't it just being betrayed? Stay calm, my friend. In the original plot, after Yu Lingling and June Tyance developed feelings for each other, she secretly pursued a relationship with him behind the original protagonist's back. After June Tyance flaunted his impressive identity for all to see, Yu Lingling became utterly devoted to him. Eventually, she became pregnant. Yet she knew June Tyance would never marry her. With so many women vying for his attention, marrying one would disrupt the delicate balance among them. She could neither bear to terminate the pregnancy nor allow her child to be born without a father, condemned to the ridicule of being a bastard. Thus, she continued as if nothing had happened, informing the original protagonist that the child was his, and married him. After marriage, she continued her clandestine liaison with June Tyance. Consequently, the original protagonist's wife and child were effectively raised by June Tyance, unbeknownst to him until he discovered that his home was merely a chamber of the protagonist, where the latter would occasionally visit to sleep with his wife and amuse his child. The original protagonist believed he had remained loyal to June Tyance, yet he was treated in this manner. Moreover, June Tyance felt no shame nor remorse, explaining to the original protagonist, I refrained from telling you to avoid hurting you. The original protagonist was left incredulous. So, I should be grateful that you have been unfaithful to me for so long, but didn't inform me out of concern for my feelings. Yet, under the oppressive halo of June Tyance, the original protagonist continued to support the protagonist's wife and child, remaining an unwaveringly loyal subordinate. Gu Xiao, as a man, could not help but curse under his breath. The protagonist, with his status and identity, deliberately chose to act cowardly, only to be betrayed by his wife. Yet he lacked the capacity for empathy, instead seeking to betray others. And the one he betrayed was his loyal supporter? If they wished to engage in such morally reprehensible games, why should he not indulge them? In the end, let them all be sent into a frenzy. Observing Gu Xiao's deeply contemplative demeanor, the system recalled that this formidable individual had grown accustomed to betrayal. Moreover, in previous narrative realms, he had even gone so far as to betray himself, an audacious act indeed. At that moment, Yu Lingling, having seethed for a considerable time, noticed Gu Xiao preparing to leave with his belongings. She quickly softened her tone. Hurry and open up a credit card for me, and also my salary card. Having taken the first step towards reconciliation, she hoped Gu Xiao would recognize the gesture. Rest assured, I will not spend recklessly in the future. I intend to save money to buy a house for my parents to retire in. Gu Xiao paused in his tracks. Wait, for whom are you buying a house? Chapter 15. The War Goddess Son-in-Law, treating you like my own son. Gu Xiao halted. Wait, for whom are you buying a house? Yu Lingling replied, for my parents. Of course. My brother is getting married, and their house will become my brother's and sister-in-law's. My parents will have nowhere to stay. What about your brother and sister-in-law? Will they not support your parents? My brother and sister-in-law are under significant pressure raising their child. Oh, you truly are a dutiful daughter. Keep up the good work. Seeing that he only spoke empty words without any actual effort, Yu Lingling retorted with annoyance. What do you mean by I should work harder? It is you who needs to strive, earn money, and enable my parents to move into a new home sooner. Furthermore, you say, you earn too little in the military. Why not find a side job? A little hardship is nothing. Just buy a house for my parents, and they will treat you like their own son. Gu Xiao reiterated Yu Lingling's sentiment. So, your implication is that you do nothing at home? Expecting me to earn and save money for you to buy a house for your parents? Of course, you are their son-in-law. It is only right for you to show filial piety. Whose name will be on the property deed? It will be in my parents' names, as it is for them. When they pass on, I shall inherit the property. Gu Xiao touched his head, pondering whether he was under some influence of ignorance that affected Yu Lingling. Why does she seem so foolish? Are there indeed many born simpletons in this narrative dimension? Gu Xiao, my parents raised me with great effort. I do not wish for them to suffer in their old age without a place to live. I hope you can understand my feelings as their daughter. Your parents raised you with difficulty, and you do not want them to suffer as they age, so you should work hard to earn money and show them filial respect. Yet, you still indulge in laziness every day? You expect someone like me, who is already shouldering the responsibility of my own parents' care, to support yours? How audacious. In that case, I shall not delay you further. You may return to your parents. From now on, purchasing a house or a car is entirely up to you. How absurd. Does she think that being with her means I am merely a caretaker for the Yu family? She demands I treat her parents as my own, while she bears no obligation or respect towards mine. This woman is simply extraordinary. From which refuse bin did the original owner pull out such a gem? What kind of astonishing parents must Yu Lingling have to raise such a uniquely unconventional daughter? Yu Lingling, lost in her own plans, suddenly heard Gu Xiao's words and frowned. Gu Xiao? What do you mean by that? Gu Xiao, I have not even bought a house for my parents yet. How could I purchase one for yours? Does that make any sense? Your parents already have a place to live. Why buy another? Gu Xiao, that is theirs, not my filial offering. My parents also have it tough, and not just them. My grandparents, uncles, and aunts all have their struggles. I must continue to strive to ensure that each of them has a home. Yu Lingling's eyes widened. Gu Xiao, are you out of your mind? What do those people have to do with you that you would buy them a house? Gu Xiao, you are the one who is mad. What relationship do I have with your parents? If you do not marry me or bear my children, what right do you have to expect me to support your parents? Yu Lingling's absurd logic shattered Gu Xiao's worldview once more. To alleviate your stress, I have decided not to marry for now, and we want to have children in the future. Isn't that wonderful? Gu Xiao gave Yu Lingling a thumbs up. Woman, you have won. Gu Xiao's sarcastic demeanor only darkened Yu Lingling's expression. It's just a house. How significant can it be? Why is he being so evasive? Modern men are utterly lacking in capability. Gu Xiao, you have truly changed. You are no longer the Gu Xiao who adored and loved me. Yes, I have transformed. I am now increasingly enlightened and wise. Faced with your kind of foolishness, I can restrain my urge to unleash my fists. As Gu Xiao opened the door, Yu Lingling rushed forward, yelling for him to stop. However, upon reaching the door, she saw a group of tall men with prominent ears standing outside. They were all brothers from the Songlong army, waiting for Gu Xiao. In that moment, Yu Lingling felt utterly embarrassed. Why didn't you tell me in advance that there were people outside? Gu Xiao, you spoke so confidently in front of me without a hint of shame. What does it matter if others hear? As long as you feel shameless, no one else will think you are. Yu Lingling, this was in front of outsiders. And it offered her no dignity whatsoever. She quickly covered her face and fled outside. Gu Xiao, so you do no shame. You clearly understand how unreasonable your demands are, yet still had the audacity to voice them? Xiao Gu, your girlfriend has run off. Are you not going to chase after her? Gu Xiao casually asked. Given the situation, do you think I could chase after her? Reflecting on the unreasonable request Yu Lingling had made earlier, the group fell silent, refusing to marry or have children, yet boldly demanding that the man buy a house for her parents and treat them as his own. If they were to marry, wouldn't that be asking for the moon? Yu Lingling ran outside, noticing that Gu Xiao did not follow, and slowed her pace. Before long, she heard footsteps and immediately turned her head away haughtily, waiting for Gu Xiao to come back and coax her. Instead, Gu Xiao and the Songlong army members directly got into a vehicle and drove away. Yu Lingling, very well. You think that just because I love you, you can recklessly hurt me, don't you? Gu Xiao, I will make you weep and kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. Having thought this bitterly, Yu Lingling returned to the Yu family to recount her grievances to her parents. Upon learning how Gu Xiao treated their precious daughter, both Yu father and Yu mother were furious. When they discovered that Gu Xiao was unwilling to buy even a single house for them, but was constantly pressuring their daughter to marry and have children, their anger intensified. This scoundrel, I entrusted my beautiful daughter to him, yet he does not cherish her? Lingling, do not cry. I will go speak clearly to that scoundrel. Yu Lingling added. Dad, tell him that unless he personally comes to kneel and beg for my forgiveness, signing a guarantee to promise he will buy a house for you in the future, I will absolutely not return. He should not think I am afraid to break up. What right does a man who cannot even afford a house have to be with her? Yu Lingling. Yu father called Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao did not answer, which infuriated him, prompting him to go to the Songlong army headquarters to confront him personally. Gu Xiao, presently, had no time to deal with Yu father as he was quite upset. This morning, while accounting for the new recruits, he discovered that 30 or so of them were missing, and notably, they were the best candidates with the greatest potential. Chapter 16. The War God's Son-in-Law, not taking Long Shuai seriously. Gu Xiao inquired of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu replied, it was Supervisor Qiao who took them away, saying that Long Shuai would soon return, and he wanted to personally train a private guard for Long Shuai. Gu Xiao fell silent, his expression cold as he sought out Supervisor Qiao. Xiao Wu, Xiao Si, and the others hurriedly followed, fearing Gu Xiao's temper might lead him to assault Supervisor Qiao. At that moment, Supervisor Qiao was leisurely lounging under an umbrella, observing his subordinates training the new recruits. Cultivating a compliant private guard for Jun Tian's was not only to curry favor with him, but also to utilize this new batch of recruits to replace Gu Xiao in Jun Tian's inner circle. He was adept at such machinations. At this point, a subordinate brought him a cold drink and asked, Supervisor, if we take the new recruits without permission, will Mr. Gu disapprove? Who cares if he disapproves? Supervisor Qiao scoffed. His backing was Jun Tian's, the true master of the entire Songlong army. What was Gu Xiao? While he held the title of general, he was merely a dog that could be summoned and dismissed at will by Jun Tian's, with a status even inferior to his. He was not afraid of offending Gu Xiao. In this moment, Gu Xiao dares to flaunt his authority within the Songlong army, merely because the tiger is absent, allowing the monkey to reign supreme. Once the dragon commander returns, what will become of him? Just then, Gu Xiao advanced, commanding all the new recruits to return to the training ground immediately. The new recruits exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. What? Do you need me to personally invite each of you? Recalling Gu Xiao's past methods of dealing with these fledgling soldiers, they could not help but swallow hard, hastily making their way back to the training ground. Seeing this, General Qiao was infuriated, springing to his feet. Gu Xiao, how dare you? You audaciously carry away the elite warriors painstakingly selected and trained by the Dragon Commander. Elite warriors? Do you still think this is the Imperial Dynasty? Are the People's soldiers not charging into battle to protect their homeland, but rather to perish for Jun Tiankai? How brazenly you nourish private soldiers for Jun Tiankai. Why not ascend to the heavens while you're at it? General Qiao, may I inquire who authorized you to cultivate private soldiers for the Dragon Commander? Where's the approval order? Is the commander even aware? General Qiao was momentarily speechless. Such matters were hardly something he would dare report for approval. In any era, those in power would never tolerate their subordinates raising private armies. Although many might engage in such practices behind the scenes, none would dare to bring it to the forefront. General Gu, we are all under the command of the Dragon Commander, naturally acting in his best interest, with the Dragon Commander in a high position. Having a personal protection unit at his disposal would facilitate the handling of military affairs, wouldn't it? Implicitly suggesting that opposing this was tantamount to disregarding the Dragon Commander. Or do you believe that with the Dragon Commander absent, the Songlong army is yours to command? Are you fearful that the Dragon Commander will return to lead the Songlong army and usurp your authority? The Songlong army has always belonged to the nation and the people, never to any individual. Though General Xiao may lack intelligence, he should grasp this fundamental truth. General Xiao, why must you insult others' intelligence while speaking? Enraged, General Xiao lunged at Gu Xiao, entirely disregarding Gu Xiao's current strength. Naturally, he was swiftly subdued and beaten by Gu Xiao. They were all individuals of considerable cultivation. Typically, during a brawl, one would first strike a pose, striving to appear ethereal and gentlemanly. But Gu Xiao was different, always commencing with a firm slap to the opponent's head, following up with a flurry of punches, leaving no chance for any pretense. At that moment, General Xiao was akin to a fool who hadn't even begun to feign sophistication before being reduced to a state resembling that of a pig. His face contorted. He pointed a finger at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, how dare you strike me? Gu Xiao responded with a kick. I'll strike you whenever I please. Do I need to schedule a date for it? In this narrative of the war god's son-in-law, most characters are merely affected by Jun Tiansai's aura of diminished intelligence, blindly opposing him to elevate his status. Their resistance is limited to mockery and derision, devoid of any genuinely malicious means. Yet, General Xiao is different. In the story, he is Jun Tiansai's foremost confidant, a blade in his hand. The male protagonist's image forbids him from engaging in excessively nefarious deeds. Thus, General Xiao adeptly navigates the challenges Jun Tiankai faces, often resorting to unscrupulous measures to achieve his ends. If Jun Tiankai fancies a woman, he will use poison against her. If he disapproves of someone, he will orchestrate their ruin. In this tale, he embodies the archetype of a true villain. Yet, because he is a sycophant to the male lead, all his malice is whitewashed as loyalty to him. Gu Xiao, no matter how profound your cultivation, you are merely a dog by the Dragon Commander's side, and you dare to be arrogant before me? When the Dragon Commander returns, I shall exact bloody vengeance for today as humiliation. Gu Xiao seized General Xiao's hair, forcing him to meet his gaze despite the swelling around his eyes. You must understand, even if I am not the Dragon Commander's dog, I bear the honor of 18 first-class merits, whereas you, without the title of a dog, are left with nothing. With that, he released General Xiao. Gu Xiao's achievements over the years are evident. His collaboration with the Wohu army in repelling foreign enemies is commendable. Such accomplishments would undoubtedly place him in the position of leadership in the Songlong army, especially in the absence of Jun Tiankai, who occupies his position without contributing. The higher-ups have even subtly hinted at this to Gu Xiao, yet loyalty to Jun Tiankai runs deep within the Songlong army. And Gu Xiao has made it clear he would never betray the Dragon Commander. Otherwise, the question of who leads the Songlong army today would be far from settled. General Xiao, Gu Xiao, I am your colleague. Striking your own comrade is a violation of military regulations. Who witnessed me strike you? Gu Xiao turned to the crowd behind him. Did any of you see? Xiaoxi immediately fixed his gaze upon the blazing sun, tears welling in his eyes. What a magnificent sun! Xiao Wu chimed in, resting a hand on his shoulder, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I have never seen such an ethereal, breathtaking sun. The others joined in, linking arms to admire the sun. Even General Xiao's own men, fearing Gu Xiao's strength, turned their eyes to the sun. General Xiao was nearly overcome with rage. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao strode away nonchalantly. By the way, General Xiao, do wash your hair. Your dandruff and oil got all over my hands, affecting my next opportunity to strike you. General Xiao exclaimed, You go too far. You go too far. Having dealt with General Xiao, it was time for a break. Gu Xiao had a meal, changed into civilian attire, and reluctantly went to meet Father Yu, lest he end up infuriated. The members of the Songlong army observed him, feeling a sense of sympathy. Our brother Xiao is truly unfortunate, isn't. After finally finding a girlfriend, he ends up with a family like this. Had they not overheard Yu Lingling's remarks that day, they would have thought her to be a commendable young lady. Chapter 17. The War God's Son-in-Law. The father-in-law beats the son-in-law. It is unfortunate that Yu Lingling herself is peculiar, but her father is equally odd. Otherwise, why would he come to stir trouble in such a place? Does he not realize the negative repercussions this may bring to Gu Xiao? One must acknowledge that, at Gu Xiao's level, marriage requires the consideration and consent of the nation's higher-ups. Father Yu's ruckus would surely draw attention from above, and it would no longer be a matter of whether Yu Lingling wishes to marry, but rather that she may no longer be eligible to wed at all. Xiaoxi and Xiao Wu, hearing the others sympathizing with Gu Xiao, could not help but wear a numb smile. Sympathy? What a farce. At least our brother Xiao has a girlfriend. Do any of you? Gu Xiao chose a restaurant far from the Songlong army headquarters to meet Father Yu. Throughout the encounter, Father Yu maintained a stern expression, his eyes fixed intensely on Gu Xiao, creating an atmosphere as if he were confronting a sworn enemy. Gu Xiao, however, smiled and asked, "Uncle, what brings you to me?" Father Yu erupted, "My daughter has been so hurt by you that she cried for a long time. And you still act as if nothing has happened, grinning at me? She is the jewel of our Yu family. As parents, we cannot bear to let her suffer even a little. And you have the audacity." Gu Xiao thought to himself, "Stop pretending. You were the one who packaged Yu Lingling and sent her to the original owner's home. You yourself are ashamed of your daughter. How can you expect others to treat her like a princess?" "Uncle, please let me explain." Father Yu slammed the table and stood up. "There is nothing to discuss. The harm you have caused my daughter cannot be remedied with just a few words." Patrons in the restaurant turned their heads, whispering amongst themselves. Observing the furious countenance of his father-in-law, it was evident that his daughter had undoubtedly endured domestic abuse. A man who would bully his own wife deserved to be taught a lesson by her father. Even if it resulted in his demise, it would be justly warranted. This man bore a menacing demeanor, unmistakably the mark of a rogue. We must keep a vigilant watch. Should he dare to strike the father-in-law, we shall intervene without hesitation. Upon hearing such remarks, Father Yu felt an even greater sense of righteousness as a protective father. To further highlight Gu Xiao's culpability and assert a preemptive stance, he directly struck Gu Xiao. Father Yu had often resorted to such tactics, and Gu Xiao had never shied away from them. Each time, the blows were delivered with considerable force, as if he did not regard Gu Xiao as a future son-in-law. After all, he was not his biological child. There was no heartache in inflicting pain. However, this time, Gu Xiao resisted, firmly grasping Father Yu's hand. With a smile, he thrust a glass of water into Father Yu's palm. "Uncle, are you in need of water? This glass is at the perfect temperature." Though the contents were cold, Gu Xiao had utilized his cultivation to heat the water to an unbearable degree. Father Yu's hand was forcibly held, the cup nearly scorching him, causing him to stifle a scream. Yet, Gu Xiao maintained his grip, rendering any attempt to break free futile. "What seems to be the matter, uncle? Is the water not warm enough?" Father Yu, engaged in a flurry of futile movements, ultimately found himself trembling. After a moment, he regained his composure and violently flung Gu Xiao away, the glass of water being hurled at an awkward angle, splashing scalding water onto himself. It was summer, and dressed lightly, the boiling water elicited a cry of agony from Father Yu. "Gu Xiao, you scoundrel! You deliberately burned me." Gu Xiao feigned innocence. "Uncle, what are you saying? Isn't this merely a glass of cold water?" The onlookers were equally perplexed. Burned by cold water? Surely, this was absurd. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Gu Xiao, Father Yu's frustration mounted. "How dare you, a mere boy, play such underhanded tricks on your future father-in-law?" His voice boomed, overflowing with indignation. "Let me make myself clear. If you do not kneel and apologize to both me and Ling Ling today, you shall never be with her again." What did it matter that Gu Xiao was the esteemed vice-commander of the Songlong army? Before his daughter, he must bow and submit. Did Father Yu not understand his daughter's character? He certainly could not bear to part with a son-in-law who was commendable in every regard. It seemed that the Yu family wished to cling to the original owner, yet acted as though the original owner was the one gaining a tremendous advantage. "Uncle, if you expect me to kneel and apologize, you must first enlighten me on what I have done to offend you," Gu Xiao replied, his demeanor remarkably composed. "Have I insulted you? Have I struck you?" He continued, "At my age, I should naturally be settling down, providing my family with an explanation. I discussed marriage with her, yet she claimed she was not ready and did not wish to marry. So, we agreed to part ways amicably, ensuring that neither of us would hold the other back. Is that not perfectly reasonable? Yet, she refuses to break up, nor does she wish to marry me. As I approach 35, my parents are turning gray. As a soldier, should I meet an untimely end, my parents would be left with nothing to hold on to. What am I to do? I intended to marry her. Thus I entrusted her with my salary card, only for her to squander millions of my savings over 5 years, even using my identification to open credit cards and racking up debts of hundreds of thousands. Now, I am left penniless, burdened with debt, and she demands that I buy her parents a house and a car. Where am I to procure such funds? Shall I sell my organs or my blood?" As he spoke, Gu Xiao emphatically struck his chest. "Uncle, your actions bewilder me further. I have done nothing, yet you accuse me of burning you. What am I to apologize for?" His expression of desperation was almost theatrical. The system observed with rapt attention, intrigued by Gu Xiao's performance. "Xiao, I shall craft a little golden figurine for you," it remarked. Gu Xiao continued his emotional display, lamenting how a romantic entanglement had plunged him into massive debt. A burden he dared not reveal to his parents or friends, as love was a personal endeavor, one he would endure alone. "Rest assured, uncle, Even though the money was spent by Ling Ling, I will not demand repayment from her, even if I must go without food and water. I shall repay the bank at the earliest opportunity. Father Yu was left in a stupor, unable to keep pace with Gu Zhao's rapid-fire retorts. The patrons of the restaurant were equally moved by his impassioned performance. What a pitiable man, so honest and simple, yet entangled with such a woman. One murmured. Just moments ago, did you not remark on his fierce appearance? This family is truly excessive. Their daughter spends his money and lives in his home. Yet they hold him captive in an unwed state, demanding he provide for them. Have they lost their minds? The man is a soldier, and this vicinity houses the headquarters of the Canglong army. Surely, he is a member of the esteemed military. Chapter 18. The God of War's son-in-law. Take care, Dragon Commander. The Canglong army valiantly fights to protect our homeland. Without their sacrifices, could we enjoy such a comfortable existence? Yet this family has pushed him to such extremes. Such shamelessness is unprecedented. Moments ago, the crowd had condemned Gu Xiao, but now, the tide of opinion had shifted dramatically, striking Father Yu squarely in the face. How dare you speak such nonsense? Father Yu exclaimed, flustered. With earnestness, Gu Xiao replied, Uncle, which of my statements was erroneous? Please correct me, and I shall amend my words. Did Ling Ling not spend millions of my savings over 5 years? Did she not max out my credit cards? Did she not compel me to purchase a house and car for you? Are you out of your mind? Father Yu retorted. Witnessing the crowd's judgmental stares directed at him, fearing Gu Zhao's unyielding nature might divulge even more of his daughter's indiscretions. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile. Xiao, you and Ling Ling are merely dating. It is inappropriate to dwell on such matters. Actually, if you wish to marry Ling Ling, it is not impossible. Here's the deal. Prepare 500,000 in bride price, along with a house and a car for us, and my daughter will become part of the Gu family. The onlookers gasped at Father Yu's audacity. Uncle, he is already in debt due to your daughter. You still demand 500,000 in bride price? Is she a celestial being? Gu Xiao appeared utterly stunned. Uncle, I beg you. I truly cannot afford to marry her. Please, grant me mercy. Father Yu's anger flared. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to abandon her? The crowd could no longer contain their frustration, fists clenched, eager to confront Father Yu. To insist on a marriage despite his clear inability to afford it was akin to coercing someone into a life of servitude. The old man was utterly despicable. At that moment, Yu Lingling rushed in. Gu Xiao, you profess your desire to marry me, yet you refuse to provide even 500,000 in bride price. Is this your sincerity in wanting to marry me? The onlookers had expected that a father who would demand such an exorbitant bride price must have a daughter of extraordinary beauty. Yet, upon seeing Yu Lingling, disappointment washed over them. While she was indeed attractive, she was far from a stunning beauty, merely possessing a certain charm. How could a father, whose daughter is merely cute yet indulgent, extravagant, and lazy, possess the audacity to demand a dowry of 5 million? Gu Xiao, visibly fatigued, remarked, Ling Ling, I hold sincere intentions in marrying you, yet I must also consider my parents' circumstances and act within my means. Given your family's conditions, I truly cannot afford to marry you. As Gu Xiao finished speaking, Jun Tiansu emerged unexpectedly, asserting a semblance of fairness. Gu Xiao, even if you lack financial resources at present, it is inappropriate to utter such irresponsible words. Instead, you should strive harder to meet the expectations of your future in-laws and not disappoint the affections of such a fine young woman. Gu Zhao's lips twitched. Young man, while your lofty ideals sound commendable, have you ever contemplated how you treat your wife and her family? Are you not a hypocrite? With the dramatic flair of a hero, Jun Tiansu approached Yu Lingling. Rest assured, Gu Xiao is under my command. I shall advocate for you, ensuring that no one under my supervision wrongs a girl as admirable as you. He then turned to chastise Gu Xiao, demanding an apology to the Yu family. But Gu Xiao did not grant him that opportunity. Instead, he swiftly placed his palm on Jun Tiansu's shoulder with precision and force. What should you call me? Jun Tiansu's expression darkened as he felt the weight of an immense burden upon him. He realized that his own abilities had once again eluded him, and the pressure on his shoulder intensified, causing his bones to creak. If this continued, he feared for his very integrity. Astounded, Jun Tiansu pondered how Gu Zhao's strength had become so formidable. He had always believed that those beneath him should remain subservient. Yet now Gu Xiao showed him no respect at all, and his power had become unfathomably profound, fueling only Jun Tiansu's ire. Gu Xiao, how dare you? What should you call me? Jun Tiansu relished belittling his subordinates, relishing their prostration before him, yet he now found himself looking down upon another subordinate. What's this? One sycophant scorns another? Jun Tiansu's face had turned pale, and after a long struggle, he finally managed to grit his teeth and utter, Father. Everyone present was taken aback, staring incredulously at Jun Tiansu. Yu Lingling, in particular, could hardly believe that the hero she idolized would call Gu Xiao father. Mr. Gu, I am utterly disappointed in you. With that, she turned and fled. Yu's father, feeling intimidated by Gu Xiao, dared not utter another word and hurried after his daughter. Son, are we not going to have a heart-to-heart? Jun Tian-su could only leave, his face tinged with green anger. However, not long after, Gu Xiao unexpectedly caught up to him, his demeanor respectful. Dragon Commander, please do not be angry. Earlier, you almost revealed your identity. I acted as I did solely to help you conceal it. Gu Xiao feigned an air of someone who would rather endure misunderstandings than divulge the truth, gesturing as if to seal his lips. Should such a situation arise again, I will adapt accordingly. Rest assured, I will ensure that no one discovers the Dragon Commander's identity. Jun Tian-su, feeling a mix of exasperation and disbelief, thought, you dare to play such tricks on me? The system chimed in. This host is utterly remarkable. His antics are truly something else, almost causing me to strain my back. As Jun Tian-su was about to voice his grievances, Gu Xiao interrupted, Dragon Commander. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Take care. With that, he swiftly departed. Jun Tian-su felt a surge of frustration, as if he had been caught in a whirlwind, unable to release the pent-up emotions. He had never felt so constrained, neither when facing ridicule from the Du family nor from those who belittled him. Back then, he had known he would reclaim his dignity one day. Yet now, the constraints imposed by Gu Xiao left him feeling helpless. After the new recruit training concluded, Gu Xiao reviewed the progress of his 2 tasks. Despite appearing idle upon his arrival, having merely struck the male lead once, he had successfully reduced the progress of the intelligence-diminishing task and the intelligence-boosting task to 30%. The male lead's halo was upheld by a facade of prestige and governmental support. In this comical tale of the war god's son-in-law, events unfolded in a series of celebrations and gatherings, with the male lead continually facing derogatory remarks and disdain. Today marked yet another banquet, coinciding with Du Feiyin and Jun Tian-su's divorce celebration. Gu Xiao promptly summoned the members of the Dragon Hidden Army, their eager anticipation palpable. Brother Xiao, are we going to treat the Dragon Commander again? Yes, this task is particularly challenging. Before Gu Xiao could elaborate, Xiao Wu rushed to the area where the military dogs typically rested. What are you doing, Xiao Wu? I'm searching for dog droppings for the Dragon Commander's treatment. Xiao Si chimed in. Then gather a few more. Each brother should have one to ensure the Dragon Commander's swift recovery. Xiao Wu nodded, but soon expressed his frustration. What is going on today? Are the military dogs not defecating? Their isn't a single pile. I'll go ask the logistics personnel. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wu returned, carrying a bucket of foul-smelling dog droppings. Brother Xiao, is this sufficient? Gu Xiao replied. I merely intended for you to assist in diminishing the male lead's halo and bolster his intellect. Why do I see such enthusiasm on your faces, as if you were preparing for a grand event? Seeing Gu Xiao's incredulous expression, Xiao Wu assumed he was uncertain about their capabilities. Brother Xiao, rest assured, I have practiced countless times to ensure precision. It will surely hit its mark. Not only allowing the Dragon Commander to savor the delightful aroma of the droppings, but also to feel our admiration and reverence from the inside out. With utmost seriousness, Xiao Wu distributed rubber gloves to everyone, readying them for their noble mission to aid the Dragon Commander. The others echoed their commitment. The atmosphere solemn, as if they were embarking on a quest to save the world rather than merely disposing of dog droppings. Brother Xiao, why are you silent? Gu Xiao sighed. You've said it all. What more is there for me to add? In that moment, Gu Xiao realized that not everyone required intellectual enhancement. Some merely possessed an innate knack for absurdity, such as this group of misfits. Upon arriving at the banquet, Gu Xiao sought a discreet vantage point to observe the unfolding events. At that moment, Du Feiyin, icy and resolute, confronted the timid Jun Tian-su. Jun Tian-su, I want a divorce. Jun Tian-su, in his usual cowardly fashion, attempted to plead for reconciliation, yet Du Feiyin was steadfast in her resolve. It is often said that a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Conversely, is it not true the other way around? Ever since she wed Jun Tian, how much ridicule has she endured? And what of Jun Tian? Beyond his sweet words, what actions has he taken? She can no longer bear it. This time, she must seek a divorce. Fian, grant me another chance. I promise to restore your pride in the future. However, regardless of Jun Tian's pleas, Du Fian remains resolute. Jun Tian's expression gradually turns icy. Fian, I advise you to reconsider. Do not make a hasty decision you will regret for a lifetime. Should Du Fian feel remorse now, he would not mind offering her another opportunity to continue as the war goddess wife, and he would support the Du family in the future. Yet, if she insists on pursuing wealth and status, casting him aside for a more affluent suitor, he will no longer concern himself with the affairs of the Du family. In fact, without him, the Du family would have perished 5 years ago. he would not hesitate to let them experience the sensation of overnight bankruptcy. Witnessing his arrogance despite his apparent lack of merit, Du Fian could no longer tolerate it and presented the divorce agreement. Jun Tiance, I have already signed. You should do so swiftly, for I can no longer endure a single day with you. Seeing Du Fian had long planned for the divorce, Jun Tiance's countenance grew even colder. Coupled with the mockery and jeers from others, he could no longer contain himself. Very well, Du Fian, you initiated the divorce. Do not come to regret it. Initially, he merely sought to interact with the Du family in the humble guise of a son-in-law, wishing to avoid their trepidation due to his true identity as the war god. Yet his modesty was met with scorn. He endured this humiliation for the sake of repaying the debt of gratitude to the late elder Du, marrying Du Fian out of respect for the assistance the Du family had provided him. After all, who wishes to be a sycophant without genuine affection? To his astonishment, Du Fian still sought a divorce, and the entire Du family pressured him relentlessly. This time, Jun Tiance's heart grew cold towards the Du family. He had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. Enough! I shall reveal my true identity. I am the war god. It was I who aided your Du family through the crisis 5 years ago, and the billion-dollar order was a gift from me to you. It is I whom your family has long wished to curry favor with. Before arriving at the Du family, Jun Tiance had learned of their financial crisis and his fiancée being coerced into marriage. Thus, he secretly leveraged his identity as the war god to assist the Du family, presenting himself in tattered clothing with a marriage certificate in hand. A man of Jun Tiance's caliber, adept at maintaining an air of mystery, preferred not to unveil his true identity unless absolutely necessary. He desired others to discover his remarkable status inadvertently. Crafting an atmosphere that suggested revealing his true self was not his intention, but rather a consequence of their insistence. In this moment, however, those present lacked the stature to recognize him as the war god. His usual aides, Xiao and the hidden dragon army, were conspicuously absent, leaving him to confront the situation alone. He resolved that today, he would ensure the Du family would regret their actions. Du Fian, I concealed my identity to spare you any feelings of inferiority. I granted you 5 years to adjust, yet you failed to appreciate it. As Jun Tiance continued to embody the war god, the attendees in the banquet hall were momentarily stunned before launching into a tirade of mockery. Ha! You claim you simply gifted a billion-dollar order? Do you truly believe yourself to be the war god? Are you still dreaming? Oh my, Jun Tiance has begun again. Can't he assume a different persona for his pretentiousness? Is he at odds with the war god? Is this his way of saving face after the divorce? How utterly laughable. You declare yourself the war god. Can you provide evidence that would convince us of your claim? Exactly. Just because you say you are the war god. Does that make it so? I could just as easily claim to be the ruler of the universe. Faced with their unabashed derision, Jun Tiance merely scoffed. One day, the tiger will return to the mountains. The tiger, having fallen to the plains, is bullied by dogs. But when the tiger returns, you shall forever lament your folly. Soon, these individuals would come to realize the terrifying nature of the man they mocked. I tolerated you because I regarded you as family. But having sheltered your Du family for 5 years, my debt of gratitude is settled. From this point on, I sever all ties with your family. You shall no longer be entitled to my kindness or support. All assistance I have rendered to the Du family will be reclaimed. As Jun Tiance uttered these words, they resonated with the same resolve he had expressed when he insisted on becoming the son-in-law. I am determined to be this son-in-law. Not even Jesus can stop me. Xiao, listening from a corner, felt his toes clinch the floor, nearly digging a hole into it. He had pledged to repay the late elder Du's life-saving grace. Yet his method of repayment was to appear in rags, coercing the family into marriage, insisting on marrying their wealthy daughter, and clinging to the Du family like a leech. Could he not possess a modicum of self-awareness? Is his form of gratitude truly to bind himself in this manner? Is this not akin to a lowly man pursuing a wealthy beauty, forcing a marriage? After such coercion, can he still expect affection and respect? Any rational person would not harbor feelings for him. What woman does not aspire to marry a talented and promising young man? Thus, the disdain from the Du family was hardly surprising. Furthermore, how meek has Jun Tiance been over the years within the Du family? So submissive that during an outing with his wife, when she was nearly abducted and violated, he still feigned cowardice. He thought to himself, no, I must wait a few years before revealing the truth to my wife. Even if Du Fian intended to lead a good life with him after their marriage, could they truly thrive under such circumstances, given her husband's cowardice? Ultimately, his timidity forced Du Fian to shoulder the burden of mockery and scorn alone. And now he laments others' lack of respect for him. He has demeaned himself to the core, yet he mistakes his lack of assertiveness for humility. When others belittle him, is it not their fault for being blind? He has presented his face to be struck, bowed his head to be trampled. Is it wrong for others to despise him? In the end, He feigns indifference while secretly tallying the slaps he has received from the Du family, and when denied the opportunity to be a sycophant, he uses these slaps as justification to annihilate the entire Du clan. Throughout this marriage, he has shown no honesty, perpetually playing the fool, all while harboring distrust towards the Du family and Du Fian, expecting others to give him their all. He wants the Du family to respect him as a leader while remaining in the shadows as a spineless coward. This method of repayment is indeed audacious, surpassing even the most brazen of characters. Now, he speaks with such conviction, as if his willingness to repay is an act of great benevolence. Such shameless behavior, concealed by his remarkable identity, has somehow been absolved, all framed as the Du family's short-sightedness. His moral compass is askew, yet he defiantly stands upon a self-righteous pedestal. What a remarkable narrative. As the antagonists witnessed Jun Tian's signing the divorce agreement, they began to leap about gleefully, demanding he relinquish all he had consumed and enjoyed during his time with the Du family, now that he no longer needed to conceal his identity. He called Xiao to reclaim his dignity. Immediately bring 90 million dragon gold to the Du family and find me. After this matter, I shall return to lead the Songlong army. With that, he hung up the phone. It was as if his willingness to return to command the Songlong army was an immense favor to them. Xiao felt utterly speechless. Did you really have no funds in your black card? Must you call me to deliver 90 million dragon gold? Wasting national resources merely to put on such a grand show? Such a person, a national treasure? Is the author misunderstanding what a national treasure truly is? Even more astonishingly, in the original plot, he had the original owner deliver several tens of millions of dragon gold, astonishing a crowd of expendables, only to burn the money in front of the Du family to amplify his showmanship. Xiao felt an urge to pry open Jun Tian's mind and give it a thorough examination. Damaging currency issued by the state is a crime, isn't it? And we're talking about several tens of millions of dragon gold? This fool hops back and forth between the Constitution and criminal law daily, yet there are no consequences. If it were an ordinary person, they would be sentenced to hundreds of years. Xiao. Xiao tucked his phone away and called for someone. Xiao, what are you doing? Are you really preparing 90 million dragon gold for the dragon commander? The dragon gold that the commander mentioned is just dog feces. Don't you understand the underlying implication? Hurry up and prepare your dog feces. The dragon commander is hungry. Xiao immediately sprang into action with renewed vigor. I am ready. Xiao. At this moment, the plot outside was reaching its climax. Jun Tian dramatically tore up the marriage certificate. And then an even more affluent woman presented a stock transfer agreement to propose to him, shocking all the guests. The male lead's moment of pretense and face-slapping had arrived. Now, it became evident. Yesterday, the Du family disregarded me, and today, I, the god of war, smile crookedly, leaving you unable to reach me. Du Fian was taken aback to discover that the mysterious god of war she adored was her own husband. Observing her astonished expression, Jun Tian raised his chin high. Du Fian, I once said that a person's worth cannot be judged by their appearance, nor can the sea be measured in mere pints. Now you know, don't you? Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a pill for regret in this world. Having been so ungrateful for his sincere feelings, he would no longer offer her any opportunities. Let this vain woman carry her regrets and sorrows for a lifetime. It would serve as her punishment. The crowd began to murmur. Miss Xiao, have you made a mistake? How could you ever be interested in such a spineless wretch? You can't truly believe he is the god of war, can you? Indeed, Miss Xiao, don't let this spineless loser deceive you. Miss Xiao, with an air of arrogance, replied, I can discern who the real spineless wretch is. I don't need you to instruct me on my perceptions. As she spoke, her contemptuous gaze swept over the crowd. These blind fools, unable to recognize the god of war standing right before them, were utterly ridiculous. Today, she had saved the god of war and could seize the opportunity to win him over for the Xiao family, adding significant leverage. Just as Miss Xiao was about to affirm that Jun Tian was indeed the god of war, the deputy supervisor arrived. Members of the prominent families immediately stepped forward to greet him. The tall young master, seeing Jun Tian, attempted to ingratiate himself with the deputy supervisor, saying, Get lost. The deputy supervisor's esteemed presence is not for someone like you to approach. Jun Tian scoffed disdainfully. You all are eager to curry favor with the big shots. When they see me, they will still bow in reverence. The crowd gasped. Had the blows to his psyche caused him to lose his mind? How could he dare utter such words? Meanwhile, the Gao family had already struck up a conversation with the deputy supervisor. Chapter 21. The god of war's son-in-law. No need to conceal his identity anymore. At this moment, the Gao family members had engaged the deputy supervisor in conversation. The tall young master also pushed his way forward, desperately trying to link his family lineage to the god of war, claiming that the god of war was related to his family's distant relatives. Jun Tian let out a cold laugh. How absurd. If we had such a connection, how come I was unaware? The tall young master replied, "That is simple. You're not the god of war, so you don't need to know." Jun Tiance coldly chuckled and turned to the deputy supervisor. "Deputy supervisor, do you still remember me?" Today, he intended to reveal a different side of himself, not as the lowly son-in-law of the Du family, but as the god of war. Before the deputy supervisor could respond, the tall young master angrily interjected, "Jun Tiance, do you think you're talking to whom? You believe yourself to be someone important? Do you think someone like the deputy supervisor would recognize you? You truly do not know your own worth. Now that you are no longer the Du family's son-in-law, what right do you have to linger here? Get lost." A group of people seemed possessed by stupidity, eager to hurl various insults at Jun Tiance. Xiao gazed skyward, exasperated. "Are you all insane? You're all supposedly educated members of high society, yet you continue to mock and ridicule? Is your repertoire of insults so limited? If you can't come up with better insults, perhaps watch a few episodes of Palace Intrigue for inspiration? At the very least, if you truly cannot insult him, why not have your bodyguard step in? The more you call him a waste, the more he relishes it. If you actually confronted him, he surely wouldn't be so pathetic." Just as the crowd continued their tirade against Jun Tiance, unexpectedly, the deputy supervisor exclaimed in shock, "Dragon Commander, I didn't expect it to be you." The crowd stared at the deputy supervisor in disbelief. A figure of such stature could hardly misjudge. Could it be that Jun Tiance truly was the god of war? This young man was indeed formidable. At this moment, the mockery on everyone's faces vanished, replaced by a growing trepidation. Especially the Du family, who had previously mocked and ridiculed Jun Tiance, even forcing him to divorce and expelling him from the Du family. Now this so-called waste of a son-in-law was actually the dragon commander they had long sought to flatter? Jun Tiance noticed the fleeting expressions on their faces, straightened his back, and let out a cold chuckle. "Deputy supervisor, we are colleagues. There is no need for such formalities." The deputy supervisor replied, "How could the dragon commander be here? Had I known earlier, I would have." Jun Tiance raised his hand and said, "You need not blame yourself. I had no intention of revealing my identity. However, your arrival is quite timely. Today marks the day of my divorce. Help me witness the severing of my ties with the Du family. From this moment forward, there shall be no relations, and the Du family shall not use my name, Jun Tiance, to act with impunity." Divorce? The deputy supervisor was taken aback. What kind of woman is fortunate enough to marry the dragon commander? Jun Tiance succinctly explained the situation regarding the Du family, making it clear that they had forced him to divorce in order to ingratiate themselves with powerful connections. The members of the Du family looked as if they had just lost a loved one. It was over, with Jun Tiance's words. It was equivalent to putting them at a disadvantage in front of the deputy supervisor, let alone their ambitions for further development. It might be difficult for them to find a foothold in Binhai again. Indeed, upon hearing Jun Tiance's words, the deputy supervisor cast a disapproving glance at the Du family. He then promptly introduced a striking young woman. "Dragon Commander, this is my daughter, Sun Xiangxiang. She has long admired you. How about I take the liberty of playing matchmaker today? What are your thoughts, Dragon Commander?" How splendid. Fresh from a divorce, a prominent figure was eager to marry his daughter off to Jun Tiance, inadvertently elevating his status while striking a resounding slap to the Du family's face. One couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. The Du family had truly picked up sesame seeds only to lose watermelons. Jun Tiansong bestowed a smile upon the bashful Sun Xiangxiang. Upon witnessing this smile, Xiao exclaimed, "Here it comes." His devilishly charming grin, reminiscent of the Nike logo, has finally made an appearance. My goodness, Long Shuai's prospects are simply astonishing. Just moments ago, the Xiao family's heiress offered all her shares in pursuit of marriage, and now, it's the daughter of Supervisor Sunday. The Du family must be regretting their decisions profoundly. How could they have been so blind to let such a prominent son-in-law slip away? The Du family's fate is all but sealed. Every member of the Du family sits on edge, drenched in cold sweat. Those who had just been calling them brothers now instinctively distanced themselves, fearful of being tainted by association. It was at this moment that Xiao emerged from the shadows, accompanied by his entourage. Eschewing ostentatious attire, he still managed to exude an aura of sophistication. Indeed, he traversed the path of grandeur through sheer competence, rendering pretentiousness obsolete, bold yet unembarrassed. Upon spotting him, the deputy supervisor rushed forward. "Guzongjiang, you've arrived as well. I never anticipated my visit would coincide so fortuitously with the presence of both Long Shuai and you, esteemed Guzongjiang." "Long Shuai? Where's Long Shuai?" The deputy supervisor blinked in confusion, pointing at Jun Tiansong. "Isn't this Long Shuai?" "Deputy supervisor, perhaps your age has begun to cloud your vision? Is this truly Long Shuai?" The deputy supervisor questioned, grappling with his disbelief. Meanwhile, Jun Tiansong regarded Xiao with a frosty demeanor. "Xiao, I have previously stated that I no longer require the concealment of my identity. There is no need for you to shield me any longer. Who gave you the audacity to impersonate Long Shuai in public? He then turned to the deputy supervisor. Deputy supervisor, our Canglong army has received numerous reports of someone impersonating Long Shuai, which is why I made haste to investigate. I never expected that even you would mistake the identity of this individual. The deputy supervisor continued to stare at Jun Tiansong, bewildered. But to me, he certainly resembles Long Shuai. Perhaps you should take a closer look, he suggested, now rendered speechless. Observing Gu Xiao's continued denial of his identity, Jun Tiansong's fury boiled over. Gu Xiao, do you seek to incite rebellion? I have yet to hold you accountable for your unauthorized command of troops without my orders. And now you dare to speak so brazenly before me? Kneel. Seeing Gu Xiao remain unmoved, Jun Tiansong turned his gaze to the Canglong army brethren. I advise you to contemplate carefully whom you ought to pledge your allegiance to. Who is truly your master? The soldiers of the Canglong army exchanged glances, pondering why Gu Xiao had previously refused to return to command, yet still treated the Canglong army as his subordinates and personal army. All while maintaining such an attitude toward Gu Xiao, Jun Tiansong was rapidly disappointing them. As for Gu Xiao, he found himself at a loss for words. That such remarks could escape Jun Tiansong's lips was a clear indication of his arrogance. He had come to view the Canglong army as his personal militia. Gu Xiao scoffed. A person like you dares to call himself the war god of Long Nation? This is a desecration of the war god's honor. Chapter 22. The war god's son-in-law, Long Shuai, stands before us. As the commander of the Canglong army, Gu Xiao's denial of Jun Tiansong's identity further obscured the latter's status as the war god. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Supervisor Qin arrived. I heard that members of the Canglong army were present. Where are they? The deputy supervisor promptly welcomed Supervisor Qin. Supervisor Qin, Long Shuai of the Canglong army is right here. Behold. Jun Tiansong stood with his hands behind his back, awaiting the customary respect due to him. The depths of his humility within the Du family now contrasted sharply with his elevated stature, as if he yearned for the world to prostrate before him in reverence, allowing the Du family to witness their previous folly in underestimating him. As Supervisor Qin approached, Jun Tiansong began to speak. There is no need for excessive courtesy. For I am, however, his words faltered as his expression froze. Supervisor Qin had bypassed him entirely, making his way to Gu Xiao and the other members of the Canglong army. Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Gu Zongjiang of the Canglong army. What a pleasure to meet you. Jun Tiansong's confusion deepened. What is the meaning of this? I, the commander, stand right here. And Supervisor Qin disregards me to pay respects to my subordinates. This was no mere oversight. It bordered on a profound insult. Casting a glance toward the deputy supervisor, Jun Tiansong's intent was unmistakable. He sought to prompt the deputy supervisor to correct Supervisor Qin's apparent blindness. Supervisor Qin, Long Shuai is also present here. Yet, Supervisor Qin merely glanced at Jun Tiansong before returning his gaze elsewhere. Long Shuai? What Long Shuai? You are still young. How can your vision already be failing? Where is this Long Shuai you speak of? Who is truly blind here? Jun Tiansong felt himself aggrieved and greeted Supervisor Qin with utmost seriousness. Supervisor Qin, it has been a long time. Do you not recognize me? Supervisor Qin scrutinized Jun Tiansong closely. Upon closer inspection, you do indeed bear some resemblance to Long Shuai. However, I have worked alongside Long Shuai for several years and know him intimately. While you may share his visage, you are not him. Gu Zongjiang, do you concur? Gu Xiao nodded. Supervisor Qin speaks truth. I too thought he bore a resemblance at first glance, yet upon further examination, it is clear he is not. He then turned to the deputy supervisor. Deputy supervisor, perhaps it is your eyes that are deceiving you. The deputy supervisor, now bewildered, pondered whether he had indeed misidentified this individual. However, with Gu Xiao, who frequently accompanied Jun Tiansong, asserting that he was not Long Shuai, and Supervisor Qin echoing the sentiment, there was little room for dissent. Thus, the deputy supervisor quickly retracted his previous assertion. Initially, I thought there was a resemblance, but upon closer inspection, it appears I was mistaken. Ah, indeed, my eyes must have been deceived. I nearly misidentified him. The deputy supervisor's words effectively negated Jun Tiansong's identity. Yet, Jun Tiansong remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, where his identity was being publicly denounced. Supervisor Qin, I implore you to examine closely once more to avoid future regret. At that moment, a voice interjected, how outrageous. You may have impersonated Long Shuai before, but now you refuse to repent? Jun Tiansong's icy gaze swept over the speaker, causing them to instinctively retreat a step. Gu Xiao remarked, let us consider your initial offense as a minor transgression, as it has not caused significant negative repercussions. We shall overlook your impersonation of Long Shuai this time. However, should such an incident occur again, do not expect the brethren of the Canglong army to show leniency. The turn of events was as swift as a whirlwind. It was revealed that Jun Tiansong was indeed a fraud. At this revelation, the Du family's tenuous grip on hope finally began to ease. After all, how could a son-in-law so utterly inept, one who could only solicit pocket money from his wife and possessed no skills beyond serving tea, possibly be the war god? If a nation's champion were truly so inept, the country would have long since perished. Members of the Du family quickly pivoted to accuse him. Gu Zhongjiang, Supervisor Qin. He is not a first-time offender. He frequently masquerades as Long Shuai, and we cannot allow his actions to go unpunished. Indeed, we can all attest that he often claims to be Long Shuai before us, utterly tarnishing the war god's esteemed name. The expression of the Xiao heiress, who had just offered her entire fortune in pursuit of marriage, turned rigid. While one might excuse Supervisor Qin's lack of recognition due to age, how could Gu Xiao, who was frequently by Jun Tiansong's side, also profess ignorance? Was it that the information they had received was erroneous, and that Jun Tiansong was indeed not the war god? Or had the war god simply fallen out of favor with the nation? As she contemplated the conflict of the three kingdoms, she instinctively glanced toward her grandfather, who shook his head in disapproval. Jun Tiansong stood there, incredulous, unable to fathom that both Gu Xiao and Supervisor Qin would dare to deny his identity in public. Is the Dragon Kingdom truly willing to forsake its war god? How dare they treat him in such a manner? Gu Xiao, I grant you an opportunity to articulate yourself anew. Should you remain at a loss for words, there is no place for you in the Songlong army, which cannot accommodate someone of your ilk. Gu Xiao, you are utterly unrepentant. Jun Tian's reliance on the Du family, if devoid of status, renders him merely a derided pretty boy. Yet, as his status ascended, what once was dependence transformed into understated humility. Indeed, success breeds admiration, while failure invites derision. However, his current display of cowardice is unmistakably genuine. Uttering a mere clever phrase now constitutes mere bravado. Du Fian, with a sense of exasperation, remarked, Jun Tians, though we are divorced, I still advise you to ground yourself and seek honest labor. Cease your deception. Concealing your identity while masquerading as the Dragon Commander only evokes an impression of frivolity. To the onlookers, Du Fian's years of marriage to Jun Tians appeared as flowers adorning dung. The tall young master, seeking to vindicate his beloved, could not resist the urge to confront Jun Tians. Jun Tians, pushed beyond his limits, unleashed the devastating 10,000 calamities divine skill, sending the tall young master flying. Once again, Jun Tians astonished the entire banquet hall. I am the foremost expert of the Dragon Kingdom. Does such prowess not affirm my status as a war god? Jun Tians relished the sensation of being underestimated despite his undeniable strength, awaiting the moment to unleash his full potential, not to be ridiculed without recourse. Although the gathered crowd was taken aback, the bystanders continued to deride Jun Tians. What folly! The tall young master possesses no skills. Injuring him does not elevate your own prowess. Indeed, did you not claim to be the war god? If you possess the capability, confront Manager Gu. Gu Xiao, feigning ignorance, invited trouble. Upon hearing this, Jun Tians, in a fit of rage, genuinely launched an attack on Gu Xiao. His palm wind surged forth, met with Gu Xiao's immediate response. The power of the 10,000 calamities divine skill is not to be underestimated. Chapter 23, The War God's Son-in-Law, King of Green Tea. The power of the 10,000 calamities divine skill is indeed formidable. Jun Tians had already taken flight along the path of double standards. During his time as the Du family's son-in-law, he bore their scorn and insults with a smile, eagerly ingratiating himself whenever they offered a kind word. Yet, among his subordinates, any slight disrespect warranted a lethal response. Thus, when he attacked Gu Xiao, he unleashed his full strength. To avoid collateral damage, Gu Xiao swiftly detached from his physical form, engaging Jun Tians with his spiritual awareness. Observing this, Jun Tians also disengaged. The two exchanged thoughts through their spirits. Gu Xiao, dodging Jun Tians' strikes, exclaimed, Dragon Commander, cease your assault. Why have you suddenly turned against me? Jun Tians retorted, do you still have the audacity to question me? Gu Xiao, was my previous conduct not sufficiently egregious to cast doubt upon the Dragon Commander's identity? I beg your forgiveness, Dragon Commander. Rest assured, I shall strive to dispel any further suspicions regarding your identity and ensure your tranquil existence is undisturbed. Even if they press me for your identity, I shall remain silent. Even unto death. You may continue to live as an ordinary man. Jun Tians, exclaiming, what the hell? Did he not realize that Gu Xiao could see his intent to no longer conceal his identity? The obstinacy of this honest man is infuriating. Dragon Commander, I understand your motives for attacking me. Gu Xiao revealed a mischievous glint. Jun Tians felt a foreboding sense of dread. What was Gu Xiao plotting? Before he could ponder further, Gu Xiao forcefully struck his own spiritual awareness. Enough of your incessant provocations. I shall put an end to this. In that moment, Jun Tiance genuinely felt the extent of Gu Xiao's power. He found himself overwhelmed by Gu Xiao's prowess, enduring excruciating torment akin to being torn apart. How could Gu Xiao's inherited divine skills have advanced so swiftly? Even he, the foremost expert of the Dragon Kingdom, could not best him. Just then, other members of the Canlong army also detached from their physical forms to observe the confrontation. At this juncture, Jun Tiance was suffering tremendously, yet he bore no injuries. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao, in the throes of agony, suddenly struck his forehead, causing his entire spiritual awareness to suffer a grievous blow. The onlookers from the Canlong army were taken aback to witness Gu Xiao in such a state, despite his status as a supreme divine ruler. He had been bloodied by Jun Tiance, indicating that he had been holding back, while Jun Tiance had been relentless. Gu Xiao's loyalty was evident, yet this was the result? Would Jun Tiance treat them similarly in the future? Such a realization sent shivers through the Canlong army. They rushed to support Gu Xiao, rebuking Jun Tiance. Dragon Commander, Gu has endured humiliation for your sake. How could you be so ungrateful? When the nation called for you, you hesitated. Yet Gu bore the weight of all burdens and defended you before the higher-ups, and now you have grievously injured him? Dragon Commander, you have truly disappointed us. Jun Tiance, despite being the injured party, found himself in a position where he had lost several levels of cultivation due to Gu Xiao's relentless attacks, and he feared he might struggle to recover. Yet, due to Gu Xiao's self-inflicted blow to his forehead, all present believed him to be the aggressor. In that moment, Jun Tiance experienced a profound sense of frustration. Gu Xiao sighed, urging everyone to refrain from attacking Jun Tiance, adopting a demeanor that suggested he would gladly sacrifice himself for the Dragon Commander. Jun Tiance, realizing today that this subordinate of his was unexpectedly cunning. Already wounded by Gu Xiao, he could not help but spit blood upon his return to his physical form. To the others, it appeared as though he had been bested by Gu Xiao. How could the proclaimed war god of the Dragon Kingdom be unable to triumph over his own subordinate? Who would still believe in Jun Tiance? Indeed, he became the target of mockery once more. The system, having witnessed Gu Xiao's series of audacious maneuvers, suddenly released a firework visible only to him. Congratulations, host, on ascending to the throne of the male version of the King of Green Tea. The system presumed Gu Xiao's antics had reached their zenith, yet Gu Xiao had even more outrageous plans. Declaring to the Canlong army, I did not strike the Dragon Commander. He simply bled. Perhaps he wished for me to cause such an event? The Dragon Commander has endured so much, yet I am beyond exhausted. You must act swiftly. The Canlong army, momentarily hesitant, were now emboldened by Gu Xiao's seemingly feeble state, no longer hesitating. They were not pursuing personal vengeance. They were undoubtedly intent on remedying the Dragon Commander's affliction. Thus, before Jun Tiance could react, they advanced and pummeled him. In his weakened state, Jun Tiance was utterly defenseless. However, to the Canlong army, it seemed as though Jun Tiance relished this sensation. With exchanged glances, they continued their silent agreement to press forward. Jun Tiance had never before been subjected to such a brutal beating. He bellowed, "Stop! Cease this at once! How dare you treat me so? Can you bear the consequences of inciting my wrath?" Yet, upon his exclamation, the members of the Canlong army only intensified their assault. Gu Xiaoqiao gestured to Xiao Wu, proclaiming, in a civilized society, we should not resort to incessant violence. If a brawl is truly necessary, then do fetch your dog excrement. Xiao Wu recalled his bucket of dog feces and hurriedly retrieved it. Everyone, clear the way. Allow me. The soldiers of the Canlong army swiftly parted, and Xiao Wu dashed forth, slamming the bucket of dog excrement directly onto Jun Tiance's head. As the excrement splattered, the brilliance of Jun Tiance's protagonist halo diminished further. Gu Xiaoqiao surveyed the lengthy progress bar with satisfaction. The male lead had truly masqueraded as a pig to devour a tiger, only to become the very pig. One must be cautious. Haste may lead to calamity. The progress bar has sufficiently extended today, he declared, signaling for everyone to withdraw. The banquet hall was left in disarray, and Jun Tiance stood at its center, the focus of all eyes. Both the chief supervisor and the deputy supervisor departed, and the deputy's daughter, who had once harbored fond feelings for Jun Tiance, was now thoroughly disillusioned upon witnessing him covered in filth. Do you enjoy being humiliated? How does it feel to be treated in such a manner? Jun Tiance was far from enjoying it. His heart seethed with indignation. At that moment, all he desired was to regain a semblance of dignity. His gaze fell upon Miss Xiao, and disregarding his state, he approached her and grasped her hand. Were you not to marry me? I have accepted the Xiao family shares. Come, let us obtain our marriage certificate at once. I shall provide you with a wedding for the ages. Let it be known to all that only you are worthy of being my wife, Jun Tiance. From this day forth, you shall be the epitome of beauty, while I will strive ceaselessly to provide for our family. I vow to make you the happiest woman in the world. In Chapter 24, the god of war's son-in-law, separation is not as simple as you wish. When he had achieved nothing, it was this woman who stood by his side. He would never betray her trust. Had the current Juntian Su, adorned with the prestige of the Dragon Commander, uttered these words, Miss Xiao would have undoubtedly assented. Yet now, she was overwhelmed by the stench of excrement, her eyes stinging. Let go of me. Release me at once. The bodyguards of the Xiao family stepped in, prying Juntian Su away. Miss Xiao glared in indignation. Juntian Su, I was merely jesting with you. You cannot be serious. How had the tide turned so abruptly? Juntian Su could hardly believe it. Was she truly jesting now? Miss Xiao's expression was one of revulsion. A useless waste. Do you truly believe that I, the esteemed daughter of the Xiao family, would ever consider you? How laughable. Not everyone would stoop to such depths of foolishness. It became evident that those women who overlooked Juntian Su's multitude of romantic entanglements were either enchanted by his halo or sought to gain something from him. Juntian Su was plunged into a profound existential crisis, questioning why these women treated him so. At that moment, the entire banquet hall erupted into unabashed laughter at his expense. The dignity he sought to reclaim eluded him, leaving him humiliated. Unable to endure any longer, he fled the banquet hall. While ordinary individuals might find themselves in the role of the devoted fool, ending up with nothing, the male lead, in his foolish devotion, had lost everything to his wife's family. Yet now, he found himself utterly disregarded by all. Previously, Juntian Su had evaded the calls of the higher-ups. Now, when he reached out, they refused to respond. In the original narrative, following his divorce, Juntian Su wielded his influence to retaliate against the Du family. However, he now found himself devoid of any power. Feeling deeply humiliated, Juntian Su sought solace in Yu Lingling. Their relationship flourished rapidly, and even as he dated Yu Lingling, he derived a sense of vindication from the thought that she was Gu Xiaochao's girlfriend, relishing the notion of having bested him. He even encouraged Yu Lingling to break up with Gu Xiaochao, and the mere thought of Gu Xiaochao being cast aside by Yu Lingling reignited his confidence. Yu Lingling began to feel a stir of affection. With Juntian Su's wealth, status, and gentlemanly demeanor, coupled with his newfound single status, why should she settle for a life with someone like Gu Xiaochao? Thus, on this day, upon returning home, Yu Lingling resolved to confront Gu Xiaochao. Just as she prepared to speak, Gu Xiaochao interjected, Why are you still here? As your boyfriend, where else would I be? Fuming, Yu Lingling had intended to broach the subject of their breakup delicately, wishing to avoid harming Gu Xiaochao's pride. Yet, despite her careful considerations, Gu Xiaochao seemed intent on suffocating her with his demeanor. She gazed at him in despair, only for Gu Xiaochao to ask, Has your period started? Yu Lingling nodded, feeling woefully pitiful, hoping that he might express concern and compassion for her plight. She yearned to convey that, regardless of his kindness, her feelings did not extend to love. However, Gu Xiaochao remarked, No wonder your complexion resembles that of excrement. Drink more water. He then reclined on the sofa in a manner reminiscent of a master. As Yu Lingling took a deep breath, Gu Xiaochao, I have something to discuss with you. I'm hungry. Prepare something for me first, he replied. Yu Lingling was taken aback. How dare he issue commands with such audacity? Yet, recalling that she was about to end their relationship, she suppressed her indignation. After a chaotic endeavor in the kitchen, she finally presented Gu Xiaochao with a bowl of overcooked noodles. Gu Xiaochao scrutinized it. What have you done to these noodles? Are you trying to poison me? Is this some sort of joke? Yu Lingling retorted, Why can't they be eaten? Gu Xiaochao disdainfully pushed the bowl back towards her. Then eat it in front of me. Fuming, Yu Lingling complied. But the noodles were so unpalatable that she could only manage a single bite before silently returning the bowl to him. Her expression seemed to plead for him to continue eating, but Gu Xiaochao merely scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? Am I here to test your cooking? Seeing him refuse to eat, Yu Lingling felt a wave of grievance wash over her. After all her efforts to cook for him, he failed to appreciate it. And now she would never do so again. No, their future together was a thing of the past. With her anger simmering, she was about to voice her desire to break up when the doorbell rang. Gu Xiaochao opened the door to receive a food delivery. Yu Lingling snorted derisively. So you do have a conscience, ordering takeout for me. However, Gu Xiaochao ignored her, opening the takeout and beginning to eat. Gu Xiaochao, you, do not speak to me while I am eating. It disrupts my mood, he retorted. Yu Lingling glared at him, but Gu Xiaochao savored his meal with delight. Once finished, he wiped his mouth and asked, Oh, by the way, what were you going to say earlier? Yu Lingling's expression turned woeful, as if possessed by a spirit of despair. Forget it. If you don't speak, I will go to sleep. He yawned as he entered the bedroom. And by the time Yu Lingling regained her senses, Gu Xiao had already slammed the door shut. Yu Lingling rushed to open it, only to discover it was locked from the inside, prompting her to pound on the door in frustration. Gu Xiao, open the door. Why are you locking it? Gu Xiao's voice came from within. I'm utterly repulsed by you right now. What if you can't control yourself and barge in to take advantage of me? That would be quite unfair for me, wouldn't it? Yu Lingling, in a fit of rage, tugged at her hair and shouted several times in exasperation. From then on, whenever she spotted Gu Xiao, she seized the opportunity to propose a breakup. Yet, Gu Xiao always managed to block her attempts, causing her to forget her ultimate objective. Thus, despite a month passing, she had yet to end the relationship. Yu Lingling was on the brink of collapse, while Gu Xiao remained entirely unaffected. Previously, when I wanted to break up, you refused. Now you wish to? No chance. In the original narrative, the protagonist was a devoted admirer who, even when cheated on, continued to support Yu Lingling. However, now that he was the one betrayed, he felt no shame, and being a perpetual singleton made him even bolder. Come on, let us stir things up. Who is afraid of whom? After half a month, Yu Lingling had grown wiser. One day, she approached Gu Xiao and, without giving him a chance to speak, declared, Gu Xiao, let's break up. She anticipated that Gu Xiao would be devastated and beg her not to end things. To her surprise, Gu Xiao responded with remarkable calmness, I do not agree. Without waiting for Yu Lingling to reply, he continued, if you dare to break up with me, I will show up at your home every day, harassing you and your parents, making sure the neighbors know just how much I've spent on you over the years and how untidy you've been. I have photos and videos to prove it. If I am to become a single dog, I will make sure you don't have it easy. Yu Lingling's eyes widened in disbelief. We aren't even married. Love is free. Breaking up when there are no feelings left is perfectly normal. How can you be so extreme? Gu Xiao retorted, who told me to invest so much? If you never considered marrying me, you shouldn't have taken advantage of me to this extent. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel so resentful, would I? Yu Lingling was nearly pushed to the edge and took several deep breaths to regain her composure. Gu Xiao, think carefully. After so many years in the military, you're still just a general. What do you have to offer me? Gu Xiao replied, I am a general, carrying 18 first-class honors. Even leaders greet me politely. I never complained about you being messy, shameless, and ordinary, nor about your lack of a decent job. Yet, you dare criticize me? Are all the rubbish like you completely oblivious? Yu Lingling exclaimed in outrage. Is your mouth seasoned with 80 years of aged poison? Unable to contain herself any longer, she screamed a few times and picked up an object to smash it. Gu Xiao, dare to break it and see what happens. Yu Lingling was unfazed by his threats. What could he possibly do to her? So, she smashed it, and in retaliation, Gu Xiao slapped her across the face. Yu Lingling stood in shock, covering her cheek. Gu Xiao, are you insane? How dare you hit me? Gu Xiao, feigning sorrow, cradled the broken piece. This was a gift from my aunt's friend's husband's uncle's third uncle when I moved into my new house. Do you have any idea how significant that is? You have no idea. You truly have no clue. His exaggerated demeanor frightened Yu Lingling. Am I worth less than an object? Gu Xiao, how can you compare yourself to a mere thing? Do you know how much that item is worth? If sold, it could fetch a good price. Yu Lingling was seething with anger. Fine. Just wait, Gu Xiao. I will go tell my father what you did to me. You better think carefully about how to explain to him that you hit his precious daughter. With that, she ran home and cried her heart out. Dad, that scoundrel Gu Xiao has gone mad. He actually hit me. Her parents were understandably furious, especially her father, who fumed with rage. How dare he lay a hand on my daughter? It's a blessing for him that my daughter even considered him, and he is so foolish to squander it. I will go confront him right now and see how he explains this to me, her father. Yet, Yu Lingling quickly realized the danger and grabbed her father's arm. Dad, if he hit me, he'll only become more violent if you confront him. Her father, recalling how Gu Xiao had outsmarted him in the restaurant, felt a twinge of fear. Yu Lingling, feeling utterly defeated, sighed. Forget it. I am truly done with him. I can't bear to be with him another day. I want to break up. Upon hearing this, her parents were somewhat reluctant, given Gu Xiao's promising future. However, when they learned that Yu Lingling had already found another suitor, a powerful figure, they eagerly wanted her to sever ties with Gu Xiao. Yet, fearing Gu Xiao's potential retaliation and the possibility of him revealing embarrassing details about Yu Lingling, they intervened, hoping to ensure a peaceful separation. Yu's mother, with a warm demeanor, addressed Gu Xiao. Xiao, you are a good man. Gu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am a good man. Your daughter is simply unworthy of me. After all these years, I have exhausted my savings on her. Yet she has never even allowed me to hold her hand. Isn't that the mark of a good man? Yu's mother turned pale. Yet she persevered in her attempts to persuade Gu Xiao. Ultimately, he interjected, Uncle, Auntie, you were once worried that I would break up with Yu Lingling. Now, it seems you are eager for us to part ways. So tell me, which man has she entangled herself with? Yu's parents were speechless. Gu Xiao continued. Is it that homeless man rummaging through the trash at the entrance of our community? Yu Lingling gasped. Or perhaps that idle scoundrel who steals electric bikes near your home. Yu Lingling was taken aback. Or maybe, Yu Lingling exclaimed, Gu Xiao, you are going too far. Gu Xiao retorted, with your current state. That man is either blind or as desperate as I am, willing to settle for anything. I'm merely speaking the truth, and yet you find it unbearable. Yu Lingling was infuriated and prepared to strike Gu Xiao. Her parents quickly intervened, their faces green with frustration as they continued to plead with him. After exhausting their arguments to no avail, Gu Xiao slowly remarked, Fine, since you don't wish to continue this relationship, I feel no obligation either. However, breaking up is one thing. You must return every penny you spent on you, without exception. To avoid any confusion, I have prepared an itemized bill. Here, take a good look. Upon seeing the bill, U.S. family was even more incensed. Gu Xiao was clearly toying with them, as it was unheard of for a man to demand such an exorbitant sum upon a breakup. Gu Xiao, are you out of your mind? 5 million. On what grounds do you demand such a sum from me? Over the years, the amount you've spent with me has likely reached this figure. I haven't meticulously calculated the minor expenses or the compensation for my lost youth. If you feel it's insufficient, then feel free to include those as well. In this lifetime, I desire neither wisdom nor labor, only solitude and wealth. Yu Lingling, are you truly a man? How can you be so extraordinary? Gu Xiao, since you fail to meet my demands, do not blame me. If I cannot attain happiness, neither shall you. If that man, who is entangled with Yu Lingling, were to discover the untidy nature of her private life, it would be quite a revelation. Yu's parents and Xiao, come now. Isn't it true that we have shared several years of affection? Look, they are fully aware of their daughter's disgraceful actions, yet shamelessly request this, and that from Gu Xiao, which is truly remarkable. Now that I no longer have a girlfriend, I care little for my dignity. You should reflect on this. The remedy for dealing with such extraordinary individuals is to outdo them in their own game. This is the truth. Let us return and deliberate further. The Yu family departed with green faces. Upon returning home, Yu's father angrily smashed an ashtray. Chapter 26. The God of War's son-in-law, Long Shuai, is the male mistress. Back at home, Yu's father smashed the ashtray in frustration. Isn't Tianci your superior? Lingling, have him convey a message to Gu Xiao, or at the very least, have Gu Xiao expelled from the Canglong army. Let us see if he dares to threaten us again. 5 million. Has he never seen such money in his life? Yu Lingling replied, but if I do that, Gu Xiao will know about my relationship with brother Tianci. Such a petty man as Gu Xiao might make it widely known, which would tarnish brother Tianci's reputation. Mom and Dad, let us handle this matter ourselves. How do we resolve this? That's 5 million. Dad, Mom, surely you have some savings? Over the years, she has certainly used Gu Xiao's salary to support you both. Yu's parents exchanged uneasy glances. Yu Lingling continued, after all, those savings are ultimately from me. In the past, I was capable of providing for you, and I will only become more capable in the future, ensuring you lead a better life. What is there to be reluctant about? The couple considered this. Their future son-in-law is, after all, a god of war. That black card can be used endlessly, so what is there to fear? Losing 5 million now could lead to acquiring even more in the future, a profitable transaction indeed. The family sought out Gu Xiao once more. Yu's mother said, Xiao, we can provide you with the money, but what about the years of affection you've shared? Gu Xiao interjected, is it lacking? If you truly have a conscience, perhaps you could add another 2 to 3 million, or even more. I would have no objections. Yu's mother exclaimed, how dare you? I refuse to add any more. Does that make me heartless? Xiao, you know our family is just an ordinary one. We truly don't have that much money. Would 300,000 suffice? Gu Xiao responded, Auntie, my savings of over a decade have been completely depleted by her. Now, I'm left in debt. 300,000. Are you serious? What about 400,000? Gu Xiao insisted, after all, I have sacrificed 5 years of my youth. Youth. How many 5-year spans can a man squander on a woman? Yu's mother turned pale. She had never encountered such an audacious man. 500,000. Gu Xiao sighed, placing a hand on his heart. In these 5 years, I have invested genuine feelings in silver. Can true sentiment be bought for such a pittance? The Yu family, witnessing Gu Xiao's theatrical display, began to feel nauseous. If you truly wish to reduce the amount, that could be arranged. The Yu family brightened momentarily, only to hear Gu Xiao say, but the amount I receive must correspond to the tasks I am to undertake. I must carefully weigh my options. If I find that I have done too little, and on the day of Lingling's wedding, I were to attend and utter some indiscreet remarks, with video and photographic evidence, that could prove quite troublesome. The Yu family, realizing the implication, turned pale. Was he suggesting that giving money would amount to nothing? After further quarrels with Gu Xiao, the Yu family felt they might be driven mad. Fine, we will give you 5 million. But you better remember your promise and refrain from tarnishing Lingling's reputation. Of course, I hold feelings for Lingling. Why would I engage in such behavior? The Yu family, exasperated, promptly transferred the funds. Observing Gu Xiao shamelessly accept the money, Yu Lingling's face nearly cracked under the strain. Gu Xiao, one day you will regret this. To forsake years of our relationship for 5 million. Truly despicable. Gu Xiao nodded. Indeed, perhaps one day I will regret asking for less today. Yu Lingling, visibly perturbed. Yu's parents' faces twitched in disbelief. Gu Xiao, the money is yours. Now delete those photos and videos. What photos and videos? Your daughter has become so untidy. Why would I subject my eyes to such a sight? The Yu family, having been thoroughly deceived, exclaimed, Gu Xiao, you are a fraud. Gu Xiao began to usher them out. Since we've broken up, you should move out soon. I'll return in a few days to change the locks. You expect me to move out? Yu Lingling had no awareness that this apartment belonged to Gu Xiao. Having lived there for so long, she had come to regard it as her own. Moreover, Gu Xiao, having ruthlessly demanded 5 million from her. What difference would it make if he kept the apartment? Was he truly so petty? I'm stating this clearly. If you don't move out, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, Gu Xiao departed. 5 million. He had reclaimed 2/3 of what Yu Lingling had squandered over the years. Beyond that, the Yu family could hardly afford to offer more. Gu Xiao promptly purchased a small apartment near the square for his parents, allowing them to practice Tai Chi and enjoy the square dance. The breakup was successful, yet Yu Lingling felt no joy. The scene she had envisioned of Gu Xiao pleading desperately for them not to part ways never materialized. Instead, she found herself stifled by his actions. Consequently, Yu Lingling updated her relationship status on social media and forums. I've finally seen through this scoundrel. He even demanded 5 million in breakup fees. Many rallied to comfort and sympathize with Yu Lingling. She replied, oh well, consider it a donation to a beggar. I am finally free. I hope all the ladies remain vigilant and do not suffer the same misfortune as I did at the hands of such a scoundrel. Others congratulated her on finally freeing herself from a rogue, encouraging her to become self-reliant and strong, assuring her that one day she would meet a truly loving man. Gu Xiao observed this, scoffing coldly. He would never allow himself to bear such infamy. 3 days later, Gu Xiao purchased ingredients and invited his comrades from the Canglong army to his home for a hot pot gathering. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Yu Lingling and another man on the sofa, engaged in an indecorous activity. Gu Xiao stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene before him, while his comrades rushed forward to confront the male mistress. Externally wounded, Gu Xiao silently reveled in amusement. Historically, love has led to death. Just ask Xi Minqing. The man being beaten, Jun Tiansu, attempted to use his skills to disperse the crowd. However, he had forgotten that not long ago, he had been soundly defeated by Gu Xiao, losing several realms in the process. In the days that followed, he had been preoccupied with regaining his confidence through the company of women, leaving him little time to cultivate his skills. Thus, when the shockwave hit, it failed to disperse the crowd. Ultimately, he found himself pitifully pinned down and beaten. How dare you? Open your eyes and behold who I am before laying hands on me. That voice sounded eerily familiar. Xiao Wu, with a rough grip, seized the head of the male interloper, and upon seeing that face, he was left utterly stunned. Wang Shuai. Chapter 27. The God of War's son-in-law. Why are you residing in Xiao Ji's house? Wang Shuai. Just divorced, and you're already with someone else? Not only that, but you're also with your subordinate's girlfriend? Yu Lingling pushed through the crowd, demanding, on what grounds do you lay hands on him? I have already broken up with Gu Xiao. Everyone turned their gaze toward Gu Xiao, who wore a bitter smile, perfectly embodying the essence of a green tea bitch. Clutching his head in agony, as if he were moments away from wailing at the heavens, like Ma Jingtiao. Yes, we have long since parted ways, Haven Tiwi? Xiao Wu offered consolation to Gu Xiao. Xiao Si questioned, if you've broken up, why are you still living in Xiao Ji's house? Yu Lingling. She dared not admit she was clinging to this place, hoping to claim it as her own. Yu Lingling turned to Jun Tiance. Tiance go, Xiao Si exclaimed, Long Shuai. Don't let this woman deceive you. Jun Tiance coldly replied, shut your mouth. Who gave you the right to speak of Lingling that way? She is my woman, the war goddess of the Canglong army. Shouldn't you all show some respect? Respect? For what? Long Shuai. So you were aware that she was Xiao Ji's girlfriend, yet you still pursued her? Indeed, it is precisely because I know that I feel for Lingling. She is always shedding tears in my presence, compelling me to want to heal her sorrow. Our connection has always been irresistible. He then turned to Gu Xiao. Since you fail to cherish her, it is only right that someone who does should take care of her. The crowd. They assumed that Yu Lingling had concealed her relationship with Gu Xiao from Jun Tiance, leading him to be with her under false pretenses. But Jun Tiance's words confirmed that he had known all along, yet still found himself unable to resist Lingling's allure. You betray a loyal subordinate, and you call it irresistible? How absurd. The logic of double standards is indeed peculiar. When one is betrayed, it is the fault of the other for being blind. Yet when one commits betrayal, it is justified as an act of compassion. The members of the Canglong army felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Xiao, who had been betrayed by both his girlfriend and his most revered superior. Gu Xiao must surely be questioning his very existence at this moment. Long Shuai, we respect you greatly, especially Xiao Gu, who has always looked to you for guidance. I fail to comprehend why you would treat him this way. Jun Tians coldly replied. Are you questioning me? I dare you. No, we merely hope for an explanation from Long Shuai. Recalling the humiliation this group of subordinates had brought upon him in recent days only fueled Jun Tian's anger. You think you deserve an explanation from me? Get out of my sight. The members of the Canglong army gritted their teeth, suppressing their fury. Yu Lingling. Witnessing Gu Zhao's once dignified demeanor now hanging his head before Jun Tian's, finally felt a sense of vindication. She linked her arm with Jun Tian's, feigning concern for the others. Tian's, go, let it go. Don't stoop to their level. After all, they are your subordinates. Their disrespect towards you is disrespect towards me. How could I let it slide? But for your sake, I shall forgive them this once. Jun Tian's words satisfied Yu Lingling's vanity. She raised her chin, addressing Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, although you have wronged me, I no longer wish to hold a grudge. Encountering a scoundrel like you is my misfortune. Yet I am fortunate to have met a good man like Tian's Go. From now on, we have no further ties. Do assist Tian's Go well from here on out. For my sake, he will not make things difficult for you. Jun Tian's also looked at Gu Xiao, perhaps still haunted by the shadow of Gu Zhao's previous blows. Now, seeing Gu Zhao's melancholic state after losing a woman to him, his confidence began to resurface. Gu Xiao, did you not hear Lingling's words? Leave at once. Gu Xiao raised his head, gazing at Jun Tian's. He stepped forward, approaching Jun Tian's, his expression laden with bitterness as his eyes flitted between Yu Lingling and Jun Tian's. As if tormented within. Yu Lingling, search your conscience and tell me, was it truly my fault? Yu Lingling placed a hand on her heart, feeling a twinge of guilt. Gu Xiao, cease your words, consider it my fault. Find a good girl who will love you wholeheartedly. Gu Xiao, do you even need to say that? I could never find a wretch like you again. The guilt on Yu Lingling's face vanished instantaneously. Gu Xiao, Jun Tian's, eager to defend his woman, resolved to teach Gu Xiao a lesson. He lunged at Gu Xiao, only to find himself swiftly overpowered. In mere seconds, Gu Xiao had his head pressed against the ground, rubbing it mercilessly. Rub, rub, on the smooth floor, let us polish your halo. The members of the Canglong army could only watch in disbelief. Xiao Ge has it tough, being betrayed by Long Shuai, and now this. Even in such dire straits, he did not forget to administer a lesson to Long Shuai, which left them profoundly moved. In their display of solidarity, they pulled Gu Xiao away and firmly restrained Jun Tian's limbs, shouting, Xiao Ge, do not retaliate. Impulsiveness is the devil. Yes, Xiao Ge. Now is not the time for vengeance on Long Shuai. We can deal with that later. Xiao Ge, remain calm. We cannot allow Long Shuai's penchant for being a scoundrel to prevail. With Jun Tian's immobilized, he could only endure Gu Zhao's relentless assault. Enjoying this, are you? Now, let me serve this right to your face. How does it feel? Yu Lingling, witnessing Jun Tian's plight, cried out in horror. The commotion grew so loud that it disturbed the neighbors. Initially, only those above and below had come to witness the spectacle, but soon, word spread through the community group about a grand scene of infidelity, drawing the entire building to the scene. Not only did they watch, but they also recorded the event on their phones, sharing it across social media with glee. The atmosphere resembled that of a grand exhibition. At this point, Jun Tian's had been pummeled to the point that he was unrecognizable. Yu Lingling was beside herself. Gu Xiao, are you doing this on purpose? Indeed. Gu Xiao was doing it deliberately. You can betray me, you can malign me, but I refuse to let you act as if nothing has happened, swallowing this silent humiliation. He has kept Lingling around solely to use her to tarnish the male lead's glow. The more he falters, the more humiliated he becomes, the dimmer his radiance. Especially when his character is in question, how can his halo shine? Had Yu Lingling heeded his advice and moved out sooner, none of this would have transpired. Yet she insisted on lingering in this house, brazenly inviting Jun Tian's over. Gu Xiao, we have already parted ways. Yet you still demand a staggering 5 million as a separation fee. How can you act in such a manner? Gu Xiao, never mind. Whatever you say shall be accepted. Chapter 28. The War God's Son-in-Law. It made the news. Gu Xiao turned away, covering his face, and muttered, let them leave. I no longer wish to hold on to this grievance. The members of the Canglong army consoled Gu Xiao, while the onlooking neighbors expressed profound sympathy for him. How could Yu Lingling still linger here after such a disgraceful scene? She didn't even spare a glance at Jun Tian's before fleeing with her face obscured. Ultimately, Jun Tian's was unceremoniously thrown out by the Canglong army. The room fell into a heavy silence. Gu Xiao lit a cigarette, observing the sympathetic gazes directed at him, and said, you all may return. There's no need to worry about me. I can endure this trifling matter. The more resolute Gu Xiao appeared. The more contemptible Jun Tiants seemed to everyone else. Brother Xiao, you must muster your spirits. We shall take our leave now. In such times, their presence would only exacerbate Gu Xiao's embarrassment. The group quietly tidied up the room, casting one last worried glance at Gu Xiao before departing. Once they left, Gu Xiao immediately cracked open a chilled beer he had just bought, taking a hearty swig, followed by another puff of smoke, reveling in the bliss of life. Finally single again. I am liberated. Single souls, single spirits. Being single elevates one above all, dismantling the unions of others. The system chimed in joy. Host, host. You are the most flamboyant. Host, host. You are the most remarkable. The next day, the incident made headlines. Although the identities of Gu Xiao and his companions remained undisclosed, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country were well aware of the situation. Jun Tiants was battered into a pulp, and the commander failed to recognize him. Only seeing the members of the Canlong army, Gu Xiao and several brothers from the Canlong army were summoned by the commander for a personal reprimand. Gu Xiao, I have only praised you for a few days, and yet you turn around and create such a debacle. What do you have to say for yourself? Gu Xiao hung his head in silence. Xiao Wu interjected, Commander, this is truly not our fault. It was the Dragon Commander who fell ill, and we were racing against time to treat him. The Dragon Commander? Xiao Wu pointed to the picture of the battered figure. This is the Dragon Commander. Take a good look. Despite our excessive actions, the Dragon Commander, possessing such profound skills, did not resist at all. What does that imply? It indicates he thoroughly enjoyed our beating. With the vigor we displayed this time, he will surely return to his normal self soon and will no longer deliberately seek out others to provoke him. Commander. At that moment, I found myself utterly speechless. Had I not known Gu Xiao was spinning tales from beginning to end, I might have actually believed Jun Tiants to be a contemptible person. After leaving the commander's office, Gu Xiao instructed Xiao Wu to keep an eye on the Dragon Commander. He remarked, recently, the Dragon Commander has been dancing on the edges of legality, likely hoping we would wield the law to punish him. Henceforth, whenever we witness him engaging in illegal activities, regardless of their magnitude. Xiao Wu chimed in, should we rush over? What does that have to do with us? Can't you handle the little monsters? Xiao Wu suddenly grasped the implication. Brother Xiao, you are brilliant. And with that, he dashed away. Gu Xiao wore a mysterious smile until a pair of arms draped over his shoulders. Gu Zongjiang, I hear you've been wronged. Gu Xiao replied, Tiger Commander. I hear it was the Dragon Commander who wronged me. Gu Xiao smiled at the Tiger Commander. Indeed, do you have any advice? Now it was the Tiger Commander who was at a loss for words. You can still smile? Does this mean I am a mature and composed leader, one who, even while being wronged, does not forget the fundamental qualities of a general? The Tiger Commander. He was momentarily stumped by Gu Xiao's retort before regaining his composure. You are fiercely loyal to the Dragon Commander, yet he treats you this way, and you merely let it go? Gu Xiao responded. Such blatant provocations. Are you fearful that others might not recognize your foolishness? So what do you expect me to do? Asked the Tiger Commander. To be frank, I genuinely sympathize with you and wholeheartedly support your quest for justice against the Dragon Commander. Gu Xiao inquired. So what, in your opinion, should I do to reclaim my dignity? The Tiger Commander radiated confidence. It's simple. He wrongs you, so you shall wrong him in return. For everyone he wrongs, you wrong one back, until his head is a veritable field of grass. I'll bring a crew to ensure he is left in fits of laughter. At that moment, Gu Xiao felt the urge to pry open the Tiger Commander's mind and extract the nonsense within. In other matters, this individual displayed meticulous reasoning and a broad perspective, embodying the qualities of an elite nurtured by a prominent family. Yet, when faced with Jun Tiants, he instantly transformed into a fool. Is this truly your idea of revenge? Are we playing house like children with an audience? Reflecting on the original plot, Gu Xiao felt increasingly exasperated. The author of this novel veered from conventional paths, epitomizing absurdity, as if their intellect had been muddied. Did you think those foolish cannon fodder would tremble in fear upon discovering the male lead's identity as the war god? No, they would merely become even more dim-witted under the influence of the plot. Thus, the male lead was continuously mocked and slapped, only to rise again, time and again. The opposing forces in this realm lacked any insight. The male lead's power and status were unmistakably apparent. Yet these individuals, fully aware they could not provoke him, incessantly sought trouble with him. For instance, the first male antagonist allied with a criminal organization. Only for the moment the thugs laid eyes on the male lead to immediately turn against him, kneeling in submission, leaving the cannon fodder astonished. Yet, upon their next encounter, the cannon fodder would still hurl insults at the male lead. Likewise, the male lead frequently found himself compelled to strike back with force, showcasing his prowess to terrify everyone. Yet when they next encountered him, they would still attack. Gu Xiao felt compelled to ask, how could individuals with such low intelligence and vision have built such extensive businesses and families? The author recycled the same formula over 1,000 chapters, persistently dragging the narrative through the mud. All the antagonists confronted the male lead without any investigation, consistently labeling him with the same 3 words, worthless scoundrel. Regardless of the grand deeds the male lead accomplished, they simply refused to believe in his capabilities, maintaining an unwarranted confidence that they could easily crush the formidable male lead. Even when aware that his slightest actions could shake the entire solar system, they still rushed to challenge him. The cycle continued. When the son was slapped, the father would step in. When the father was slapped, the grandfather would intervene. And when the grandfather was slapped, the great-grandfather would take the stage. Generations of their family lined up like fools, willingly offering themselves to the male lead, even sending their wives and sisters his way. The supporting characters engaged in various acts of mindless self-destruction. The male lead was either flaunting his prowess or en route to do so, while he could have easily dispatched the antagonists in a single blow. Yet he lingered for 600 or 700 chapters. Such relentless absurdity compelled one to gasp in awe. There truly exists such a pretentious fool in this world. Chapter 29. The War Goddess Son-in-Law. My wife comes knocking. Ultimately, the male lead not only commanded troops in battle, but also ventured into the business realm. Seizing military power and the global economic lifelines into his grasp, he struck back so fiercely that it felt as if he could send their faces into outer space. This illogical and absurd journey to the pinnacle of life incited people from all walks of life to disregard materialistic principles, exclaiming in bewilderment, "My word! This individual is terrifyingly formidable. Impossible. How can such trash become so powerful? Xiao, you are indeed quite terrifying. Even such foolishness has managed to frighten me." The male protagonist continuously flaunts his bravado and stirs up trouble, entirely unscathed himself, yet he persistently drags his women and loyal subordinates into peril. Those around him are on the brink of collapse, yet he remains unfazed, strutting about and provoking conflicts. Whenever he encounters even the slightest inconvenience, he expects the women and his brothers to clean up his mess, while he nonchalantly washes his hands of any responsibility. He frequently abandons national affairs out of spite, only to parade around using his official status to boast and humiliate others. He wields his identity as the Dragon Commander to obliterate entire families, tarnishing the image of public servants, all while refusing to bear any accountability, indulging solely in the benefits that accrue to him. His words and deeds stand in stark violation of mainstream values and national laws, yet he remains unscathed, reigning over both political and business realms, surrounded by a multitude of women. This vividly illustrates the diminished intellect of the cannon fodder in this realm, significantly influenced by the protagonist's halo. The formidable commander before us is particularly affected. "Commander, if I sought revenge, why wouldn't I simply confront you directly?" Xiao's expression was one of numbness. Poison him. Is my kidney not valuable? Is contracting AIDS or other STDs amusing? The commander felt his intelligence was being belittled by Xiao. Xiao handed Jun Tiance over to Xiao Wu for supervision, losing interest in him altogether. After all, without the backing of the nation, Jun Tiance would inevitably lose his luster. His purpose in coming here was not solely to diminish the halo, but also to realize his own value and amass greater soul power. Meanwhile, although Jun Tiance had lost his influential connections, he still possessed wealth. Each day, he spent lavishly with Yu Lingling, racking up millions, almost as if he aimed to flaunt his affluence into outer space. Such extravagant displays could not possibly go unnoticed by the Du family. At that moment, the Du family indeed faced challenges due to the absence of Jun Tiance's covert support. Whispers circulated that they had overlooked a golden son-in-law. Jun Tiance reveled in these remarks, as did Yu Lingling, who felt validated in her discernment of heroes. Furthermore, in retaliation for the humiliation inflicted by his ex-wife, Jun Tiance had initiated a vendetta against the Du family. He possessed ample funds, ready to obliterate the Du family with ease. Moreover, he made it abundantly clear that he intended for everyone to know he was retaliating against the Du family, daring anyone to come to their aid. In this context, Du Fian, despite her trepidation, ultimately steeled herself to plead with Jun Tiance for mercy. Jun Tiance scoffed, questioning why he should assist the Du family when they had treated him so poorly in the past. Du Fian lowered her gaze. What could she possibly say at this moment? Jun Tiance regarded her from a position of superiority. Du Fian, let me make this clear. Even if you were to kneel before me today and beg for my forgiveness, it would do nothing to quell the wrath I harbor. From the moment I parted ways with you and finalized our divorce, I vowed to exact vengeance upon the Du family for the humiliation I endured over the years. While Jun Tiance dealt with the Du family, he did not neglect his ongoing desire to undermine the tall heir of the Gao family. He brought the Gao family to the brink of collapse, compelling them to seek Jun Tiance's favor. At last, Jun Tiance relished his newfound power, addressing the Gao heir. I will spare your life, but in return, I require a loyal hound. Having dealt significant blows to both the Gao and Du families, Jun Tiance felt a sense of satisfaction. His audacious actions had instilled fear in other families within Bin Hai. Although Gu Xiao had diminished some of Jun Tiance's halo, whenever Jun Tiance displayed his wealth through luxury cars and extravagant purchases, the offspring of affluent families still gazed upon him in awe, as if they had never encountered such opulence before. Jun Tiance felt emboldened, convinced that Miss Xiao and Sun Xiangxiang, who had previously shown interest in him, would soon regret their decisions and seek his favor once more. However, neither Miss Xiao nor Sun Xiangxiang made any move. Did families like theirs truly lack wealth? Thus, they looked down upon the enigmatic origins of Jun Tiance's riches. Jun Tiance couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration, resolving to shine in the business world and seize control of the nation's economic lifeblood. He believed that in due time, these individuals would come to kneel before him. Meanwhile, the Yu family, now aligned with Jun Tiance, experienced a surge in fortune. During a covert mission, Gu Xiao encountered the Yu family indulging in shopping. Upon seeing Gu Xiao, disheveled and in tatters, Yu Lingling pinched her nose in disgust. Gu Xiao, I never imagined you'd fall to such depths. Of course, you're no match for Brother Tiance, who has ascended to the position of commander. You're left to scrape by as a mere foot soldier. Gu Xiao exuded an aura that demanded respect. Yu Lingling raised her chin, declaring that only a man as formidable and commanding as Brother Tiance could be deemed a hero in her eyes. Men like you, devoid of ambition, will only ever serve in Brother Tiance's shadow. I must thank you for not marrying me. It allowed me to encounter such a remarkable man before wedlock. The other members of the Yu family similarly held their heads high. Reflecting on the 5 million Gu Xiao had swindled from them at their breakup, Yu father couldn't resist saying, Gu Xiao, regardless of how you spin it, my future son-in-law is your superior. Here's the deal. If you plead with me and return the 5 million, I promise to speak favorably of you to the Dragon Commander. Gu Xiao replied, you're delusional, before turning to leave. Just as she hadn't gotten far, she heard Yu Lingling's piercing scream. Turning back, she saw that the Yu family had been taken hostage by the very terrorists she was pursuing. The assailants held a knife to Yu Lingling's arm, shouting at Gu Xiao, we know you're here to capture us. No need to hide. Come out. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu quickly gathered to confront the assailants. A standoff ensued, with the Yu family trembling in fear. Gu Xiao, this is all your fault. Hurry and save me. Gu Xiao retorted, do you think I have any desire to converse with you? Moreover, you act as if we are intimately acquainted. Have you lost your mind? Nevertheless, Gu Xiao was resolute in his duty to save them. As a soldier, it was his responsibility. He could not afford to act as Jun Tiance did, prioritizing his own feelings over the defense of his nation and its people. Such pretentious individuals only serve to tarnish the reputation of military personnel. The terrorists soon recognized the close relationship between Gu Xiao and Yu Lingling, and began to leverage this knowledge to their advantage. Do you really think our Dragon Country's soldiers can be easily intimidated? Gu Xiao challenged. You lot are nothing but rabble, foolishly attempting to wreak havoc on our soil. The Yu family cried out in protest. Could you perhaps consider our feelings as hostages? Is having a knife to our throats not painful? The terrorists sneered. Oh, you think you're tough? Do you believe I won't kill her on the spot? Gu Xiao merely chuckled. Then go ahead. In our Dragon Country, there are no cowards. Every citizen is a stalwart hero. Even if you turn them into a porcupine, their eyes won't even blink. He then turned to the Yu family. Isn't that right? The Yu family, by my ancestors. Even the assailants were taken aback by Gu Xiao's righteous declarations. Seizing the moment of their astonishment, Gu Xiao sprang into action. In a short while, all the terrorists were subdued. The battle had not even begun, yet it ended in dismal defeat, the entire process unfolding with remarkable swiftness. Gu Xiao cast her gaze upon the crumpled figure of Yu Lingling sprawled on the ground. It's nothing to worry about. Surviving such great adversity surely brings future blessings. Return and tell Jun Tiance to marry you. Let us celebrate. Yu Lingling lifted her head, glaring at Gu Xiao. How could she utter such words? Offering neither genuine comfort nor an apology after causing her to be kidnapped? What did she mean? Did she believe that Jun Tiance would not marry her? Relishing in her misfortune? Many couples, after parting ways, often wish for their exes to suffer while they emerge as the victors in life. Surely, Gu Xiao could not think that she would find amusement in Yu Lingling's plight. Yet, Yu Lingling was indeed stung by Gu Xiao's words. Ever since she entered a relationship with Jun Tiance, he had been exceedingly generous with money, yet he never broached the subject of marriage. Every time she mentioned it, he deftly diverted the topic. This left Yu Lingling unsettled. Upon returning home, she poured out her grievances to Jun Tiance, once again broaching the topic of marriage. Just as before, he made excuses to evade it, leaving her heartbroken. Previously, when she was with Gu Xiao, she had not desired marriage. knowing that Gu Xiao would never abandon her. However, now she yearned to marry Jun Tiance and solidify her status, yet he continued to evade her. She dared not confront him as she had with Gu Xiao. Cautiously, she inquired, "Brother Tiance, do you have another woman?" To her surprise, Jun Tiance replied with unwavering confidence. "Lingling, you must understand that I, Jun Tiance, am no ordinary man. It is perfectly normal for me to have several female companions. I do not wish for you to become jealous over trivial matters, so be good, all right?" All she had to do was behave, and her boyfriend would buy her a guy. This had once been Yu Lingling's dream. Now, someone was willing to fulfill it, as long as she complied. He could provide her with everything except a formal commitment, which left her feeling somewhat stifled. It should not be this way. She had already sacrificed so much for Jun Tiance, and he should be wholeheartedly cherishing her. Yet, observing Jun Tiance's demeanor, she feared he might turn to another woman if she displeased him, forcing her to lower her gaze and play the obedient role. "Brother Tiance, I understand. I will be good." Jun Tiance was quite pleased. During these days, he had amassed a number of women. These women were far superior to Du Fian, requiring little emotional investment from him while offering unwavering affection. He deeply regretted having wasted 5 years of his youth on a woman like Du Fian. After leaving Yu Lingling, Jun Tiance was summoned by a few sycophants to indulge in a hot spring. Meanwhile, in the Canglong army, Xiao Wu, having obtained 2 tickets, wrapped his arm around Gu Zhao's shoulder. "Brother Xiao, didn't you mention your shoulder was hurting a while ago? A friend gifted me 2 complimentary tickets to the hot spring resort. Shall we go and unwind?" With nothing else to occupy him, Gu Xiao nodded in agreement. The two made their way to the resort, and after donning bath towels in the changing room, Xiao Wu suddenly said, "Brother Xiao, I think I've spotted a friend. Let me go check." He pointed in the direction of the men's bath, encouraging Gu Xiao to proceed. After he departed, Gu Xiao walked towards the indicated area, only to discover someone soaking in the water. The figure had their back to her, with skin so fair it was almost unearthly for a man. However, given the prevalence of youthful beauty nowadays, where many young men appeared more delicate than women, Gu Xiao thought little of it and entered the water. Just as she settled in, the young man turned around. "Gu Xiao?" It was a woman. Gu Xiao looked up and saw a large sign above the hot spring that clearly stated women. "Oh no, I've entered the wrong place." The embarrassment flashed across Gu Zhao's face. "If I say I simply took a wrong turn, would you believe me?" The short-haired woman tightened her towel and glared at her coldly. "What do you think? I will leave immediately." Gu Xiao turned to exit but heard the woman scoff and command, "Stop." Ignoring her, Gu Xiao hurried out, only to have the woman leap from the hot spring to seize her. Pervert. Trying to escape, she began to punch Gu Xiao in the face. After a flurry of strikes, she realized Gu Xiao had spread her arms wide, neither resisting nor attempting to push her away. "Why don't you dodge?" Gu Xiao replied helplessly. "Though it was my mistake, I accept the punishment for it. A few blows from you are warranted." Moreover, the woman's punches felt more like playful taps than real blows. She saw no need to resist and complicate matters further. The woman paused, seeing the sincerity in Gu Zhao's clear eyes. After biting her lip, she retracted her fists. "I shall let you off today. Should this happen again, I will ensure you pay dearly." A chill ran down Gu Zhao's spine as she watched the woman depart. Resigned, she stood and exited the hot spring, only to unexpectedly encounter Jun Tiance and his entourage arriving for a soak. At that moment, Jun Tiance stood there like a statue, his gaze fixed on the departing figure of the short-haired woman. The sycophants, ever perceptive, whispered into Jun Tiance's ear, "Even her silhouette is stunning. No wonder Mr. Jun is captivated." This was the most striking woman Jun Tiance had seen in quite some time. How could he not be moved? He inquired of his companions. "Do you know who that woman is?" "She is Yi Rue, the owner of this hot spring resort. It is said she built her empire from the ground up. She is only 28 and still unmarried. If Mr. Jun is interested, I assure you, we can arrange for her to be in your bed." Jun Tiance disapproved. "Whether it concerns friends or women, I, Jun Tiance, believe in sincerity. If I am attracted to her, I will win her heart genuinely, without resorting to such underhanded tactics." Having overheard their conversation, Gu Xiao couldn't help but scoff. Chapter 31. The War God's son-in-law, captured again. Jun Tiance indeed commenced his pursuit of Yi Rue. To charm her, he went to the city center to set off fireworks for her. Romantic, right? Hardly. Fireworks can be as harmful as bombs. With such a dense population in the square, Jun Tiance was endangering others to enhance his own romance. Xiao Wu, who had been trailing Jun Tiance, promptly sprang into action, and before long, several patrol vehicles arrived. The inspectors first eliminated any potential firework hazards before apprehending Jun Tiance. "How absurd. You dare to arrest me. Do you know who I am? And who are you?" Jun Tiance, with an air of arrogance, declared, "My identity is a state secret. Is someone of your stature permitted to inquire?" The inspector retorted, "You're insane. The inspector forcefully subdued Jun Tiance. It was then that he shouted, "I am the war god of Longhua, Jun Tiance. Without my vigilance at the borders, how could you enjoy your peaceful lives?" The inspector quipped, "Aren't you a state secret? And yet you reveal it so freely?" The higher-ups have already issued a warning. Recently in Binhai, several individuals have impersonated the Dragon Commander. Anyone claiming to be the Dragon Commander is a fraud. We have already captured several, and now we have one who has walked straight into the trap. How delightful. Now, setting off fireworks in the city center violates public safety laws, and coupled with impersonating a war hero, your offenses are quite serious. Jun Tiance was locked up for several days. In such circumstances, his wealth was of no use to him. Once he was released, Gu Xiao's progress bar had unknowingly advanced significantly towards its conclusion. Moreover, Jun Tiance's cultivation level had concurrently diminished, the once radiant aura around him now flickering dimly. The incident of his detention had caused him to lose face in front of Yi Rui, igniting a fervent desire within him to restore his image before her. However, this time, he refrained from ostentatious displays. Aware of Yi Rui's fondness for tranquility, he decided to gift each citizen 100,000, encouraging them to vacate the city for the evening, while he took Yi Rui to stroll the streets. As Yi Rui gazed upon the eerily desolate Binhai, resembling a ghost town, a look of bemusement crossed her face. "Mr. Jun, may I inquire as to why you summoned me?" Had it not been for Jun Tianze obtaining a premium membership at her hot spring resort, she would have preferred to ignore him altogether. "I understand your appreciation for peace, and this is my surprise for you. Now, no one can disturb the tranquility between us. Do you like it?" She thought to herself, like it? Not at all. However, she could not afford to offend this esteemed client, so she maintained an awkward yet polite smile. "Thank you, Mr. Jun, but I have other matters to attend to. Perhaps you could find someone else to share in this rare serenity?" "None are as important as you," Jun Tianze declared, his words sending shivers down her spine. Just as she was managing his advances, a phone call from Xiao Wu summoned the mischievous spirit once more. "What are you trying to achieve by clearing out an entire city? Is this a terror attack?" Consequently, Jun Tianze found himself, once more, embarrassingly escorted away by inspectors before Yi Rui. He could not resist, as he realized his cultivation level had plummeted further. The inspectors possessed their own levels of cultivation. Could he truly contend with so many? The thought of being subdued and humiliated was unbearable. As Jun Tianze was taken away, Xiao Wu excitedly rushed back to Gu Xiao. "Brother Xiao, the Dragon Lord is distributing money on the streets. I've collected 5 times, that's 500,000. The Dragon Lord is incredibly wealthy. It seems he can never spend it all." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiao revealed that spine-tingling smile once again. Soon, in the original narrative, Jun Tianze was known for his pretentiousness, standing atop a moral high ground while behaving as if his arrogance was for the benefit of the world. Public officials became mere tools for his grandstanding. When any public servant acted in accordance with the law yet offended him, he did not hesitate to obliterate their entire families. Subsequently, wielding his black card, he continued to wreak havoc in the business world. Now, Gu Xiao was determined to sever all his dependencies. After several days of investigation, Jun Tianze was released once more. The numerous detentions had stripped him of the dignity he had painstakingly regained. To revive his standing, he organized a lavish banquet, inviting the prominent families of Binhai, including Yi Rui. During the event, he orchestrated a swimming competition, introducing a shark into the pool. Everyone assumed the shark was merely a person in disguise until it ultimately harmed someone. At that moment, Jun Tianze heroically leaped forward to rescue Yi Rui, who was nearly injured by the shark, swiftly dispatching the creature. Under the influence of the dim-witted aura surrounding them, the onlookers regarded Jun Tianze as a paragon of bravery, with the women swooning at his gallant display. Yet, just then, the inspectors arrived and apprehended Jun Tianze for the unlawful act of capturing the shark. Oh, justice has a way of teaching one to behave. Watching Jun Tianze being taken away, those who had just admired him were left bewildered. Had they all been foolish? This time, without anyone to vouch for him, Jun Tianze found himself unable to escape for the time being. He made numerous calls to several high-profile individuals, hoping to maintain an air of dignity before the inspectors, only to be met with silence. Those who had once been his allies did not answer. Finally, he dialed General Chao's number, but it was Gu Xiao who appeared instead. "Why are you here? Where is General Xiao?" Gu Xiao, wearing a look of regret, replied quietly. "Dragon Lord, you may not be aware, but General Xiao recently got into trouble. Just after our last call, he was taken away by the Investigation Bureau for questioning. And before he left, he entrusted me to assist you." "Gu Xiao, are you certain you're not leading me into a trap?" "Rest assured, Dragon Lord. Even if it means you remain here for a lifetime, I will never reveal your identity." Jun Tianze, feeling his frustration boil, wanted to chastise Gu Xiao, but recognized that the current Gu Xiao was not the obedient subordinate he once knew. He suppressed his anger and said, "Gu Xiao, first get me out of here. Even if my identity were to be exposed, it would not matter. Dragon Lord, you have broken the law and set a poor example. Even if you no longer mind revealing your identity, I cannot." Gu Xiao spoke with conviction. "Consider it. You are a military commander. Yet you have violated the law and found yourself in the hands of the inspectors. If this were to get out, how would others perceive the Songlong army? How would they view the soldiers of Longhua? For the sake of the military's reputation, I cannot allow anyone to know you are the Dragon Lord." Jun Tianzi, taken aback, wondered if Gu Xiao was insinuating he was bringing shame upon himself. "Do you think I'm unreasonable?" Gu Xiao pressed. "Do you find my reasoning flawed?" Jun Tianzi gritted his teeth. "No, your logic is quite sound. Then, since you agree with me, you must understand that you have indeed broken the law. The emperor and the commoner are equal before the law. As a disciplined military commander, you would never exploit connections to evade legal consequences, correct? Moreover, just days ago we enacted revised legislation, with the higher-ups holding a press conference to clarify its importance, firmly establishing the rule of law in Longhua. If this incident were to reach the higher-ups, it would be a slap in their faces." Jun Tianzi continued to endure. "So am I to remain imprisoned here indefinitely? Not at all. I have alternative methods to secure your release. Speak. Ultimately, Dragon Lord, all these recent events stem from the black card, do they not? How about this? You write a statement expressing your willingness to relinquish your rights to the black card." Jun Tianzi exclaimed, "What? Dragon Lord, the black card in your possession is merely a card. Your wealth and status do not rely on it. However, to the upper echelons and the populace, it holds significance. By voluntarily relinquishing it, you demonstrate your love for this nation, proving that you are not one to recklessly wield privilege. The people will adore you even more." Jun Tianzi regarded Gu Xiao skeptically. "Do you doubt my sincerity, Dragon Lord? I believe you are a menace. Dragon Lord, do you truly think the higher-ups would allow you to give up your black card? They would be frightened at the thought of you leaving them behind. So your renunciation would merely be a gesture, not an actual loss. I am merely considering your best interests." Gu Xiao sighed. "If you doubt my loyalty, I shall take my leave. When General Xiao is released, he will personally come to escort you out." Damn it. General Xiao was taken by the inspectors. He won't be out for at least 10 days to half a month. Ultimately, Jun Tianzi gritted his teeth and penned the statement. As Gu Xiao observed, given his esteemed position in the Dragon Kingdom, the more he wished to decline certain privileges, the more the higher-ups insisted on bestowing them upon him. He harbored no apprehension about losing what he had acquired. His current predicament was merely transient, a consequence of the machinations of unscrupulous individuals like Hu Shui and Gu Xiao within the upper echelons. Once he returned to the Songlong army, he would undoubtedly exact retribution upon these shameless scoundrels. However, after Jun Tianzi penned his declaration, Gu Xiao interjected, saying, "Dragon Commander, this declaration is insufficient. You must articulate your willingness to relinquish this privilege from the perspective of national interest." After several drafts and an exhausting effort, Gu Xiao finally acquiesced. "Very well, Dragon Commander. Await my word. By tomorrow at the latest, I shall secure your release." With that, he departed. Jun Tianzi, upon reflection, began to sense the absurdity of the situation. What in the world? His declaration to relinquish the black card privilege had no bearing on his capture. What did his release have to do with it? Had he truly fallen into Gu Xiao's clever trap? Cursed be it. Did Gu Xiao believe that a mere statement could manipulate his black card? His black card was registered under his name, and the internal system recognized only his visage. Gu Xiao's attempts to meddle were utterly misguided. Gu Xiao presented Jun Tianzi's declaration to the senior officials and leaders, extolling Jun Tianzi's determination to renounce the black card privileges. Hu Shui could not help but cast a glance at the self-righteous Gu Xiao. Some would publicly praise the Dragon Commander while scheming against him in private. The superior side, recognizing the Dragon Commander's wishes, they could only comply. Yet, considering Jun Tianzi's past contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, the leader did not impose too harsh a penalty. They merely limited the black card's spending cap. Jun Tianzi could spend a few million at most. Once that was exhausted, the card would indeed be devoid of funds. Over the years, while ostensibly playing the part of a meek man in the Du family, even seeking funds from his wife for the simplest of purchases, he had been quite generous, rescuing various prominent figures and captivating beauties without hesitation. After all, he only needed to maintain appearances before the Du family. The funds he spent were derived from the taxpayers. If Jun Tianzi were a responsible military man, his expenditures would be justifiable. The issue arose when he reveled in his spending but vanished when it came to assuming responsibility for defending his country. Gu Xiao, convey to the Dragon Commander that having declared his intentions, we shall no longer intrude upon his life. He need only focus on leading a simple existence. This nation shall be safeguarded by countless young individuals like Gu Xiao, and the Songlong army will appoint a new commander. The following day, Jun Tian-su was released. Yet, he learned no lesson from his ordeal and continued to flout the law, flaunting his bravado. The inspectors, as if endowed with a divine vision, would swiftly apprehend him whenever he broke the law. Jun Tian-su made a habit of being caught weekly, becoming a familiar face at the inspection office, until they grew weary of his antics. Mr. Jun, is it truly so difficult for you to be a law-abiding citizen? You all aren't deliberately targeting me, are you? Regardless, as he faced repeated arrests, Jun Tian-su developed a psychological scar. He meticulously perused various legal documents, fearful of inadvertently stepping on a landmine. As he read, tears welled in his eyes. How had he fallen so low? Why were the higher-ups treating him thus? Why had his abilities waned? In that moment, he finally grasped the reality. It was he who needed the Songlong army, who needed this nation, rather than the other way around. Yet, he could not even gain entry to the Songlong army. He reached out to his former comrades, but none would extend him a courtesy. He attempted to lower himself to appeal to the higher-ups, but they were too preoccupied to acknowledge him. Several women he had once pursued had blocked him. Only one, Yu Lingling, remained steadfast by his side. Since Gu Zhao's intervention, each of his attempts to show off had begun with the fanfare of a wedding, turned tragic like a crime scene, and concluded as comically as a farce. With the narrative unfolding in this manner, Gu Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. In the original storyline, Jun Tian-su was surrounded by women. Although he could not marry them all simultaneously, he staged a grand wedding to provide them with psychological comfort, uniting with multiple women. However, during the ceremony, an unexpected guest appeared, donned in a wedding dress, intent on marrying Jun Tian-su. This left him in a quandary. As one of his confidants urged, "Darling, just marry this young lady. You didn't favor me at first, yet you grew to love me, didn't you? I believe her beauty will surely win your heart with time." Reluctantly, Jun Tian-su acquiesced. A multitude of women rallied for his affection. Yet now, all his women had flown away. Chapter 33, The War God's Son-in-Law. No need for excessive gratitude. Now, all his women had indeed departed, and rumors began to circulate that he was idle yet affluent, frequently visiting the inspection office, raising suspicions of illicit activities that might lead to his downfall. Those from prestigious families, who had once feared him, now kept their distance, wary of being implicated. Only the sycophants remained by his side, drawn by his generosity. Noticing Jun Tian-su's discontent, one sycophant remarked, "Mr. Jun, it's merely a woman. Should you give the nod, I can ensure she appears in your bed tonight." Jun Tian-su had always sought affirmation through women. He had pursued Yi Rui for an extended period, yet received not even a smile in return, and his repeated arrests had long since drained his patience. Nevertheless, he prided himself on being a gentleman, unwilling to overtly resort to underhanded tactics to summon a woman to his side. Thus, he shot a cold glare at the sycophant, who promptly fell silent. Jun Tian-su felt vexed. In this regard, the sycophants could not compare to General Xiao. General Xiao had a keen understanding of Jun Tian-su's thoughts, directly bringing women to him without ever consulting him. This enabled Jun Tian-su to rationalize, thinking, after all, the woman was delivered by someone else. The drug was administered by another. It wasn't my doing. I had no choice. I merely acted to save her. I have an idea. One sycophant suddenly exclaimed. I heard that Miss Yi's father is gravely ill, and she has been seeking a renowned neurologist. If Mr. Jun were to secure a specialist to treat her father, would that not win Miss Yi's heart? Jun Tian-su's eyes brightened. A neurologist? He happened to know one, and a globally recognized expert at that. Without delay, Jun Tian-su procured some gifts and visited Yi Rui's father in the hospital. Though Yi Rui found Jun Tian-su insufferable and had no desire to engage with someone like him, she could hardly respond with coldness to his visit. Miss Yi, how is your father's condition? Is it serious? Yi Rui let out a sigh, reflecting on her father's youthful endeavor with acupuncture. In those days, a needle had unfortunately broken off in his scalp, unnoticed by the physician and unrecognized by her father himself. In recent years, he had been plagued by sudden headaches, and upon examination, they discovered a needle lodged in his brain, severely compressing his nerves. If it remained unaddressed, the consequences could be dire. Jun Tian-su offered words of comfort, inquiring why they did not proceed with surgery. She replied, "The procedure is complex. I have consulted numerous esteemed doctors, all of whom deemed the surgery exceedingly difficult, expressing little confidence in its success." At this moment, Jun Tian-su seized the opportunity to showcase his abilities. "Miss Yi, are you familiar with Dr. Ander? Dr. Ander is an internationally renowned neurosurgeon. Naturally, I have heard of him, but given my circumstances, how could I possibly engage such a distinguished physician? Truth be told, I have known Dr. Ander for quite some time. If I were to reach out to him, he would undoubtedly oblige, Jun Tiansu asserted. Do you truly know Dr. Ander? Yi Rui asked, her skepticism momentarily lifted. Indeed, our bond is profound. Had I not saved his life years ago, he would not be here today. Asking him to assist is merely a matter of a phone call, he declared with unwavering confidence. His certainty began to sway Yi Rui's doubts. Yet, aware that nothing comes without a cost, she hesitated to accept his aid. However, the health of her father weighed heavily on her heart. As a dutiful daughter, how could she turn her back on him? With determination, she stated, Mr. Jun, if you truly can enlist Dr. Ander to save my father, you shall be a benefactor to the Yi family, and I am willing to pay any price. Miss Yi, where are your thoughts leading you? I merely wish to assist you. I do not intend to take advantage of your father's condition, he replied candidly. Indeed, I hold affection for you, but I, Jun Tiansu, am not so base as to threaten a woman for my own gain. Rest assured. Yi Rui felt a blush of embarrassment, realizing she had misjudged Jun Tiansu's intentions. Thank you, Mr. Jun. Your father's health is paramount. There is no need for gratitude, he replied, promptly dialing Dr. Ander in her presence. However, the call was met with a busy signal. After multiple attempts, he found himself still unable to connect. Meanwhile, Dr. Ander, occupied with a phone conversation with Gu Xiao, was unaware of Jun Tiansu's attempts to reach him. The truth was that Jun Tiansu and Dr. Ander shared a bond, rooted in the life-saving actions of Gu Xiao. Yet, due to her association with Jun Tiansu, he felt entitled to the gratitude owed to Gu Xiao, believing Dr. Ander should be grateful to him. However, the true gratitude from Dr. Ander belonged solely to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, in his conversation with Dr. Ander, proposed that he come to Binhai to perform surgery on Yi Rui's father. Dr. Ander readily agreed. But as the call was nearing its conclusion, Gu Xiao added, I hope you won't mention to anyone that I sought you out for Mr. Yi's surgery. Your involvement is solely to overshadow Jun Tiansu's reputation, and it should remain unrelated to Yi Rui. Dr. Ander concurred. Meanwhile, Jun Tiansu, frustrated by the lack of communication, felt increasingly slighted by Dr. Ander's silence. Did he truly forget who had played a role in his survival? Just as Jun Tiansu resolved to seek Dr. Ander in person, he was astonished to discover that Dr. Ander had arrived at Binhai Hospital and was currently operating on Yi Rui's father. Mr. Jun, thank you immensely. Dr. Ander has truly come to perform the surgery on my father. He is saved. Yi Rui exclaimed, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Jun Tiansu was taken aback. Hadn't he just been unable to reach Dr. Ander? How had he arrived? Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, believing that Yi Rui, unfamiliar with Dr. Ander, would assume his presence was due to his influence. There is no need to thank me. It was merely a simple gesture, he said, enjoying the warmth of her appreciation. As long as your father recovers and you find happiness, I shall be content. His gaze, filled with affection, lingered on Yi Rui, causing her to feel a twinge of shyness. At that moment, the surgical room doors swung open. Miss Yi, the operation was a success. Please do not worry. Tears brimmed in Yi Rui's eyes as Dr. Ander continued. As for the surgical fees, please discuss them with my assistant. I must catch a flight. Yi Rui, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, Thank you, Dr. Ander. Yet, Jun Tiansu furrowed his brow. As the one who had summoned Dr. Ander, he believed such matters of payment should not be addressed in his presence. Dr. Ander, Miss Yi is my friend. Let us forego the discussion of fees, he interjected. Dr. Ander appeared perplexed. May I ask who are you? Jun Tiansu, he replied, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. Jun Tiansu, do not jest. If you do not even recognize me, then how is it that you have come to perform surgery on Mr. Yi? Was it not Miss Yi who made the appointment herself? Dr. Ander inquired. Yi Rui was taken aback. So it was I who successfully made the appointment? It had nothing to do with Jun Tiansu? The realization dawned on her. Jun Tiansu had been misleading himself into believing he had a role in this. With Dr. Ander departing, Yi Rui's demeanor shifted. Mr. Jun, unless you have further matters to discuss, I kindly ask you to leave. My father requires peace after the surgery. Jun Tiansu was stunned. Had the world gone mad? Why was everyone turning against him? In the days that followed, Yi Rui decisively placed Jun Tiansu on her blacklist. Since his divorce from Du Feiyin, he had vowed never to lower himself again, refusing to sacrifice his dignity for Yi Rui. After several attempts to win her favor, only to be met with indifference, he finally declared, I hope Miss Yi does not come to regret this decision. Yi Rui remained unresponsive. Having faced defeat with Yi Rui, he turned his attention to Yu Lingling. Meanwhile, Yu Lingling continued her shopping spree, reveling in her newfound wealth. She found herself in a high-end boutique, relishing the opportunity to indulge. Previously, she would have been regarded with disdain by the staff. Now, she entered with an air of confidence. After selecting several pairs of shoes and bags, She spotted a lovely cream-colored evening gown and immediately requested to try it on. The sales associate politely cautioned her, "Miss, this gown is a new release for the month, and there is only one piece of each size in the world. This size may not quite suit your figure." Yu Lingling bristled at the implication. "Are you suggesting I am overweight?" The associate quickly clarified, but Yu Lingling remained convinced that she was being slighted. "It's just an evening gown. If I try it on and it doesn't fit, can I simply purchase it?" "Miss, I meant no offense. I detest condescending salespeople like you. I am a paying customer, while you are merely a sales associate. What right do you have to look down on me? I was merely pointing out the size issue. I did not intend to offend you." Yu Lingling marched into the fitting room with the gown. Indeed, it was too small. She found it impossible to zip it up. But what woman would admit that she couldn't fit into the smallest size? Thus, she exerted all her strength to squeeze herself into it, only to hear the zipper burst open. Yu Lingling was unperturbed, emerging with an air of haughtiness. The dress was not to her liking, yet having inadvertently damaged it, she resigned herself to having it wrapped up. The sales assistant maintained a constant smile, while Yu Lingling extracted her card delicately with 2 fingers. In her previous relationship with Xiao, she was always anxious about the balance on her card, meticulously counting every penny. However, now, she felt no need to check her account each month, for she was well aware that no matter the amount, she could never exhaust it. Yet soon, her smile froze upon hearing the card machine emit a notification of insufficient funds. "Excuse me, miss. It appears your card may not work. Would you like to try another?" "How could this be?" Yu Lingling exclaimed in disbelief, insisting that it must be a malfunction of their machine. "Try it again." The assistant swiped twice more, but the outcome remained unchanged. Yu Lingling promptly checked her phone for messages, only to discover that her funds had been depleted, and this month, June Tyance had not transferred any money to her. It dawned on her that amid constant scrutiny, June Tyance hardly had the inclination to send her money. In that moment, Yu Lingling felt as though every person in the store was mocking her, looking down upon her. Since becoming involved with June Tyance, she had never faced such humiliation. The more she felt this way, the straighter her back became. Recalling that her wealth management account might still hold some funds, she coolly remarked, "Never mind, I'll pay online." However, when she attempted this, the same notification of insufficient funds appeared. Her expression darkened further, sensing a hint of disdain in the assistant's smile. Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "How much are these items?" "Miss, the total is 578,000. Yu Lingling's eyes widened. "For such poor quality? I barely wore it before it broke. How can it possibly cost so much?" Grinding her teeth, she declared, "Forget it. I don't want any of these." Turning to leave, she added, "I'll come back another day to shop." The assistant swiftly intercepted her, stating, "Miss, you can return these items, but the evening gown has been damaged and cannot be returned." Yu Lingling glanced around, feeling suffocated by the mere seconds spent there. Impatiently, she asked, "How much for the gown?" 120,000. Such an exorbitant price for a dress. Are you aiming for the heavens? Yu Lingling silently checked her wealth management account, retorting, "Your store's dresses are of such poor quality. I didn't even blame you for the way it clung to my skin, and yet you expect me to buy it? What a farce. Why should I be the fool here?" "Miss, we did inform you that this dress is not suited for you. It was your insistence to try it on." The assistant had already picked up her phone, her smile seeming to convey a warning. "Should you dare to flee, I shall call for help." As one of the protagonists, she was often ridiculed in various scenarios before reaching out to the male lead, who would then arrive in a luxurious car, adorned with a prestigious watch, effortlessly waving away hundreds of thousands, leaving the onlookers trembling. Thus, Yu Lingling called June Tyance. Currently, June Tyance had only Yu Lingling by his side, and upon receiving her call, he promptly arrived. He presented his elite black card to the sales assistant. After swiping, the familiar notification of insufficient funds echoed once more. Yu Lingling thought she must have misheard, staring at the assistant in disbelief. The assistant swiped again twice in her presence, smiling. "Sir, could you please use another card?" June Tyance was taken aback. "What do you mean? What is wrong with my card?" It was an unlimited elite black card. "There must be an issue with your machine." To prove otherwise, the assistant swiped for another customer. Yu Lingling began to panic. "Tyance, what on earth is wrong with your card?" With a grim expression, June Tyance called Xiao, suspecting she had tampered with his black card. Xiao answered pleasantly, "Long Shui, here's the situation. The higher-ups have reviewed your statement and appreciate your earnest efforts to alleviate the nation's burden and consider the welfare of the people. Therefore, they have decided to revoke your black card and allocate those funds for national research purposes. Congratulations, Long Shui, you always wished to lead a normal life. And now they finally understand you." June Tyance was furious, a stream of expletives on the tip of his tongue. Yet, he was informed that although he wished to keep a low profile, they could not bear to see him suffer. So they allocated 50 million to his account, sufficient for his future expenses. The financial office had sent him a message, which he presumably overlooked. If he had any objections, he could contact them within 24 hours. However, they had not received a call from him, implying he accepted the decision. Jun Tiance, upon checking his previous messages, indeed found a notification. Yet, with the deluge of irrelevant messages he received daily, how could he possibly notice it? Was this not a deliberate trap? Gu Xiao? Are you deliberately setting me up? Long Shuai, why do you say that? Wasn't it your desire to live like an ordinary person, carrying an unlimited black card every day? Does that sound like an ordinary life? Fuming, Jun Tiance hung up. Little did he know that he was left with only a 50 million limit. Thus, he had been swiping away. Now unable to withdraw a single cent, Yu Lingling found herself equally incapable of producing funds, and ultimately, the store called for assistance, leading both of them to be escorted away by the inspectors. Jun Tiance, who had been diligently avoiding the inspectors, found himself in their presence due to Yu Lingling. His expression darkening. Yu Lingling fervently explained, Tiance holds an elite black card. Do you know what that is? It is reserved for the nation's greatest contributors. Only Tiance has one in the entire country because he is the god of war. Call the authorities if you doubt me. Or check with the Songlong army. I've told you, Tiance is the god of war. Why are you detaining us? Do you understand how much he has sacrificed for this nation? Treating him this way is sheer ingratitude. Seeing Yu Lingling so agitated, the inspectors began to fear they had made a mistake and called the Songlong army. The call was answered by Xiao Si, who transferred it to Gu Xiao. To be candid, that is indeed Long Shuai, Gu Xiao informed them. The inspectors nearly dropped the phone, their hands trembling. Yet Gu Xiao continued. However, Long Shuai is currently experiencing life as an ordinary person, so please treat him as such. If you act in violation of the law before him, be wary of facing his wrath. In essence, they should handle matters strictly according to evidence. The more thoroughly they dealt with it, the better they could demonstrate their integrity. The police department understood this well. And just when Jun Tiance thought they had finally come to their senses, they detained him again. What infuriated Jun Tiance further was seeing a related report on the Central News. Researchers expressed gratitude to the nation, the leaders, and specifically to Gu Xiao, who proposed increasing funds for scientific research. The air around Jun Tiankai was thick with indignation, as he fumed. Goodness! The research funding you have obtained is a result of my sacrifices, is it not? Should you not express your gratitude towards me? What on earth is happening here? It was well known that Jun Tiankai had been taken away by inspectors from the store, with several esteemed ladies witnessing the event. Consequently, within just a few days, the news had spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of Bin Hai society. The Du and Gao families quickly learned that the mysterious funds at Jun Tiancai's disposal had been squandered entirely. He was no longer able to contend with the Du and Gao families. Seizing the opportunity while he was still detained, they swiftly orchestrated a resurgence. By the time Jun Tiancai was released, he would be forced to confront their wrath. At present, Jun Tiancai's cultivation had been drastically diminished by Gu Xiao, and it continued to decline relentlessly. He could only watch helplessly as his situation deteriorated. Deprived of both resources and power, it was impossible for him not to feel fear. In the past, he had the audacity to act imperiously, relying on his unmatched prowess, but now he was apprehensive of encountering anyone who might seize him for a beating. No, I cannot continue like this. I must return to the Songlong army. I, Jun Tiancai, have risen from a mere soldier to the position of commander before. I can certainly do so again. It will only take a year, just 1 year, and I shall reclaim my former glory. Determined, Jun Tiancai sought out the commander, resolutely declaring that he would not leave without a face-to-face discussion. It would not bode well for a war god to be turned away. The commander, upon seeing him, smiled amiably, appearing quite cordial. Ah, Tiancai, you've come to see me personally. What brings you here? Before Jun Tiancai could respond, the commander poured him a cup of tea and continued, I understand. You fear that your identity may be revealed, preventing you from living as an ordinary person, correct? Rest assured, I have already spoken with my subordinates. They will treat you as if they do not know you and will not cause you any trouble. Such words had become suffocating for Jun Tiancai over the past few days. Internally, he was seething, but his countenance betrayed none of his agitation, instead adopting a forced smile. Commander, in my youth, I was impetuous, harboring many immature notions. After reflecting on these past days, I have come to understand the heavy burden upon my shoulders. He spoke with earnestness. I am still in my prime. How could I retire so early? I should remain on the front lines, serving my country. Therefore, I must return to the Songlong army and continue to protect our homeland alongside my brothers. He could not resist adding a few more self-aggrandizing remarks. Commander, in my lifetime, who else in Huagua can rival my capabilities? With such prowess, how could I easily resign? The implication was clear. His willingness to return should be seen as a favor. Otherwise, even if they collectively knelt before him, he might not deign to return. The commander's expression darkened. How dare you speak such words? Tian Kai, you put me in a difficult position. I have already made arrangements, and now you wish to return unexpectedly. This abrupt change is quite problematic. It was evident that the commander was displeased with Jun Tiankai. No leader genuinely devoted to their nation could tolerate such a headstrong subordinate, no matter how talented they might be. Moreover, Jun Tiankai had been nurtured under the protection of the state, which had invested considerable resources into his development. As a soldier, it was his duty and obligation to defend the nation. He had no grounds for negotiation. Furthermore, the sacrifices he made had been reciprocated with equal treatment from the state. Chapter 36. The War God's Son-in-Law. Inviting Commander Long back to the Songlong army. Did the people's admiration not count? Did the supreme honor of the war god not count? Did the privileges of power and wealth not count? Did the ability to have one's wishes fulfilled not count? Yet he only knew how to flaunt his status, believing that his defense of the nation was a favor to others, as if the country could not function without him. Initially, he had merely quarreled with Commander Hu over tactical issues, storming off in a fit of anger, never truly considering the responsibilities of a soldier. The nation summoned him back, and he acted as though they owed him something, only willing to comply when pressed. In his arrogance, he disregarded the sacrifices of the nation and behaved as if he were being demeaned by returning. In truth, he had been nothing but pretentious. Although the concept of the war god was initially proposed by the commander, it did not grant Jun Tiankai the right to become arrogant. Commander, I am aware that the entire nation is counting on my return. I am willing to come back, and surely they would welcome it, which would not undermine your authority. Observing the commander's silence, he added, if you require, I can inform everyone that I am returning out of respect for you. Are you implying that you are doing me a favor? The commander retorted. Tian Kai, you must understand, two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. The Songlong army already has General Gu at the helm. Jun Tiankai was merely one of his subordinates. How dare he presume to take his place? Who gave him such audacity? The commander continued, even I would not dare speak to a meritorious subordinate in such a manner. What gives you the confidence? When Jun Tiankai heard this, his face fell. Why not? General Gu has achieved great military accomplishments, and the military is already advocating for his promotion to the new Commander Long. If not for his own reluctance, he would already be the commander of the Songlong army. As he spoke, the commander straightened his back, feeling an air of pride. How dare you leverage the nation to bolster your own vanity? Do you truly believe the country will tolerate your arrogance? Do you think everyone will indulge your caprices? Previously, there was no one else available, so I had to endure you. Now that the military is brimming with talent, why should they cater to you? Jun Tiansai's expression darkened. Thus, the upper echelons dared to treat him this way because Gu Xiao had sown discord, had they not? It seemed they were short-sighted, falling for Gu Xiao's schemes, intending to cast him aside. Had they forgotten the significance of Jun Tiansai's existence in just 5 years? It mattered not. He would bide his time. Once he regained his peak, usurping this incompetent superior was not out of the question. He would ensure they understood the consequences of crossing him. Commander, do not forget. Even if there were 10 Gu Xiaos, can they ever represent my stature in the eyes of the people? Let it not escape your memory. Throughout history, only I, Jun Tiankai, have been hailed as the war god. Should the populace learn how the nation treats one who has devoted himself to the country, I fear this was unmistakably a threat. The commander felt a surge of displeasure, but kept it hidden. It was clear that openly confronting Jun Tiankai was not an option. After all, he had been the one to ignite a nationwide veneration for the war god. Even if Jun Tiankai were unworthy of his title, they could not admit it. Nor could they simply strip him of his standing. However, reinstating Jun Tiankai into the Songlong army would pose a dilemma with Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao was also an exceptional talent, possessing a rational mind and a greater sense of responsibility than Jun Tiankai. Given the circumstances between Gu Xiao and Jun Tiankai, reintroducing Jun Tiankai into the Songlong army would inevitably hurt Gu Xiao's sentiments. Furthermore, with Jun Tiansai's current arrogance, allowing him to lead the Songlong army could lead to reckless actions, perhaps even an attempt at usurpation. Just as the commander grappled with this predicament, Gu Xiao arrived. Commander, I am here to formally invite Commander Long back to the Songlong army. Gu Xiao wore an expression of utmost sincerity. Long Shuai would forever be the commander of the Songlong army, and we pledge our unwavering loyalty to follow him. Gu Xiao spoke with such earnestness that Jun Tiansu nearly believed him. Gu Xiao's loyalty seemed boundless. You despicable creature. A green tea vixen, deceiving with a facade. Since Gu Xiao wished to play the magnanimous role, Jun Tiansu decided to indulge him in this charade. Gu Xiao, my actions regarding you Lingling were impulsive, and I owe you an apology. This is entirely my fault. Your understanding of the greater good does not betray the trust one have placed in you. Gu Xiao, of course, this is the fault of Long Shuai. Otherwise, would I have lost my sanity to seek Long Shuai's betrayal? Jun Tiansu found himself momentarily speechless. Gu Xiao, we are brothers bound by life and death. I hope our bond is not severed over a woman. You speak of brotherhood now? Damn it. With a face reminiscent of a QR code, how could one even discern your true nature without scanning it? Jun Tiansu continued, you must understand. A powerful man invariably attracts admirers, and I find myself in a difficult position. If you truly care, I could return Lingling to you. Does strength grant one the privilege of numerous women? Does it allow for the betrayal of others? Does it permit the disdain of marital vows? Would you be content if your formidable wife were to be shared with other men? Even our superiors maintain decorum. What hubris is this, contemplating such audacious acts? Long Shuai. Fret not, these are personal matters. In official affairs, you remain my superior, and I will not let personal grievances cloud the larger picture. Such a woman, you may keep her. Your association with her is the greatest form of revenge. Listening to Gu Xiao, the superior couldn't help but applaud. How profound his understanding of righteousness. Well, since you have laid everything bare, I can be at ease. With Gu Xiao's words, the chief tacitly permitted Jun Tiansu's return to the Songlong army. However, before Jun Tiansu and Gu Xiao departed, the chief cast a meaningful glance at Gu Xiao, sensing that he might be up to something. Yet, he welcomed this intrigue, hoping Gu Xiao would exercise restraint and not disrupt the greater scheme. Long Shuai, please proceed. Once outside the chief's office, Jun Tiansu coldly remarked, Gu Xiao, do you expect me to believe your sincerity in wanting me back in the Songlong army? Gu Xiao remained silent. I lack such sentiments. Gu Xiao, let me make it clear, whatever schemes you devise against me, I shall not be intimidated. I, Jun Tiansu, have weathered countless storms. How could I be ensnared by someone so petty? Gu Xiao wore a wounded expression. Long Shuai, I never imagined you would think of me this way. Does your conscience not ache? Jun Tiansu felt the urge to curse. How dare you speak of conscience? Since Long Shuai holds such views, I shall refrain from interfering in your affairs to avoid further misunderstandings. With a sigh, he lamented the inexplicable nature of human hearts before departing. Chapter 37. The War God's Son-in-Law. The tanks clear the path. He had merely diminished a fraction of Jun Tiansu's illustrious aura. Only when the entire realm's faith in Jun Tiansu crumbled, and his aura completely dissipated, leaving no possibility for resurgence, would the progress bar reach 100%. Thus, it became imperative for Jun Tiansu to return to the Songlong army. Gu Xiao had paved the way for him, hoping he would not disappoint. Gu Xiao departed, leaving Jun Tiansu to make his way back to the Songlong army alone. He envisioned a grand welcoming ceremony awaiting him upon his return. However, upon entering, he was met with utter silence. It was the lunch break, and the Songlong army headquarters lay still, with only a few soldiers wandering about. Jun Tiansu frowned. In the past, wherever he went, he was always escorted by fighter jets as a minimum standard. He called over a soldier. You come here. The soldier approached, scrutinizing him. Who are you? A newcomer? Jun Tiansu was incredulous. You don't recognize me? The soldier looked exasperated. Brother, our Songlong army headquarters has tens of thousands of personnel across 12 divisions. You are not the commander. Why should I know you? I am the commander. These soldiers lacked any sense of hierarchy. They needed to be disciplined. Immediately notify everyone in the Songlong army to assemble. I have something to say. The soldier regarded Jun Tiansu, then circled around him. I say, brother, are you joking with me at noon? He couldn't help but burst into laughter and called to several passing soldiers. Brothers, come hear this. This fellow claims to be the commander. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've heard all day. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier, but brother, you've set your sights rather high, haven't you? Is becoming the commander something one can simply wish for? Daydreaming in broad daylight, are we? Insolence. How dare you speak like that before me? Who taught you such disrespect? Seeing Jun Tiansu grow increasingly agitated, one soldier suggested, fine, you say you are the commander? Let us have a spar. We'll see if you truly are the commander or not. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Jun Tiansu's eyes. In the past, he would never have deigned to engage with such common soldiers, lowering himself to their level. Yet, their audacity warranted a lesson. Just as he was about to strike, he remembered the depths to which he had fallen in terms of cultivation. Unfortunately, by the time he realized this, the soldier had already launched an attack, forcing him into combat. In less than 30 seconds, the skirmish concluded. The soldier was astonished at Jun Tiansu's lackluster performance. Haha, with that level, you dare to claim to be the commander? Ridiculous. Brother, judging by your appearance, you hardly seem to be one of the Songlong army's warriors. How did you even get in here? With such cultivation and skill, you don't even qualify to enter the Songlong army. At this moment, everyone grew wary, treating Jun Tiansu as an intruder and escorting him to meet Gu Xiao. Throughout the journey, Jun Tiansu kept declaring himself as the commander, but they merely regarded it as a joke. Little did he expect that on his very first day back in the Songlong army, he would be met with such treatment. Damn Gu Xiao, what has he turned the Songlong army into? How could they not recognize their own commander? What right do they have to be in the Songlong army? Upon entering Gu Xiao's office, the soldiers unceremoniously tossed the disheveled Jun Tian Su before him. Commander, look. We have captured an unidentified individual. Gu Xiao scrutinized Jun Tian Su for a long moment. Did you not think to verify his identity before apprehending him? This is the commander. Hurry and apologize. The soldiers were taken aback, and under Gu Xiao's piercing gaze, they quickly bowed. We were blind, and we beg for the commander's forgiveness. Even upon realizing that the man before them was indeed the true commander, they did not express admiration. After all, they had joined the Songlong army in the past 5 years and had never witnessed the unparalleled Jun Tian Su in his prime. To them, he was akin to a legendary figure. And yet, this legendary figure had just engaged in combat with them and failed to prevail. Consequently, this mythos crumbled in their hearts, leaving them to perceive the tales as exaggerated. Jun Tian is far from as formidable as he claims. He is neither a powerhouse nor a figure of long-standing prominence. How could he possibly command their respect? Jun Tian, filled with indignation, sought immediate disciplinary action against the soldiers. Gu Xiao interjected, Dragon Commander, one cannot entirely blame them. It was your directive to conceal your identity and act with humility, hence the new recruits of the Songlong army have never seen your likeness. Is it not reasonable that they do not recognize you? Just as Jun Tian's anger peaked, military supervisor Xiao arrived. He had endured extensive interrogation from the Investigation Bureau for over half a month before finally securing his release, only to learn upon his return that Jun Tian had also come back. Dragon Commander, you have finally returned. Your subordinate has awaited your arrival. Jun Tian's expression softened slightly. Very well, Supervisor Xiao, since you have returned, I have a significant task for you. Listen closely. Supervisor Xiao and the others in the office immediately stood at attention, eager to heed Jun Tian's command. He declared, immediately arrange for an announcement to be made, proclaiming to the entire Dragon Nation that I, Jun Tian, have returned. The crowd was taken aback. Jun Tian continued, I want this news broadcasted on television, across the internet, in every street and subway station. Not a single corner should be overlooked. He was determined to use his return as a means to redeem himself from past disgrace. Feeling this was insufficient, he instructed Supervisor Xiao to prepare a fighter jet, stating, I must make a trip to Binhai. Supervisor Xiao complied, yet Gu Xiao saw the budget burning away. Must you stage such an extravagant display? Do you think this is a military parade? Why not allocate those funds as benefits for the troops instead? Just as Supervisor Xiao was about to give orders, Gu Xiao forcefully kicked the door shut. Dragon Commander, given the current economic downturn, all departments are tightening their budgets, including the Songlong army. If you wish to return to Binhai, I can drive you back. Drive a car? Will that showcase my supreme status? Jun Tian retorted, I demand a fighter jet. 8,000 soldiers shall pave the way for me. Not one shall be absent. As the valiant god of war of the Dragon Nation, am I not deserving of such a grand display? See to it at once. He insisted on an extravagant return, believing such arrangements to be fundamental. If they could not even manage this, what were they doing? Rest assured, I will attend to it immediately. Supervisor Xiao replied. Chapter 38, The God of War's Son-in-Law, Seeking Assistance. Rest assured, I will attend to it immediately, he said, casting a smug glance at Gu Xiao before heading towards the door. Gu Xiao, have you forgotten the reason you found yourself in the Investigation Bureau? You entered willingly, yet you would drag the Dragon Commander in as well? Supervisor Xiao realized that it was Gu Xiao who had reported him for his extravagant display. The personnel from the Investigation Bureau were no trifling matter. After one visit, he never wished to return. Supervisor Xiao froze, while Jun Tian's countenance darkened as he turned to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, are you questioning my orders? What is it? After being away for years, do you intend to usurp my position? Dragon Commander, I harbor no such intentions. Indeed, I see quite the contrary. Do you truly believe you can replace me? Let me make this clear. I am the god of war of the Dragon Nation. No one can usurp my place. Gu Xiao, your subordinate understands. There is no need for such emphasis. His expression was earnest and filled with profound understanding. In the end, the grand spectacle never materialized. With a single word from Gu Xiao, who would dare proceed with such plans? Thus, Jun Tian realized that merely returning to the Songlong army would not grant him immediate control. The army had already been swayed by Gu Xiao, and all were aligned with him. Enraged, Jun Tian unleashed his fury within his office. Once he regained composure, he swiftly made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, Gu Xiao received a call from the original owner's parents. Xiao, I heard the god of war has returned to the Songlong army? Gu Xiao narrowed his eyes. Yes. How did you know, Dad? His father, barely containing his excitement, replied, the god of war personally called to inquire about us. He is the eternal beacon of our Dragon Nation. Xiao, you must assist him diligently. A soldier must prioritize obedience. If the god of war commands you east, you cannot go west. His father spoke at length, and Gu Xiao gleaned the underlying intentions of Juntians from his words. His father's admiration for the god of war was evident. If he were to learn that his son aspired to usurp that position, it would be akin to treason in his eyes. A loyal subject would never permit his own son to seize power. Moreover, with his father's heart condition, such news could be fatal. Juntians was using the original owner's family as leverage against him. Dad, rest assured, I am unwavering in my loyalty to the Dragon Commander and will not disappoint him. Just as Gu Xiao concluded his call with his father, Supervisor Xiao entered. Gu Xiao, now that the Dragon Commander has returned, I wonder how you will maintain your arrogance. Supervisor Xiao appeared triumphant, as if he had found a solid ally. However, he did not anticipate that the smile on his face would soon freeze, replaced by a chilling sense of dread as he felt an overwhelming aura of power emanating from Gu Xiao, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He was compelled to kneel, staring in terror at Gu Xiao, his pupils dilating in fear. Why you? Gu Xiao's strength seemed to have escalated to a terrifying new level. Gu Xiao, have you lost your mind? Reign in your power. Supervisor Xiao exclaimed. No matter how strong Gu Xiao was, he could not possibly surpass the Dragon Commander. 5 years prior, the Dragon Commander was a god. 5 years had passed, and he could only have grown stronger. There was no conceivable way Gu Xiao could surpass him. Yet, just as those words left his lips, Gu Xiao's pressure yanked him up and slammed him back down, creating an indentation in the ground where he landed. Supervisor Xiao, unable to move, gazed at Gu Xiao in horror. Gu Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of congeniality. Supervisor Xiao, come here. It has been far too long since we last conversed. How about a long chat tonight? Supervisor Xiao, how can I possibly approach when I feel as though my bones will shatter? Are my words falling on deaf ears? I don't care if you crawl or roll over. I give you 3 seconds to come here. Driven by an intense survival instinct, Supervisor Xiao dashed towards Gu Xiao in a heartbeat. Gu Commander, what do you want? We are comrades. Gu Xiao retrieved a cigarette and handed the lighter to Supervisor Xiao, who shakily lit it for him. After taking a puff, Gu Xiao remarked, Supervisor Xiao, you know I've been under a great deal of stress lately, which has made my temper flare. Please bear with me. Supervisor Xiao attempted to rise and leave, but Gu Xiao's pressure violently dragged him back. That force felt like the grip of a monstrous beast, brutally tossing Supervisor Xiao about, causing him to lose a patch of hair in the process. Gu Xiao, brother, didn't your parents teach you that one should not make threats without the strength to back them up? Once Supervisor Xiao emerged from Gu Xiao's office, he resembled a swollen ball. He trudged, battered and bruised, to find Juntians. Dragon Commander, Gu Xiao's power is terrifying. He is bullying me and has left me in this state. You must stand up for me. He was seething with indignation at this moment within the entire Canlong army. Only Commander Long could rival him. He could not allow him to continue his arrogant and overbearing demeanor, dismissing all others. Reflecting on the strength that Gu Xiao had revealed, the chill still lingered in General Chao's heart. Juntians, could he truly admit that he was now a mere fledgling, incapable of further advancement and cultivation? Yet, it mattered little. He was a leader, and as long as his military prowess remained formidable and he could command troops effectively, there was no need for him to personally engage on the battlefield as he once did. However, he could not let Gu Xiao, this thorn in his side, continue to flaunt his position within the Canlong army. Juntians swore he was not targeting Gu Xiao out of personal greed, but rather because Gu Xiao had been corrupted by power. In his quest for authority and profit, he had become akin to the tyrant Hu Shui. If he did not take action soon, this nation would surely fall into ruin at the hands of such individuals. Yet, the commander now favored Gu Xiao, and even the Canlong army had been won over by him. He had lost the authority to dismiss Gu Xiao at will. He had to devise a plan to bring Gu Xiao down, making it clear that those who serve as lackeys can only ever remain as such. Throughout history, lackeys who aspire to seize power have met grim ends. After much contemplation, Juntians finally conceived a strategy. He instructed General Xiao, seek out these individuals, convey my words to them, and ensure they lend me their support. Once our goal is achieved, they shall not be left wanting in terms of reward. These were individuals he had assisted over the years. Among them were those from esteemed families, yet overlooked for various reasons. Juntians had used his influence to aid them. Others, frustrated by unfulfilled ambitions, had received startup capital from him and had since become magnates. Some had been pursued or grievously injured, and it was Juntians who had sent others to rescue them. In the years that had passed, those once unremarkable individuals he had helped had transformed into significant figures. United, these influential characters could indeed shake the foundations of Longhua. He could hardly believe that with their support, the commander would still be able to shield Gu Xiao. Indeed, when General Xiao approached these individuals, they were astonished. What? The one who helped me was actually the war god of Longhua? Indeed. This token is from the war god, who now finds himself beset by petty men, struggling to maintain his position. I implore you to lend your strength. Such despicable characters dared to threaten even my benefactor. The man slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "They must be utterly brazen. Tell Commander Long that had it not been for his assistance, I would not have achieved my current standing. With just a word from him, I would dedicate myself wholeheartedly." General Xiao visited several more individuals, each of whom, upon hearing that Commander Long sought their aid, pledged their unwavering support. A few days later, Xiao Wu burst into Gu Zhao's office. "Brother Xiao, it's bad. The leaders of several of the most powerful families in Longhua have met with the commander, pressuring him to restore Commander Long to power and to deal with you." Gu Xiao chuckled softly, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. "Brother Xiao, why are you so agitated? Do you wish for me to weep instead?" Rising to his feet, he said, "Enough of this worry. I shall go and see for myself. The more Junetians moves, the more disastrous his end will be." These individuals had also appeared in the original narrative. When Junetians did not play the coward, his character was one of spontaneity and charm, forging connections far and wide. He often directed the Songlong army to fight valiantly to save others or casually bestowed millions with his black card, indifferent to whether the recipients were virtuous or vile. Even after joining the Du family, he continued such actions, often using their resources. Strikingly, these individuals expressed their gratitude towards Junetians, believing him to possess a kind heart. Thus, after achieving success with the protagonist's assistance, they began searching for him. In the original storyline, they searched for many years without success. However, once the protagonist returned to reclaim his role as Commander Long, they all found their way to Junetians, ultimately contributing significantly to his consolidation of power across military, political, and commercial realms. When Gu Xiao arrived at the conference room, a profound silence enveloped the space. The commander and high-ranking officials were present. Upon hearing the door open, all eyes turned to Gu Xiao. Those who had come to support Junetians could barely contain their murderous intent. The commander addressed Gu Xiao. "You understand why you have been summoned?" Gu Xiao nodded, preparing to take a seat when a burly man slammed his hand on the table, rising to confront Gu Xiao with a fierce glare. "On that day, when I was trapped in the West Sea and sought help from Commander Long, he dispatched someone who reached me in just 30 minutes. Without his intervention, I would not be where I am today. It is said that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, and I have never forgotten that debt." Gu Xiao met Zhao Beixian's furious gaze with calm eyes. "Indeed, you sought help from Commander Long, and it was he who ordered us to reach you within 30 minutes. Zhao Beixian snorted disdainfully. Gu Xiao continued, "But did he personally come?" "No, he merely issued a strict order for us to rush to your aid. 18 of us went, yet only 13 returned. They were all valiant warriors who had served Longhua, yet they did not die on the battlefield nor in defense of their homeland. They perished due to personal loyalty in the West Sea, their remains unaccounted for." Zhao Beixian was taken aback. Gu Xiao continued coolly, "The 13 who returned were also severely injured. Do you see the scar on my chest? It is a reminder of that day, mere millimeters from my heart. It left me hospitalized for 2 months, causing my cultivation to plummet by 3 levels." The long scar across Gu Zhao's chest triggered memories in Zhao Beixian. The soldiers who had come to rescue him had all donned black cloaks, and after his escape, he had not seen them again. His mind was solely focused on the life-saving grace of Junetians, oblivious to the sacrifices of those brave souls. Besides me, the other 12 were also gravely wounded. 2 were left permanently disabled, relegated to a life on welfare, drifting through their remaining years. Of course, we are soldiers, and protecting the populace is our duty. But that does not mean we should die without purpose. After their deaths, what did you, the ones saved, offer them? Did you reach out to their families? Provide any material compensation or emotional solace? Just because they were small figures, their sacrifice to save you is unworthy of your concern? We are soldiers of the nation, not mere pawns or mercenaries. The commander can command us to defend our homeland and protect our people, but he has no right to compel us to undertake tasks beyond the national interest. Thus, when we went to rescue you, we did so in the name of the entire nation, not for the Songlong army or Commander Long. No one has the authority to claim that honor on behalf of the state." Gu Zhao's words resonated powerfully throughout the conference room, each statement echoing with an undeniable gravity. Zhao Beixian's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable, the earlier arrogance now entirely dissipated. Junetian's countenance darkened even further. What did Gu Xiao mean by this? Did he believe that he was exploiting national resources for personal gain? Just as he was about to speak, Gu Zhao's gaze shifted to another individual. "And you, Yi Fangchen. 8 years ago, you entangled yourself with the mafia abroad, nearly losing your life. It was under the command of Commander Long that we braved treacherous storms, flying through the night to rescue you. Tragically, Our plane was struck by lightning, resulting in the immediate loss of 2 brothers from the Songlong army, while others parachuted to safety, utilizing their entire life as training to reach you. By the time you were safe, we had lost 2 more brothers. And you, Jiangku. Gu Xiao pointed at them one by one, succinctly recounting the events of their rescue. While Jun Tiance engaged in virtuous deeds, he merely needed to issue a command. Yet, what of those below? They often suffered grievous losses in the pursuit of saving a single individual at the behest of Jun Tiance. Who would care about the fallen, ordinary soldiers? Jun Tiance would only rejoice in having saved someone. Those rescued would merely express gratitude for his gallantry. In Chapter 40 of The War God's Son-in-Law, Am I Outstanding? Gu Xiao was now poised to reveal to everyone that their lives were purchased at the cost of sacrifices made by the brothers of the Songlong army. They were free to express gratitude toward Jun Tiance, but what right did they have to brazenly condemn those who had genuinely risked their lives to save them? Faced with Gu Xiao's bloody truths and the sacrifices made, the crowd fell into a profound silence. Not only them, but Jun Tiance also found himself at a loss for words. When citizens are in peril, rescue is a given. However, every soldier should understand that their actions represent the nation in their efforts to save lives. Yet, Jun Tiance regarded the Songlong army as his personal mercenaries, seeking not the gratitude of the rescued toward their country, but rather towards himself. For his own selfish desires, he disregarded the sacrifices and costs borne by his subordinates, seeking only an outcome. How disheartening it is to have such a commander. In the ensuing silence, Gu Xiao continued. We risk our lives on behalf of the nation to save you. And the manner in which you ought to express your gratitude is quite simple. Adhere to the law, pay your taxes, and fulfill your civic duties, contributing to the nation when necessary. But have you done so? He tossed a document onto the table. Here, take a good look at what you have been engaged in these past years. The crowd, perplexed, picked up the document and began to peruse it, their faces paling as they did. The accusations of tax evasion were mild in comparison. They had resorted to plastic engineering for profit, produced toxic food and milk powder, and even engaged in drug trafficking and hired murder. The dark rules of the wealthy were beyond the imagination of ordinary people, yet were tacitly understood among the affluent. Under normal circumstances, even if such matters were exposed, what could be done? A little money could smooth over the situation, and they would continue to thrive without consequence. But now, this was before the leaders and the high-ranking officials. Regardless of whether the leaders and elite were complicit, they could not possibly act as if nothing had transpired in front of so many witnesses. After the sacrifice of so many valiant soldiers to save you social parasites, what further grievances could you possibly have? Now you dare to leverage your social status and capital to meddle in national military and political affairs, threatening the state regarding a deserving individual? Are you now aspiring to seize control over the entire nation? The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, and Jiangku, lacking confidence, stammered, You are exaggerating. We have no such intentions. We are simply, no such intentions? Gu Xiao interjected. What are you gathered here for, then? To share tea with the leadership? They had arrived filled with passionate zeal, eager to repay their benefactor. But now, having calmed down, they realized the impropriety of their actions. Had this been ancient times, would they not be attempting a coup? Gu Xiao offered them no leeway, directly addressing the leader, Commander. Even the emperor is subject to the law, and the Dragon Kingdom has long advocated for a nation governed by law. These individuals, taking advantage of their wealth and connections, act with impunity. I implore you, Commander, to issue an order for a thorough investigation into these matters, to uphold the dignity of our laws. Jun Tiance could no longer contain his fury and stood up. Gu Xiao, you are deliberately targeting me. They are my friends. If he, Jun Tiance, could not protect his friends, who would dare to stand by him in the future? Commander, I am merely stating facts. In the face of the law and national interests, there can be no friends. I urge you to consider this from a national perspective and refrain from acting on impulse, lest it lead others to suspect you of having unsavory dealings with them. He suddenly changed his tone. Oh, my apologies, that was a slip of the tongue. Please disregard it. The crowd turned pale with indignation at Gu Xiao's words. Just as Jun Tiance was about to respond, the leader slammed the document Gu Xiao provided onto the conference table, his expression grave. These allegations are serious. If true, you are draining the blood of the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. If false, you cannot escape the consequences. Director Xiao, I entrust this matter to you for a thorough investigation. Secretary Kong and General Gu will assist you, ensuring that the citizens receive an explanation. The decision to conduct a thorough investigation instantly crushed any hopes the individuals had of manipulating the situation. With Gu Xiao present, they would have no opportunity to bribe their way out. The individuals who had previously arrived with inflated egos, believing themselves powerful enough to challenge the leadership, now felt as though they had lost everything, their legs trembling. Truth be told, no matter how adept your capital operations are. How can you contend with the machinery of the state? In ordinary circumstances, they would have ignored you, waiting for an opportunity to deal with you later. But now, you came forth, leveraging the advantages afforded to you by the state, and threatening the high-ranking officials. How could you expect leniency? Furthermore, the leader ordered them to be detained on the spot, affirming that there would be no cover-up. The crowd, once boisterous in their support of Juntians, now realized that several prominent figures had already fallen within a short span of time, leaving others feeling apprehensive. With their own futures at stake, how could they still find the resolve to support Juntians? Yet, there were a few who considered themselves above reproach and felt unafraid of Gu Xiao. Is General Gu's assertion not an exaggeration? The Dragon Kingdom advocates for democracy and freedom, even as ordinary citizens. Do we not have the right to voice our dissent against the injustices faced by the Canglong army? Everyone knows how much Commander Long has sacrificed for the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, how could he be honored as the war god? Gu Xiao responded, "It is indeed a noble tradition to be grateful and to repay kindness. Yet, Mr. Su, do you recall who paid for your 9 years of education? Who ensured that you could live in a harmonious and prosperous society? The various social benefits and educational opportunities you enjoy, who provided them? If you are to speak of loyalty, have you ever repaid your country?" Gu Xiao struck at the heart of the matter. Have you ever used your social status and influence to genuinely contribute constructive suggestions for the development of this nation? The development of underprivileged regions in our nation. Have you contributed a brick or a tile? Have you participated in the refinement of our legal system? You may bask in the achievements of your forebears, but if you indulge in their gifts without restraint, you not only dishonor their legacy, but also insult their sacrifices. Mr. Su was left speechless, his complexion turning an ashen green. Mr. Gu, indeed, possesses a silver tongue, yet our discourse today revolves around your usurpation of General Long's authority. Does it not? What is the relevance of your diversions? Are you familiar with the fable of the tortoise and the hare, Mr. Shang? Chapter 41. The God of War's son-in-law, a life and death struggle. The hare, endowed with superior natural gifts, ultimately fell to the tortoise due to arrogance and complacency, underestimating its opponent. Can one truly blame the tortoise for its diligence? This principle equally applies in the marketplace. Mr. Shang, despite your youth, you have risen to prominence. Have you not competed fiercely for achievements and contended for projects? Have you not relied on the art of persuasion to arrive at your current standing? Mr. Shang found himself at a loss for words. Gu Xiao remarked, "In every gathering, there exists contention. If I possess the strength, why should I not strive? If General Long were truly formidable, what fear would he have of competition? Is there any distinction between my current position and that of General Long's former standing? If they refuse to submit to General Long, perhaps he ought to reflect upon his own shortcomings rather than blame others for their excellence, which obstructs his path. General Long, do you concur with your subordinate's assertions?" Another individual rose to counter Gu Xiao's statements. "You speak nonsense. General Long's prowess is evident for all to see. From whence do you derive the audacity to consider yourself superior? If not for despicable means, how could one like you presume to surpass General Long?" He furiously added, "General Long, he dares to belittle your strength. Engage him. Defeat him until he acknowledges your superiority. Juntians, are you here to assist me or to betray me?" This conflict would only expose the fact that his cultivation has plummeted by more than a dozen realms. His authority has waned, and without martial prowess, how can he continue to thrive among the Canglong army? Yet, everyone encouraged Juntians to confront Gu Xiao. Today, they felt humiliated by Gu Xiao's actions, harboring pin-up frustration. They could not quell their resentment without witnessing Juntians deliver a sound thrashing to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao chuckled. "Perhaps you should refrain from burdening General Long. His current cultivation," he sighed. "I would not wish to be accused of bullying General Long. Gu, your arrogance knows no bounds. General Long, there is no need to show mercy. Act swiftly. Let everyone witness the might of the God of War of Long Nation. Yes, General Long, strike. You are irreplaceable. The God of War. How dare this insignificant wretch aspire to supplant you? It is utterly laughable. Show him a taste of true power, and he shall understand the limits of his ambitions. Juntians, let us first calm ourselves. Violence resolves nothing, especially with all the superior officers present." Everyone knew Juntian's prior temperament. His strength often led him to flaunt his prowess at the slightest provocation. Yet, now he was hesitant, indicating that something was amiss. The higher-ups exchanged knowing glances. One remarked, "Indeed, it has been ages since General Long took action. 5 years have passed. Perhaps today we might witness his enhanced abilities. Let General Long and Mr. Gu engage in some friendly sparring, shall we?" Juntian's calm demeanor nearly shattered. "To be candid, I sustained injuries recently and have yet to fully recover." Gu Xiao immediately interjected, "Who harmed General Long?" Assaulting a soldier of the nation is a crime that must not go unpunished. Jun Tiance wished he could crush Gu Xiao for such insolence. How dare he utter such words? Does he not understand the nature of his injuries? However, Gu Xiao's method of inflicting harm was so sophisticated that no one would believe it. Moreover, no one would accept that one could directly diminish another's cultivation by so many realms. If an inquiry were to ensue, it would yield no results. Everyone would conclude that he merely sought to evade a confrontation with Gu Xiao. General Long, even if injured, your cultivation far surpasses that of such a lowly character. We all believe in you. In the past, the blind adoration of sycophants had been a potent tool for Jun Tiance. Yet now it served only to slap him in the face. Truly, the backlash of sycophancy can be lethal. Ultimately, Jun Tiance was compelled to step forward. If he did not act today, doubts would arise about his capabilities. Gu Xiao, be cautious in your approach. Do not act impulsively to the point of regret. Your father suffers from a heart condition. It sounded as if he expressed concern for Gu Xiao. Yet beneath the surface lay a veiled threat. If Gu Xiao were to be injured, he would not hesitate to inform Gu Xiao's father. Gu Xiao retorted, "What a trivial matter to involve one's father. Should I offer my services as your son instead?" General Long, do not worry. I shall exercise restraint. Gu Xiao's notion of restraint involved delivering a direct blow, sparing no regard for Jun Tiance's image. He disdainfully opted for unarmed combat, landing punch after punch until Jun Tiance was left battered. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. What transpired? How could he be so thoroughly defeated without even employing his cultivation? One of Jun Tiance's sycophants attempted to salvage his dignity. Everyone knows the god of war is renowned for his profound cultivation, not for unarmed combat. God of war. Perhaps it is time to abandon modesty and unleash the 10,000 calamities divine art. Jun Tiance, suspecting this was the doing of his detractors, cursed internally. Damn it. He reluctantly began to call upon his cultivation, but the radiance of his 10,000 calamities divine art appeared dim, lacking its former brilliance. Gu Xiao struck him with such force that he was sent sprawling. Moreover, Gu Xiao, with a mischievous flair, delivered a blow that sent Jun Tiance rolling across the ground. Ultimately, he ended up at Gu Xiao's feet. General Long, are you all right? Good heavens. Jun Tiance struggled to rise, attempting to salvage his reputation amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. To be honest, after my injury, I have been recuperating, deliberately restraining my cultivation to fortify my essence. His ultimate sycophant immediately chimed in. For the sake of fairness, let Mr. Gu lower his cultivation to match that of General Long. Gu Xiao, incredulous, exclaimed, "What sort of absurdity is this? Mr. Shang, do you lower your intelligence to match that of your adversaries when engaging in business? This is a sparring match, not a life-and-death struggle." Others chimed in, affirming, competing on an equal footing is the only fair approach. Gu Xiao regarded Jun Tiance with a knowing smile. "How many realms should I lower my cultivation, General Long? A dozen, perhaps? Let us see if you have the audacity to say it aloud." Jun Tiance replied, "You know my realm. You should be well aware." Gu Xiao feigned innocence. "General Long's cultivation is inscrutable. How could I possibly know?" Jun Tiance, exasperated, pressed, "How many realms must I lower, General Long? I fear if I lower it too little, you will claim victory unjustly. If I lower it too much, you will accuse me of bullying." Did Gu Xiao intend to push himself into a corner today? Chapter 42. The God of War's son-in-law. What pretense of authority? Did Gu Xiao intend to push himself into a corner today? Gu Xiao? To maintain a line of courtesy for future encounters, I trust you understand this principle, Gu Xiao? Gu Xiao replied, "Understood, understood. In that case, I shall suppress my cultivation to 0. What do you think, Dragon Commander?" Jun Tiansu, seeing that Gu Xiao provided no retreat for him, pondered the necessity of clinging to past affections. He turned directly to the chief. "Chief, ever since I returned to the Canglong army, my cultivation has inexplicably declined. In contrast, General Gu, who idles away his time, has made remarkable progress. I suspect foul play. I implore you to investigate this matter thoroughly." The higher-ups exchanged bewildered glances. The chief asked, "Dragon Commander, what evidence do you have for such claims? My cultivation plummeting without cause is unprecedented. I fear someone has employed devious methods to siphon my power for their own gain." The chief inquired, "Are you aware of any techniques capable of such effects?" Jun Tiansu cast a glance at Gu Xiao. "That would require consulting those knaves. I practice the pure and righteous Wankajin. How could I comprehend such treacherous arts?" Gu Xiao feigned ignorance, as if oblivious to the insinuation that he was the one behind Jun Tiansu's plight. The chief turned to Gu Xiao. "General Gu, what is your perspective?" Gu Xiao responded, "If the Dragon Commander holds such suspicions, there must be a reason. Why not allow him to investigate and uncover the source of this malevolence? Furthermore," he added with an air of righteousness, "once identified, punitive measures should be enforced to deter others. Otherwise, How can we ensure that the people of Longu continue to cultivate diligently and not resort to these nefarious paths? How shall we maintain societal harmony and stability? Jun Tian-su could no longer contain his frustration. Gu Xiao, what pretense are you putting on? Are you unaware of how your cultivation has risen? Gu Xiao retorted. Of course, it is due to my diligent practice. He blinked innocently and added, Dragon Commander, you don't actually believe my advancement stems from siphoning your power, do you? Jun Tian-su snorted in tacit agreement. Gu Xiao continued. In our previous sparring sessions, I was always bested by you, left searching for my teeth. I have never been one to take defeat poorly. Had I known you would claim I absorbed your power, I would have never attempted to best you. Indeed, few believed Jun Tian-su's assertions. Even those who had sought to support him began to harbor doubts. Was there truly such a phenomenon as siphoning another's cultivation? The silence in the conference room was excruciating for Jun Tian-su. Do you suspect I am lying? He challenged. The assembly opened their mouths, but ultimately said nothing. Summoning a multitude to assist him had only dimmed his own brilliance. Had Jun Tian-su been able to perceive the intensity of his aura, he might have wished for death. In the end, the meeting bore no fruit. Those under investigation were promptly detained, awaiting the results of the inquiry. The others, having narrowly escaped, could only breathe a sigh of relief that Gu Xiao had not unearthed their misdeeds. However, they soon realized their naivety. Gu Xiao had indeed uncovered their transgressions. He simply chose not to expose them immediately. Certain individuals warranted complete eradication, as their presence posed endless risks. Yet, others did not necessitate such extreme measures. Excessive ruthlessness could prove detrimental to oneself. After the meeting concluded, they were intercepted in the parking lot by members of the Songlong army. Gu Xiao, what do you intend to do? You are a soldier. Do you wish to threaten the safety of civilians? Each of you here has greatly benefited from our Songlong brothers. What do you desire? Money? Gu Xiao replied. You are astute. He instructed Xiao Si and Xiao Wu to present the contracts to the group. Do you see this contract? All who witness it shall partake. Sign it. The individuals, upon reading the contract, gasped, 1/3 of our assets to the state? Gu Xiao, are you attempting to rob us? Not only are you demanding money, but you also wish to force us into signing a voluntary donation agreement? Gu Xiao responded, what do you think I am doing? You are utterly lawless. Gu Xiao replied nonchalantly, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Every time we mobilize to assist you, it is our military funds that are expended. Have you ever contributed a single cent? What about the brothers who have been injured or lost their lives? Should you not provide some compensation? Thus, this compensation and donation agreement is entirely reasonable. Sign it promptly, lest our Songlong army be compelled to pursue you repeatedly, resulting in an embarrassing situation for all. The assembly seethed with indignation, yet they found themselves powerless against Gu Xiao. One bespectacled man weakly interjected. I don't believe I have ever called upon your Songlong army for assistance. After all, it was Jun Tian-su himself who had come to his rescue. If anyone owed a debt, it was to Jun Tian-su. The Dragon Commander is a product of the nation's painstaking efforts. He embodies the state and the Songlong army. Without the nation fostering him, could he have come to your aid? The bespectacled man stammered. Gu Xiao, you are pushing your luck. Gu Xiao shoved him slightly. Do not prattle on. I have said it before, all who witness must partake. Sign. The bespectacled man, filled with fury, retorted. What can you do if I refuse to sign? I do not believe you would dare to kill. Are you challenging me? He shouted. We will not sign. Let us unite and never compromise with this scoundrel. Gu Xiao's gaze swept over the others, and with a mocking laugh, he tossed out several more documents. They soon discovered that all their misdeeds from the past years were detailed within. Earlier, before the chief and the higher-ups, I let you off lightly. Did you think I was particularly merciful? The assembly swallowed hard, gritting their teeth in frustration. The bespectacled man continued to hurl insults at Gu Xiao. You despicable scoundrel. Do you think you can intimidate us with these baseless accusations? He attempted to rally the others, only to find them distancing themselves, declaring, contributing to the nation and enhancing its military strength is our duty. General Gu, we are not with him. You should pursue him instead. One by one, they eagerly withdrew their phones to transfer funds to Gu Xiao. You bunch of old dogs. At that moment, Jun Tian-su emerged, having been retained by the chief. It seemed the chief had spoken harshly, for Jun Tian-su's expression was not pleasant. Gu Xiao, how dare you treat my people this way? Who gave you the audacity? He then turned to the group. Rest assured, with me, Jun Tian-su, no one will dare to mistreat you. The crowd responded. Why did you not say this earlier? We have already endured the brunt of our grievances and suffered losses before you came to issue threats. You are suffering from their oppression while pretending to be a powerful figure. Chapter 43, The Invincible Son-in-Law, Lawless. You are suffering from their oppression while pretending to be a powerful figure. If Jun Tian-su had merely been a tool for display, reaping benefits would have been acceptable. But the reality was that they gained nothing and suffered greatly. Coupled with Gu Zhao's earlier remarks, Their discontent towards Jun Tianzu had intensified, yet outwardly, they refrained from expressing their grievances. "Thank you, Dragon Commander, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." "I too must take my leave. Take care, Dragon Commander." In no time, the group departed. Following today's events, should Jun Tianzu seek assistance again, those individuals would likely weigh their options with greater caution henceforth. As soon as the individual departed, the countenance of Jun Tianzu darkened considerably. "Gu Xiao, you are utterly lawless." He lunged at Gu Xiao, attempting to catch him off guard with a punch, seeking to reclaim at least a modicum of retribution. Gu Xiao's response was swift. His fist met Jun Tianzu's with remarkable speed. Jun Tianzu felt a sharp pain radiate from his knuckles, a sensation akin to shattered bones that swiftly engulfed his entire arm, leaving him momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his senses, his right arm hung limply by his side, as though all sensation had been drained from it. "Gu Xiao, you!" Gu Xiao aggressively seized Jun Tianzu's hair, forcefully pressing his face against the wall. "Dragon Commander, I recall you once proclaimed that only the strong are entitled to a temper. As a former strongman, I trust you now comprehend my uncontrollable urge to act out. Do you not?" As the male protagonist, Jun Tianzu was known for his loyalty and magnanimity. However, his generosity was merely verbal. Should anyone provoke him, he would not hesitate to annihilate entire families, engaging in brutal and merciless combat. He would incapacitate his opponents yet insist that the fault lay solely with them, portraying himself as the wronged party. Now he was experiencing this bitter taste for himself. "So, do you relish it? Gu Xiao, have you completely disregarded your father? Do you believe I won't call him right now?" His tone resembled that of a child seeking parental intervention after being denied candy, utterly juvenile. "Dragon Commander, that is indeed my father, is it not? What gives you the audacity to think he would bypass his own son to take your side? Simply because of your inflated ego?" Having uttered this, Gu Xiao dismissed Jun Tianzu with a roll of his eyes and walked away. Jun Tianzu, gritting his teeth, dialed Gu Xiao's father. When the call connected, he coldly declared, "I am calling you today. Do you know why?" "Old man Ba, you deceitful scoundrel. Do you think I am so easily fooled? Having been deceived once, do you think I would fall for it again? Get lost." He then abruptly hung up. Jun Tianzu had long been informed by Gu Xiao that many individuals were impersonating the Dragon Commander to swindle money. Did Gu Xiao's father trust his son more than a man he had never even met? Jun Tianzu was perhaps overestimating his significance. Regardless, it mattered little. Reality would soon impart a lesson to him. Gu Xiao surrendered all the money obtained from these swindlers to the national treasury, reserving a portion to offer condolences to the families of fallen comrades and to support those wounded in battle. This was their rightful due. Following this incident, Jun Tianzu found himself once again in a position of isolation, each day resembling that of a cornered beast. Upon hearing of the events that transpired during the meeting, Colonel Xiao could not suppress his growing doubts. He cautiously inquired of Jun Tianzu, "Dragon Commander, how is your current cultivation level?" The phrase cultivation level struck a sore spot with Jun Tianzu, whose gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Colonel Xiao. "You too question my authority?" Colonel Xiao hastily replied, "I do not. I merely—" Jun Tianzu interrupted him, stating, "I have merely been intentionally suppressing my cultivation. Otherwise, with Gu Xiao's meager abilities, how could he possibly contend with me? It is laughable that he truly believes he can measure up to me." Colonel Xiao nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Dragon Commander, your prowess is unmatched." Yet, doubt still lingered in his heart. Jun Tianzu's fists clenched involuntarily. The reason he lied was solely to stabilize the morale of the troops. There was no selfish motive behind it. Furthermore, he was not entirely untruthful. He possessed the 10,000 calamities divine skill. As long as he could comprehend the final stage, restoring his cultivation was merely a matter of time. However, the dilemma remained. After all these years, he had yet to break through to the final stage. Now, he needed to swiftly demonstrate that his abilities remained intact. Otherwise, he would truly hold no standing within the Songlong army. After much contemplation, Jun Tianzu resolved to take a bold risk. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Gu Xiao returned to the Songlong army only to witness Jun Tianzu engaged in a one-sided assault against several soldiers. Observing that the soldiers were on the verge of being sent flying by Jun Tianzu's blows, Gu Xiao swiftly intervened, blocking one of Jun Tianzu's attacks. "Dragon Commander, what are you doing? Does this commander need to explain his actions to you?" Jun Tianzu sneered. His cultivation had returned to its former level, and he no longer feared Gu Xiao. Thus, he continued to unleash a barrage of attacks against Gu Xiao. However, Gu Xiao effortlessly countered each strike, while Jun Tianzu began to falter, ultimately compelled to cease his onslaught. Yet Gu Xiao had no intention of letting Jun Tianzu off the hook. These soldiers had been nurtured under his care, and Jun Tianzu believed he could strike them at will. He was fiercely protective. "Dragon Commander, may I inquire as to why you are attacking them?" Jun Tianzi surveyed the encroaching crowd. They have shown me disrespect. I am merely teaching them a lesson. Indeed, is this not merely a pretext for you, Jun Tianzi? Gu Xiao retorted. Was the intent not to prove that his strength had been restored by attacking a few subordinates? Had he not been stopped in time, would he not have been on the verge of inflicting fatal harm upon them? Gu Xiao could hardly contain his urge to strike Jun Tianzi down. Yet before extinguishing his aura, he had to endure. Damn it! Assist them to the military physician. Several soldiers, with solemn expressions, rushed to aid their gravely injured comrades. Unbeknownst to Jun Tianzi, his actions had not reinstated his military authority, but had instead instilled fear among the soldiers. Yet he remained blissfully oblivious to the consequences of his arrogance. This commander has yet to speak. When did it become your turn to issue commands? Gu Xiao inquired. Pray tell, Dragon Commander, in what manner have they disrespected you? It would be wise for you to elucidate, so that the soldiers may comprehend what constitutes disrespect towards their commander. Jun Tianzi, with an air of entitlement, responded, upon seeing me. They even forgot to kneel on one knee. Is this not disrespectful? Previously, due to Jun Tianzi's illustrious achievements, some within the Songlong army had knelt before him in a display of reverence, a custom that he had come to regard as a right. However, over the past 5 years, this practice had long since fallen into disuse, and these soldiers had never heard of such a decree from the state. Thus, upon hearing Jun Tianzi's words, they felt as though they were being told a fantastical tale. Kneel before the commander? Are you not attempting to restore imperial rule? Gu Xiao was left speechless. He had not even needed to dismantle Jun Tianzi's majesty, yet Jun Tianzi had delivered it to him on a silver platter. Had the dragon commander lost his mind? When had the Songlong army adopted such a custom? Gu Xiao pressed further. Is this your personal decree, Dragon Commander, or a regulation of the Songlong army? Jun Tianzi began. This is naturally. His words faltered. He was no fool and recognized that some statements, once spoken, could lead to considerable complications. Gu Xiao then inquired, I would like to ask once more, is the Songlong army your personal army or that of a nation? Jun Tianzi narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. Gu Xiao was once again attempting to ensnare him. He refused to fall into the trap. Thus, he offered no response. Gu Xiao remarked, if Commander Long remains silent, then the Songlong army is indeed the army of the nation. In that case, I shall instruct the soldiers in the proper etiquette they ought to observe when encountering their superior according to the laws and regulations of the state. Is there any issue with that? Jun Tianzi still refrained from speaking. Gu Xiao continued, if they do not kneel before Commander Long, what concern is that? Is it justifiable for Commander Long to strike them down for such a reason? Which military regulation does that adhere to? Are you expressing dissatisfaction with me, Commander? I would not dare. I hold the utmost respect for Commander Long, and I would never entertain such thoughts. Very well, Gu Xiao. My intervention was not solely to reprimand them. I also wish to gauge the strength of these soldiers. Is this trifling matter truly worth your persistent attention? Oh, so that is the case. Gu Xiao smiled slightly. Over the years, Xiao Si and Xiao Wu had indeed made significant progress in their cultivation. Perhaps it would be beneficial for Commander Long to assess their capabilities as well. Jun Tianzi frowned, questioning Gu Xiao's intentions. Did he truly believe that this subordinate was worthy of sparring with him, the commander? However, Gu Xiao had already called out, Xiao Si, Xiao Wu. Commander Long seeks to test you. Why do you hesitate? Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and several other seasoned soldiers promptly advanced, surrounding Jun Tianzi and engaging him in combat. This was not uncommon for Jun Tianzi. He often sought to challenge his subordinates, fully aware of his own superiority, relishing in the victories he secured while disregarding the injuries he inflicted upon them. Now, Gu Xiao aimed to demonstrate to him that while he remained stagnant, those who had once been beneath him had risen significantly. As they sparred, Gu Xiao observed Jun Tianzi closely. Although Jun Tianzi's Wanjie divine art was formidable, his languid approach to cultivation rendered it incapable of unleashing its full potential. His prowess was merely a reflection of the aura of invincibility that surrounded him. Yet, Gu Xiao had diminished 80% of that aura, and Jun Tianzi's cultivation had been in decline. Now, it appeared to have suddenly returned. Had Jun Tianzi resorted to performance-enhancing substances? In Long Nation, there were indeed legitimate channels for utilizing drugs to enhance one's innate talents and boost cultivation, which were beneficial to the body. However, their effects were often not substantial. Conversely, the drugs with significant effects were strictly prohibited by international organizations. While these banned substances could temporarily elevate one's cultivation, they did so at the cost of one's vitality and spirit. Once one indulged, it became an addiction for life. Once one's essence was depleted, those who injected such drugs would not only be rendered useless, but would gradually lose their sanity, becoming mere shells of their former selves. How many families had been torn apart due to these substances? How many anti-drug inspectors had sacrificed their lives each year in Long Nation? Yet, here was Jun Tiance, a soldier of the nation, indulging in such things? Moreover, he had chosen the most potent variety, believing himself capable of controlling its effects. Jun Tiance initially dismissed the seasoned soldiers, but to his shock, he found himself thoroughly beaten by them. How could this be? He was internally shaken. Gu Xiao's cultivation had soared. But why had these veteran soldiers also improved so rapidly? Previously, when they fought together, they could barely withstand even 30% of his strength. Ultimately, Jun Tiance was left spitting blood from the onslaught of several soldiers. Gu Xiao, what are you doing? How could you be so reckless as to injure Commander Long so severely? Everyone, go reflect on your actions. Jun Tiance, how dare you say I should reflect when you've caused me this injury? Jun Tiance glared at Gu Xiao. What have you done to them? Why their cultivation? Could it be that these veterans have also resorted to banned substances? At that moment, an old soldier could no longer contain himself. Commander Long, not long ago, Brother Xiao comprehended a set of divine cultivation techniques. This set of techniques is balanced and restrained, suitable for the vast majority of Long Nation as cultivators. With diligent practice, it can aid practitioners in breaking through their bottlenecks and enhancing their cultivation. Everyone in the Songlong army has been practicing these techniques, resulting in their combat prowess increasing to at least 4 or 5 times their previous levels. The remarkable results from this internal training have prompted its promotion to other military organizations, and it will eventually be distributed nationwide. Thus, Gu Xiao's contributions were, by all accounts, on par with Jun Tiance. Moreover, his achievements were tangible, as long as he did not engage in self-destructive behavior like Jun Tiance. He would undoubtedly receive a state funeral draped in the flag of Long Nation. Jun Tiance was left in a state of shock. Who authorized the Songlong army to practice such techniques in private? Has Gu Xiao lost his mind? To share his insights on divine cultivation openly for all to practice? Commander Long, this was permitted by the higher-ups. Is it necessary to seek your approval for others' strength to increase? Jun Tiance believed himself to be unrivaled, only to discover that those he had previously dismissed had quietly surpassed him. This realization unsettled him deeply. He cast a frigid glance at Gu Xiao, but ultimately said nothing. Being assisted away by military supervisor Xiao. Once Jun Tiance's figure vanished from sight, the soldiers gathered around Gu Xiao. Commander, when the former Commander Long was absent, we often heard tales of his might and strength. Yet why does our experience contradict those narratives? Indeed, I have long admired Commander Long, but seeing him in person has shattered that illusion. I genuinely question whether those past accomplishments were his doing. My family and I once revered him so. I cannot believe he is so different from the legend. I even joined the Songlong army because of him. Gu Xiao interjected, what is all this chatter? Who allowed you to speak ill of the commander? The crowd fell silent for a moment before continuing. Commander, we do not wish to. But how can we follow such a leader? Yes, we cannot accept it. He lacks both formidable strength and noble character. And he certainly does not possess the command capabilities of a true commander. Why should we follow him? Wang Chong and the others have done nothing wrong. Just because they did not kneel, he resorted to violence. What if one day he takes offense at us? Will he strike us down as well? Exactly. We join the army to serve. Dying on the battlefield is honorable, but to perish at his hands is unacceptable. Gu Xiao replied, your dissent is justified. I too harbor my own grievances, but must keep them restrained for now. The blame for Jun Tiance's arrogant demeanor lies not solely with him, but with the entire upper echelons. However, I understand their rationale. During that tumultuous time, establishing a belief in a war god was indeed beneficial for uniting the military and civilians against external threats. It is merely a matter of unfortunate selection on their part. Now, disperse. This matter need not be revisited. Remember to maintain respect towards Commander Long in the future. After dismissing the crowd, Gu Xiao went to check on the injured soldiers. They had completed their necessary examinations, and Gu Xiao offered words of comfort before exiting the military hospital. Xiao Si and Xiao Wu appeared hesitant to speak. Gu Xiao addressed them. I am aware of your concerns, but Commander Long remains the war god of Long Nation. Brother Xiao, at present, none of us wish to die alongside Commander Long, nor do we want to be sacrificed in his stead. Our hopes rest solely upon you. Upon enlisting, they found themselves serving alongside Jun Tiance and naively believed that all commanders possessed his exceptional qualities, never questioning the norm. However, once Jun Tiance departed and Gu Xiao assumed the role of Dragon Commander, they came to realize that it was Jun Tiance who was indeed the anomaly. In the past, when Jun Tiance dispatched them on missions, he would declare, spare no effort to accomplish the task. Otherwise, present your heads to me. In contrast, Gu Xiao never compelled them to make reckless sacrifices, always urging them to return safely from every endeavor. Gu Xiao patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, reassuring him, you need not worry. The Dragon Commander is merely unwell. You are all fine. Just throw a bit of dog waste at his face. and in due course, he shall return to normal. In the wake of a series of crushing blows, Jun Tiance found himself mired in depression and frustration, reminiscent of an ancient poet lamenting his unrecognized talent. At this juncture, he encountered Yi Rui once more, recalling how he had benevolently sought out Dr. Ander to save her father, only to be met with her merciless betrayal. Indeed, all women in this world seem to be deceitful creatures. Noticing Jun Tiance's unwavering gaze fixed upon Yi Rui, it became the moment for someone like General Xiao, adept at reading the room, to intervene. This woman seemed to pique the Dragon Commander's interest. Observing Jun Tiance's expression, he remarked, if she knew that a man of such high stature and influence as the Dragon Commander held her in regard, her joy would be uncontainable. A slight smirk graced Jun Tiance's lips, and though he uttered no words, it was as though he tacitly permitted General Xiao to take action. True to his word, General Xiao did not disappoint Jun Tiance. The very next day, he drugged Yi Rui, binding her and delivering her to Jun Tiance's bed. When Yi Rui discovered that it was Jun Tiance who had orchestrated this scheme, she was taken aback. Jun Tiance feigned surprise. Yi Rui, how did you end up here? At that moment, Yi Rui's cheeks flushed due to the effects of the drug. Jun Tiance, what are you pretending for? Are you truly unaware of why I am here? I thought you were merely one to put on airs, yet I never imagined you capable of such actions. No wonder Miss Du insists on divorcing you, you shameless scoundrel. Release me at once. The mention of Du Fian conjured a flurry of unpleasant memories for Jun Tiance, darkening his expression. He had intended to treat this woman with a degree of gentleness, but since she was so ungrateful, why should he squander his emotions? He coldly pressed Yi Rui onto the bed. I have no fondness for ungrateful women. You have played your games of feigned indifference long enough. Disliking you and rejecting you is not merely part of your game. Jun Tiance, let go. Do not touch me. In the previous narrative, Jun Tiance had regained his identity as the Dragon Commander, surrounded by women aplenty. The first time he laid eyes on Yi Rui, he merely cast a cursory glance before averting his gaze. The original text described Yi Rui as a breathtaking beauty, yet her demeanor was aloof. Akin to a flower on a high mountain, with men gazing at her filled with desire, none had ever looked upon her as Jun Tiance did, devoid of any lustful yearning. Thus, upon first encountering Jun Tiance, Yi Rui thought, very well, man, you have successfully captured my attention. Subsequently, Jun Tiance orchestrated several romantic gestures, enlisting Dr. Ander, which further endeared him to her. Consequently, Yi Rui's affection for Jun Tiance deepened, and after being drugged by General Xiao, she unwittingly found herself entangled with him, harboring no suspicion of his involvement in the drugging, nor did she bear any resentment towards him. Instead, she felt grateful to Jun Tiance for coming to her aid. Ah, the first man in this world to dare to violate me. From that moment forth, Yi Rui's heart was filled with the image of this formidable figure. Yet now, with Gu Xiao acting as a disruptor, Jun Tiance faced a considerable setback. Yi Rui now found herself repulsed by Jun Tiance. As misfortune continued to plague him, Jun Tiance's demeanor lost the gentlemanly composure he once possessed. The more Yi Rui resisted, the more he desired her. Jun Tiance, you despicable scoundrel, let me go. With a fierce expression, Jun Tiance sought to overpower Yi Rui, aiming to vent his frustrations upon her. However, just then, the door to the hotel room was forcefully kicked open. Anti-vice inspection team, hands up. Before Jun Tiance could comprehend the situation, Yi Rui seized the opportunity to scream, help. This man drugged and assaulted me. The inspectors swiftly apprehended Jun Tiance. Jun Tiance. As he was taken into custody, Jun Tiance struggled, release me. Behave yourselves. Move again, and you shall face dire consequences. After a thorough inquiry, Jun Tiance maintained that Yi Rui was his girlfriend. Yi Rui denied this claim, insisting on a hospital examination to prove that Jun Tiance had drugged her. Jun Tiance gritted his teeth. Yi Rui, you had better think carefully. I am not an ordinary man. Yi Rui, biting her lip, trembled from the lingering effects of the drug. Inspector, you see he is threatening me. This dangerous individual is terrifying. The inspector offered Yi Rui a few reassuring words before escorting her to the hospital for an examination. In Chapter 46, The War Goddess Son-in-Law, it was you who reported this. It was confirmed that Yi Rui had indeed been drugged. Furthermore, the hotel surveillance footage revealed that she had been assisted into the hotel while in a semi-conscious state. With evidence laid bare, Jun Tiance's feeble attempts at denial could not suffice. His claims of being a war god fell on deaf ears, inciting the inspector's ire instead. What kind of noble war god would be sullied by a lowly scoundrel such as yourself? Just because you pose as a war god does not exempt you from the law. Drugging a woman hardly earns you the title of hero. At this moment, Jun Tiance suddenly realized that his inability to clear his name, while still shouting about being a war god, would only invite further trouble. Yet, he was unwilling to abandon his claim to that title. Just as Gu Xiao arrived with a group in tow, They entered with great fanfare. Dragon Commander. We received news and rushed here immediately. What has transpired? Jun Tian's expression was one of utter dismay. Could Gu Xiao not exercise a modicum of restraint? Is he determined to crush me? Fear not, Dragon Commander, as long as you have not committed any crimes. We of the Canglong army shall ensure justice is served and that your honor remains untarnished. Today, the inspection office was bustling with citizens, and upon witnessing the scene, they initially assumed someone was merely putting on a show. However, when the head inspector emerged, addressing Jun Tian as Dragon Commander and Gu Xiao as General, the atmosphere erupted. Dragon Commander? They have encountered the legendary war god, and the general who repelled the Three Kingdoms coalition. Enthusiastic citizens promptly whipped out their phones to record the moment. Gu Xiao pressed for clarity. Dragon Commander, what exactly has happened? The head inspector inquired of his subordinates. What is going on? How do we bring the Dragon Commander here? Jun Tian's face turned a shade of green. Let us find an office to discuss. This is not the appropriate setting. Gu Xiao asserted. The Dragon Commander is our nation's war god, a man of integrity. There is no need for him to yield to the whims of your inspection bureau. He then cast a fierce glare at the inspectors. You owe us a satisfactory explanation for apprehending the Dragon Commander today. We shall not allow this to go unchallenged. The inspectors found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, Yi Rui spoke up, having just now grasped Jun Tian's true identity. However, it is precisely because of this understanding that one must articulate clearly and extricate oneself from the situation. Otherwise, given Jun Tian's esteemed status as a war god, it is likely that should he utter a casual remark in the future, everyone would assume it was she who was desperately pursuing him. She could not afford such a loss of dignity. Yi Rui's explanation cast an eerie silence over the gathering. Gu Xiao was the first to break the stillness. Impossible. Commander Long is not that kind of person. The assembled citizens chimed in, asserting, indeed, the war god is certainly not that sort of individual. What evidence do you possess? Consequently, Yi Rui presented her evidence. The drug test report she had conducted was one piece of evidence. The surveillance footage constituted another. And the inspectors who had witnessed Jun Tian's misconduct against Yi Rui were yet another. The citizens, undeterred, crowded around to photograph the evidence. Jun Tian found himself unable to control the situation. Gu Xiao and the soldiers of the Canglong army appeared equally stunned. Commander Long, this cannot possibly reflect your true intentions. Can it? Jun Tian cast a fierce glare at the pretentious Gu Xiao. I genuinely have no understanding of what transpired. All I received was a text from Commander Xiao, instructing me to proceed to that room, unaware that anyone was inside. Commander Xiao was swiftly betrayed by Jun Tian and soon brought before the inspectors. Initially, Commander Xiao was bewildered by the revelation of his misdeeds, but being the foremost sycophant, he readily accepted full responsibility. By confessing, he effectively extricated Jun Tian from the situation. In front of everyone, he graciously apologized to Yi Rui. It was one of my subordinates who misjudged my intentions and acted inappropriately. I extend my sincerest apologies to Miss Yi. Yi Rui felt nothing but disgust. It was Commander Xiao who had administered the drug. Yet it was also true that Jun Tian had sought to exploit the situation for his own ends. But what could she possibly do against Jun Tian? He was the war god of Long Nation. Could a mere woman like her truly contend with him? Upon exiting the inspector's office, Jun Tian fixed a penetrating gaze on Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, it was you who reported this, was it not? To his surprise, Gu Xiao admitted, indeed. It was I. As a model citizen, I cannot allow individuals engaging in such reckless behavior to go unpunished. Yet, in Jun Tian's ignorant perception, the concept of law seemed non-existent. Nevertheless, it mattered not. One day, he would pay a heavy price for his blatant disregard for the law. Commander Long, I initially believed this woman harbored ulterior motives toward you due to your status, which is why I called the inspectors for your rescue. I did not anticipate. The phrase I did not anticipate carried an unspoken weight, as though countless venomous words poised to pierce Jun Tian lay behind it. Jun Tian's face turned a shade of green. Enough. Do not speak further. Today's events are merely a misunderstanding. Commander Xiao did not act with intent. Go and inform the inspectors to release him. He had but Commander Xiao as a loyal ally. If he could not be protected, no one would follow him in the future. Commander Long, this matter is beyond my authority. You must consult the victim, Miss Yi, to see if she is willing to forgive Commander Xiao, even if Yi Rui were to grant forgiveness. Could Jun Tian truly believe that someone with a tainted reputation like Commander Xiao could return to the Canglong army and continue as his faithful sycophant? Soon, the news of the war god drugging and assaulting an innocent woman broke, and despite Commander Xiao taking the blame, Yi Rui remained steadfast in her accusations. Even if the drug had been administered by Commander Xiao, the fact that Jun Tian sought to assault her remained indisputable, as confirmed by the inspectors. Jun Tian's claim that he had acted to alleviate Yi Rui's suffering did little to sway public opinion. Without a national public relations team to manage these negative headlines, the incident quickly gained traction online. Previously, Jun Tianza had acted with impunity, knowing that any adverse consequences would be smoothed over by the public relations team. Thus, he had not regarded this incident as serious until he was bombarded with public skepticism, leaving him genuinely stunned by the outcry of the netizens. Now, he found himself bereft of power and prestige. His subordinates no longer looked to him with blind loyalty, and the higher-ups no longer treated him with deference. The only thing that had once commanded respect was the affection of the citizens of Long Nation. If one day that affection were to wane, what would remain for him? Gu Xiao was intent on severing his escape routes. Jun Tianza immediately dialed the National Public Relations team, irate. Chapter 47. The War God's Son-in-Law. Go where it's cool. Are you merely idling away your time? Why has this news spread? The Public Relations team responded, We apologize, Commander Long. We received no directive from above to halt the dissemination of this matter. Jun Tianza retorted, I am issuing a personal order now. Immediately resolve this issue. I do not wish to see any further discussion regarding this on the internet. The Public Relations team inquired, May I ask, Commander Long, do you have an official directive from above? Jun Tianza, taken aback, personally approached his superiors, only to be met with their wrath. Commander Jun, you have truly crossed the line. Do you comprehend the damage you have inflicted upon our nation's image? Did Jun Tianza genuinely remain unaware that it was Commander Xiao who had administered the drug? Who was he fooling? He had reaped the benefits. So he chose to remain oblivious. How could he claim innocence when he was the one who dared to act? Your actions significantly reflect the overall image and quality of the Long Nation's military. You have severely tarnished its reputation. After deliberation among the high-ranking officials, we have decided to temporarily relieve you of your position as commander of the Canglong army, with Gu Xiao assuming your duties. Jun Tianza's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his superior. Are you certain? You genuinely intend to strip me of my position? Do you not realize that without me, Long Nation is at risk of imminent invasion? The superior scoffed inwardly. Hadn't Long Nation always been facing external threats? During invasions, Jun Tianza had never stepped forward. Why did he presume the nation could not survive without him? We are united in purpose and determination. Should any genuine threat arise, we would lead the charge. When the coalition forces attacked Long Nation, we still emerged victorious without you. It seems you need not concern yourself any further. Jun Tianza attempted to protest, but his superior's stern expression prompted the secretary to escort him out. The citizens of Long Nation had begun to question Jun Tianza's character, and the higher-ups, along with the military personnel, were profoundly disappointed in him. The aura surrounding Jun Tianza had dimmed considerably. He could no longer rely on his former glory to influence the intelligence of rational individuals. Yet, there remained a few aberrant souls who still bowed to the faint glimmer of his diminishing charisma. Among them was Princess Anxi of the Lai Nation. She had met Jun Tianza on the battlefield when he had still been with the Canglong army. At that time, when he encountered the princess disguised as a man, he had shown her compassion and spared her life. According to the original narrative, 5 years after Jun Tianza's departure, he returned to the Canglong army, rekindling his connection with Princess Anxi. At that juncture, war broke out between the Lai Nation and Long Nation, leading to heroic soldiers fighting valiantly on the front lines while Jun Tianza engaged in fervid encounters with the enemy princess in secluded locales. Upon reading this passage in the original plot, Gu Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Presently, Jun Tianza had initiated contact with Princess Anxi. Thus, the Princess of Anxi arrived in the Dragon Kingdom under the guise of a diplomatic visit, specifically requesting Gu Xiao to greet her at the airport and ensure her safety. The relationship between the Kingdom of Lai and the Dragon Kingdom has always been rather delicate. The sudden appearance of the Anxi princess necessitated a careful balance of diplomacy, neither overly welcoming nor dismissive. In light of this, the authorities tasked Gu Xiao with the responsibility of receiving her. However, upon arriving at the airport, the Anxi princess encountered an assassination attempt. Gu Xiao shielded her as they exited the airport. Observing Gu Xiao's vigilant stance, with his back turned to her and his gaze fixed ahead, the princess drew a knife from her bag. This insufferable man had wronged her brother, Tian Su, and today she intended to avenge him. In the midst of this chaotic scene, should Gu Xiao perish, no one would suspect her involvement. Yet, just as her blade was poised to strike his back, Gu Xiao suddenly turned around. Are you all right, Your Highness? He inquired, while simultaneously sweeping his arm back, inadvertently nudging the princess's wrist. Consequently, the blade veered sharply and plunged into her own chest. The princess stared in disbelief at the knife embedded in her heart. Following the tumult, she was rushed to the hospital. After 4 hours of surgery, she narrowly escaped death. The first thing she did upon regaining consciousness was tremblingly accuse Gu Xiao of inflicting her injuries. Noticing Jun Tian's presence, she immediately demanded he take her side. Jun Tian's glared menacingly at Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, the princess is a distinguished guest of the Dragon Kingdom. How dare you harm her? Kneel and apologize at once. Gu Xiao replied with calm deliberation, Your Highness, you are a guest in our land. We have sustained injuries while trying to protect you. How can you make such an irresponsible accusation? It was you who stabbed me. Would a dignified princess falsely accuse you? Gu Xiao expressed his helplessness. Your Highness, there are matters I prefer not to disclose, but if you insist on believing I harmed you, I am left with no choice. He produced a document. The mercenaries responsible have been apprehended, and the dagger that wounded you has been sent for fingerprint analysis. Additionally, we possess the surveillance footage, a complete investigation by the military regarding this assassination attempt. Would you prefer to disclose this now, or present it in an international court? The Anchi princess's complexion turned ashen upon reviewing the document. The assassins were indeed hired by her, and the injury was self-inflicted. Had she chosen to ignore the incident, it might have been forgotten. However, her intention to frame Gu Xiao could lead to national embarrassment for the Kingdom of Lai on the international stage. Hence, she begrudgingly retracted her accusations. The effects of the anesthetic have muddled my memories. I mistook General Gu for my assailant. Please, do not hold this against me. Yet, as her words faded, Gu Xiao produced his phone. Your Highness, I believe it would be prudent for you to record a video clarifying your statements. What do you think? The princess, indignant, retorted, How dare you press me, a frail woman confined to a bed? Observing her distress and reluctance to cooperate, Gu Xiao replied, Princess Anchi, if you refuse to issue a clarification, may I suspect that your visit to our kingdom was a deliberate act to frame me, inciting conflict between our nations? The princess glared at Gu Xiao, her expression filled with indignation, then turned her pleading gaze to Jun Tiansu. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Xiao interjected. Mr. Jun, this matter is of great significance, affecting the diplomatic relations between our countries. The higher-ups are closely monitoring the situation. As an outsider, it would be best for you to refrain from intervening. The implication was clear. He was no longer the commander of the Hidden Dragon Army and should keep his distance. Jun Tiansu clenched his fists, suppressing his rage. The Anchi princess, seething, declared, I will record it. How infuriating to come in a show of strength only to find myself in this predicament. Gu Xiao recorded the video and sent it directly to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, leaving the hospital room with instructions for the guards to prevent any further disturbances from the princess. A few days later, she was able to rise from her bed. When Gu Xiao visited to assess her condition, she coldly regarded him. General Gu, your actions at the airport were intentional, weren't they? Expecting at least a denial. She was taken aback when Gu Xiao admitted, Your Highness, if we are to stage an assassination, how could it conclude without a wound? Do you not enjoy playing the role of the victim? Regardless of her motives, Gu Xiao maintained that she must adhere to the customs of the Dragon Kingdom. If she had orchestrated her own assassination attempt, she bore no consequences. Yet the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were injured in their attempts to protect her, tarnishing the nation's reputation. Did she truly regard the Dragon Kingdom and its military with such disdain? Did she believe everything would unfold according to her whims? The Kingdom of Lai was an absolute monarchy, and the Anchi princess, being well-favored and of noble stature, had never been treated in such a manner before. Gu Xiao, is it? Very well, you dare to treat a distinguished guest of the Dragon Kingdom in this way. Do you not realize that with a single word, I could ensure your ruin? Are you threatening me, princess? Gu Xiao stepped closer. The Anchi princess, seated on her hospital bed, recoiled slightly in fear. What do you intend to do? I will call the royal family of Lai and demand to speak with your father. The princess scoffed. Who do you think you are to presume to speak with my father? Are you aware of his status? As her words lingered, Gu Xiao conjured a shard of ice in his palm. It swiftly transformed into an ice knife, hovering ominously above the princess's brow. It hung there, and Gu Xiao remained silent, a smile dancing on his lips, as if to suggest that a single dissenting word from her would result in her demise. The Anchi princess, paralyzed with fear, began to weep. You dare threaten me? Call. As she angrily berated Gu Xiao, she dialed the royal family of Lai. Moments later, the call was answered by the king of Lai. Gu Xiao took the phone. This is the headquarters of the Hidden Dragon Army in the Dragon Kingdom. You have 3 days to retrieve your daughter, or I assure you, in 3 days, the events your daughter has orchestrated in the Dragon Kingdom will be known worldwide. I wonder how the international community will respond to Lai at that time. The king of Lai, known for his thick skin, was typically unperturbed by such threats. After all, the incident was instigated by a woman, which they could easily dismiss as the folly of a young girl, dissociating themselves from any responsibility. However, this was not a suitable time, for the Kingdom of Lai was in the process of applying to join an international organization. Should news of this situation leak, All the preparations made by Lai for membership would be rendered futile, a loss that the kingdom could scarcely endure. Ultimately, the king of Lai had no choice but to awkwardly declare that he would soon send someone to retrieve Princess Anqi. He then shouted at her, "Who allowed you to create a ruckus in the Dragon Kingdom? Scoundrel! Now, immediately, return at once." After the call ended, Princess Anqi remained seething with indignation. "Despicable wretch! How dare you threaten a frail woman?" Gu Zhao's lips twitched, her disdain evident upon her visage. "When you were stabbing someone in the back, did you ever consider that the person before you is also a vulnerable man? Some women are astonishingly peculiar, capable of inflicting the most malicious deeds upon others. Yet, should anyone retaliate, they would cry out, 'But I am a woman. How can a man hold it against me?' So, because you are a woman, should men simply stand by and let you stab them? Did your mother cast your face into the placenta at birth?" Gu Xiao, disinterested in her prattling, unsheathed her ice blade once more. Princess Anqi fell silent at once, recalling how Gu Xiao had aimed the blade at her abdomen without a flicker of hesitation. She had every reason to believe that Gu Xiao could indeed carry out such an act. Her audacity had been bolstered by her status as a member of the royal family of Lai, but now that the royal family had forsaken her, should Gu Xiao choose to strike, her fate would be sealed. "Woe is me, I was wrong. Please allow me to return to Lai," Gu Xiao inquired. "Have you no support from Jun Tiance?" Princess Anqi's face was a mess of tears and snot. No, I want to go home. Woe is me immediately. I shall never return to the Dragon Kingdom." Jun Tiance had believed that Princess Anqi harbored deep feelings for him and would always stand by his side, only to find her retreating in this manner. He hurried to the airport to find her. Upon seeing him, Princess Anqi displayed none of her previous affection, instead regarding him as one would a loathsome toad. "Begone, you base creature, you only desire my body. I never wish to see you again." Jun Tiance was left in stunned silence. Princess Anqi departed, leaving Jun Tiance's gaze firmly fixed on Gu Xiao. "What did you say to the princess?" Gu Xiao replied, Princess Anqi was bored in the hospital and sought out Xiao and Xiao, expressing a desire to understand how the dragon commander has been wronged over the years. As you know, Xiao and Xiao are honest individuals who assumed that the princess was your old flame, and since she wished to know, they naturally spoke freely. Jun Tiance exclaimed, "Gu Xiao, you vile rat, inciting my subordinates to tarnish my reputation before the princess." Gu Xiao retorted, "Dragon commander, Xiao and Xiao do not lie. As you well know, they merely spoke the truth. Who could have anticipated that Princess Anqi would be so unable to accept the most genuine portrayal of the dragon commander? Indeed, some individuals are only worthy of existing in the soft glow of a beauty filter, while others are merely fit to reside in the memories of others." Jun Tiance brooded, transforming a broad avenue into a narrow, winding path, ultimately leaving him with no way out. A normal person would, at this juncture, reflect and amend their ways, even if only for show. Yet Jun Tiance chose the unorthodox path. Was it not the case that the world had not yet reached the point of collectively condemning him? The few who criticized him could simply be dismissed as jealous. Thus, he continued his reckless ways, pursuing one dalliance after another, and inevitably, during the days of General Chao's apprehension, he ensnared another man's wife. Chapter 49, The God of War's Son-in-Law, The Fall. On the day General Xiao emerged from the inspectorate, Jun Tiance found himself at his residence, knocking at the door. Hearing the thunderous rapping, Jun Tiance assumed the inspector had arrived. The last time he had been caught drugging Yi Rui, the psychological trauma had been immense. Thus, in a panic, he fled, not even having the time to don his clothes, escaping through the window. Initially, General Xiao was unaware that another man was in his home until the sound of an ambulance rang out. Peering outside, he beheld a naked body sprawled below. With a crowd of onlookers snapping photos, Jun Tiance lost his balance and fell. General Xiao could not help but reflect, some individuals are born great and die gloriously, arriving in the world bare and departing in the same manner, leaving not a scrap of cloth behind. He remarked to his wife, "I wonder which unfortunate fellow has suffered such misfortune, becoming a cuckold in this manner." His wife merely sighed. The next day, General Xiao stumbled upon a video online captured by the spectators, realizing that the naked figure had initially stood by his air conditioning unit, glowing green. Yet, he failed to recognize that it was Jun Tiance. It was only when he went to the Canglong army to gather his belongings that he encountered Gu Xiao, who patted him on the shoulder, her gaze filled with sympathy. "Brother Xiao, I've seen your family's affairs on the news." General Xiao exclaimed, "How did you see that?" "The news didn't even mention my family." Gu Xiao replied, "As someone who has been through similar trials, I understand your feelings. However, as men, if we wish to continue our lives, we must accept a little green atop our heads. Do not harbor resentment toward the dragon commander. He is our most esteemed leader. His dalliance with subordinates women is merely to grant them face, not to insult you." Do you understand? What are you saying? The dragon commander? Gu Xiao feigned confusion. You seem remarkably calm. Is it not because you know that the man atop your air conditioning unit is the dragon commander? General Xiao was left speechless. Currently, Jun Tiance no longer possessed the overwhelming protagonist aura that affected General Xiao, so it was astonishing that General Xiao could tolerate this situation. Thus, he stormed off to confront Jun Tiance, and the two engaged in a brawl. Although Jun Tiance had been relieved of his duties, he was unwilling to be marginalized by the Songlong army and reported there daily. Gu Xiao did not intervene. Consequently, news of their conflict spread throughout the Songlong army. From their exchanges, it became apparent that Jun Tiance had first cuckolded his subordinate Gu Xiao, and now he had done the same to General Xiao. He was adept at betraying his own subordinates. Jun Tiance's reputation was in tatters, and after that day, General Xiao vanished without a trace. General Xiao's parents were unable to locate him and resorted to enlisting the help of supernatural forces. As they investigated, General Xiao's wife ultimately revealed her affair with Jun Tiance. The inspectorate soon visited the Songlong army to ascertain the details of the conflict between General Xiao and Jun Tiance. This significantly heightened Jun Tiance's suspicion. Despite the inspectorate lacking concrete evidence, General Xiao's parents were convinced that their son had been subtly harmed by Jun Tiance. Thus, they began to cause a ruckus at the residence shared by Jun Tiance and Yu Lingling. Yu Lingling and her family were in utter disarray. Initially, they believed that Yu Lingling's position as the god of war's wife was secure, which is why they had paid 5 million to placate Gu Xiao. Admittedly, they had enjoyed a stretch of good fortune alongside Jun Tiance. However, that prosperous period was fleeting. Now, Jun Tiance was not only devoid of power, influence, and wealth, but he was now dependent on the Yu family for sustenance. The Yu family blamed Yu Lingling, while she blamed Jun Tiance, deeming him a fraud. As Jun Tiance was nearing his breaking point under the mounting pressure, General Xiao re-emerged, looking pitiful and lacking even a decent garment. He then accused Jun Tiance of imprisoning him before a crowd of media reporters. Jun Tiance, go to hell. What merit is there in imprisoning a man? Once, the admiration for Jun Tiance was profound, but now, having been betrayed by him, the wrath of General Xiao is equally palpable. The secrets that Jun Tiance had once tacitly permitted him to keep have now been laid bare. After all, with Jun Tiance intent on his demise, if he remained silent, he alone would bear the burden of these sordid affairs. The ensuing scandal has escalated significantly, casting a substantial shadow over the nation's image. Yet, there is no recourse. To shield the populace from the blinding aura of Jun Tiance, it is only through such means that the faith in the war god can be dismantled. However, this is but a fleeting moment, as the brilliance of Jun Tiance will inevitably permeate every corner of the world, becoming the very essence of its operation. The world will no longer revolve around him. Instead, it shall flourish even more. Nonetheless, this ultimately pertains to Jun Tiance's private morals, particularly among men. There is a prevailing sentiment that this is of little consequence. Thus, this incident merely results in a loss of faith among the majority of women and a segment of men in Jun Tiance. Gu Xiao adjusted the progress bar and discovered that Jun Tiance's brilliance had dwindled to a mere 2%. However, during this period, he found himself preoccupied with the escalating piracy in the East Sea, where marauders were ruthlessly plundering passing vessels, leaving even the customs officials powerless. Gu Xiao was tasked with leading a campaign against these brigands. It was a mystery how Jun Tiance had appeared at sea. He materialized amidst the clash between the Songlong army and the pirates, shouting commands from aboard the battleship. Everyone, heed my orders. Ceasefire. Yet, none listened to him. Jun Tiance, war is cruel. Are pirates not human? Why so easily condemn them to death? In the midst of battle, such sentiments seemed lunatic. We too are human. The pirates do not hesitate to strike when they see their foes. Under normal circumstances, he would demand their heads, yet now he poses as a saint. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Si kicked Jun Tiance. Gu Xiao suddenly recalled that the pirate chief seemed to share a bond with Jun Tiance. Indeed, to him, whether they were virtuous or wicked, allies or foes, all were regarded as good people. Witnessing that no one paid him heed, all were focused on Gu Xiao's commands. Jun Tiance's gaze fixated intently upon Gu Xiao. At that moment, Gu Xiao was fully engaged in combat against several formidable pirate leaders, shielded by a divine aura. Any attempt at ambush would only result in backlash from his protective barrier. Yet, Jun Tiance was aware of the vulnerable point in Gu Xiao's divine shield. Once, during a conflict with another nation, Gu Xiao had sustained grave injuries, revealing the weakness of his protective aura. If Jun Tiance were to strike at this moment with full force, he could surely succeed in obliterating Gu Xiao, leaving him utterly defeated. Chapter 50. The War God's Son-in-Law, setting the tone. Jun Tiance reminded himself that his actions were not born of malice, but rather a necessary measure against a despicable individual like Gu Xiao. Allowing Gu Xiao to live would only lead to the persecution of more loyal soldiers and innocent souls dedicated to the nation. He acted for the greater good of Longhua, believing that the citizens would eventually recognize his noble intentions and be grateful. Having fortified his resolve, Jun Tiance consumed a forbidden elixir to enhance his abilities. Once restored, he channeled his energy and launched an all-out assault towards Gu Xiao's vulnerable point. Yet, nothing happened. What was amiss? Why could he not penetrate? Gu Xiao's divine shield clearly had a weakness, and it was right there. It could not be mistaken. Historically, only the most powerful of warriors could effortlessly mend such vulnerabilities. Thus, once a divine shield exhibited a weakness, it was generally beyond repair. Had Gu Xiao ascended to a celestial realm? No one answered the questions plaguing Jun Tiance's mind. At this moment, Gu Xiao had sent the pirate leaders flying and turned to confront Jun Tiance, forcefully pushing him back. Jun Tiance fell upon the deck, spitting forth a copious amount of blood. Gu Xiao advanced step by step, and the golden light in his hand transformed into a sword, forcefully plunging it into Jun Tiance's body. Dragon Commander, my divine shield was once impeccable, yet in my bid to save you, it was shattered, leaving a vulnerability. Who would have thought that one day you would wield my weakness against me? Do you wish for my death, or for the downfall of Longhua? Besieged by a horde of pirates? Jun Tiance gazed incredulously at the icy blade protruding from his chest, recalling a once loyal subordinate. No matter how excessive his requests, that subordinate would fulfill them without hesitation. Yet now, this very subordinate had thrust a blade into his body. He felt a sense of injustice. You were the one who wronged me first. Gu Xiao's expression was icy as he retorted, Pray tell, Dragon Commander, what have I done to wrong you? Jun Tiance found himself utterly speechless. At this juncture, the battle had concluded, and all had gathered around. Not only the Canglong army, but also the soldiers from the other two factions, were incensed. They had witnessed Jun Tiance's treacherous ambush on Gu Xiao, the Dragon Commander, the war god of Longhua, striking down his own kin prior to battle. In that moment, the halo above Jun Tiance's head had dimmed to a mere fraction. Should his brilliance extinguish completely, he would forever be devoid of external influences, relegated to a life of mediocrity, perhaps even worse than that of an ordinary man. Once the severely injured Jun Tiance was taken back, it became evident that he was ruined. His reckless consumption of forbidden drugs to artificially elevate his prowess had been a path to self-destruction. Moreover, his ambush on Gu Xiao had led to a backlash from the divine shield, irreparably damaging his foundational abilities, rendering him incapable of further cultivation in this lifetime. Previously, Jun Tiance's irresponsibility, bolstered by the nation's might, had not warranted his abandonment by the state. Likewise, his betrayal was a matter of personal ethics, a private vendetta, meriting little more than disdain from some. However, this incident pertained to national affairs. Jun Tiance's act of treachery in ambushing his own in front of two armies, and with lethal intent, could justly be regarded as treason. Now, the entire military was discontented with Jun Tiance, and all were submitting petitions for his punishment. The higher-ups could no longer turn a blind eye. Yet, they were still deliberating on how best to handle this matter to minimize its repercussions. Logically, having reached this point, Jun Tiance should have quietly withdrawn, acknowledged his faults, and, given his past contributions, the nation would likely have spared him severe consequences, relegating him to a position far from power, merely an ordinary citizen. Yet, he did the opposite. Upon learning that the higher-ups might take action against him, he incited unwarranted public sentiment online, claiming the entire nation conspired against him, attempting to sway public opinion to oppose the state. The public outrage he provoked could not be tolerated by the authorities. Consequently, all of Jun Tiance's misdeeds were brought to light: his acquisition of forbidden substances, betrayal of state secrets, and treason, all unforgivable capital offenses. On the battlefield, he stealthily captured footage of Gu Xiao through a drone, and the higher-ups released it, completely solidifying Jun Tiance's guilt. Those who had still supported him turned their backs entirely. While it might be understandable for a man to lose control when it comes to women, an error that all men in the world could commit, betraying one's country and ambushing comrades is utterly unforgivable. In that moment, the faith in the god of war collapsed entirely. A notification from the system chimed in. In the god of war son-in-law realm, the task progress for suppressing the protagonist's halo is at 100%, and the intelligence support task is also at 100%. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Would you prefer to leave the realm through an unexpected death or remain and die a natural death? Gu Xiao paused in contemplation. The original host was an only child, and with both parents still alive, the sudden loss of their son would undoubtedly bring them immense sorrow. Moreover, the original host harbored a lifelong aspiration to serve the country and strengthen Longhua. Thus, Gu Xiao chose to remain in the realm. deciding to wait until he had seen off the original host's parents before making any further decisions. Jun Tiansu was sentenced. Even as the dust settled and the verdict was pronounced, he remained in a daze, feeling that his life should not have unfolded this way. He believed he was destined for a grand and tumultuous existence, yet before it could even begin, it was abruptly severed by someone he had never taken seriously, a sycophantic subordinate. It was utterly absurd. The once great god of war had fallen, yet the faith of the Longwa people did not collapse. It merely shifted from Jun Tiansu to each soldier of the nation. Upon learning that Jun Tiansu's saga had come to a close, Yu Ling was left utterly bewildered. She had always possessed the confidence that as long as she remained steadfast, Jun Tiansu would eventually return to her. Yet instead of his return, she was met with news of his imprisonment. Having grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle alongside Jun Tiansu, the sudden return to her previous state was unbearable, yet she had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. After all, Yu Ling was not Jun Tiansu's wife, and soon the property he had purchased for her was seized by the state. With nothing left, the Yu family was equally destitute. Yu's mother, filled with resentment, lamented, "If you had just behaved and stayed with Gu Xiao, would we have ended up in this situation? That 5 million still belonged to our family." Chapter 51. God of War's son-in-law. The ex-girlfriend seeks reconciliation. Yu Ling, brimming with bitterness, retorted, "When I left Gu Xiao, did you not support me wholeheartedly? And that 5 million, did it not come from me? How can you blame me?" If one were to ask if Yu Ling felt regret, the answer would undoubtedly be yes. Previously, she had dreamed of being a pampered parasite. Yet now she realized that all endeavors are reciprocal. If one desires to gain without any willingness to sacrifice, they will ultimately discover that what they believed they had acquired was, in fact, nothing at all. Sometimes, a mundane relationship does not equate to a lack of authenticity. Yu Ling, her parents said, after enduring these events, "You must now comprehend who truly cares for you, right? Xiao is genuinely a good man, steady, principled, and with a promising future. Most importantly, he treats you and us well. I believe you should return to him and reconcile." Yu Ling, head bowed, recalled how harshly she had spoken when leaving Gu Xiao. Now, the prospect of returning to seek reconciliation seemed humiliating. Gu Xiao was older now, with a unique career. Finding a wife would undoubtedly be challenging, especially considering their years together. If she took the initiative to apologize, he would likely forgive her. With her parents' incessant nagging, Yu Ling rekindled a flicker of hope. At that moment, she saw the news that Gu Xiao was being ceremoniously awarded the title of Dragon Marshal, which excited her further. Being with Gu Xiao meant she would be the marshal's wife. Unable to contain herself, Yu Ling called and messaged Gu Xiao. Ultimately, she dejectedly remarked, "He has blocked me. Then go find him. Clarify things face to face." But now, Gu Xiao was hardly someone Yu Ling could casually approach. In desperation, she changed her phone to contact him. Yet, Gu Xiao's phone seemingly possessed an uncanny ability to block her, as no matter how many devices she used, she could never get through. One could only commend the system's formidable blocking function. Yu Ling then sent messages from another phone, only to have them treated as spam by the system. Ultimately, she decided to reach out to Gu Xiao's parents. Regarding her troubles with Yu Ling, Gu Xiao had not informed his parents of the full story, only that he had broken up with her. Now, with the Yu family arriving, Yu Ling wept. "I'm pregnant. Woe is me. Gu Xiao has left me and doesn't he want me anymore." Though Gu Xiao's parents believed their son was not one to abandon someone, they immediately called him back home. When Gu Xiao returned, he was accompanied by several brothers from the Hidden Dragon Army, all carrying dishes with smiles as if they had merely come for a meal. After the breakup, Gu Xiao appeared neither haggard nor despondent, and seeing him elicited no joy from Yu Ling, who thrived on others' suffering to elevate her own happiness. Just as she wallowed in her grievances, Gu Xiao coldly inquired, "Yu Ling, what brings you to my home again? I specifically came to find you." Yu Ling gazed hopefully at Gu Xiao. "You still like me, don't you?" Gu Xiao replied, "Do you know how far apart two planets that do not orbit the same star are?" In confusion, Yu Ling shook her head. Gu Xiao stated, "Infinitely far, just like the distance between you and me." "What do you mean?" "It means the vast chasm that separates us, greater than an entire galaxy. How could you possibly think you deserve to be with me? Have you not looked in the mirror before leaving the house?" Yu Ling felt as though she had been struck, nearly losing her footing. "Gu Xiao, don't say things just to provoke me. Your return signifies you still harbor feelings for me. Are you joking? Is this not my home? Can I not return?" Gu Xiao set down the dishes in his hands. "If I hadn't come back, how could I know just how shameless your family can be? If he could be as shameless as the Yu family, he would have already been reveling in bliss." After saying this, Gu Xiao turned to his bewildered parents. "Dad, Mom, I've long since broken up with Yu Ling. She was the one who cheated first. If this family dares to bother you again, simply chase them away with a broom." Gu Xiao's parents' expressions shifted in an instant, their gazes towards the Yu family turning hostile. The Yu family couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Yu Lingling exclaimed, Gu Xiao, I was wrong to misjudge. Jun Tiansu is not a good person. He is a fraud who professed undying devotion while seducing others, deceiving my feelings. I will never trust such a man again. She looked at Gu Xiao with urgency. Let us get back together. I promise I will make it up to you tenfold. Make it up to me? In what way? Do you comprehend the extent of the pain you have inflicted upon me? I have been so exhilarated day and night that I could not find solace in sleep, ultimately being compelled to become the Dragon Commander. How do you intend to compensate me for such a loss? Everyone, my dear brother, your movements are rather audacious. Enough. Gu Xiao waved his hand dismissively, donning an expression of impatience. You all should leave promptly. If you don't, I shall force you out. Upon seeing Gu's parents brandishing mops, Yu Lingling cried out, Gu Xiao, I am with child. You cannot treat me this way. Gu Xiao's demeanor was unruffled. Is the child mine? They had been apart for several months, and during this time, they had not crossed paths. Yu Lingling truly lacked the audacity to assert that the child was Gu Xiao's. In my eyes, you are the biological father of this child. Once born, I can have him take your surname and call you father. Such words were indeed articulated with remarkable finesse. Gu Xiao was left utterly speechless, muttering a soul-deep retort. You are truly insufferable. Yu Lingling, perceiving Gu Xiao's coldness, felt deeply aggrieved. After so many years of affection, how could Gu Xiao remain indifferent to the news of her pregnancy? Was he truly so heartless? Even if the child was not his, she was his wife. Gu Xiao, I do not wish to be a single mother. Let us create a happy home for our child together, shall we? Gu Xiao, disinterested in further banter, seized Yu Lingling's wrist and dragged her to the door, flinging it open. To his surprise, he found a woman poised to knock. Yi Rui? Yi Rui appeared momentarily taken aback. Mr. Gu. Gu Xiao furrowed his brow, about to inquire as to Yi Rui's purpose for visiting, but Yu Lingling had already begun her interrogation. Gu Xiao, who is she? And why is she here to see you? The accusatory tone suggested that Gu Xiao had betrayed her. Chapter 52. The War God's Son-in-Law. Do you know who I am? That accusatory tone implied Gu Xiao's disloyalty. What business is it of yours? Gu Xiao retorted, shoving her out the door. Yet, Yu Lingling did not retreat. Instead, she glared at Yi Rui with hostility. What are you here for, seeking Gu Xiao? Yi Rui, unfazed, shot back. What concern is it of yours? Yu Lingling declared. Do you know who I am? I am Gu Xiao's. Yi Rui responded. You are his ex-girlfriend and currently the girlfriend of Jun Tian's. I am well aware. No need for introductions. Suddenly, Yi Rui stepped forward, entwining her arm with Gu Xiao's. Everyone has exes, especially a man as exceptional as Gu Xiao. I do not mind, as long as he considers me his woman now. Gu Xiao was taken aback. Miss, are we that familiar? Yi Rui leaned against his shoulder, adding, the only blemish on such a remarkable man is that he once lacked discernment and was involved with a woman like you. Yu Lingling was flabbergasted. Gu Xiao had truly moved on to another woman, especially one so beautiful and poised. This was intolerable. He was her man. The Dragon Commander's wife belonged to her. This shameless vixen could not possibly think she could compete with her. How dare you pursue another woman's man? You have no shame. Yu Lingling scoffed at Yi Rui, then turned to Gu Xiao with her chin held high, adopting an air of superiority. Gu Xiao, I know you are angry with me. So you deliberately brought a woman to provoke me. That is fine. I shall not hold it against you, as long as you make her leave immediately. She cast a provocative glance at Yi Rui. What use is that woman, no matter how beautiful? She and Gu Xiao have been together for so many years. He only has eyes for me. This is merely a ploy to irritate me. Does she truly believe Gu Xiao has feelings for her? How laughable. Seeing Gu Xiao's lack of response, she escalated her threat. If you do not send her away, I shall truly leave. With that, she pretended to walk away. At that moment, the brothers of the Canlong army were genuinely concerned that Gu Xiao might relent and embrace fatherhood. Thus, they watched him intently. Yet, even as Yu Lingling approached the elevator, no one called out to her. She was caught in a limbo, unable to depart or return. Yu Lingling ground her teeth, her expression darkening. U.S. parents hastened to interject. Xiao, regardless of anything, you have shared 5 years of feelings. You cannot simply sever ties. Gu Xiao retorted. Were you not the ones who paid me to end it? Have you forgotten? Using the word feelings to repulse me is distasteful. Do you owe her anything? Yu's parents fell silent, forced smiles on their faces. Xiao, that was all in the past. Why must you still dwell on it? Look at this woman. She exudes an air of seduction. A veritable vixen reincarnate. Marrying such a woman would surely bring chaos to your home. Yu Lingling's sister-in-law chimed in. Indeed, this woman is cunning and clearly after your status. Being with her would bring you nothing but trouble. Our Lingling, on the other hand, is pure and kind. You two are a match made in heaven. Yu's father sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. Lingling is young. It is inevitable that she made some mistakes. Has she not recognized her wrongs? As a man, why must you hold a grudge against a woman? Gu Xiao replied, Uncle, Auntie, can you cease your meddling? At the end of the day, you and your daughter are selfish and shameless, enamored with vanity, yet believe yourselves to be the most noble, draping various cloaks of shame to disguise your disgraceful behavior. What difference is there between this and burying one's head in the sand? Yu Lingling rushed back from the elevator. Gu Xiao, do you truly intend to be so heartless? I advise you not to play hard to get. If you truly wound my heart, I shall never return. And you will surely regret it. Gu Xiao implored, I beg you, leave. It would be best if you never appeared before me again. I assure you, I shall never regret it. Yu Lingling bit her lip fiercely, her expression filled with indignation. Finally, she directed all her ire towards Yi Rui, lunging at her face. It is all your fault, you shameless hussy. You seduced Gu Xiao, which is why he ignores me. Gu Xiao intervened, firmly grasping Yu Lingling's arm and thrusting her back towards her parents. That is enough. Do not make me repeat myself. Leave at once. Gu Xiao, you are being too much. Even if I lack beauty and wealth compared to this woman, I possess a sincere heart. How can you trample upon my sincerity? Pathetic. Merely flaunting your so-called sincere heart. You are clearly a scoundrel trying to maintain a facade of deep emotions. Do you think you are worthy of comparison? Not only is she wealthy, but her heart is also far more genuine and valuable than yours. Take your rancid heart back to the gutter and spare us your disgusting displays. A faint blush rose to Yi Rui's otherwise composed face, and her gaze towards Gu Xiao shifted. Meanwhile, Yu Lingling was finally driven away by Gu Xiao's sharp tone. Yu's family had no choice but to leave as well. Gu Xiao consoled his parents, who soon came to terms with the situation and busied themselves in the kitchen. Gu Xiao extended an invitation to Yi Rui, who, unperturbed, remained to assist Gu's mother in preparing the meal. Gu's parents regarded Yi Rui with the eyes of prospective in-laws, subtly inquiring about her family background. In the living room, others exchanged meaningful glances between Gu Xiao and Yi Rui. Brother Xiao, when did you and Miss Yi become so familiar? Have you brought her home to meet the parents? Do not speak nonsense. Xiao Gu, stop pretending. Miss Yi has even found her way home. You must seize this opportunity. Indeed, the girl has taken such an initiative. Xiao Gu cannot afford to falter. Gu Xiao thought to himself, if this continues, not only will those around them misunderstand, but Yi Rui herself might also begin to misinterpret the situation. Thus, after dinner, amidst the playful teasing of the crowd, he resolved to clarify things with Yi Rui as he escorted her home. However, before he could speak, Yi Rui interjected, Mr. Gu, I know you were the one who brought Doctor into me. Yi Rui later discovered that none of the several individuals she had previously scheduled had received Dr. Ant's assistance, prompting her to specifically inquire about him, which led her to realize who had truly arranged for Doctor and to perform surgery on her father. Additionally, during that incident at the hotel when Jun Tians had drugged her, it was also you who called the police, wasn't it? Why is it that Gu Xiao always seems to come to her rescue at critical moments? This surely indicates he has been watching over her from the shadows. Yet, why has he never allowed her to know this? Let me be clear, Gu Xiao replied with a serious demeanor. I am not helping you because of any affection. Although you benefit from these actions, they have nothing to do with you. It is merely a coincidence that you are connected to Jun Tians. Do you understand? Chapter 53. The War Goddess Son-in-Law. The War God is released. Yi Rui was taken aback, her shy smile freezing in place. So, you are not helping me because you like me? Gu Xiao nodded. Yi Rui felt a twinge of disappointment as she lowered her gaze. So it was, she had misunderstood. I apologized, Mr. Gu. She even felt a bit foolish and awkward, hastening her steps homeward. She thought Gu Xiao would call out to her, yet he remained silent throughout. Yi Rui halted, took a deep breath, turned around, her irritation mixed with a hint of playful reproach. Gu Xiao, can't you even call out to me? Gu Xiao looked perplexed. Wasn't it you who wanted to leave? After a moment of speechlessness, Yi Rui eventually returned. Mr. Gu, regardless of your motives, I thank you for your assistance. No need for that. You should head upstairs, he replied. After Yi Rui departed and entered the elevator, Gu Xiao finally left. In this narrative of the War Goddess Son-in-Law, almost all female characters are objectified, and the supporting roles are portrayed in a caricatured manner. There exists no profound enmity between the male protagonist and the women. Any conflict can be resolved with a mere night of passion. Regardless of how aloof and proud the woman may be, she inevitably falls for the male lead. However, once one steps away from the protagonist as Halo, each character in this story possesses a rich and vivid personality, devoid of such caricatured portrayals, with each woman showcasing her own distinctiveness. In the presence of Yi Rui, Gu Xiao experienced a fleeting moment of softness in his heart, yet this tenderness did not equate to romantic feelings. He had no intention of spending his life with a woman, thus there was no need for him to force himself or to deceive anyone with insincere sentiments. He still had to return to conquer the Six Realms and reclaim his position. Yu Lingling, unwilling to relinquish her grasp on the coveted title of Long Shuai's wife, returned home and, under a pseudonym, created a post to vent about her scoundrel boyfriend abandoning her for another woman while she was pregnant. In her fury, she went so far as to publicly disclose Gu Zhao's name and background. The post went viral, and Yu Lingling reveled in her newfound attention. However, in the dead of night, she was unexpectedly taken in for questioning by the Inspection Bureau, accused of defaming national heroes. Following the investigation, the Bureau updated the public on the progress, clarifying the truth of the matter and announcing that Yu Lingling had been sentenced to 3 months in prison. The online backlash against her was fierce. Netizens unearthed her previous posts where she had falsely accused Gu Xiao, and a wave of condemnation swept across the internet, leaving even the rest of the Yu family unable to escape the fallout. Finally, the Yu family had no choice but to keep a low profile and refrain from further disturbing Gu Xiao and the elderly members of the Gu family. In the blink of an eye, Gu Xiao had spent 20 years in this realm, and Jun Tiance had been released from prison. 2 decades of incarceration, isolated from the world, had taught him the harsh realities of prison life. Yet, he remained oblivious to the cruelty of society. Once free, he sought to reconnect with old friends and former acquaintances, hoping to make a comeback. However, he found himself utterly alone, with no one willing to engage with him. He even sought out Du Fian, only to discover she was married, with children in college. When she saw the aging, hunched figure of Jun Tiance approaching her, she instinctively rushed to help him when he stumbled and fell. "Are you all right, old man?" This scene resembled a dedicated student assisting an elderly gentleman across the street. "Jun Tiance," he exclaimed. "Fian, it's me, Jun Tiance." Du Fian replied, unable to recognize the once mighty Jun Tiance. "I told you long ago to live a grounded life, be sincere, and avoid pretentiousness, didn't I?" She sighed, pulled out a few hundred yuan from her bag, and pressed it into his hand. "At your age, I hope you can turn over a new leaf and live out the rest of your life well." With that, she walked away, leaving him with only her departing silhouette. Jun Tiance, though aged, was undeterred in spirit, vowing to achieve great success once more. Yet, having been disconnected from society for 2 decades, the path to such success would not be as straightforward as he envisioned. Furthermore, appearances matter. Who would believe that he could accomplish great things with his aged countenance? By chance, Jun Tiance joined a networking group where he could book a night at a luxurious hotel for just 200 yuan, or acquire a designer watch for a mere 1 yuan, and even high-end handcrafted leather shoes for 150. He could obtain ties, hats, belts, and luxury cars, all the trappings of wealth. After securing these items, he would photograph them and post them on various social media platforms, accompanied by a standard piece of ostentatious prose, ensuring the world knew that he, Jun Tiance, was a member of high society in search of true love and assistance in expanding his business. Naturally, this led to a flurry of contacts reaching out to him. Even if these exquisite photographs were the result of his laborious work, Jun Tiance relished the experience. After all, one must endure the most challenging times to attain greatness once again. Not long after, a beautiful unmarried woman in her 40s added Jun Tiance on WeChat, and they struck up a conversation. Through her social media presence and their discussions, Jun Tiance realized she was a wealthy entrepreneur. As their rapport deepened, they eventually arranged to meet. When Jun Tiance finally laid eyes on her, he was utterly stunned. "Yu Lingling?" It took her a moment to recognize him as well. Jun Tiance. They stared at one another in silence, unable to find the words. Having once been involved with 2 generations of war heroes, Yu Lingling had always set her sights high, unwilling to settle for an ordinary man. She had delayed marriage for so long that now, opportunities had dwindled. Her dream remained to marry a man of power and influence, or at the very least, one of considerable wealth. Not long ago, she paid a membership fee of 500 to join an elite circle, subsequently crafting a persona of a wealthy middle-aged beauty through the assemblage of various luxury goods. Yet she has failed to ensnare a millionaire. By chance, she laid eyes upon an elderly gentleman, thinking that an older man might be easier to seduce. After all, age was but a number if it led her to marry into wealth. Little did she know, the members of the elite circle were not genuine affluent individuals, but rather her ex-boyfriend from a male counterpart group. Life, indeed, is replete with melodramatic twists akin to a soap opera, since their reunion unfolded in such a dramatic manner. Jun Tiance became infatuated with Yu Lingling. Their relationship turned into a tumultuous dance of love and rivalry, entwining them in a web of passion. One fateful day, as Jun Tiance casually passed by the gates of a military academy, he spotted Gu Xiao being surrounded by students. Upon recognizing the man who had brought him such misfortune, he rushed forward. "Gu Xiao, do you remember me?" Gu Xiao squinted, acknowledging him with a hint of surprise. Mr. Jun? He dismissed the students that had encircled him and approached Jun Tiance. Jun Tiance glared fiercely, seeing me in this state. Are you satisfied now? Gu Xiao, being an honest soul, replied candidly. To be truthful, I find it rather satisfactory. Jun Tiance's expression darkened. Gu Xiao sighed. In truth, I envy you, Mr. Jun. Look at me. I carry the weight of a nation's future and expectations upon my shoulders, tirelessly striving for the strength of our country. Today, I teach at a military academy. Tomorrow, I command the army. The entire nation relies on me, and I am utterly exhausted. You, on the other hand, enjoy a leisurely life at such a young age, free from the burdens of political affairs. I wish I could live as easily as you do. Gu Xiao had remained in his position as the Dragon Commander for 2 decades, earning countless honors and frequently invited to teach at military academies, nurturing numerous outstanding generals. His contributions to defending the Dragon Nation were monumental, with his military theories and strategies leaving a significant mark in history. His insights into various cultivation techniques also elevated the nation's training rates, propelling it into a fervor of collective cultivation. In these years, with no external threats, the Dragon Nation enjoyed a relatively stable environment for economic, cultural, and technological development. Thus, the nation has grown increasingly powerful, drawing nations to its borders, with no one daring to provoke it. He was indeed a hero in the eyes of the younger generation. As for Jun Tiance, he had long been forgotten. Therefore, Mr. Jun, you should be content and cherish the stability you have now. Do not toil like I do at my age, Gu Xiao continued, sighing. I possess power and status, and the love of the people, yet I find myself with nothing else. As Gu Xiao departed, Jun Tiance remained fixated on the direction he had gone, unwilling to concede. Yu Lingling, having approached him unbeknownst, wore a complex expression. What are you staring at? Can you even compare yourself to him now? Jun Tiance's chest heaved with agitation, insisting, he is merely my subordinate. Just a subordinate, destined to remain beneath me. Yu Lingling smirked, after being his subordinate for a day. Do you truly believe he will remain beneath you for a lifetime? Your delusions are quite amusing. Regret gnawed at Yu Lingling as she recalled the moment of her betrayal of Gu Xiao for a worthless man. Had she not made that fateful choice, she could have been the envy of all women in the Dragon Nation as the commander's wife. Occasionally, she would deceive herself into believing that perhaps Gu Xiao remained unmarried due to lingering feelings for her. Such thoughts offered her a semblance of solace. Gu Xiao lived to the age of 80 in this narrative universe before passing away. His funeral was conducted with the highest honors befitting a national hero, wrapped in the flag of the Dragon Nation. Upon seeing the news, Jun Tiance erupted in laughter. Did you see? He is dead. Finally, he is dead. It serves him right. It's just retribution. The heavens have punished him by taking him before me. Yu Lingling rolled her eyes. What are you so pleased about? Even if Gu Xiao died before you, the glory he attained in his lifetime far surpasses anything you could ever claim. His funeral procession filled the streets, while you could quietly perish in a gutter, unnoticed, and not a single tear would be shed for you. Suddenly, Jun Tiance's laughter ceased, his expression turning numb. The honors Gu Xiao enjoyed today should have been his. Yet now, he faced the solitude of old age, destined to be forgotten after death. Even if someone remembered the name Jun Tiance, it would be preceded by labels such as traitor. How had he fallen to such depths when his life was meant to be adorned with glory? Chapter 54. Through the Tang Dynasty, I am the poet immortal. After Gu Xiao departed from the realm of the war goddess son-in-law and returned to the system space, the system showered him with praise. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission in the war goddess son-in-law realm. Let us celebrate. Special effects of confetti appeared in the space. And once the system had reveled in its own excitement, it turned to Gu Xiao, asking, Master, with so many advantages at your disposal, why did you not utilize them in the realm? The system offered rewards for tasks completed, unlocking skills for Gu Xiao with each successful endeavor. These skills could have enabled him to complete tasks more swiftly and effectively. Yet, throughout his travels across numerous realms, regardless of how challenging his circumstances became, Gu Xiao rarely relied on the system's advantages. The system felt a sense of being taken for granted. Gu Xiao replied, to traverse countless realms is already a stroke of fortune beyond what most possess, granting me broader horizons and a wealth of knowledge and skills. If I were to rely on these advantages to outshine ordinary individuals, it would be akin to cheating in an examination. Everyone else has spent a decade in diligent study, while those from affluent backgrounds have access to superior educational resources. If they resort to cheating, how is that fair to those who have labored without such advantages? Though fairness is not absolute, Gu Xiao wished not to deepen the inequities due to his actions. Moreover, the notion of a golden finger, though appealing, is akin to a protagonist's halo. It fosters a mindset of entitlement. Once one becomes accustomed to relying on such advantages, losing them would leave one with nothing. He would eventually return to his own realm and part ways with the system. Rather than relying on the various advantages provided by the system to accomplish tasks, he preferred to acquire more knowledge during this journey, for that is the true foundation of his strength. Thus, from the very beginning, he maintained an admirable mindset, viewing the system merely as a vehicle for transportation rather than a weapon of ultimate power. The true weapon has always been himself. Upon hearing Gu Xiao's words, the system remarked, "I never expected you to be such an honorable individual." It then inwardly criticized, "Given your various antics across the realms, I never would have guessed. Master, would you prefer to rest for a moment or immediately enter the next realm?" Gu Xiao opted for a brief respite, lying down in the system's sleep pod for soul assessment and restoration. As he drifted into slumber, he dreamt once more of his past life. He emerged from the chaos alongside Pangu, enduring countless epochs of tempest and tribulation before finally attaining a corporeal form. After traversing through innumerable celestial and demonic battles, he ascended to become the war god of the six realms, revered by mortals and venerated by immortals alike. He reached the pinnacle of power through sheer strength, establishing himself as an unparalleled entity among the realms. However, one fateful day, several war temples dedicated to him in the mortal world were abruptly vandalized. The perpetrator was a youth, rumored to be a prince from a fallen kingdom, who, in his grief over his nation's demise, directed his wrath towards this war god, who, despite enjoying the offerings of their realm, failed to safeguard its longevity. In a bid to overthrow these inept celestial beings and to contend against the heavens themselves, the youth resolutely embarked on the path of immortality, subsequently stirring up monumental upheaval across the four seas and the eight wastelands. Within this narrative, not only was there Gu Xiao, but countless celestial beings and demonic figures found their intellect diminished upon encountering this youth, ultimately becoming mere stepping stones in his journey of growth. It was only after being relegated to the role of cannon fodder that Gu Xiao's intellect returned to its former glory. Ultimately, this youth was none other than the chosen one, handpicked by the Tao of Heaven, a true offspring of the celestial order, to cultivate his own progeny. The Tao effortlessly manipulated these ancient celestial beings and demons. The celestial beings sheltered the mortal realm but refrained from meddling in its conflicts, a principle upheld by the Tao of Heaven, which similarly abstained from intervening in the six paths. Yet, while they adhered to this decree, the Tao incited the youth to instigate turmoil among the six realms, using their incompetence as justification to redefine the rules. Such absurdity was laughable. One day, he would return to his dimension, using his fists to confront the Tao, vowing never again to become a pawn dulled by the radiance of glory. Gu Xiao awoke from his dormant chamber, his gaze as frigid as ice. The atmosphere around him began to resemble a winter's snow in June, causing the system to shudder involuntarily. A war god like Jun Tiance was merely a fool, yet this war god was truly formidable. The system hastily inquired, "Host, shall we enter the task dimension?" Gu Xiao nodded, prompting the system to activate the dimensional transfer function, transporting him forthwith. Upon entering the dimension, Gu Xiao was greeted by a male voice reciting poetry. As the boundless leaves fall, the mighty Yangtze flows unceasingly. For those who dare to sacrifice for grand aspirations, who would dare to challenge the sun and moon to usher in a new era. Last night as stars and wind, the painting tower on the west, the osmanthus hall on the east. With the nation in ruins, the mountains and rivers remain. In springtime, the city is overgrown with grass and trees. A succession of exquisite, timeless masterpieces flowed from the lips of a young man, leaving those surrounding him utterly dumbfounded and trembling as if afflicted by a fever. "Marvelous! I have devoted my life to poetry, yet have never encountered such lines," exclaimed an elder. "Young Master Yi is truly a prodigy. Such exquisite verses could only exist in the heavens. Was young Master Yi not a celestial being incarnate?" The young man, referred to as young Master Yi, feigned modesty, claiming, "It was but a casual recitation. I cannot accept such praise." His casualness implied the presence of even greater works within him. Unbeknownst to him, he had inflated his own significance. The crowd, in their admiration, nearly worshipped him. Gu Xiao was speechless. How could this man, who plagiarized the works of others with several of the original authors present, shamelessly declare them as his own? Was he truly willing to sacrifice his dignity for the sake of pretense? Speaking of plagiarism, it was essential to mention the plot of this dimension. It was a world born from a historical time travel novel, and the era in which Gu Xiao found himself was none other than the illustrious Jingguan period of the Tang dynasty. Within the realm of male-centric historical fiction, there were always time travelers who believed that the Tang dynasty's glory was mere facade, convinced that it required their salvation. Thus, with noble intentions, they transformed the Tang into a sieve. Naturally, The male protagonist of this narrative, Yi Changtian, was also a traveler from a future era. Upon his arrival, he reflected on his past life, lamenting his inaction and mediocrity, then resolved, since fate has granted me a second chance, I shall live boldly. Consequently, Yi Changtian quickly embraced his new reality, vowing to live splendidly in place of the original Yi Changtian. He naturally took possession of the original's body and began to deceive the world with trivial inventions. His antics with glass, soap, and cement were mere trifles. He did not hesitate to deploy cannons and firearms to eliminate those who displeased him. Chapter 55. Time traveling to the Tang Dynasty. Plagiarism leads to tragedy. His exploits with glass, soap, and cement were inconsequential. He often resorted to cannons and firearms, dispatching anyone he found unsatisfactory. Through a series of impressive feats and the glow of his aura, princes became his brothers, and historically renowned figures became his subordinates. While the 24 meritorious ministers of Lingyan Pavilion treated him like family, and young women declared they would marry no one but him. Meanwhile, the original character was a distant cousin of the male protagonist, the leader of the powerful Gu family from Wu County. His primary role was to supply women and resources to the male protagonist, accomplishing tasks while remaining in obscurity. At this moment, the genius poet still basked in the admiration of the crowd, continuously reciting poetry, was none other than the male protagonist, Yi Changtian. In this era, being a time traveler without a system was almost a disgrace. How could one expect someone who struggled to pay rent in modern society to suddenly master Tang poetry, song lyrics, and the 4 great classics upon time travel? Thus, Yi Changtian also possessed the standard configuration of a system. Consequently, the poetry he recited was displayed on a holographic screen, and he merely read aloud. Ironically, he swayed his head, yet his punctuation was entirely incorrect. Nonetheless, everyone present was captivated, and no one dared to question him. At this moment, a defiant poet challenged Yi Changtian, demanding he compose a poem related to a temple to prove his worth. Yi Changtian skillfully recited a poem that the poet himself would write in the future. The poet's expression momentarily froze. Having observed the bustling temple outside Chang'an City, he had intended to write a poem inspired by the scene, but had found his efforts lacking. Upon hearing Yi Changtian's poem, he experienced an epiphany, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi is indeed a divine being." He expressed his admiration with a courteous bow, overflowing with respect. He even felt as though he and Yi Changtian had shared a moment of profound connection, as if the poem belonged to him rather than Yi Changtian, leaving him with a sense of melancholic loss. Yi Changtian, brimming with pride, responded, "Oh, it is merely your generous praise. How could these self-important scholars of the feudal society regard themselves so highly? They remained fixated on the hierarchy of rulers and subjects, relying solely on the emperor for their lives, and their experiences were limited to the pages of books. Before him, a mere few lines of poetry could elevate them to ecstasy. Even if he had plagiarized their verses in front of them, they would still turn to flatter and worship him, for they had yet to compose those lines themselves. In contrast, he, having traversed from modern society, possessed a perspective and understanding that transcended this era by over a millennium, destined to rise above the entire epoch and guide the Tang dynasty toward an even more glorious era. Throughout this spectacle, Xiao watched in silence as the male protagonist flaunted his pretense, observing the poet's profound emotions. It was blatantly obvious that the poetry was his own. Yet now it was being wielded against him by the male protagonist, and he remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, the male protagonist, intoxicated by a sense of superiority, believed that his time-traveling experience endowed him with a millennium's worth of knowledge and a golden finger, leading him to think he could achieve greatness beyond the galaxy. Xiao could no longer bear to witness Yi Changtian's brazen demeanor as he reveled in the spoils of his thievery. In the original narrative, Yi Changtian's plagiarism had once led to a tragic demise. During this period, another illustrious poet, renowned throughout history, composed a poem strikingly identical to one penned by Yi Changtian, all within a mere 2 days, and from a distant locale. The revelation of this incident cast the poet as a plagiarist, earning him the disdain of literati and scholars alike. One must not underestimate the significance of reputation in an era where face held great value, particularly among scholars. With his reputation shattered, the tormented poet succumbed to despair and took his own life by drowning. Yet, upon hearing the news, Yi Changtian felt no remorse, instead deeming the poet excessively fragile for choosing death over a mere poem. If Yi Changtian's thievery of literary works remains unchecked, how many more eminent poets will fall victim to his insatiable greed in the future? Xiao rose from his seat, ready to address the matter. However, before he could finish his statement, Yi Changtian's displeasure was palpable, as though his talent were being called into question. What? Does Gu Shaoqing believe my poetry lacks merit? Xiao, the head of the esteemed Gu family, faced Yi Changtian, who, in contrast, was a fallen noble living under the Gu family's roof. Yi Changtian, having traversed time, assumed that the original Yi Changtian had suffered greatly under the Gu family's dominance. If he truly regarded the original as a brother, how could he enjoy such privileges while his cousin languished in obscurity and illness? Committed to avenging the original Yi Changtian, he was determined to confront Gu Xiao. The root of the problem, previously devoid of opportunity, Gu Xiao had now presented himself as an ideal target. Today, Yi Changtian intended to impart a small lesson to Gu Xiao, with grander plans to uproot the Gu family from the very foundations of the Tang dynasty in due course. As for ending Gu Xiao's life, that thought had never crossed his mind. He merely wished to cast him out of Chang'an to experience the hardships of common folk. Alas, this well-meaning youth, raised under the red flag, seemed too kind-hearted, out of sync with an era where bloodshed was rampant. Surely, such actions would bring peace to the original Yi Changtian's soul. Without the Gu family, known for their exploitation of the populace, perhaps the common people could finally enjoy a better life. He hoped they would not be overly grateful to him for ridding them of a bang. Yi Changtian awaited Gu Xiao's response, having meticulously crafted his approach to humiliate him. To his surprise, Gu Xiao stood up, exuding politeness. Your poem is quite commendable. Yet I find myself puzzled by a few aspects, and would like to seek insight from Count Yongji. Yi Changtian, having attained the rank of a county baron through a few minor inventions, felt unprepared. I am not well read. I fail to comprehend the meaning of the leaves fall in endless streams, as the Yangtze flows ever onward. Yi Changtian immediately called upon his system for assistance. However, at that moment, his system was obscured by Gu Xiao's, and despite waiting for what felt like an eternity, he could not summon it to aid him in cheating. Observing his sudden silence, the crowd's expressions shifted. Having finally established his reputation as a gifted poet, Yi Changtian could not bear to see it tarnished by Gu Xiao. Does Gu Xiaoqing not understand? Fallen leaves merely signifies leaves descending from the heavens. Gu Xiao paused, then inquired of those present, esteemed guests, how should one interpret the term fallen leaves? The assembly murmured in confusion. Yi Changtian pressed, what? Is that incorrect? The answer was a resounding yes. In ancient poetry, the emphasis lay on imagery. Fallen leaves was far from a simplistic depiction of timber plummeting. Notably, poets of the southern dynasties, Xie Zhuang and Lu Ju, each penned verses that invoked the essence of fallen leaves. Yet, Yi Changtian, oblivious to this illusion, had the audacity to craft a poem that parodied it. Such discrepancies were laughable. Yi Changtian's plagiarized works frequently exhibited this pattern. Imagery in poetry is a gradual evolution, yet many of Yi Changtian's imitations originated from later eras, lacking any semblance of the original context. For instance, he once appropriated a poem based on the idiom having bamboo in one's heart, which originated from Su Shi of the Northern Song dynasty. To invoke it in the Tang dynasty was akin to digging his own grave. Strangely, despite the depth of his self-dug pit, no one seemed to notice. As the crowd's expressions grew more perplexed, Yi Changtian sensed the shift in atmosphere and scoffed. The meaning of my poetry is defined by my own words. He continued, I have another query. With no colorful phoenix wings to fly alongside, but a heart that resonates with a kindred spirit, this appears to be a declaration of affection. Yet, given that all present are men, to whom does the Count confess his feelings? To recite a love poem at a banquet was utterly ridiculous. And what of the phrase the sun and moon exchange the heavens? Whose verses are you so brazenly pilfering? Have you lost your mind? If you find the officialdom so wearisome, why remain in Chang'an? His poetry lamented the fatigue of bureaucratic life, yet Yi Changtian himself yearned for a meteoric rise in power. Furthermore, the nation is shattered, yet the mountains and rivers endure. 800 miles of territory are at my command. One moment you are a destitute old man, lamenting the loss of your homeland. The next you embody a valiant general battling fiercely. How do you seamlessly transition between such contrasting personas? As for the fallen nation, if not for the protagonist's halo, the emperor would have already ordered your execution as a traitor. Moreover, your entire family perished at the hands of bandits. How do you possess letters from home worth their weight in gold? Yi Changtian's poetry was riddled with flaws. Beyond these, he typically recited only a line or two from a poem, severing the essential flow and coherence that poetry demands, rendering it a jumbled mess. Additionally, due to the disparities in rhyme and pronunciation between ancient and modern times, the poems read today differ significantly from those of their original eras. Yi Changtian's modern adaptations, when thrust into the Tang dynasty, altered the very essence of the poetry. Unbeknownst to him, he believed himself a paragon of brilliance. Yet any individual with a modicum of intelligence would find his verses painfully awkward. Gu Xiao's critiques undeniably sparked a resurgence of intellect among the attendees, leading to a flurry of discussions and even prompting further inquiries. In ancient times, a poet's work would be meticulously scrutinized, not only word by word, but also through the lens of their lineage, status, and life experiences. Yi Changtian's background and experiences bore no resemblance to those depicted in his poetry, which inevitably raised suspicions. As Yi Changtian struggled to reach his system, a cold sweat broke out upon him, and he slammed his palm onto the table. I have always possessed a vivid imagination. Even if I am young and have yet to witness those mountains and rivers or tread upon a battlefield, I can empathize through my imagination. This is what sets me apart. Now you question me, suspecting I have plagiarized? Pray tell, who have I copied? Who in this world could compose such verses? If they could, they would already be renowned, leaving no room for me to steal. The crowd, upon hearing this, momentarily reverted to their previous state of confusion. Gu Xiao gazed upon the scene before him, and memories of his former world flooded back. How he had transformed from an unparalleled war god into a fool. He remarked, "The poetry of the county man of Yongji is indeed profound, and it appears that many find it somewhat perplexing. Thus, I sought your wisdom. Pray, why should the county man take offense? One might mistakenly believe you are simply embarrassed." Yi Changtian's eyes burned with fury. Literature is born of nature, crafted by skilled hands. It is merely an expression of spontaneity. I considered this an opportunity for mutual exchange, yet unexpectedly, Gu Xiaoqing has seized upon my poetry to tarnish my reputation. What? Does my elevation as county man, a position favored by His Majesty, incite your discontent? His words suggested that Gu Zhao's motives were born of jealousy. The assembly hastily interjected, clarifying that they bore no such intentions. Gu Xiao continued, "County man of Yongji, my family, the Gu clan, is a venerable lineage of the Tang dynasty, and I hold a significant office. We share a common heritage. How could I possibly harbor such petty thoughts? The aristocracy remains the pinnacle of power in the Tang. Even the emperor must show deference. The status of my former self far surpasses that of Yi Changtian, who lacks the qualification to even be compared, let alone evoke jealousy." Yet Yi Changtian remained resolute in his belief that Gu Xiao sought to malign him. With a sigh, Gu Xiao conceded, "Very well, I admit to slandering you." "Gu Xiao," Yi Changtian retorted, "you have never been fond of study, let alone poetry, scarcely able to recite a few verses. Now, you produce poems with a style so distinct from your own, and when faced with scrutiny, you cannot defend your honor. As your elder, should I permit you to persist in this manner, it would not only tarnish the Gu family's reputation, but also jeopardize your future." With heartfelt sincerity, Gu Xiao advised, "If you have erred, simply acknowledge it. We are all magnanimous beings who would not hold a grudge against a youth." This statement only served to inflame Yi Changtian further. "I, Yi Changtian, conduct myself with utmost integrity. I do not engage in the schemes of the petty. You claim to be my elder, yet defame me publicly. Very well." Yi Changtian turned to the others, adopting the demeanor of a victim. "Today's events have truly chilled my heart. Before you all, I vow to cease writing. No more poetry. Please, young Master Yi," the assembly implored, "your remarkable talent, which produces breathtaking verses, would be a loss to all of Tang if you were to forsake it. We beseech you to reconsider." As the crowd urged him, Yi Changtian redirected his ire towards Gu Xiao. "I possess the pride of a scholar. To endure such humiliation without recourse would render me a laughingstock in the future." Thus, they began to cast blame upon Gu Xiao for hastily conjecturing and stifling a genius poet's creativity, clamoring for an apology. Surrounded by the influential, Gu Xiao faced the condemnation of the assembly. He looked at Yi Changtian and asked, "What do you wish from me? You have sullied my reputation so gravely. You must kneel and apologize." "Very well." Gu Xiao's straightforwardness momentarily stunned Yi Changtian. But then, Gu Xiao added, "However, if I can demonstrate that these poems are mere plagiarism on your part, what shall you do?" Yi Changtian faltered, but quickly reassured himself, believing Gu Xiao lacked the means to uncover any evidence. With a puffed chest, he declared, "If you can indeed find proof, I shall kneel and apologize. But if you cannot, the matter shall not end with mere apologies." Gu Xiao remained composed, reciting a poem Yi Changtian had just composed, and inquired, "This poem, you acknowledge it was crafted spontaneously today, correct?" "Indeed," Yi Changtian affirmed. "The author of the poem was unknown, but he felt no fear. However, I confess, half a month ago, while returning to my ancestral home in Jiangdong, I passed through the waters of Yangzhou and heard a singing courtesan reciting this very poem, word for word identical to the county man of Yongji's work. In an age of limited communication and transportation, the creation date and author of the poem remained ambiguous. Yi Changtian had not considered that the poem he had copied might already exist, leaving him vulnerable to exposure. Naturally, he stubbornly refused to concede. "Preposterous. You assert there is evidence, yet where is it?" "The evidence is simple. We shall consult a venerable elder, who can send a trustworthy individual to Yangzhou to inquire. The journey will take but 6 days, and we shall have our answer. What say you? Yi Chantian felt a tremor of anxiety. If the poem had indeed been known in Yangzhou, what then? Yet, to retreat now would only reveal his own trepidation. Ultimately, he steeled himself and accompanied Gu Xiao to seek the esteemed Grand Tutor, with the assembly following as witnesses. Plagiarism among literati was no trivial matter in ancient times, and the Grand Tutor's expression was grave as he promptly dispatched someone to Yangzhou. Thus, they would have to wait several days for the outcome. While Yi Chantian believed Gu Xiao was merely envious of his talent and had wronged him, he remained wary of unforeseen complications. System, oh system, Yi Chantian called out. What is the matter with you? Why did you fail me at such a crucial moment? The system replied, there was a minor glitch during a backend update, host. How may I assist you? Yi Chantian requested the system to investigate the situation in Yangzhou. Regardless of the system's capabilities, he regarded it as infallible. The system acquiesced and shortly informed Yi Chantian that the poem indeed originated from a woman in Yangzhou, but the issue had been resolved. At last, Yi Chantian felt a sense of relief. He, Yi Chantian, was the chosen one, destined for glory and greatness. Soon, he would hold the fate of the entire Tang dynasty in his grasp, so why should he concern himself with someone as inconsequential as Gu Xiao? However, since Gu Xiao had so brazenly provoked him, there was no need to spare his dignity. In time, nobody would stand to vouch for Gu Xiao, rendering him a figure of ridicule. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao had already anticipated Yi Chantian would resort to manipulating the system. This braggart, who claimed to be the most benevolent and espoused equality for all, was capable of unparalleled malice when unleashed. Moreover, with the system's aid, he could evade accountability for even the most heinous actions, remaining blissfully ignorant of his own wrongdoings. Upon returning home, the original owner's sister, Gu Shuang, rushed over, her demeanor fierce. Brother, how could you treat cousin Chantian in such a manner? Gu Xiao inquired. What have I done to him? I have heard it all. You accused cousin Chantian of plagiarizing poetry at the Fong family banquet. How could such a talented man need to copy others? Your jealousy has clouded your judgment. Gu Xiao ignored her and proceeded towards his study, but Gu Shuang followed, incessantly chattering. Upon reaching the door of his study, seeing her intent to follow him inside, Gu Xiao stated, Gu Shuang, I advise you to abandon all hope for Yi Chantian. I will never allow you to wed him. Gu Shuang retorted angrily, Brother, you are being utterly unreasonable. Cousin Chantian has said that we girls are entitled to pursue our own happiness. In the name of my own happiness, I will resist your arranged marriage. Thus, whether I marry cousin Chantian is a decision for me alone, not for you. Is that so? Do as you please. But before that, I will summon all members of the Gu clan and publicly expel you from the family. As long as you are no longer a member of the Wu Jungu clan, you may marry whomever you wish. Gu Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the social norms of the Tang dynasty were relatively liberal, the authority in society was still predominantly held by men, especially in powerful families like the Gu clan. The head of the family had absolute power. If Gu Xiao were to disown her as a sister, it would not only prevent her from marrying anyone, but also subject her to public ridicule wherever she went. The bold words Gu Shuang had just spoken were merely a reflection of her brother's affection for her. Without that affection or the support of the Gu clan, how could she dare to stand up for herself? Brother, you are being too tyrannical. You cannot compare to cousin Chantian. Gu Shuang fumed. Cousin Chantian understands our feelings as young women. He gives me lipsticks and perfumes that others must purchase, and he tells me that all humans are equal, with no distinctions of rank or gender. Cousin Chantian is truly exceptional. Every word he speaks is beyond what others could conceive. Gu Shuang had never encountered a man who could so thoroughly comprehend the struggles faced by women in this world. His unique demeanor, vast knowledge, and remarkable talent set him apart from the debauched scions of noble families and the ambitious commoners who sought to ingratiate themselves with the powerful. In short, cousin Chantian was the epitome of the ideal husband that all women dreamt of. To marry him would be an honor, so why should her brother object? Gu Xiao believed Gu Shuang's reasoning was fundamentally flawed and struggled to suppress the urge to shake sense into her. If you truly believe that all humans are equal and that there are no distinctions of rank, then why do you still command servants? Why do you not wash your own clothes or cook your own meals? Why do you not earn a living for yourself? You revel in the protection of your ancestors and the service of your maidservants, yet you preach about gender equality and the absence of social hierarchy? The notion of equality is merely rhetoric. Men say such things, but you take them to heart? In any case, do not expect the male protagonists in novels to maintain such lofty ideals. In modern narratives, characters often flout marital laws and indulge in harems, yet in ancient settings, one should not expect lifelong fidelity. Given the chance, a man would pursue every woman he desired, as if single-handedly perpetuating the spread of ancient venereal diseases. Thus, it was only natural for Yi Changtian to expand his harem in the Tang dynasty. Among these women were ladies from prominent families, Tang princesses, and foreign noblewomen. They possessed no ambitions of their own and existed solely to orbit around the male protagonist. Their sole means of achieving personal value lay in being accepted into the harem, even betraying their own families for the sake of the man they adored, as if they could not survive without love's embrace. In many ways, Yi Changtian's status as a protagonist was akin to a stallion summoning a harem. Gu Shuang mistakenly believed that Yi Changtian had her interests at heart, unaware that he was preoccupied with the well-being of every beautiful woman, fearing they might fail to find a suitable partner and thus collecting them all. For those already married, Yi Changtian was even more brazen. He would boldly claim to be rescuing these women from a sea of flames while shamelessly abandoning all principles. What was worse, he preached self-reliance and strength to women while simultaneously suppressing them in society, demanding they remain confined within the home. He effectively regressed female status back centuries, all under the guise of preventing ambitious women like Wu Zetian and Empress Wei from disrupting the political order. Gu Xiao could not fathom how these women could fall for such a charlatan. Gu Xiao's words left Gu Shuang at a loss. She felt he was merely contradicting her. Brother, and do not forget, Yi Changtian has a fiancé. Your association with him would only render you a concubine. A concubine is still a concubine. A man as exceptional as cousin Changtian would never have just one woman. I would willingly be his concubine. He once said, it is easy to seek priceless treasures, but difficult to find a true lover. As long as I can be with cousin Changtian, it matters not whether I am a wife or a concubine. Gu Xiao gazed at his suddenly bashful sister as if she were a lunatic. Did you not just declare that all are equal? Shouldn't equality imply a monogamous relationship? Why then do you wish to be a concubine? Being a concubine for cousin Changtian is different, Gu Shuang retorted. Is it then that being a concubine for others is demeaning to women, but being one for Yi Changtian is an honor? Gu Xiao scoffed. If you choose to debase yourself by becoming a concubine, that is your affair. However, as a daughter of the Gu clan, such an act would bring shame upon us. Should you proceed with this, I will reiterate, you shall be expelled from the family tree, stripped of your name, and severed from the Gu lineage henceforth. Brother, how can you be so unreasonable? Do you not wish to see cousin Changtian happy? According to your logic, if I prevent you from becoming Yi Changtian's concubine, I am targeting him. Is it not so? Brother, you must admit it. You are envious of cousin Changtian's talents. That is why you oppose him at every turn. Mother suffered greatly during your birth, and father was preoccupied with state affairs for many years, leaving you without guidance. I raised you myself. Gu Xiao suddenly became emotional. I have always treated you with sincerity, not expecting you to alleviate my burdens, but at the very least, you should understand the hardships I endure. To think you would question my character for the sake of an outsider fills me with disappointment and sorrow. Gu Shuang felt a profound ache in her heart from Gu Xiao's reprimand. Brother, Gu Xiao turned his back to her. Do not say another word. I have forgiven your past indiscretions, but this time, I cannot excuse you. You are to retreat to the West Mountain Villa to reflect for a while. Gu Shuang, why not you go to the villa to reflect? Gu Xiao had lost interest in observing her crestfallen expression and summoned someone inside. The young lady is to go to the West Mountain Villa to transcribe Buddhist scriptures for her mother's blessing. You shall escort her immediately. He added, with the young lady's filial intentions, you are to ensure she completes 999 volumes for my review. Should I discover even one volume missing, you shall no longer serve in the Gu household. Gu Shuang. At that moment, she felt utterly bewildered. How many years will this take? She wanted to protest, but Gu Xiao did not grant her the opportunity, instructing two maids to take her away. Gu Shuang. She could not comprehend why her usually lenient brother was now so heartless. Once she departed, Gu Xiao finally relished the tranquility that enveloped him, the very air fragrant and serene. Yet, within days, Gu Xiao heard that Yi Changtian had produced the 4 great classical novels and invented movable type printing, astonishing all who beheld his accomplishments. As if to validate his genuine talents, he continued to transcribe poetry. However, the act of imitation has been executed with remarkable finesse, undoubtedly stemming from a later era, devoid of any references from the past. Even some contemporary songs and dances have been directly appropriated. Yet no one seems to find such behavior distasteful or improper. The protagonist's halo is indeed formidable, capable of distorting the deeply entrenched aesthetics and societal views of the ancients. Gu Xiao's intention to undermine Yi Changtian and strip him of his luminescence is, in fact, quite feasible. This individual is notoriously inept at everything. His talent for laziness and glibness is unparalleled. Were it not for the system's support, even if he were to traverse back to the Tang dynasty, he would still be deemed inconsequential. Thus, eliminating his system would render him utterly insignificant. However, at present, He cannot dismantle Yi Changtian's system, as the emperor requires it. What manner of person was Li Er in history? During the twilight of the Sui dynasty, due to a series of tumultuous actions by Emperor Yang of Sui, the realm was engulfed in incessant warfare, resulting in a staggering population decline in the Central Plains, from 8.9 million households to a mere 200,000 in the span of 2 decades, a loss rate of approximately 77.5. Thus, the empire Li Er seized during the Xuanwu Gate incident was nothing short of a disastrous mess. Yet, from the inception of his conquest to the eventual unification of the empire, he forged the glorious Jingguan era in merely a decade or so. He advocated for agricultural revitalization and the alleviation of burdens on the populace, leveraging a population of 2 million households to gradually usher in the golden age of the Tang dynasty. In terms of both civil and military prowess, as well as his acumen and temperament, he stands as one of the most audacious emperors in the annals of Tang history. In Chapter 59, Traversing the Tang Dynasty, Annulment of Engagement, it appears that only Yi Changtian harbors the delusion that such an emperor could be easily deceived. Hence, he does not even attempt to conceal his peculiarities. What rational emperor would tolerate the presence of such an extraordinary individual in his midst? Li Er's retention of Yi Changtian is merely a strategic move, as the latter's attributes can benefit the Tang dynasty. Should Gu Xiao manage to undermine Yi Changtian at this juncture, Li Er might turn his focus on him instead. Therefore, the plan to deal with Yi Changtian must await the moment when Li Er has fully exhausted the latter's utility. If patience runs thin, Gu Xiao may assist Li Er in hastening the extraction of Yi Changtian's value. Given Yi Changtian's penchant for appropriating literary achievements, Gu Xiao resolved to exploit this trait. Aspiring to be a grand scholar, is he? Very well, let us render his name renowned throughout the land. Consequently, Gu Xiao summoned his confidant and instructed him to disseminate Yi Changtian's literary reputation far and wide. By the following day, scholars from Chang'an and nearby towns flocked to seek Yi Changtian's counsel. Scholars are nurtured from a young age, and thus many attain fame early in life. It is not uncommon to find in historical texts that certain individuals exhibited brilliance from childhood, composing poetry at tender ages. Instances like Su Zhe, who flourished later in life, are rare. Therefore, for someone like Yi Changtian, who previously languished in obscurity and suddenly, at the age of 18 or 19, displays remarkable poetic prowess, one might question whether those arrogant literati would accept him without skepticism. At present, Yi Changtian remains closely tied to the Gu family, residing in their estate. However, he has established a separate entrance in the side courtyard, creating his own domain, through which his visitors naturally enter. Nevertheless, Gu Xiao frequently hears the sounds of Yi Changtian engaging in lofty discussions with others, improvisational poetry, couplets, the flying flower order, mixed poetry forms, acrostic poems, palindromes, and lyrical compositions. A scholar's cultural refinement is cultivated through relentless diligence, thus becoming ingrained in their very essence. Without such intellectual cultivation to support them, who could withstand the myriad tests presented? Yet Yi Changtian is different. He possesses a system that swiftly delivers answers directly to him, sparing him from any concerns. Time and again, the literati are captivated by his talents, departing in awe. Such antics have nearly secured him the exalted title of a prodigious scholar ahead of schedule. Gu Xiao remains indifferent to him. The more ostentatious he becomes, the more he relies on the system. Should the day come when he decides to shield his system, that halo of his may very well falter. Just as Gu Xiao was pondering this, a servant entered to report that Miss Su had arrived. Miss Su Yuner appears to be the original protagonist's fiancée. Among Yi Changtian's numerous admirers are the original protagonist's sister, Gu Shuang, and his betrothed, Su Yuner. At this moment, Su Yuner stands before Gu Xiao. She possesses a serene beauty, clad in pristine white, exuding an ethereal and haughty demeanor akin to an untouchable snow lotus in the mountains. Gu Xiaoqing, I have come today to discuss our engagement, she states. Gu Xiao responds with a simple inquiring if she feels the wedding date is too distant and wishes to marry sooner. Su Yuner's expression falters. Gu Xiaoqing, you misunderstand my intent. In truth, I hope. She takes a deep breath. We can dissolve our engagement. Gu Xiao raises an eyebrow, casting a glance at Su Yuner. If memory serves me right, it was you who came to me, beseeching me to marry you. Now you wish to annul the engagement? The Su family of Jingzhou was once a prominent clan, but they have long since fallen into decline, particularly the branch to which Su Yuner belongs. Yet the Gu family shares a history with the Su family. When the latter faced adversity, Su Yuner approached Gu Xiao, invoking the bonds of their ancestors, hoping to forge a union that would secure the Su family's standing in Chang'an. In the world of aristocratic families, mutual support is the norm, especially as the original protagonist was indeed an easily swayed individual. Thus, He became engaged to the then 12-year-old Su Yuner. From that moment on, the Su family found protection under the Gu family's auspices, and over the years, Su family members have benefited from this alliance in the court. Ultimately, Su Yuner fell in love with Yi Changtian and sought to dissolve the engagement. The original protagonist was reluctant, as marriage is no trifling matter, and he inadvertently became the one to thwart their romance, making him a pariah in both circles. In the end, the Su family sided with the male lead, growing increasingly influential in the court. With the male lead's backing, they forcefully dissolved the engagement. And Su Yuner joyfully became Yi Changtian's concubine. Is it that I have neglected you these days, causing you to harbor resentment towards me? Gu Xiao inquires. Resentment? She does not harbor any affection for Gu Xiao. Why would she be upset over his neglect? Gu Xiao, it seems, has overestimated his own importance. Those frivolous women may see him as a desirable match, but in Su Yuner's eyes, only a man of Yi Changtian's caliber deserves her regard. Thus, in response to Gu Xiao's inquiry, Su Yuner replied with poise, Gu Xiaoqing, our engagement was born out of necessity. I harbor no feelings for you. I am grateful for your assistance to the Su family, and in the future, we shall repay your kindness when the opportunity arises. Yet, do you truly expect me to accept such a request? Gu Xiao interjected. Su Yuner, concealing her disdain, continued. You are aware of the challenges my family has faced in recent years, thus, the betrothal gifts have been entirely consumed by your family. And you wish to unilaterally break off the engagement without returning the gifts? When the woman calls off the engagement and refuses to return the betrothal gifts, and the man readily agrees, do outsiders not wonder if the man has been caught in some scandalous behavior by the woman? You reap all the benefits while I suffer the loss of both my bride and my reputation? How audacious of you, Gu Xiaoqing. You must understand that women in this world find it exceedingly difficult. If I were to be jilted, I would undoubtedly face public scrutiny, yet you are different. You are a man of high status and noble lineage, and others would not dare to speak ill of you. So, I am to bear the brunt of this misfortune? Chapter 60. Crossing into the Tang Dynasty. Are you finally awake, dog brain? Gu Xiao approached Su Yuner. Su Yuner, since you have been compelled by circumstances to become engaged to me and have enjoyed the protection of the Gu family, you must fulfill your role as the matriarch of the Gu family with due diligence. If you wish to repay kindness, it should be with a proper attitude. Do not speak of loyalty with your lips while secretly engaging in despicable acts to provoke me, wanting to play the role of a virtuous wife while acting like a concubine. Gu Xiao had always been a gentleman and had never spoken such harsh words to a woman before. Su Yuner's expression instantly soured. How can you speak so? Before she could finish her words, Gu Xiao grasped her chin with an iron grip. What of it? Speak. Why have you fallen silent? With Gu Xiao's grip on her, Su Yuner found herself utterly voiceless. At that moment, Gu Xiao's countenance was terrifying, a ferocity Su Yuner had never witnessed before. You would do well to remember that the men of the Gu family from Wu County are not to be discarded at your whim. If the engagement is to be terminated, it is only the Gu family who has the right to cast you aside. It is not for the Su family to impose upon us. With that, he flung Su Yuner aside. You wish to climb the ranks through familial ties to the Gu family, taking advantage of us. And now you desire to pursue another path by stepping on the Gu family? What audacity! There must be limits to shamelessness, after all. It was evident that the original owner had suffered due to a soft heart and a penchant for taking in others. In a moment of weakness, they had taken in Yi Changtian, only to find that he retaliated upon being wronged. Similarly, in a moment of compassion, they had engaged with Su Yuner, who ultimately betrayed him, preferring to be a concubine to Yi Changtian rather than being his legitimate wife. Su Yuner fell to the ground. She had never anticipated Gu Xiao would treat her in such a manner, and her body trembled. Gu Xiaoqing, I know you harbor feelings for me. It may take time for you to accept the dissolution of our engagement, but I hope you can respect my choice. I am but an ordinary woman, not seeking wealth or fame, but merely a man with whom I can share a heartfelt connection for the rest of my days. Had it not been for Yi Changtian's influence, which illuminated the colorful possibilities for women, she would have lacked the courage to break off the engagement. Enduring for the sake of her family, and ultimately marrying a man like Gu Xiao, who was wholly unworthy of her talents, and wasting her life in the shadows. Like, you jest. How could I possibly like you? I am unaware of such feelings. Gu Xiao's sharp tongue was merciless. Have you forgotten how you once crawled to my feet like a beggar, desperate for my assistance? I took pity on you, and you dare speak of affection? Do you even know what kind of woman I truly admire? Gu Xiao recited Xiao Zhi's the goddess of the Luo River with a hint of melancholy. It is precisely because I know how rare it is to find such a woman to accompany me through life that I settled for someone like you. Su Yuner felt deeply insulted. Over the years, she had utilized her status as Gu Xiao's fiancée to navigate the elite circles, mingling with the powerful and established a persona as a lofty flower on a distant peak. She had long forgotten the painful past, Yet now, Gu Xiao's words brought it all crashing back. The sensation was akin to realizing that no matter her efforts, she was merely a pile of refuse at Gu Xiao's feet. Fury welled up within Su Yuner. Gu Xiaoqing, I have acknowledged your assistance to my family, and I shall repay you. So there is no need for you to keep bringing it up. Is it truly necessary to keep reminding me of your favors? A coerced gratitude is hardly sweet. I implore you to show some restraint. Gu Xiao responded with a smile. How do you intend to repay me? Everything you consume and wear. The futures of your two brothers, are they not all provided by the Gu family? To repay my family with the benefits bestowed upon you by my family? Are all women of the Su family as shameless as you? What do you want from me? She had already lowered herself sufficiently. Could Gu Xiao not relent? There were countless women in the world. Why did he fixate on her? Was there no semblance of a gentleman left within him? A man like Gu Xiao was not even comparable to Yi Changtian. Had it not been for the Su family, she would not have endured such indignities. Gu Xiao, too, found himself questioning what she truly desired. She clung to the Gu family like a dog unwilling to leave, and now she acted as if he were forcing her into disgrace. While she enjoyed the luxurious and comfortable life provided by the Gu family, she simultaneously wished to be treated like royalty, free to pursue her own love. What folly! If you genuinely wish to break off the engagement, it is not impossible. Gu Xiao suddenly conceded. Su Yuner looked at him with suspicion. Gu Xiao called for the steward, who hurried in with a ledger. This is a record of all the benefits your Su family has received from the Gu family over the years. This document constitutes the betrothal gifts I have provided. If your Su family returns everything in full, I will immediately annul the engagement. Su Yuner took the ledger, her expression one of utter shock. You actually kept a record? And you remembered every single item down to the last needle? Was the Gu family not a prominent clan of Wu County? What kind of distinguished family would engage in such meticulous accounting? Gu Xiao found amusement in her reaction. She had spoken of dignity, yet now she was more concerned about the Gu family's meticulous documentation than about returning what was owed. Indeed, your Su family owes the Gu family not only material possessions, but also a debt of gratitude. While I may overlook some of those debts, I cannot ignore the fact that your two brothers' positions were secured through the Gu family's efforts, and your brother's wife was also arranged through our connections. If you can persuade them to resign from their posts and dissolve their marriages, allowing their wives to return to their families with their children, I will gladly return the betrothal gifts. Su Yuner's eyes widened. You are utterly unreasonable. Gu Xiao leisurely sipped his water. I have stated before, the people of the Gu family cannot tolerate loss. If you wish to sever ties with us, you must do so as your Su family did in the past. Any deviation is unacceptable. Gu Xiao, to force such outrageous demands upon me to compel me into marriage? Gu Xiao splashed the contents of his cup in her direction. Woman, is your dog brain finally awake? Su Yuner, flustered and indignant, clenched her teeth. Gu Xiao, however, remained impassive. Do you think I desire you? What I truly value are the things I have given and the favors I have extended, understand? Just then, Yi Changtian barged in uninvited, kicking the door open with a fierce demeanor. Gu Xiao, how can you speak such egregious words to a lady? Chapter 61. Crossing into the Tang Dynasty, the shameless cannot survive. Upon catching sight of Yi Changtian, the grievances of the frigid beauty surged forth, tears glistening in her eyes. This ethereal and aloof maiden maintained an icy demeanor towards all, revealing her smile solely to herself, and displaying vulnerability only in her own company, inadvertently allowing Yi Changtian to indulge in a moment of self-importance. These ancient beauties were truly of a natural charm, far surpassing the stars of later generations. In modernity, he was but a mere wretch without a girlfriend, yet in this era, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of enchanting women. If one were to speak of the most exceptional time traveler, he would undoubtedly claim the title. Reflecting on this, he tenderly addressed Su Yuner, saying, Do not fear. I shall advocate for you. He then turned, standing tall and resolute before Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, Miss Su does not harbor any affection for you. Have you not noticed that she has never smiled while in your company? If you truly care for her well-being, you ought to swiftly annul the engagement and allow her to pursue her own happiness. Gu Xiao raised his gaze to meet Yi Changtian's. If Yi Changtian truly embodied modern values, then he would be commendable for his singular devotion to one. Conversely, if he chose to abandon contemporary ideals and immerse himself in this ancient world of multiple wives, he would still earn Gu Xiao's respect. Yet here he was, under the guise of advocating for democracy and equality, urging another man to be steadfastly devoted while simultaneously embracing an ancient harem, comfortably accepting the regressive customs of feudal society. Was this not the epitome of hypocrisy? To make matters worse, Yi Changtian, with a facade of innocence, claimed he was merely compelled by the overwhelming allure of women, feigning reluctance while reveling in his own charm. His betrothed ultimately became his primary wife, graciously accommodating his numerous romantic entanglements, while Yi Chantian feigned helplessness, as if he were being coerced into such a situation. Inwardly, however, he praised his wife's wisdom, believing it to be a prudent choice that relieved him of any pressure, particularly regarding the matter of the original owner and Su Yun. Yi Chantian's reasoning was rather peculiar. He convinced himself that the original owner and Su Yun shared no genuine love, thus forcibly severing their bond without a shred of remorse, all the while presenting himself as a savior of women oppressed by the old societal norms. Was it so that a beauty's engagement to another man signified a lack of affection? Was it that only in his presence could true love exist and true happiness be found? Did the protagonist not deserve love himself? Was every union merely a facade of insincerity? At that moment, Yi Chantian stood upon his moral high ground, lecturing Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao, your feelings for Miss Su are not love. Your self-interest surpasses everything. Desire and vanity have corroded your heart. You merely seek to exploit Miss Su for your own vain ambitions, pursuing wealth and power, which are ultimately illusions. Gu Xiao's temples throbbed. What? Is it a crime to seek a better quality of life? Are we to believe that love is the sole pursuit of life? What of your own actions, then? You prattle on while seeking to capitalize on others. Silence. Gu Xiao snapped, reaching the limit of his patience. Get out. Yi Chantian stood firm, retorting. Though you are my cousin, I will not allow you to mistreat Miss Su. His words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage. Indeed, you have obligations to the Su family, but that does not give you the right to coerce Miss Su into sacrificing her happiness in exchange for your debts of gratitude. You are leveraging your favor. Seeing Gu Xiao's anger rise, Yi Chantian remained undeterred, adopting a camaraderie posture as he patted Gu Xiao's shoulder. Gu Xiao, there are countless other flowers in the world. Why must you force a girl who does not wish to marry you? Take a step back, and you will find a broader horizon. Allow Miss Su her freedom. Was this not a grandiose display of moral superiority? The one at a loss was Gu Xiao, yet the virtuous role was assumed by Yi Chantian. What if he were to refuse? Yi Chantian furrowed his brow. Gu Xiao, if you truly do not wish to proceed, think of the consequences for Miss Su. This world is already harsh towards women. How shall she survive in such an unforgiving society? Knowing the world's cruelty towards women, did he not consider his own conduct? Aware that shamelessness would lead to a challenging existence, yet he persisted in his folly? Had he truly deluded himself into believing he was above reproach? Gu Xiao, if you genuinely care for Miss Su, you must act to uplift her, not to destroy her. After all, your union was arranged. It is a form of oppression towards women, do you not understand? Yi Chantian pondered how these ancient men could disregard the value of women. Only someone like him, steeped in principles of equality and democratic ideals, could perceive women as equals deserving of respect. In this light, it was clear that the affection these women bore for him was a testament to their discernment. Why do you remain silent? Do you not comprehend my words? Then again, how could a man of this era grasp the concept of oppression? Yi Chantian shook his head. Gu Xiao turned to Su Yun, stating, many witnessed her pleading to marry me. If there is oppression, she sought it herself. She brought this upon herself. Su Yun's complexion turned pale, and Yi Chantian's irritation grew. Gu Xiao, witnessing their exchange, raised his hand. Enough. I have said that if you meet my demands, I shall annul the engagement immediately. I can no longer bear this. It is merely a matter of material possessions, which I can provide. Yi Chantian, with a flourish, proclaimed, as long as you uphold your word, I shall restore Miss Su's freedom. Gu Xiao remained steadfast, silently gripping a glass of water. The ever-invisible but attentive steward smiled knowingly. Of course, that is possible, but some items may be beyond what young Master Yi can truly offer. I refuse to believe there exists anything in this world that I, Yi Chantian, cannot procure. Whatever rare treasures exist, I will seek them for Miss Su. He gazed at Su Yun with heartfelt sincerity. Having acquired glass soap, he had now become quite the affluent man. With wealth, what could he not obtain? Su Yun felt a flush rise to her cheeks, realizing that in comparing Gu Xiao and Yi Chantian, the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth. The steward then began to enumerate several unique treasures, including the original works of renowned artists and rare porcelain antiques. Our master does not seek substitutes, he demands the originals. Do you think the legacy of an esteemed family is built merely on wealth? That is not a family name. That is the mark of a nouveau riche. Yi Chantian, clearly a parvenu, could never produce such items. No matter how wealthy he became, such treasures eluded him. He glanced at Su Yun, who lowered her head, acknowledging the difficulty in reclaiming such items. Many had been given away as favors, while others had been destroyed beyond repair. Since these cannot be retrieved, must we insist on this impossible task? Do you think I would relent? Gu Xiao sneered, incredulous at Yi Chantian's audacity. Gu Xiao, I have been exceedingly lenient with you, Yet you would do well to recognize when to cease. Do not overstep your bounds, lest you provoke my ire. He is far from a mere commoner of this age, who would cower before the powerful. No matter how formidable these aristocrats may seem, in comparison to him, they are but insignificant insects. Without his presence, how could the grandeur of the Tang dynasty boast such vibrant life? Thus, he has never regarded Gu Xiaoxiao with any seriousness. Who truly lacks civility here? Do you believe I cannot prevent you from exiting the Gu residence today? Gu Xiaoxiao, are you threatening me? Yi Changtian seemed to hear an utterly ridiculous jest. Does Gu Xiaoxiao comprehend how much the heir values him? Is he aware of his current standing in the Tang dynasty? Is he cognizant that soon, the noble clans will be entirely supplanted by the commoners? And he will assist the heir in implementing the imperial examination system, enabling the commoners to replace the aristocracy sooner than history has ever recorded. He shall ensure that the likes of Gu Xiaoxiao, who oppress the common folk, vanish from the annals of history. With such dire times ahead, how dare Gu Xiaoxiao threaten him? It is absurd. Gu Xiaoxiao, perhaps you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation? How can you presume to threaten me? Do you not believe that with a mere word, I could compel His Majesty to eradicate your noble families entirely? Gu Xiaoxiao stood, suddenly striking, his knee thrusting into Yi Changtian's abdomen. Yi Changtian's proud head immediately bowed, his expression contorted in pain. Gu Xiaoxiao loomed above him, coldly observing, I believe you have forgotten your true nature. Gu Xiaoxiao detests engaging in futile banter with such simpletons. He prefers to deliver swift retribution. Thus, before Yi Changtian could fully react, Gu Xiaoxiao unleashed a flurry of blows. Each punch was precisely aimed to inflict pain. Yi Changtian was left dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for the reality that he, the self-proclaimed formidable one, could not best Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao scoffed. Do you think the heirs nurtured by ancient noble families are merely versed in lofty rhetoric? Mastering martial skills is fundamental, you know? Had Yi Changtian not possessed a system as an unfair advantage, he would not even have the standing to engage in discourse before Gu Xiaoxiao. As Yi Changtian writhed in agony, Gu Xiaoxiao tore a strip from his garment and bound it over Yi Changtian's mouth, then resumed his assault. Yi Changtian. Is it merely a woman? Is he truly losing his mind over a woman? Yi Changtian mumbled incoherently. Scoundrel! Gu Xiaoxiao, how dare you strike me? Gu Xiaoxiao's fists did not relent. Su Yuner could only watch in horror as Yi Changtian was beaten, calling out in desperation. Cease! Gu Xiaoxiao, stop! How can you strike the noble son of Yongji County? Gu Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance, relishing in the thrill of punishing a fool. Just as Yi Changtian found himself in a pitiful state, a woman dashed in, chastising Gu Xiaoxiao in a sweet voice. Stop! Do not strike my brother Changtian. With that, she brandished a whip. Gu Xiaoxiao seized the whip with a swift motion, flinging it aside without a trace of mercy. The woman was sent sprawling to the ground, motionless, resembling a hapless toad. This woman was the daughter of a prominent military noble and a close acquaintance of Su Yuner. Seeing her unable to rise, Su Yuner rushed to assist her, simultaneously reproaching Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Xiaoxiao, you dare lay such a heavy hand on a woman? Gu Xiaoxiao retorted coldly. Is the daughter of Duke Yin not lacking in decorum, coming here and waving a whip about? Guards, escort Miss Yin back to her father's residence, where Duke Yin should properly discipline his daughter. Should she return to my estate waving her whip again, I shall not hesitate to deal with her severely. Immediately, guards advanced to drag the fallen Yin Hongyu away. The noble families, in the early days of the Tang dynasty, remained remarkably audacious. Do not think that even the daughter of a duke is beyond reproach. Even if the emperor wished to marry his daughter into a noble family, they might not even deign to accept. Were it not for the protagonist's halo, these individuals would not dare to speak so freely in Gu Xiaoxiao's presence. Just as Yin Hongyu was being dragged towards the door, she finally regained her senses. Gu Xiaoxiao, you are utterly shameless. My sister Yuner does not even care for you. Yet you persist in your pursuit and now resort to violence. How can someone like you claim to be the head of the Gu family? Is there truly no one else? Yin Hongyu had round eyes like a fawn, her face petite and charming, exuding a naive allure. At this moment, she glared angrily at Gu Xiaoxiao, appearing endearingly innocent. Any normal man would have his heart melted. Yet Gu Xiaoxiao remained unperturbed. My Gu family is a lineage of nobility. It is a blessing for Su Yuner to marry into our family. It is we who choose her, not the other way around. The original character was kind-hearted. Had he been a man who disregarded women, he would have dealt with Su Yuner with far less consideration. And Su Yuner's audacity stemmed solely from her belief that the original character was a gentleman, a man of integrity. Upon hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's words, Yin Hongyu's fury intensified. What kind of young talents are unworthy of my sister Yuner? You, a mere man, dare to covet her? It is preposterous. You are not even fit to carry my sister Yuner's shoes. With that, she continued to struggle, attempting to lash Gu Xiaoxiao with her whip. Yi Changtian had now risen from the ground, keeping his distance from Gu Xiaoxiao in fear of further violence. Gu Xiaoxiao, you may have the numbers on your side, but we are powerless against you. I propose a wager. Gu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Yi Changtian continued, if I win, you shall annul your engagement with Miss Su and cease to harass her and her family. Gu Xiaoxiao mused. An opportunity to display my superiority? Very well. But what if you lose? Yi Changtian hesitated momentarily. Gu Xiaoxiao pressed. Surely you cannot expect to wager without any risk to yourself. What kind of bet is that? A bet where one only seeks the loss of the other, while fearing any loss themselves. Truly the hallmark of a selfish opportunist. Gu Xiaoxiao gestured towards the large guard dog in the courtyard. Do you see that dog? If you lose, you shall consume its excrement in front of the citizens of Chang'an. Yi Changtian's face instantly paled. However, recalling his system, he felt an overwhelming confidence. No matter the wager, he was certain to win. Fine. Gu Xiaoxiao inquired, would you prefer to compete in literary skill or martial prowess? Yi Changtian's eyes darted as he replied, let us make it interesting. We shall each present 10 questions for the other to answer, with a time limit for each. The one who fails to answer the most questions shall lose. What do you say? Gu Xiaoxiao nodded, and Yi Changtian added, to prevent any deceit. We shall conduct this at the front gate, with passing citizens as witnesses. Gu Xiaoxiao agreed once more. Seeing Gu Xiaoxiao as confidence, Yi Changtian smirked inwardly. He doubted that Gu Xiaoxiao, a man of ancient times, could possibly answer the questions he would pose. When the time came for Gu Xiaoxiao to be humiliated before the citizens of Chang'an, he would see how bold he remained in pursuing another's virtuous daughter. Thus, they proceeded to the entrance of the Gu residence, where many citizens of Chang'an gathered to witness the spectacle. Yi Changtian, brimming with confidence, posed the first question to Gu Xiaoxiao. In a cage, there were several chickens and rabbits. From above, one could count 35 heads, while from below, there were 94 feet. The question arose, how many chickens and rabbits were there in the cage? Is it truly necessary to pose such a rudimentary problem of chickens and rabbits in a cage? Moreover, this question was resolved centuries ago. If I cannot solve it, have I not at least encountered the answer in my studies? Yi Changtian ought to have familiarized himself with history beforehand. Gu Xiao promptly provided the answer. Yi Changtian, brimming with confidence, momentarily faltered. But Gu Xiao paid him no heed and began presenting his first question. Aware of Yi Changtian's capabilities, he had the system disable Yi Changtian's access once more and proceeded with the questioning. As the questions unfolded, Yi Changtian found himself unable to access the system's answers, and a cold sweat began to bead upon his brow. System, he called, but no response came. As time elapsed, Gu Xiao smiled, indicating it was time for Yi Changtian's second question. With the system gone, Yi Changtian could not conceive of any challenging queries. After much contemplation, he could only muster a question regarding the Pythagorean theorem. Gu Xiao remarked, cannot you devise something more challenging? Whom do you look down upon? Yi Changtian. After Gu Xiao, speechless, provided the answer, he too began to pose questions. Furthermore, the questions he posed were exceedingly simple, such that even the ordinary folk present could answer them. Yet, Yi Changtian, who had always prided himself as a literary genius and a master of the Mahist school, could not answer a single one. The image of Yi Changtian in the eyes of many began to crumble. Ultimately, regardless of how ingenious Yi Changtian's inquiries became, Gu Xiao answered them all, while Yi Changtian failed to respond to any of Gu Xiao's queries. A complete rout. A system devoid of substance was utterly worthless. Someone, bring forth a Huang's excrement. The men of Yongji County shall feast upon it. Gu Xiao deliberately enunciated the word feast in a manner reminiscent of filth, instantly conjuring vivid imagery for the onlookers. In no time, a servant brought forth a bucket brimming with dog feces. A professional-grade halo artifact, dog feces, a treasure worth possessing. Yi Changtian gazed at the bucket, his complexion turning a sickly shade. This devil, he truly intended for him to eat it? Moreover, he had brought such a large quantity. It was not merely the presence of so many onlookers that made Yi Changtian unwilling to lose face. Even in private, he would never consume dog feces. He began to concoct excuses, subtly planning to evade the situation. When evasion proved futile, he contemplated fleeing. At Gu Zhao's command, the guards advanced to restrain Yi Changtian. Make him eat it. He must finish every last morsel. The onlookers, their eyes gleaming with anticipation, had never before witnessed anyone truly consume dog feces. Yi Changtian struggled incessantly. Gu Xiao, I advise you not to take things too far. You may come to regret it later. Gu Xiao, stroking his jade ring, smiled, certain that a day of regret would never come for him. Truth be told, had he lost today, Yi Changtian, with his nature, would have surely done something even more outrageous. As Yi Changtian's head was forcefully pressed toward the bucket of feces, Yin Hongyu rushed over, exclaiming, "Gu Xiao, you go too far." She charged forward, furiously brandishing her whip at Gu Xiao. In response, Gu Xiao deftly seized a sword from a guard's hand and swung it, deflecting the direction of the whip. Consequently, Yan Hongyu's whip swept across the bucket of dog feces, accurately flinging a glob into Yi Changtian's mouth. Simultaneously, the whip also found its way into Yi Changtian's mouth. Stunned, she instinctively attempted to withdraw the whip, but it merely circled around inside Yi Changtian's mouth. Not only did Yi Changtian inadvertently lick the feces off the whip, but his mouth also became swollen from the whip's constriction. Yi Changtian screamed in agony, while the guards, repulsed, nearly retched, but dared not release him. The onlookers were left aghast, instinctively retreating several steps. Yan Hongyu and Su Yuner were equally dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the once formidable Yi Changtian could find himself in such a humiliating and revolting predicament. Yan Hongyu even jumped back several paces, exclaiming, "Brother Changtian, I am so sorry. I did not intend to hit you. I meant to strike that scoundrel." She wanted to approach Yi Changtian, but upon seeing the grotesque sight of his swollen mouth encased in filth, she could not bring herself to disregard his current state. Angrily, she glared at Gu Xiao. "It is all your fault, you scoundrel." She continued to swing her whip at him. Naturally, Gu Xiao would not allow her to strike, especially considering the whip was still soiled. Thus, he swung his sword again, hitting the whip's handle and altering its trajectory, causing it to wrap around Yan Hongyu's own neck, splattering her face with feces. In an instant, Yan Hongyu transformed into a screeching groundhog, wailing in despair. Gu Xiao remained cold and unyielding, instructing the guards to press Yi Changtian's head deeper into the bucket. After all, if his mind were filled with filth, why not add more? The spectators would likely never forget this scene. Henceforth, whenever they encountered Yi Changtian or heard his name, the first image that would flash in their minds would undoubtedly be this moment. Su Yuner, however, interjected, "Gu Xiao, did you truly wager against me? Do you hold not a shred of respect for me?" Gu Xiao retorted, "Was it not Yi Changtian who proposed the wager? Did you not also tacitly agree? Now, after losing, you claim disrespect?" The steward could not help but sigh, addressing Su Yuner, "Miss Su, why do you harbor such disdain for our master?" Chapter 64, Crossing into the Tang Dynasty, Capturing the Assassin. Su Yuner indignantly replied, "Even if all the men in the world were to perish, I would never take a liking to your master." Gu Xiao countered, "If I were the last man in the world, would you have me choose someone just to humiliate you?" Su Yuner, the steward. Gu Xiao remarked, "Steward, refrain from such comments in the future. Miss Su seems to favor men who consume filth, yet I do not partake in such things." He then addressed Su Yuner, "Miss Su, remember to prepare everything listed in the roster. In a few days, I shall send someone to the Su residence to retrieve it." Su Yuner snapped, "You simply do not wish to annul our engagement, do you? If you do not wish to cancel, then so be it." With that, she attempted to leave, but Gu Xiao swiftly grasped her by the neck. "It is I who seeks to annul the engagement, not you. You have 7 days to return all that belongs to the Gu family, or do not blame me for making a scene at the magistrate's office." Other matters could be overlooked, but the betrothal gifts were officially documented. If the engagement were annulled and the gifts were not returned, the Su family would face imprisonment. After delivering his ultimatum, Gu Xiao cast Su Yuner aside, as if she were refused. She fell to the ground, her face flushed with indignation. Previously, Gu Xiao had been attentive and considerate towards her, always mindful of preserving her dignity and never uttering a word to embarrass her. This had often left her feeling quite pleased with herself. Regardless of how high his status, he was still but a subject under her influence, no different from other suitors who admired her. However, now, the man who once pursued her so fervently had turned so cold and unfeeling, and Su Yuner found herself unable to accept it. As for Yi Changtian over there, his entire head was enveloped in filth. It was only when Gu Xiao raised his hand that the guards unceremoniously cast him aside. Humiliated in every sense, Yi Changtian pointed at Gu Xiao, filled with a desire to devour him whole. "Very well, Gu Xiao, you possess the audacity to insult me thus." His countenance was one of profound indignation. After traversing to the Tang dynasty, armed with insights that transcended 2 millennia and a golden finger, he had triumphed in every endeavor. Never before had anyone dared to treat him in such a manner. "I, Yi Changtian, vow that the humiliation you have inflicted upon me today shall be repaid tenfold in the future." Gu Xiao paid him no heed, striding directly into the manor. Yi Changtian turned his gaze to Yan Hongyu and Su Yuner. "Yan Hongyu, dear brother Changtian, you ought to take a bath immediately. I shall return home first." "Su Yuner, why must you endure this?" And with that, they departed. Yi Changtian wished to enter the Gu manor to tidy up, but Gu Xiao had stationed guards at both the main and side entrances. "Yongji County Mail, this is the Gu manor, not your abode." Yi Changtian gritted his teeth. Did he even desire entry into the Gu Manor? He was not without his own mansions. Yi Chantian promptly went to his recently acquired residence to clean it up, only to suddenly recall that he had concealed an individual within the Gu Manor's courtyard. A few days prior, a severely injured man in black had fallen into his yard, and shortly thereafter, members of the Jinwu Guard sought to enter the Gu family for a search. Rumor had it that an assassin was attempting to kill Lier, and that assassin, having been wounded, had sought refuge nearby. Yi Chantian was at a loss as to why he had hidden the individual in his own courtyard. Initially, the assassin had been wary of him, but as Yi Chantian tended to his wounds and engaged in open conversation, he successfully won the assassin over. They had since become like brothers, and Yi Chantian intended to bestow upon him a volume of martial arts secrets he had drawn from his system, hoping the assassin would cultivate it and eventually serve him. After all, one must have a few staunchly loyal subordinates by their side. Now that he had left the Gu Manor, the injured assassin remained behind. What if Gu Xiao discovered him? Yi Chantian's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried back to the Gu Manor. Yet again, entry was denied. Am I not allowed to retrieve a few of my garments? The butler declared, no, everything here, save for you, belongs to the Gu family. Had it not been for the master's kindness, you would not have been permitted to leave with that outfit from this morning. Yi Chantian seethed. You wretched lackey, I am the Yongji County male, a man of title. How dare you wield your master's authority to insult and belittle me? Step aside. As a subordinate of the antagonist, one cannot simply belittle the protagonist without merit. How could he claim to be a member of the villainous alliance? Thus, the butler continued to mock Yi Chantian, fueling his rage. At that moment, Gu Xiao emerged, clad in court attire, followed by several guards. Among them was the assassin, recently injured by Gu Xiao, Yi Chantian. Gu Xiao approached Yi Chantian, likely to mask the stench of filth that clung to him with an overwhelming fragrance. Despite the noxious odor, Gu Xiao patted Yi Chantian on the shoulder, saying, Chantian, you have my gratitude. Without you, I would not have apprehended this assassin. He then took a handkerchief from the butler and meticulously wiped his fingers. The barely conscious assassin suddenly looked at Yi Chantian. Brother Xingda, I did not betray you, he exclaimed, before turning to Gu Xiao, shouting, Gu Xiao, do not sow discord between us. Gu Xiao sighed, cousin, I understand. I shall escort him to meet his majesty. And rest assured, I will advocate for you before the emperor. In due time, your title may be elevated, and you might even acquire a fine piece of Yongya land. Yongya land, the hereditary estate of the noble class in the Tang dynasty. The assassin struggled, his furious eyes fixed on Yi Chantian. Yi Chantian felt as though he could not cleanse himself even by jumping into the Yellow River. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao had already taken the assassin away. This assassin was affiliated with an organization, and in the original narrative, Yi Chantian had leveraged this assassin to secure the entire organization for himself. Ultimately, this organization would serve Yi Chantian's interests. Whenever Yi Chantian found someone unlikable, they would deal with it in the shadows. Aware of Yi Chantian's leniency, they would always act first and report later. Yi Chantian would merely sigh and urge them not to repeat such actions, declaring murder to be wrong, yet imposing no punishment whatsoever. He tacitly allowed them to eliminate his enemies. Beyond these assassins, in this novel, regardless of how ruthless or merciless the antagonists were, anyone who spent enough time with Yi Chantian would inevitably become one of his loyal followers, sworn to serve him until death, eventually being rehabilitated as a good person. They were his human killing machines, contributing immensely to Yi Chantian's ascent. In the end, leveraging these individuals, he helped Prince Wu, Li Ku, usurp the throne, assassinating all of Li Er's other sons. Now, Gu Xiao intended to sever this arm of support, handing the assassin directly over to Li Er. However, Gu Xiao was taken aback when, even at this juncture, Yi Chantian still fancied that if he pleaded with Li Er, the emperor would release the assassin. He shot Gu Xiao a glare and addressed Li Er. Your Majesty, though he is an assassin, it is not by choice that he took this path. He is now my brother. I, Yi Chantian, shall not permit anyone to harm my kin. Li Er's hands clenched into fists within his sleeves, struggling to endure Yi Chantian's words. He is an assassin attempting to kill me. Yi Chantian persisted. Your Majesty is unharmed, is he not? The people of the realm know of your benevolence. Why can you not extend a measure of compassion to an assassin who has strayed from the righteous path? He too is a subject of the Tang, a human being. Granting him a chance to live under the sun is far preferable to executing him, is it not? Gu Xiao interjected. Elder brother, if you claim the assassin is innocent, does that not imply the emperor deserves his fate? Does it not suggest that those slain by the assassin deserve their ends? How is it that the life of an assassin is valued while others are dismissed? In this narrative, whenever individuals encountered the protagonist, their intelligence seemed to plummet to negative numbers. Even if Yi Chantian were to rebel, one could imagine the emperor responding. He is merely compelled to rebel for the sake of my realm. Thus, Yi Changtian's attempts to deceive the emperor and his ministers were as futile as attempting to mold clay. Conversely, when others sought to undermine him, their retribution arrived with comedic swiftness, reminiscent of an absurdly rapid internet connection, prompting Gu Xiao to recall a joke. During a national mathematics competition, a 5-year-old child, after 5 minutes of tapping away at a calculator, coldly smiled and cast it aside. "You all lost. I already know the answer." He raised his chin, surveying the room with pride, displaying 2 fingers to the gray-haired mathematicians, his tone dripping with confidence as though victory were assured. 1 + 1 = 2. Chen Jingrun, upon hearing this, was astonished. He managed to compute 1 + 1 = 2 faster than I did. I, Chen Jingrun, never anticipated being cornered by a mere yellow-haired child. This exemplifies the trope of diminishing others' intelligence to elevate the protagonist's own. Yet this time, Lier could no longer tolerate Yi Changtian. After all, the protagonist bore a halo, and the true dragon of the heavens also possessed his own aura, did he not? Thus, in this realm, the one least affected by Yi Changtian's influence was likely Lier. Lier completely disregarded Yi Changtian's pleas and issued the command to execute the assassin. He even tossed the assassin's severed head before Yi Changtian. Yi Changtian was profoundly shaken. Upon exiting the palace, he bellowed at Gu Xiao, "Brother Xn is dead, and you find joy in this?" Gu Xiao, with an unyielding expression, retorted, "You should take delight as well, for it is well known that the 2 of us apprehended the assassin together. Did not His Majesty just reward you with a piece of Yongye land?" Yi Changtian responded, "Indeed. This Yongye land now signifies that Yi Changtian is the principal architect behind the assassin's capture. Other members of the assassin organization will become aware of this. Will they still trust me and fight for me?" With vehement disdain, Yi Changtian declared, "Gu Xiao, you have slain my brother Xian and framed me for it. This enmity cannot go unpunished. Mark my words, I shall avenge brother Xian. I am a man of integrity and righteousness. I fear you not," Gu Xiao replied, feigning nobility. "You call yourself a gentleman? Do you not have any shame?" Gu Xiao maintained his lofty demeanor. "The assassin sought to kill His Majesty, and by delivering the assassin to him, I ensured His Majesty's safety, that is loyalty. Had His Majesty truly fallen victim to the assassin, the Tang dynasty would have descended into chaos, leading to the suffering of the populace. By preventing such a war, I have shown benevolence. The assassin indiscriminately slaughters the innocent, not just His Majesty, but also the common folk. To eliminate him is an act of righteousness. A man like me, endowed with loyalty, benevolence, and righteousness, shall be favored by heaven." Gu Xiao's words struck a chord, awakening the intelligence of the guards at the palace gate, who then perceived Yi Changtian's grievances as unreasonable. Yi Changtian, having never encountered such shamelessness, retorted, "Very well, Gu Xiao. You are ruthless, and today you revel in your victory. We shall see how you grovel before me in the future." With that, he stormed away in anger. Gu Xiao, true to his word, ordered the Su family to return the betrothal gifts without an ounce of mercy. When the time came, he sent a grand entourage to demand the gifts from the Su family. To their dismay, the Su family could not produce them. The steward, infuriated, exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? You were the ones who called off the engagement. Now that we come to reclaim the betrothal gifts, you refuse to comply. Do you wish to keep the gifts while continuing to benefit from the Gu family? Is it that you do not want to marry into the Gu family?" Once they had spoken of marriage, now they spoke of selling. A wave of humiliation washed over Su Yuner, igniting her fury. What a powerful and overbearing Gu family. How dare they bully us so shamelessly? I refuse to believe there is no law in this world. She commanded her servants, "Go summon the Lord of Yongji County. I demand he uphold justice for the Su family." Yi Changtian's intervention proved equally futile. The Gu family remained resolute. The marriage must be annulled, and the betrothal gifts must be returned. Yi Changtian wished to assert himself. Such was permissible, provided he aided the Su family in reclaiming their possessions. The steward had brought with him a complete ledger. Upon seeing the extensive list of names, Yi Changtian broke into a cold sweat. First and foremost, he could not afford such compensation. Even if he were to muster the courage to compensate the Su family, all his efforts over the past days would come to naught. To go to such lengths for a woman he inherently believed was not worth it. Yet he could not allow Su Yuner to perceive his cowardice, asserting, "Miss Su, the Gu family is clearly humiliating your household. How can you simply acquiesce? I shall go to the palace and present my case. We cannot allow the Gu family to act with impunity." With that, Yi Changtian resolutely sought out several close ministers and princes. Regardless of right or wrong, the essence of the matter was irrelevant. Even if Gu Xiao were truly innocent, it held no significance. What mattered was that anyone opposing the protagonist was deemed a villain. Since they were villains, why show them any mercy? Thus, under Yi Changtian's instigation, these ministers concocted various accusations, claiming Gu Xiao had forced a commoner into marriage and seized their property, thereby suffering greatly at Gu Xiao's hands. Gu Xiao found the situation amusing. The original character represented the aristocracy, and in the eyes of commoners like Yi Changtian, the aristocracy were regarded as the most heinous of individuals. He perceived the original character as a class enemy, yet he had often leveraged the original character's social standing to intimidate others. Upon his arrival in this world, he had initially lacked any prowess and had used the Gu family's reputation to perform numerous charitable acts, thereby forging many connections. His first fortune was indeed earned through the Gu family's resources. However, those he had aided ultimately expressed gratitude solely towards Yi Changtian, who recalled the sacrifices made by the Gu family. Now, they were assisting Yi Changtian in his endeavors, rendering him completely vulnerable. The next day, during the court assembly, Emperor Li wished to avoid the subject, but the ministers, having concluded the official matters, resumed their accusations against Gu Xiao. The emperor turned to Gu Xiao. "Young Master Gu, are the allegations true?" Gu Xiao adjusted his attire, respectfully performed a bow, and offered an apology. Now a subject, he understood the decorum befitting his station. To mimic Yi Changtian's special treatment would be to overestimate his own significance. "I acknowledge my transgressions." Yi Changtian smirked, thinking Gu Xiao had finally succumbed to fear. Yet Gu Xiao continued, "Your Majesty, you are burdened with the affairs of state and are already fatigued from managing the realm. How could a private matter of mine trouble your Majesty? I am genuinely apprehensive." He presented himself as a sovereign, someone who handled grand matters. And bringing forth such trivial issues to the emperor was akin to misusing public resources. The group of accusatory ministers quickly recognized this and sought justifications. "Your Majesty, a subject's personal virtue also pertains to the prosperity of our great Tang. Young Master Gu's extreme actions have driven Miss Su to the brink of despair. He even assaulted the Lord of Yongji County in public. This is a matter of life and death, hardly trivial." "What? Has young Master Gu committed acts of indiscriminate slaughter?" Gu Xiao sighed. "In my youth, I was mischievous. My father would often chastise me. Asserting this was to instill in me the qualities befitting a man of integrity. They say an older brother is like a father. Although the Lord of Yongji County is not my biological brother, he grew up under my guidance. I disciplined my younger brother to become a man of honor and loyalty to the Tang. How is this disregarding human life? Must esteemed lords seek the emperor's decree before reprimanding their own sons and grandsons?" Gu Xiao's words left the assembly speechless. In this era, as an elder brother, one could strike a younger sibling without consequence. The emperor had no authority to intervene. Yi Changtian, witnessing this, interjected, "I have no ties to your Gu family. Do not presume to call me your brother, young Master Gu." Initially, Yi Changtian had leveraged the Gu family's name in his dealings with the ministers. Now, to suddenly disavow any connection was nothing short of ingratitude. Instantly, the protagonist's aura dimmed. Gu Xiao sighed. "If you claim no relation, so be it. Since there is no connection, my Gu family has sheltered you, a stranger, for so long. Shouldn't you feel indebted? How does the Lord of Yongji County intend to repay this?" Yi Changtian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The Gu family had indeed shown him kindness. Could he continue to deny it? Unable to refute it, he said, "Your esteemed Gu family has extended kindness to me, Yi Changtian, merely with ulterior motives. Now, you dare to wield this kindness as leverage before His Majesty. Truly shameless." Turning to the emperor, "I beseech you, your Majesty, to take my side. Li, how can such foolish individuals exist in this world?" The weight of gratitude is heavier than the heavens. The Gu family sheltered Yi Changtian, which is indeed a great favor, yet he dares to seek their support. Should you punish Gu Xiao for this, it would mean publicly endorsing an ungrateful person. Those historians, whose minds are as rigid as walls, will undoubtedly record this. As an emperor burdened with the weight of his own reputation, aspiring to be remembered through the ages, how can he afford to bear such a stain? Lord of Yongji County, you and Gu Xiaoqing are like brothers. Any discord should be resolved privately. Yi Changtian appears utterly oblivious to the nuances of courtly conduct. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say he considers himself indispensable to this era, no longer feeling the need to heed the emperor's countenance. Thus, in his eyes, the ministers are simpletons, and the emperor a fool, allowing him to flaunt his cleverness without restraint. Even if he were to err, he could easily concoct an excuse to brush it aside. "Your Majesty, Gu Xiaoqing's act of sheltering me was merely a ploy to covet our family's wealth. How could I ever regard such a shameless character as a brother?" Gu Xiao, through the memories of the original owner, can discern that when the original Yi Changtian was at his wit's end, the Gu family did indeed offer him refuge, for which he felt immense gratitude. However, the transmigrated Yi Changtian insists on misinterpreting this, believing the Gu family's intentions to be nefarious. This line of reasoning is quite absurd, and Gu Xiao is well aware of his thoughts. He seeks to inherit the benefits that the original Yi Changtian enjoyed, yet refuses to acknowledge the debts of gratitude owed. Lord of Yongji County, are you certain that the Gu family covets your family's wealth? If not, what else could it be? The emperor and the assembled ministers inquire. Can you provide a credible rationale? The wealth of the Gu family is renowned throughout the realm. In the past, during the Li family's uprising in Taiyuan, they contributed significantly to the cause. Do they truly covet your family's fortunes? How much wealth does the Yi family possess? The profits Yi Changtian has generated from those enterprises in recent days pale in comparison to even a fraction of what the Gu family possesses. Yet, Yi Changtian's folly shows no signs of abating. Perhaps those bandits were also arranged by your Gu family? Gu Xiao, with a tinge of disappointment, questions, so you presume, based solely on conjecture, that my Gu family orchestrated the demise of your entire family to seize your wealth? Before Yi Changtian could retort, Li Er, visibly exasperated, interjected, enough. Lord of Yongji County, Gu Xiaoqing is a man of integrity. How could he engage in such treachery? Even those ministers who previously sided with Yi Changtian now perceive him as unreasonable. Yet they seem to follow his lead as if under some spell. Your Majesty, Gu Xiao appears outwardly honest but harbors the darkest of intentions, even if my Yi family was not harmed by him. His sheltering of me was merely a facade to garner a good reputation. Who knows how he has secretly mistreated me? He grows more fervent with each word. Otherwise, how could I, with such talent, have remained unheard of until now? Was it not the Gu family that suppressed me? What does it matter if Gu Xiao was kind to the original Yi Changtian? It was merely a means of winning hearts. He is not so foolish as to believe that a mere token of kindness would bind Gu Xiao to him, only to be sold out and left to count the profits. Gu Xiao remained silent, sighing, yet inwardly scoffing. Yi Changtian's rise commenced with the Gu family. Even if he does not feel gratitude toward them, he should not have acted so ruthlessly as to bring ruin upon their entire clan. Otherwise, the original owner would not have met such a bitter end, willing to sacrifice everything for vengeance against Yi Changtian, even without standing in the original owner's shoes. Gu Xiao believes that a person whose heart is inherently misguided, seeking to elevate himself through deceit, will only exacerbate the societal malaise. The greater the wealth and status he acquires through such means, the more detrimental he becomes to society, a veritable tumor that erodes moral integrity. His success will send a message to many that only through shamelessness can one achieve success. Thus, increasingly more individuals will cast aside dignity, embracing a lack of shame as a badge of honor, trampling upon the labor and dignity of others while fooling themselves into believing they are wise, superior to those who toil tirelessly with their own hands. Gu Xiao's criticism of Yi Changtian serves to eradicate this malignancy. Yet, Yi Changtian continues to lament about the Gu family's alleged mistreatment. In winter, he must wash clothes in cold water, deprived of coal for warmth and thick blankets. In summer, he suffers from mosquito bites and the sun's relentless glare, lacking ice to cool him. Unlike Gu Xiao, who enjoys luxurious silks and sumptuous feasts daily, he is treated as a mere servant. And still, Gu Xiao dares to claim that his kindness is boundless. Li Er interjects, you, a dependent, should be grateful for even a roof over your head. How can you expect to be treated like a brother? What absurdity! The Gu family does not regard you as significant. Could you have achieved such success while leveraging their name? Observing Yi Changtian's ungrateful demeanor, Li Er cannot help but think. Today he dares to bite the hand that feeds him. Will he tomorrow resent the emperor for not granting him the throne outright? Gu Xiao, watching Yi Changtian's obliviousness, suspects he is here not to enlighten others, but to enlighten Yi Changtian himself. Lord of Yongji County, may I inquire, when your family was slaughtered, how much wealth did you possess? Yi Changtian is unaware, as such matters do not pertain to him, but to the original owner. Naturally, I had little money while fleeing for my life. So you were penniless, with nowhere to turn, even facing the threat of bandits? Yi Changtian concedes. Gu Xiao continues. You were destitute, having reached a dead end, struggling to survive. Upon arriving in Chang'an, you sought refuge with several relatives, all of whom turned you away or ignored you. Only I, when you came to my door, did not hesitate to offer you shelter, food, and clothing, allowing you to attend Gu Family Academy to learn and read. We are but distant relatives. Even if I had chosen to turn my back on you, no one could have reproached me. Yet I took you in, and you dare say I treated you like a servant? Even if I had, I would still be your benefactor. Now you expect to be revered as a deity? Do you find this reasonable? Yi Changtian finds himself at a complete loss for words. The hall falls into silence, rendering Yi Changtian acutely embarrassed. He can only retort. What about Miss Su? You have nearly driven her to death. Is that not true? Gu Xiao responds. Regarding this matter, I am even more perplexed. I have shown immense kindness to you, Lord of Yongji County. If you choose to forget my favors and turn against me, that is one thing. But to rob me of my fiancée, and now to retaliate again, what is the cost of doing a good deed? Gu Xiao, you underestimate me. Do you believe I, Yi Chantian, would need to steal another woman? Indeed, you did not seize them, rather. It is your unwillingness to witness the suffering of women that has led you to take them into your possession. It is precisely your coercive behavior towards young women that compelled me to stand up for Miss Su. Your actions bear no distinction from extortion. As for the emperor, I do not mind enduring some grievances, nor do I wish to contest with Gu Xiaoqing. But Miss Su is a woman whose reputation has been tarnished by him, and she now harbors thoughts of despair. I beseech your majesty to take a stand for Miss Su. A group of ministers, having grasped the situation, rallied behind Yi Chantian, urging the emperor to intervene. Lier turned his gaze towards Gu Xiao, who presented the engagement certificate exchanged with Su Yuner. Yongji County man, are you in your right mind? My engagement with Miss Su followed the proper procedures. The certificate was exchanged, and the betrothal gifts were conferred. How can you claim I forcibly wed a commoner? If I had indeed done so, why would they have so readily exchanged the certificate and accepted the gifts? Gu Xiao seized the opportunity to articulate the entire sequence of events, then sighed and addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, Miss Su wishes to annul the engagement, and I have no desire to compel her. I have stated that as long as Miss Su returns the betrothal gifts and some rare treasures from the Gu family, I shall immediately agree to the annulment. However, the Su family has been exceedingly unreasonable. Initially, I had resolved to remain indifferent to matters of love and marriage due to this incident, planning only to donate the betrothal gifts to the national treasury once returned. But who could have foreseen? Upon hearing the account, the emperor did not doubt the veracity of Gu Xiao's words. A head of a noble clan would not stoop to fabricating such lies. Ultimately, the credibility of Gu Xiao's narrative far surpassed that of Yi Chantian's. Therefore, the betrothal gifts from the Su family now essentially belonged to the national treasury. The emperor's favor towards Yi Chantian did not extend to the fallen Su clan. Furthermore, he was growing weary of Yi Chantian inciting his ministers to bring trivial matters to court. Thus, he swiftly issued a decree. Upon hearing its contents, Yi Chantian turned pale. The emperor chastised the Su family for their daughter's unworthiness to be a nobleman's wife, thereby invalidating the marriage. The Su family was mandated to return the betrothal gifts to the national treasury within a specified time frame, with relevant departments set to collect the debts. Could the Su family afford to default on the treasury's funds? Moreover, Su Yuner's two brothers, who held positions in court, were stripped of their titles and reduced to commoners. In the uproar instigated by Yi Chantian, the Su family suffered not only financial loss, but also a complete reversal of their status. Yi Chantian could envision the devastation on Su Yuner's face upon receiving the news, and how it would shatter her perception of him. Just as Yi Chantian grappled with his tumultuous emotions, a court eunuch reported, Your Majesty, the Grand Tutor has arrived to pay his respects. Why would the Grand Tutor visit at this moment? Could it be that the individual sent to Yanzhou has returned? Yi Chantian's eyes brightened with anticipation. Would Gu Xiao finally receive his comeuppance, especially in front of the emperor and so many esteemed officials? The thought of the impending events filled Yi Chantian with exhilaration. After this day, Gu Xiao would become the subject of ridicule across the realm, while Yi Chantian's reputation would be immortalized, his poetry immortalized in future textbooks. Soon, the Grand Tutor entered the hall. After slowly completing his formalities, Yi Chantian immediately inquired, Grand Tutor, what news do you bring? Can you confirm that the poem in question was indeed authored by me? Lier had heard whispers of the plagiarism incident and turned to the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor replied, Your Majesty, I have come today specifically regarding this matter. Lier, sensitive to the implications, feared that the situation was decidedly unfavorable for Yi Chantian. Otherwise, the Grand Tutor would not personally address it in court. This was merely a trivial matter that could have been resolved privately between Gu Xiao and the Yongji County man. After all, he had been personally appointed by the emperor. And would he not care for his own reputation in light of this plagiarism scandal? However, the emperor had already extended a pathway for Yi Chantian. Yet he failed to seize the opportunity. Your Majesty, this pertains to my reputation. How can it be deemed trivial? I must clarify this matter before the entire court today. Otherwise, how shall I face the world? Lier, exasperated, thought, What is wrong with you? The Grand Tutor, observing Yi Chantian's brazen demeanor, questioned, Yongji County man. If Gu Xiao truly wronged you, what would you demand? Yi Chantian declared, He must kneel before everyone and apologize to me to restore my honor. If he is so excellent, he should not resort to slander. Such vile behavior among the scholars of antiquity deserves a harsh lesson. The Grand Tutor then turned to Gu Xiao. Gu Xiaoqing, should it be confirmed today that Yongji County man plagiarized another's poetry, What would you seek? Gu Xiao bowed to the Grand Tutor. I hope he kneels and repents before all those whose poetry he has pilfered, and apologizes to all the scholars he has deceived. The Grand Tutor nodded approvingly. In stark contrast to Gu Xiao's composure, Yi Chantian's demeanor appeared petty and undignified. The Grand Tutor addressed the Emperor, Your Majesty. The individual sent to Yangzhou has returned and confirmed that the poem in question had indeed circulated there long before. Yi Chantian's smile froze instantly. How could this be? This is impossible. System, what in the world are you doing? Did you not assure me it was resolved? System is currently upgrading. Please do not disturb. Yi Chantian exclaimed. Grand Tutor, you have stirred a tempest. The Grand Tutor continued. The individual I dispatched discovered that the poet was a woman, and she has been brought here to the palace gate, awaiting an audience with Your Majesty to corroborate my claims and prevent any misconceptions from Yongji County man. The woman was ushered in and recounted the circumstances that inspired her poem. Each word she spoke resonated with profound meaning, and the poem's essence mirrored her own plight. In stark contrast, Yi Chantian could not articulate its significance nor relate it to his own experiences. Why must he plagiarize a lament from a secluded woman? Could a man truly empathize with the sentiments of a heartbroken woman? As Yi Chantian continued to protest, It is not as it seems, Your Majesty. There must be some misunderstanding. A rival, who had long harbored disdain for Yi Chantian, interjected. Yongji County man, are you suggesting that the Grand Tutor is lying? Yi Chantian faltered. The Grand Tutor's reputation was well established, and he had no personal ties to either Gu Xiao or Yi Chantian. He could not possibly favor one over the other. Furthermore, at his advanced age, he valued his reputation above all and would never risk tarnishing it with falsehoods. The Grand Tutor sneered. I had previously heard of the Yongji County man's considerable talent and admired him. Yet it seems his renown is entirely derived from the theft of others' works. This is truly a disgrace for our scholarly community. Had it not been for Gu Xiaoqing's timely intervention, who knows how many poets might have been buried under the Yongji County man's misdeeds. The disavowal of this single poem effectively negated all of Yi Chantian's other works, which were renowned masterpieces, revealing the depth of talent possessed by the true author. It is precisely because Yi Chantian seeks to utilize their poetry that the truly talented individuals have been overshadowed. This is nothing short of a significant loss for the entirety of the Tang dynasty. Such a grave matter cannot possibly remain unaddressed in the court. Your Majesty, this issue is of paramount importance. I implore you to advocate for the scholars of the realm. The Grand Tutor did not consider that these verses might belong to future generations. He merely perceived that Yi Chantian had employed some means to manipulate those gifted poets into composing for him. In the early days of the Tang, prior to the full implementation of the imperial examination system, scholars could ascend to government positions purely through their talents. This implies that such gifted poets ought to be regarded as valuable assets of the court, yet they are being held captive by Yi Chantian, who appropriates their brilliance for his own deceitful ends. What are Yi Chantian's intentions? Yi Chantian sensed that this old man was deliberately targeting him. After all, how could a few poems warrant such an uproar, especially when it pertained to scholars across the realm? Your Majesty, this is merely a coincidence. Perhaps we simply found ourselves in a similar frame of mind at the same time, resulting in the creation of an identical poem. Gu Xiao also defended Yi Chantian. Indeed, the gentleman from Yongji County has not been to Yangzhou in recent days. He is not endowed with supernatural hearing, and it is surely impossible for him to have copied another's verses from a distance of 1,000 miles. This must be mere chance. Li Er, you might as well make your intentions more blatant. Yet, Gu Xiao's reasoning was not without merit. He dismissed the notion of coincidence entirely. Originally, Li Er harbored suspicions that Yi Chantian was an anomaly. This revelation only deepened that belief. However, Yi Chantian remained oblivious to Li Er's thoughts, convinced that he was not yet completely undone. Finding one poem that coincided with another did not mean that all his verses were of the same ilk, did it? Thus, Yi Chantian continued to proclaim his innocence, adamantly insisting that this was merely a coincidence. Supporters of Yi Chantian began to voice their opinions. Your Majesty, I believe the gentleman from Yongji County has a valid point. This does not rule out the possibility of coincidence. Gu Xiao nodded in agreement. Although my cousin was previously of average talent, he may have recently experienced a breakthrough. One should not dismiss all of his poetry simply because one poem appears to have been borrowed. Upon hearing Gu Xiao defend him, Yi Chantian grew wary, suspecting that Gu Xiao was attempting to ensnare him, casting a watchful eye upon him. As anticipated, Gu Xiao proposed, since my cousin is so confident, why not allow the esteemed officials present to assess his talent? The truth will surely reveal itself through examination. Let us proceed with the examination. I fear not the flames of scrutiny. With the system backing him, what had he to fear? Did Gu Xiao believe he could corner him with this? What a farcical notion. With the system at his disposal, he was invincible. He doubted that Gu Xiao, a mere native, would ever grasp the concept of a system. The emperor acquiesced, and a civil official stepped forward. His examination was straightforward. He requested Yi Changtian to compose an acrostic poem. In times past, Yi Changtian had effortlessly crafted such verses. This simple task could hardly be deemed a challenge. However, Yi Changtian shook his head, pondering for an extended period. Appearing deep in thought, yet inwardly he was anxiously calling upon the system. System, have you completed your upgrade yet? Hurry, I am on the verge of exposing myself. At this moment, what was the point of upgrades? Each time he upgraded, he saw no significant enhancement in functionality. System, upgrading, do not disturb. Yi Changtian had no choice but to wait. Time dragged on. It seemed as if the system were deliberately tormenting him, the upgrade progress bar swiftly reaching 99%, yet stagnating at the final 1%. The assembly in the grand hall grew impatient, urging Yi Changtian to produce a poem. Previously, he could effortlessly conjure verses. Yet now he had been stumped for a quarter of an hour. What was the meaning of this? Yi Changtian, drenched in perspiration, ultimately had to claim that he was devoid of inspiration that day. The gazes of the onlookers were filled with skepticism, and the straightforward Grand Tutor let out a cold snort. I perceive that there is no one here to assist the gentleman from Yongji County. It is no wonder he has lost his inspiration. Yi Changtian's face flushed with embarrassment. Subsequently, several civil officials presented their challenges. Yet Yi Changtian could not produce a single word. At this juncture, how could he still have the audacity to assert his talent? Nevertheless, he continued to cling to the excuse of lacking inspiration in a desperate attempt to salvage his dignity. The silence in the hall served as a manifestation of their derision. At that moment, Gu Xiao recited a poem and inquired, "Gentlemen from Yongji County, what are your thoughts on the poem I just recited?" Believing the poem to be Gu Xiao's own creation, Yi Changtian remarked, "It is rather unremarkable. It seems that Master Gu's poetic talent is not particularly impressive." Gu Xiao responded, "Gentlemen from Yongji County, you composed this poem." Yi Changtian retorted, "When did I ever write this poem?" Fearing exposure, he could at least recall the poems he had penned himself, yet this particular piece was entirely foreign to him. He suspected Gu Xiao was attempting to trick him, and he would not fall for it. Gu Xiao stated, "The poem you wrote appears in the 13th chapter of the novel Dream of the Red Chamber. You do not even remember the verses you have written. Could it be that the entire manuscript is not your work?" The assembly pondered this as well. How could someone incapable of composing poetry produce a tome replete with verses and various allusions? As Yi Changtian found himself in a state of embarrassment, Gu Xiao continued, "I have always believed that the gentleman from Yongji County does not seem like one who would incite rebellion. How could he possibly write subversive works like Romance of the Three Kingdoms or Water Margin? It appears that he has been ghost-written, thus leading to the gentleman's plight." Yi Changtian's complexion paled drastically. He suddenly remembered that such texts were considered contraband in ancient times. Now, whether he admitted or denied it, he was digging his own grave. At that moment, Yi Changtian truly understood the adage of plagiarizing brings momentary pleasure, but it is a fleeting delight. The situation had escalated to a point where acknowledgement of his actions was no longer an option for Yi Changtian, even if he stubbornly refused to admit it. All present had already labeled him a plagiarist. Gu Xiao was thoroughly pleased with this development. This shameless, deceitful scoundrel, who had thrived by stealing the works of others, was now being exposed for the fraud he truly was. Numerous poets in the court, figures who ought to be immortalized in history, had previously been captivated by Yi Changtian's purported talent. Under the influence of the protagonist's aura, they had been reduced to mere jesters at his whim. They had become his lackeys, their once luminous destinies now serving merely to embellish Yi Changtian's own narrative. Had Li Bai or Du Fu been born in this era, they would likely have become his disciples, their brilliance falsely attributed to Yi Changtian's tutelage. Of course, these great poets' works had already been largely pilfered by him. However, the truly gifted individuals, even if unable to replicate the poems Yi Changtian had preemptively appropriated, would undoubtedly produce even more astonishingly brilliant compositions when they reached a similar state of mind. Those rich in substance could never be compared to a mere plagiarist like Yi Changtian. At this moment, as Yi Changtian's aura of talent faded into obscurity, those who once admired him turned their disdain towards him with renewed fervor. Their scorn for him was at its peak. Li Er too was humiliated by Yi Changtian's antics, resulting in the immediate revocation of Yi Changtian's county title and the announcement of the court's adjournment. To confer a title upon a plagiarist was tantamount to publicly endorsing theft. In the future, should he miraculously compose a poem, would others not suspect that even this emperor had commissioned someone else to write it for him? As Yi Changtian emerged from the palace, he could no longer contain his fury and exclaimed at Gu Xiaodao, "Gu Xiaodao, you are despicable and shameless." Gu Xiaodao remained silent, delivering a swift kick to Yi Changtian's knee, causing him to collapse in pain. "What are you doing, Gu Xiaodao?" Yi Changtian cried out. Gu Xiaodao looked down at him with a cold gaze. "Have you forgotten your previous promise? If I can prove your plagiarism, you must kneel and apologize to all scholars. Now, at this palace gate, extend your apology to the literary world." Yi Changtian would rather forfeit his integrity than lose face. He attempted to rise, but Gu Xiaodao placed his foot firmly on Yi Changtian's shoulder, rendering him immobile. With a fierce glare, Yi Changtian retorted, "Gu Xiaodao, a gentleman may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. Do not go too far." Gu Xiaodao responded, "If you truly possess the courage to die here today, I would indeed admire your bravery and arrange for a fine coffin for your burial." With a sudden force, Gu Xiaodao kicked Yi Changtian down again, stepping on his back as if his weight bore 1,000 pounds. Yi Changtian's forehead struck the ground, forcing him into a prostrate position, unable to rise. "This bow is for your theft of others' poetry, burying their talents." As Gu Xiaodao eased his pressure, Yi Changtian quickly straightened up, filled with resentment and ready to retaliate. Yet, before he could act, Gu Xiaodao delivered another kick, sending him crashing down once more, his forehead striking the ground, drawing blood. "This bow is for your deceit and misrepresentation, mocking the scholarly community. This bow is for your despicable nature, desecrating the sanctity of literature. This bow is for tarnishing the reputation of the Yi family's ancestors." Yi Changtian could hardly recall how many times Gu Xiaodao had kicked him. His entire body felt numb. Eventually, he instinctively began to bow down repeatedly, knocking his head against the ground. The ministers and princes looked on, none daring to intervene. Even those who usually shared a close bond with Yi Changtian were too ashamed to stand by him. The repercussions of plagiarism were far too grave, particularly as Yi Changtian had been so brazen in his deceit, publicly humiliating many. At that moment, the scholars of Chang'an, whom he had previously offended, gathered in a furious mob. Their past admiration for Yi Changtian had transformed into vehement anger. Those with mild tempers merely hurled insults, while the more aggressive flung rotten eggs and vegetable scraps at him. Yi Changtian's humiliation was profound. He had traversed to the Tang dynasty to achieve eternal fame, not to be remembered like Qin Hui, who was reviled for eternity. Cursed Gu Xiaodao, I shall avenge this humiliation. Meanwhile, Su Yuner stood amidst the crowd, utterly astonished that the once mighty Yi Changtian had fallen to such depths. She dared not step forward to defend him, fearing that others might discover the depth of their relationship. Ultimately, she left quietly. Upon returning to the Su residence, she was met with the emperor's decree. Overwhelmed, she sank to the ground, with her brother's futures in ruins. The Su family was now pursued for debts by the state. "Do you think the treasury belongs to Gu Xiaodao? How can I stand on a moral high ground to evade responsibility?" Su Yuner felt a surge of panic. Had Yi Changtian not promised to assist her? Why had matters escalated so severely? What was she to do? In a state of frantic confusion for 2 days, Su Yuner finally sought out Yi Changtian. However, he was in no mood to see anyone, particularly not her, knowing well the purpose of her visit. He was unwilling to sacrifice his entire fortune to fill the state coffers. If he could not help, he would simply avoid her. At that moment, Su Yuner realized that Yi Changtian was no different from any other man, perhaps even inferior to Gu Xiaodao. Disappointed beyond measure, she turned to seek Gu Xiaodao. As she rushed out to confront him, she called, "Gu Xiaoqing." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "My Su family is facing great calamity. I implore you, Gu Xiaoqing, to lend your assistance." Gu Xiaodao replied, "Where is your dignity? Come inside." With that, he led the way, and Su Yuner hurried to follow, her heart buoyed by the hope that Gu Xiaodao still harbored feelings for her. As long as he cared, she was confident he would help her family. Upon reaching the main hall, noticing Gu Xiaodao's silence, Su Yuner bit her lip and said, "Gu Xiaoqing, if you would spare my family, I am willing to comply with any of your requests." The implication of her words weighed heavily in the air. Gu Xiaodao replied coolly, "Ordinarily, I would not wish to lay eyes upon you, nor would I desire your presence in my Gu residence, tarnishing my space. Yet, I have allowed you entry. Do you know why?" Su Yuner turned pale. Gu Xiaodao continued, "Because you are a woman, and there are certain matters I do not wish to discuss in public, so as not to embarrass you unduly. After all, the original owner of this body valued his gentlemanly image." As he accepted a cup of tea from the old steward, he added, "You have already made your choice, sealing your family's fate. Whether that leads to fortune or misfortune, it is a burden your family must bear, not a responsibility of the Gu family. Our engagement is now dissolved, and you should not seek me out again. Otherwise, you will only humiliate yourself." Su Yuner bit her lip hard. "Gu Xiaoqing, are you truly this heartless? Are you really so shameless?" Gu Xiaodao thought that having spoken to such an extent, Su Yuner would recognize the futility of her pursuit. Yet, when he glanced up, to his astonishment, she was undressing. Gu Xiaodao remained impassive, unaffected by her actions. As she stood before him clad only in her undergarment, Su Yun'er found herself unable to proceed further. "Why have you stopped?" she asked. "Gu Shaoqing, have you truly forgotten our past affection? Such women are troublesome. They can proclaim their righteousness when discarding you, yet act brazenly when seeking to return." Gu Shaodao pointed to a specific area below his navel. "Do you see this? You may strip bare before me, yet I feel nothing. Do you now have a clearer understanding of your allure? How utterly cruel." Su Yun'er hastily donned her clothes, tears streaming down her face as she fled. She had initially thought that even if she had wronged Gu Shaodao in the past, being a woman, he would not hold it against her too severely. Yet, she did not expect that even in her state of undress, he would reject her completely. For a woman, this was an unimaginable humiliation. Su Yun'er would never again dare to stand boldly before Gu Shaodao. Once she had departed, the steward entered, letting out a deep sigh. "Why the long face?" Gu Shaodao inquired. "Master, while Miss Su may lack awareness and the grace befitting a matriarch, she is still a beauty. It would not be such a burden to take her as a concubine." Gu Shaodao retorted. "If it is a burden, why would I take her? Am I some sort of stud, as if I have never seen a woman before, to simply welcome any female into my embrace?" The steward was left speechless. Meanwhile, Yi Changtian remained furious with the system. Were it not for its unreliability, he would not have suffered such a significant loss of face. However, he was acutely aware that he could not sever ties with the system, and thus refrained from uttering any harsh words that might offend it. Should the system abandon him, he would find himself bereft of any semblance of superiority in this era. It was only when the discussions surrounding his alleged plagiarism had finally subsided that he ventured outside. The first course of action for Yi Changtian upon leaving was to proactively enter the palace and seek an audience with Li Er, adopting a posture of utmost sincerity. After all, Li Er represented his most formidable ally in the Tang dynasty. As long as they chose not to pursue the matter, he could still navigate the streets of Chang'an with impunity. Li Er, in a manner reminiscent of a stern parent reprimanding a wayward child, chastised him briefly before extending forgiveness. As for the restoration of his baronetcy, that was undoubtedly off the table unless he could achieve some notable merit. A clever individual would have discerned that Li Er was cleverly eliciting more of Yi Changtian's capabilities. Yet, Yi Changtian remained oblivious, fixated solely on the desire to redeem himself, and began devising strategies to earn his accolades. What was most scarce in the Tang dynasty? Naturally, there was a deficiency of nearly everything. However, what could he produce that would be sufficient to warrant the acquisition of a noble title? Certainly, trivial items like white sugar and milk tea would not suffice. Suddenly, the thought of iron struck him. In an age characterized by low productivity, the inadequacies of mining technology rendered the discovery of iron ore buried beneath the earth exceedingly rare, even if one were to stumble upon it. The techniques for smelting iron were still in their infancy, resulting in poor quality metal. If he could uncover a substantial iron mine and employ advanced techniques to produce the finest iron in the Tang dynasty, then the soldiers would wield sharp weapons, capable of vanquishing the Turks, and he, in turn, could reap considerable rewards. Upon contemplation, Yi Changtian recalled that there was indeed a vast iron ore region in proximity to Chang'an, a fact lodged in his memory due to his ancestral roots in that area, as recounted by his elders. Thus, he promptly requested the system's assistance in conducting a survey. As anticipated, there indeed lay an undiscovered iron mine in that vicinity. Elated, he sought to ascertain the ownership of that land, only to be informed by his subordinate, "Young master, there is no need to inquire further. That land belongs entirely to the Gu family." Chapter 71. Transmigrating into the Tang dynasty, you are playing with lives. Yi Changtian, entirely belonging to the Gu family? Indeed, the land and forests spanning 100 miles are all under their dominion. Yi Changtian was taken aback. In this era, possessing land equated to wealth. How astonishing that the Gu family possessed such vast riches. He suddenly recollected having accused Gu Xiao of coveting his family's assets in front of numerous officials just days prior, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Gu Xiao's extensive lands and forests were undoubtedly acquired through the exploitation of the common folk, further solidifying his reputation as a heartless usurer and a treacherous minister. In some respects, Yi Changtian's thoughts were not unfounded. The aristocracy's land consolidation had left the common populace with scant holdings. However, for the ordinary peasant, should these lands be handed over to them, they would prefer to refuse. Why? Because the heavy taxation rendered their arduous labor insufficient to meet their obligations. Renting land, devoid of tax responsibilities, allowed them to retain a modicum of their earnings. Moreover, true aristocrats, in pursuit of a commendable reputation, would not excessively exploit the commoners. In summary, Yi Chantian's approach of ruthlessly dismantling the privileged class only to elevate himself into that very stratum while exacerbating class conflicts and widening the chasm of wealth disparity was something Gu Xiao could scarcely fathom. Yi Chantian was preoccupied with devising a means to acquire that forested land from Gu Xiao. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao was in his study when the steward entered and announced, "Master, the second young master has returned." The original character had a half-brother, Gu Jiao, who in the original narrative served as the protagonist's most devoted lackey. Should anyone dare to speak ill of Yi Chantian, he would immediately roll up his sleeves and engage in a brawl. Gu Xiao acknowledged with a grunt and proceeded to the main hall. Gu Jiao entered with a bruised and battered visage, clearly having been involved in yet another altercation. Upon noticing Gu Xiao's stern countenance, Gu Jiao stealthily approached his brother. "Greetings, brother." Gu Xiao raised a hand. Gu Jiao, startled, assumed he was about to be struck, and instinctively clung to Gu Xiao's leg. "Brother, please don't. I swear I'll never roam about again. I won't fight anymore." Gu Xiao's lips twitched as he continued to retrieve a cup. Realizing he was not being hit, Gu Jiao hastily offered the cup to Gu Xiao. "Brother, if you have no further matters, I shall return to my studies." He attempted to flee, but Gu Xiao slammed the teacup on the table. "Stop. Did I give you leave to go?" With a grimace, Gu Jiao turned back, standing at attention. "Brother, what else do you wish to say? How did you come to be injured?" Gu Jiao dared not speak the truth. But Gu Xiao's piercing gaze compelled him to confess. There were individuals outside speaking ill of cousin Chantian, and I confronted them. Little did I expect they would resort to violence. Gu Xiao commanded, "Kneel." Gu Jiao immediately complied, dropping to his knees. Gu Xiao seized the rattan stick from the steward and delivered several strikes to Gu Jiao's back. Gu Jiao gritted his teeth, not daring to utter a sound. "Do you know why I am punishing you?" Gu Jiao replied, "Because I am unproductive, always running about and causing trouble, leaving you to clean up after me." Gu Xiao shot back, "You're aware of that? Is it not intentional? I strike you because you lack common sense and the ability to discern right from wrong." Yi Chantian's act of plagiarizing others' poetry to deceive the world is a matter of undeniable fact, yet you persist in proclaiming his innocence? Is your brain merely for display? There is an adage, one must discipline a foolish younger brother early. If one beating is insufficient, then deliver two. And if two are insufficient, beat him daily. Eventually, he will learn what it means to distinguish right from wrong. Thus, Gu Xiao continued to chastise him. Gu Jiao broke into tears, snot, and tears mingling. "Brother, I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me." In contrast to his sister, who was sent to the temple to transcribe Buddhist scriptures without a finger lifted against her, Gu Jiao faced the brunt of his brother's wrath. "Such harshness. Brother, you are terribly biased. Whenever Schwanger causes trouble, you merely have her transcribe scriptures, but when I slip up, you resort to beating me." Gu Xiao paused, realizing. "So you prefer copying scriptures? Someone, take the second young master to the temple at once. He shall not descend the mountain until he has copied 999 scrolls of Buddhist scriptures." Gu Jiao exclaimed, "What? Typically, a beating would suffice. But now he faced both punishment and the daunting task of transcribing scriptures. How could he have been so foolish? "Brother, I was wrong." Gu Xiao maintained a stoic expression as the guards dragged Gu Jiao away. The original character was undoubtedly the most unfortunate elder brother in history. Having lost his parents at a young age, he bore the weight of the Gu family's future alone, never daring to deviate from the righteous path. Despite his diligent self-restraint, his siblings proved to be a hindrance. His sister was wholly intent on becoming a concubine to a lowly man, while his brother squandered the promising prospects of a noble lineage to serve as the protagonist's lackey. When the Gu family was still prosperous, their aspirations to become concubines or lackeys were seen as mere playful roles. However, with the fall of the Gu family, they would truly become nothing more than concubines and lackeys, forever trapped under the shadow of the protagonist. Moreover, in the original narrative, following the downfall of the Gu family, all of their assets were supposed to be inherited by Gu Jiao. Yet, this ultimate sycophant, Gu Jiao, was so easily deceived by Yi Chantian that he willingly surrendered all of the Gu family's wealth to him, asking for nothing in return and continuing to serve as Yi Chantian's subordinate. The novel, however, attempts to glorify the male protagonist's cunning methods in swindling the family fortune, portraying him as exceptionally clever and resourceful. One can only imagine how furious the original owner must have been at that moment. Just as Gu Jiao was about to be dragged away, a guard rushed in, announcing that Yi Chantian sought an audience. Gu Xiao raised an eyebrow and then broke into a smile. Here it comes. The scene in which Yi Chantian deceitfully acquires the iron mine from the original owner is about to unfold. "Let him in," Gu Xiao commanded. As Yi Chantian entered, he immediately spotted the woeful Gu Jiao and wore a look of sympathy. "Ah, this wretched feudal society. Here we have brothers by blood, yet their fates are worlds apart. The elder brother is draped in fine silks and brocades, serving as a high-ranking official, while the younger brother is treated like a servant, subjected to beatings and scoldings at any moment. Yi Changtian could not help but exclaim, "Gu Xiaoqing, how can you treat your own brother this way? Is this not akin to trampling on human life?" Gu Xiao remained indifferent. "My discipline of my brother is of no concern to you," Yi Changtian countered. "Even if I were not good friends with Gu Jiao, I could not stand idly by witnessing such injustice." He approached Gu Jiao, placing a comforting arm around his shoulder. "If you do not regard him as your brother, then he shall be my brother from now on. I shall protect him." Gu Jiao, with a foolish grin, seemed genuinely touched, but still managed to say, "It is my own inadequacy. My brother's reprimands are entirely justified." Chapter 72, Transcending the Tang Dynasty, a share of the dragon's merit. "It is my own inadequacy. My brother's reprimands are entirely justified." Even in such a state, he still spoke in defense of Gu Xiao. These ancient individuals were truly foolishly loyal. Yi Changtian could only lament their misfortune and admonish their lack of ambition. Regardless of whether one is legitimate or illegitimate, you are equal in dignity and are entitled to the same rights. He has no right to treat you this way, Yi Changtian declared passionately. Gu Jiao continued to grin foolishly, resembling a simpleton from a wealthy family. In this era, there was indeed a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children. The latter had no inheritance rights and did not receive the same education as the former. Nevertheless, he was still a member of the family, lacking for nothing in terms of basic needs. If he were ambitious, securing a minor official position in the court would not be insurmountable, and Gu Xiao would certainly assist him. Yet, to Yi Changtian, all of this seemed fundamentally unjust. Recalling that he had come to seek Gu Xiao for a different matter, he chose not to dwell on Gu Jiao's plight any longer. Gu Jiao was taken away by the steward to the temple to copy Buddhist scriptures. "Cousin Gu," Yi Changtian called out. "When he needs you, he naturally calls you brother. Cousin Gu, are you angry with me?" Noticing Gu Xiao's indifference, he cheerfully continued. "Brothers are like limbs, and women are like clothes. Is it worth ruining our bond over a single Su Yuner?" Gu Xiao vowed to avenge his humiliation in due time. Yet a true man can bend and stretch, enduring temporary grievances for the greater good. He shot a glance at Yi Changtian's frivolous demeanor. How could those women possibly feel respected by such a man? Why would they choose to be treated as mere garments to be discarded after use, instead of being regarded as individuals? Yi Changtian, oblivious to the severity of his words, remarked, "Cousin Gu, by the way, have you slept with Su Yuner? What is her taste like?" Gu Xiao's eyes turned icy. "Yi Changtian, you wouldn't be so innocent as to have never even touched her hand, would you?" Gu Xiao lifted his foot and kicked Yi Changtian out. As Yi Changtian rose from the ground, he protested, "Why do you resort to violence so easily?" He felt a tinge of annoyance, but suppressed it. Forget it, forget it. You, with your antiquated mindset, could never understand the joys of humor." He wore an expression as if Gu Xiao was being a spoilsport. Gu Xiao, a true perplexity of humanity. Making crude jokes that disrespect women does not equate to being playful or lightening the atmosphere. Is this not a reflection of low character? "I have come to you today with serious matters to discuss." Yi Changtian sat up straight, adopting a serious demeanor. "Cousin Gu, over the past days, how many wrongs have you done to me? You need not even ask about it." Gu Xiao remained composed, knowing that Yi Changtian would eventually lose his patience. "I have heard that you own a vast expanse of forest outside Chang'an. How about this? As a gesture of your contrition, you shall grant me those hundreds of miles of woodland, and I shall not hold past grievances against you. What do you say?" Gu Xiao smiled enigmatically. "I genuinely do not recall any transgressions against you. Perhaps you should elaborate, so I can gauge just how shameless you truly are." Yi Changtian's expression faltered, forcing him to change the subject. "Cousin Gu, I have recently discovered a lucrative business opportunity." He elongated his tone, feigning mystery, while waiting for Gu Xiao to inquire further. When he noticed Gu Xiao's utter lack of interest, Yi Changtian felt a wave of disdain wash over him. "Are you aware of milk tea? That drink I previously made, which girls absolutely adore?" Gu Xiao remained unresponsive. Yi Changtian's eagerness was palpable. "Cousin Gu, I can share the recipe for making milk tea with you. Then you could open milk tea shops throughout the entire Tang dynasty, and only you and I would know the recipe. I won't disclose it to anyone else." "Oh, it's merely a modern triviality, yet these ancient folks treat it as a rare treasure." Gu Xiao remained unimpressed. "Are you brainless? In this agrarian society, you wish to open a milk tea shop?" The mass production of dairy cows, capable of high milk yields, was developed by foreigners. In China, prior to the Ming dynasty, cows produced very little milk. Moreover, cows were more valuable than people in ancient times. Could you afford milk? Establishing a successful milk tea shop would require advanced breeding and disease prevention techniques that simply do not exist in this era. Also, the first step in modern milk processing involves deionization, sterilization technology. Does this era possess such processes? Additionally, Ancient people lacked the digestive enzymes required to break down certain proteins found in milk. Drinking it raw could be fatal. And then there are the logistics of transportation and storage, among countless other factors. In summary, various conditions render the existence of milk tea on a large scale in the Tang dynasty utterly impossible. Of course, with the protagonist's halo, even the most impossible scenarios become feasible. Building a floating palace in the Tang dynasty would be an effortless task for him. But could anyone else achieve such a feat? Gu Xiao sipped his tea, regarding Yi Changtian with an expression of indifference. Seeing that Gu Xiao remained unmoved, Yi Changtian continued. I also possess a recipe for producing white sugar, which I can unconditionally give to you. Gu Xiao remained silent. Yi Changtian gritted his teeth. I know how to produce higher quality paper, and in bulk as well. Witnessing Gu Xiao's unwavering demeanor, Yi Changtian grew anxious. Cousin Gu, do you have any idea how expensive paper is nowadays? With this business, the Gu family will never lack for money again. Finally, Gu Xiao calmly replied. Do I lack money? Yi Changtian, frustrated, thought to himself, so it turns out he simply looks down upon money. Why didn't you say so earlier instead of waiting for me to ramble on for so long? Yi Changtian gritted his teeth and leaned closer to Gu Xiao, confiding. Let me share a piece of information with you. The crown prince is incompetent and will inevitably be deposed. His Majesty's favored son is none other than Prince Li Ku of Wu. If you support Prince Li Ku now, you will become a close minister of the emperor in the future. Though history tells us that the last to ascend the throne was Li Ji, Yi Changtian, having perused numerous unofficial histories and watched various dramas set in the Tang dynasty, understood that Li Er's favored son was indeed Prince Li Ku, who also possessed the greatest talents. The only reason Li Ku never ascended the throne was a mere stroke of misfortune. However, with Yi Changtian's arrival, the scenario would surely change. He was determined to assist Li Ku in claiming the throne, ensuring that figures like Wu Zetian and Princess Taiping would have no opportunity to disrupt the Tang dynasty. By revealing this information to Gu Xiao in advance, he was effectively doing him a favor, allowing him to align himself early and thereby earn a share of the future glory. Gu Xiao retorted, what makes you think Li Er favors Prince Wu, or that Prince Wu is the most capable and has the best chance of becoming emperor? Have you lost your way after watching a few melodramatic series? Let us not even discuss who will ultimately become emperor. Let's first consider which of his sons Li Er would support. It certainly won't be Li Ku, as he is a son of a concubine and bears lineage from the previous dynasty. When it comes to succession, Li Er has never considered any sons outside of his 3 legitimate heirs. As for his favored son, it's evident to anyone with eyes that Li Er dotes on Prince Li Tai to the point of indulgence. Li Tai is so corpulent he can hardly move. Yet Li Er never urges him to lose weight. And what of Li Er's other sons being incompetent? The crown prince was only 13 when he entered the court to discuss state affairs and 17 when he acted as regent, handling state matters with aplomb. Li Er and the civil and military officials have praised him without reservation. Who are you to claim the crown prince is incompetent? As for the 9th son, Li Ji, just because history records him as having indulged Wu Zetian, does that make him incompetent in your eyes? It's simply that his father was a sage ruler and his wife unprecedented. Their brilliance casts a shadow over him. Yet he too possesses genuine abilities. As a ruler defending the city, Li Ji subjugated the Western Turks, Goguryeo, and Beech. Domestically, he dismantled the Guanlong political faction led by his uncle, weakened the political council, successfully centralized power, and achieved a degree of defathering. During his reign, the Tang dynasty expanded its territory to its greatest extent. With a stable population growth and steadily increasing arable land, the authority of the monarch became further consolidated. Yet you still deem him incompetent? Do you believe that anyone who does not align with your views is inherently incapable? Gu Xiao, growing weary of Yi Changtian's roundabout arguments, interjected. What is it that you want? Speak plainly or leave. Yi Changtian, feeling cornered, mentioned the forest once more. Cousin Gu, I need to cultivate some crops, and I am truly in need of land. Would you be so kind as to grant me that plot? How shameless can you be? You think you can just claim someone else's ancestral land? In the original narrative, Yi Changtian indeed managed to acquire that forest and land from the original owner without spending a single coin, much like son Wukong borrowing the banana fan thrice. Yi Changtian's approach was simple. If he could not steal it, he would deceive. If he could not deceive, he would seize it. After all, good fortune and opportunities were rightfully his as a destined individual. Tell me, what is so special about that land that you covet it so? Under Gu Xiao's discerning gaze, Yi Changtian felt somewhat embarrassed and ultimately revealed the truth. Cousin Gu, do you have any idea how vast this world is? Beyond the land of the Tang, there are Europe and America. Do you have any inkling of the treasures, gold, silver, and jewels that lie beyond the seas? There are countless riches. Yi Changtian painted a vivid picture of overseas lands, taking advantage of Gu Xiao's ignorance of foreign territories to weave elaborate tales. With more iron, we could construct indomitable warships, leading the soldiers of the Tang dynasty to conquer the entire world. We could venture to the South Seas for high-yield crops like potatoes and seek exquisite spices like chili peppers. The iron hooves of the Tang will tread upon every corner of this world. Do you not yearn to witness a more prosperous and flourishing Tang? Gu Xiao responded. Potatoes and chili peppers were introduced to the Huagua from the South Seas, but before that, Europeans brought them from the Americas during the Ming dynasty. What makes you think you can simply go to the South Seas to find them? When persuading others, could you at least do your homework? Don't presume that everyone shares your ignorance. Just because you lack experience doesn't mean everyone else is the same. Moreover, the Tang has only just recovered from the turmoil at the end of the Sui dynasty, and the common people are still struggling to make ends meet. What do you mean by waging wars? Where will your population come from? Will it be from your empty rhetoric? Gu Xiao, feeling agitated by Yi Changtian's fervent speech, asked, Have you read the Zhengguan laws? Do you not fear that the emperor may accuse you of treason for boldly mining iron and smelting private iron? Rest assured, I am absolutely confident that His Majesty will not pursue this matter. Yi Changtian asserted. The emperor has not taken any action against me thus far. He regarded mining iron as a trivial matter, believing it to be the greatest treasure of this era. The benefits he could bring to the Tang far outweighed any profits from mining iron. Even a fool would know how to choose. Gu Xiao replied. The Zhengguan laws also state that officials establishing private property and engaging in business is to compete with the people for profit, degrading their status. And such actions can lead to dismissal from office. Furthermore, merchants are of low status in the hierarchy of scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant, no matter how wealthy they become. They cannot wear silk or satin, ride in carriages, or ride horses, but must settle for donkeys or mules, with their descendants barred from taking the imperial examinations for 3 generations. Thus, merchants are rich but not esteemed. Prominent families like the Gu clan can purchase land and shops, yet they can only rent them out. Members of the Gu family cannot engage in commerce. Otherwise, the penalty is to be exterminated as a clan. Seeing Gu Xiao's persistent hesitations, Yi Changtian grew impatient. What are you afraid of? I will speak with His Majesty. He will certainly not dismiss you from your position. Gu Xiao chuckled. But I have no desire to grant you anything. Yi Changtian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After a moment, he said, Cousin Gu, I am not asking for the land for free. I propose a partnership, if you hand over the iron mine to me. I am willing to offer you a 20% profit share. He went on to persuade, reiterating that if Gu Xiao were wise, he would accept immediately. Otherwise, he would miss this opportunity. Gu Xiao remained unmoved. Yi Changtian gritted his teeth in silence. He found Gu Xiao truly ungrateful. Fine. I can offer you 30% at most. It cannot be more. He feigned the appearance of someone who had suffered a great loss. You must understand. Without my expertise in mining and iron smelting, the iron mine would be of no use to you. Gu Xiao replied. I am perfectly content to let my own possessions sit there without using them. Yi Changtian insisted. You take 4 and I take 6. This is my greatest concession. Do not push your luck. Though it was he who sought Gu Xiao's help, he somehow managed to appear as if he were bestowing a favor upon him. Gu Xiao firmly stated, I will not give it to you. Yi Changtian abruptly stood up. All right, fine. You refuse, do you? Then you may let that iron mine grow moldy. He strode toward the door, and upon noticing that Gu Xiao did not call him back, he exited the Gu residence with large strides. He remained confident that, when the time came, Gu Xiao would find himself at a loss regarding the iron mine and would ultimately come to seek his assistance. At that time, the conditions he offered Gu Xiao were certainly not as favorable. Let us see how he ruthlessly tramples him underfoot by exploiting Gu Xiao's family wealth. Upon noticing his departure, Gu Xiao pretended to send someone to investigate the fields. Mastering the recipe for iron smelting does not equate to conducting a massive steel production in an era of backward productivity. It is akin to possessing a top-tier culinary recipe. Some individuals, despite following it to the letter, could never replicate the chef's exquisite taste. The forces of production dictate the relations of production, while the economic foundation determines the superstructure. Without a comprehensive industrial system within society, supported by scholars and skilled laborers, how could one even contemplate an industrial revolution? In modern society, such advancements are easily attainable due to the impetus of several industrial revolutions, while a feudal society, devoid of any industrial foundation, would find it exceedingly difficult to leapfrog over the development of productive forces to create something far beyond the capabilities of its time. Even a single competent screw would be impossible to manufacture, especially during the early Tang dynasty. When the populace had only just begun to recover from the turmoil of the Sui dynasty, they could scarcely find enough to eat or wear, let alone engage in any form of industry. Yet, the male protagonist exists, and his aura is sufficient to uphold an entire industrial system. This is absurd to the utmost degree. However, many matters are inherently beyond the realm of rational explanation. What does mining iron or signify? It signifies the potential to provide more job opportunities for the populace, greater availability of iron for agricultural use to enhance productivity, and, externally, it could bolster the lethality of weaponry to fend off foreign threats. Given that Yi Changtian's protagonist aura is so formidable, why does he not leverage it to improve the lives of the common people? Thus, the following day, during the morning court, Gu Xiao directly addressed the matter of the iron mine and unconditionally surrendered it to the national treasury. The entire court erupted in gasps. Li Er excitedly inquired, "Is it confirmed? Is there truly a significant iron mine?" "Yes, Your Majesty, I have dispatched individuals for surveying, and indeed, there is an iron mine." The emperor repeatedly exclaimed good 3 times, unable to contain his eagerness to dismiss the court and personally inspect the mine. Yi Changtian, anticipating Gu Xiao to seek his counsel, was taken aback upon hearing that Gu Xiao had directly surrendered the mine to the treasury, nearly choking on his indignation. He hurriedly made his way to the site, only to find Li Er and a multitude of ministers present. Yi Changtian. He noticed Gu Xiao standing alone, frantic with rage, and rushed over, lowering his voice to say, "Gu Xiao, have you lost your mind? I kindly informed you of the iron mine, and you chose to surrender it to His Majesty. Have you considered the welfare of the common people? Damn it, what kind of minor official are you? Simply occupying a position without merit, essentially draining the lifeblood of the populace." Yi Changtian grasped Gu Xiao's collar. "You privileged elites are truly repugnant. You only think of yourselves, indulging in gourmet feasts while living in opulence, never considering the plight of the impoverished commoners. Do you comprehend the immense convenience that mining the iron ore would bring to the people?" With a slight exertion, Gu Xiao effortlessly pried Yi Changtian's hand away, straightened his garment, and remained silent. Merchants in Hua Nation, throughout history, share a common trait of being transport-oriented rather than production-oriented. An economist once made an apt analogy, likening wealth to mice. Foreign merchants, in their quest to capture more mice, would continually refine their traps. In contrast, merchants in Hua Nation cultivate connections with those in power to secure exclusive rights to catch these mice, preventing others from doing so. Many, who are denied the chance to become the mouse catchers, perceive this societal state as unjust. Yet, the irony lies in the fact that when they finally gain such opportunities, they resort to unscrupulous means to uphold this inequality, even actively creating injustices to amass more wealth. Yi Changtian is a quintessential example of this type of individual. He detests privilege only because he does not belong to the privileged class. Once he ascends to that class, he becomes even more adept at ruthlessly exploiting the lower echelons. Thus, while Gu Xiao wished for the iron mine to come to fruition, he never contemplated surrendering it to Yi Changtian. Moreover, Li Er is an emperor who harbors a desire for a glorious reign and aims to become a historical figure. This aspiration ensures that he would refrain from actions that could tarnish his image as a benevolent emperor. Entrusting the iron mine to him is undoubtedly preferable to handing it over to a time-traveling individual devoid of moral principles. Furthermore, iron mines are rare and have historically been controlled by the government. Yi Changtian naively assumes that, akin to later generations, a mere wealthy heir could possess an iron mine within their family. Would not placing the mine in the emperor's hands enable its utilization for the benefit of the people? Must it be entrusted to you to truly serve the common folk? You could just as easily assert, "Your Majesty, you handle it well," or claim that you would generously provide iron to the populace free of charge, without demanding a single coin. When villains commit murder and robbery, it is deemed malevolent. Yet when protagonists do the same, it is considered virtuous to redistribute wealth. Both pursue the same objective, the prosperity and strength of the Tang dynasty. Yet the original protagonist's actions are labeled erroneous, while Yi Changtian's are deemed righteous. Moreover, the original protagonist's methods align more closely with reality, gradually advancing the progress of the Tang dynasty, whereas Yi Changtian's approach is excessively radical, sacrificing significantly for minimal progress while benefiting himself the most. Gu Xiao, you understand nothing. Do you realize the monumental impact the iron mine would have in my possession? I am advocating for the nation through industry. You are sacrificing my interests and those of the common people to curry favor with His Majesty, completely disregarding their lives. You sycophant, Gu Xiao retorted, in what way am I sacrificing your interests by doing good? What interests of yours have I sacrificed? Is that land yours? Do you presume to claim everything belonging to the Gu family as your own? Yi Changtian was momentarily silenced. Gu Xiao inwardly scoffed, then executed a cunning maneuver to make Yi Changtian acutely aware of what true treachery entails. He approached Li Er, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Li Er, currently in high spirits, assumed Gu Xiao sought some form of reward for his considerable contribution. Such a significant achievement would undoubtedly merit a reward without needing Gu Xiao to voice it. However, to his astonishment, Gu Xiao declared, "I wish to commend my cousin Yi Changtian." Yi Changtian, perplexed, exclaimed, "What?" Gu Xiao continued, "To be honest, it was cousin Changtian who informed me about the iron mine beneath this land. And he also mentioned that he possesses more advanced mining and iron smelting techniques than those currently in the Tang dynasty. If the iron mine is entrusted to him, he will undoubtedly forge the finest iron in all of Tang." Yi Changtian, flabbergasted, thought to himself, "I am smiling on the outside but cursing inside." Meanwhile, the others regarded Gu Xiao with admiration. Realizing that his previous exposure of Yi Changtian's poetic plagiarism was not an attack, but rather a genuine concern for Yi Changtian's welfare. Look at him, now voluntarily seeking accolades for Yi Changtian. Li Er's gaze shifted to Yi Changtian. "Changtian, is this true?" Yi Changtian, could he deny it? Ultimately, he could only grit his teeth and nod. "Yes, Your Majesty. Gu Xiao, Your Majesty, has proactively discovered the location of the iron ore and is willing to provide mining and smelting techniques. His dedication to the Tang dynasty is commendable, and he is indeed a loyal minister of our great Tang. I implore Your Majesty to bestow generous rewards upon him." Chapter 75, Transcending the Tang Dynasty. "I am your superior." Naturally, the other ministers echoed the sentiment. "We beseech Your Majesty to grant him due rewards." Li Er, of course, agreed to reward him handsomely and immediately entrusted Yi Changtian with the iron smelting task, promising that should he produce the finest iron in the Tang dynasty, he would not be lacking in rewards. Yet, Yi Changtian felt no joy. Instead, he was engulfed by a sense of suffocating frustration, akin to being stabbed and left bleeding profusely. His ambition was to wield complete control over the iron ore, desiring to be the sole producer of the finest iron. Even if Li Er were reluctant to hand over the ore, what did it matter? However, the sequence of events had been mismanaged. He was not the owner of the iron mine, but merely a laborer in Li Er's service. Good performance would yield rewards, but poor performance would invite punishment. Gu Xiao, that scoundrel, had cunningly ensnared him. Even someone as astute as Yi Changtian had fallen prey to Gu Xiao's schemes, highlighting just how unfortunate the original owner had been. Such treachery from a distant relative. What a shameless wretch. The system could not comprehend Gu Xiao's motives. "Host, what are you doing? You were meant to illuminate wisdom. Yet here you are aiding Yi Changtian instead? Did not the iron or merely circle back from the emperor to Yi Changtian? It would have been simpler to grant it to Yi Changtian from the outset. However, it was precisely because the iron ore took this roundabout journey that its significance transformed. The ore transitioned from being a personal asset of Yi Changtian to a national treasure, no longer subject to Yi Changtian's whims. Moreover, its donation was a credit to the Gu family, not Yi Changtian's. It was not for Yi Changtian to sacrifice the Gu family's interests for the sake of borrowed glory. Gu Xiao, I have no intention of extinguishing Yi Changtian's aura. I shall wait until he faces death to deal with his halo. This realm is unlike that of the war goddess son-in-law. Here, no one enjoys a prosperous life. Even if the aura were to be dispersed, the benefits for the common folk would be limited. It would be wiser to concentrate that power in Yi Changtian alone to facilitate significant undertakings. System. If you do not intend to extinguish Yi Changtian's aura, why then did you allow him to suffer? Gu Xiao. I let him suffer because his act of plagiarism was indeed repugnant. The system, after a moment of silence, remarked, "Host, I believe your notion is unfeasible. Sooner or later, Yi Changtian will perish, and without him, the entire industrial framework will collapse. Therefore, I must leverage Yi Changtian's aura to propel the advancement of the era while ensuring that his influence does not diminish anyone's intellect, and that the progression of society continues unabated even in his absence." Undeniably, Yi Changtian's arrival has temporarily accelerated progress. His inventions enriched the leisure lives of the populace. Commercial growth provided numerous job opportunities, and advancements in weaponry strengthened the military might of the Tang. But why label it as temporary? Haste makes waste. Steady societal advancement is a gradual process. Only by solidifying the agricultural and industrial foundations of society can a qualitative leap be achieved in this agrarian society. Yet Yi Changtian's intentions are not for the development of the era, but merely to accrue system points and bask in a sense of superiority within this epoch. Thus, he has failed to approach issues from the perspective of societal advancement. His contributions are akin to stunted growth, haphazard and chaotic, regardless of suitability. He has indiscriminately thrust his ideas onto this era, far outpacing the populace's capacity to adapt, constructing lofty aspirations without a solid industrial foundation. Should Yi Changtian's aura dissipate or he meet his demise, the edifice he has erected will swiftly crumble into ruin. At that juncture, society would descend into utter chaos. Historical parallels can be drawn to the tumultuous period of the Great Leap Forward in China, where the ramifications could be even more severe. Yet Yi Changtian is oblivious to these consequences, reveling in his own satisfaction. To be honest, the system feels like crying. Did we not agree to simply undertake a task of enlightenment? Why then the desire to save the world? One might say, those who have once been war gods possess an extraordinary grasp of the greater picture. After inspecting the iron mine, Li Er and the ministers prepared to return home. At that moment, one minister, whether out of sheer excitement or some other cause, suddenly collapsed onto the ground. In this desolate wilderness, with no physician in sight, Li Er promptly ordered the imperial guard to escort the minister for medical attention. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Changtian rushed over. Do not move this esteemed gentleman. Allow me to assess the situation first. He hastily approached, scrutinizing the minister's condition, then called out to the system, quickly, help me ascertain what ails this gentleman. In the interim, the son of Minister Li gazed at Yi Changtian with profound gratitude. Brother Yi, I did not expect you to hold me in such regard, considering this esteemed gentleman to be akin to your own. Yi Changtian, what does that mean? A flicker of confusion passed through him, but his attention was swiftly diverted back to the system, which had yet to respond. He urged the system, unaware of its trepidation. In recent days, it had felt the weight of a formidable presence watching over it. Yet, as a dignified system, how could it let Yi Changtian know of its current fear? After Yi Changtian's persistent inquiries, the system sensed the oppressive aura surrounding it had lessened and began to respond. It first felt compelled to enlighten Yi Changtian. During the Tang and Song dynasties, the term esteemed gentleman was a respectful address for one's parents. Yi Changtian, a fleeting embarrassment washed over him. Thankfully, he had not rushed to address a young man as esteemed gentleman, lest he suffer further humiliation. However, no one noticed Yi Changtian's embarrassment, and he pretended as though nothing had happened, immediately proceeding to administer aid to the collapsed minister as the system instructed. Oh, these unworldly ancients are in for a treat today. Prepare to embrace the enlightenment of modern medicine. Such practices far exceed the inadequacies of the outdated traditional medicine of the Tang era. Alas, he too wished to remain low-key, but circumstance did not allow it. His abilities demanded recognition. Once more, a sense of superiority surged within him, as he felt an aura of dominance radiating from his very being. Before him, not only the nobles and ministers, but even the Emperor Li Er appeared as mere ants. With this thought, he dismissed the loss of an iron mine as inconsequential. After all, he was not the inept loser of modern society. Now, he resided in the Tang dynasty, equipped with an omnipotent system, and his horizons should certainly be broadened. In the near future, he would achieve feats that would leave the world trembling. What was one iron mine? He would soon possess more: iron, salt, coal, and even oil fields. Chapter 76, Transcending the Tang Dynasty, a daring surgical operation. Thus, Yi Changtian followed the system's guidance, casually procuring a knife, utilizing a bamboo tube, and employing his own invention of Baijiu for disinfection. Without modern medical techniques to determine blood types, he resorted to blood tests with direct relatives before initiating a blood transfusion and performing surgery on the unconscious minister. This audacious maneuver left Xiao utterly exasperated. To undertake such a significant surgical procedure without establishing a sterile environment is utterly reckless, is it not? Shouldn't one first procure essential items such as penicillin, a ventilator, saline solution, and anticoagulants? To commence a surgery in such a remote and desolate location is sheer folly. You, blessed with the halo of a protagonist, are likely to emerge unscathed, enjoying the limelight without bearing any consequences, while others must face the aftermath of the surgery. Xiao promptly intervened, exclaiming, Your Majesty, Cousin Changtian has never studied medicine. How can he proceed so recklessly? We should urgently seek a physician nearby to attend to Lord Li. The ailment afflicting Lord Li could be remedied with a few acupuncture needles from traditional Chinese medicine, so why resort to the scalpel of Changtian? It is only Changtian who believes that modern medicine surpasses traditional practices, flaunting his ignorance, unaware that during the zenith of traditional medicine, a comprehensive system had already been established, capable of resolving numerous complex ailments. Moreover, Changtian's reckless confidence, bolstered by his protagonist's aura, might lead others to mimic his audacity, diminishing the gravity of surgical procedures. Lacking such an aura, should anyone else rashly attempt blood transfusions or surgeries, it would amount to playing with lives, a gross dereliction of duty. Li Er found himself hesitating, harboring doubts about Changtian's prowess. After all, this was his esteemed minister. He could not allow Changtian to proceed unchecked. Thus, he summoned 2 guards to search for a physician in the vicinity. At that moment, a devoted supporter of Changtian emerged. Gu Shaoqing, young master, ye previously treated my mother. and within mere days, she was cured. I can vouch for his medical expertise. The individual exclaimed confidently. You have persistently targeted young Master Yi. However, this is a matter of life and death. Why obstruct him from saving lives? What are your true intentions? Gu Xiao retorted. Chang Tian, it matters not. Gu Xiaoqing has always been critical of me. He once openly condemned the lipstick and hot pot base I created, yet I have grown accustomed to it. My only concern is that if we delay, Lord Li may not endure. Did Gu Xiao comprehend the concept of a blood transfusion? Did he understand the monumental progress modern medicine could bring to this era? To question his medical skills was merely an expression of jealousy, an attempt to belittle him before others. Such narrow-mindedness was laughable. Lord Li's son, who often trailed after Chang Tian, seemed to trust him more in this moment. Young Master Yi, please treat my father. I believe your skills can turn his crisis into safety. Chang Tian nodded. Yet Gu Xiao fervently opposed, appearing utterly obstinate. Your Majesty, this approach to medicine is unprecedented. If there is the slightest error, Lord Li may. Chang Tian interrupted, who claims it is unprecedented. In the Three Kingdoms period, Hua Tuo sought to perform a cranial surgery on Xiao Xiao, demonstrating that surgical intervention to address ailments is indeed grounded in medical principles. Gu Xiaoqing's ignorance is truly lamentable. Gu Xiao countered. Are you suggesting you possess Hua Tuo's miraculous abilities? Chang Tian, brimming with self-assurance, declared, to put it grandly. I am at least as capable as Hua Tuo. Gu Xiao scoffed. You are exceedingly arrogant. How much modern medical knowledge do you truly possess? Do you comprehend the immense effort required for a medical student to wield a scalpel? You speak as if it is a trivial matter, equating yourself with Hua Tuo. If he were aware of being compared to you, I dare say he would be turning in his grave. Seeing the two continue their argument, Li Er raised his hand. Enough. Let the young man attempt it. Whether fortune or misfortune, it is a matter for the Li family. The very son of Lord Li placed immense trust in Chang Tian. Could anyone truly impede that? Chang Tian, relying on a modicum of cleverness, believed he could ascend to greatness. The emperor valued his wit, yet found his arrogance unappealing. Conversely, Gu Xiao, possessing considerable intelligence, remained rigid and conservative. The emperor found comfort in such ministers. Gu Xiao, not wishing to arouse the emperor's suspicion by appearing akin to Chang Tian, endeavored to embody the original character's traits. Thus, the entire assembly supported Chang Tian, while he stood alone in opposition. Though his dissent bore little fruit, Chang Tian commenced the surgery. Not long after, the operation concluded, and Lord Li stirred back to consciousness. Li Er's gaze was fervent. Gu Xiao mused that if this were Li Er's later years, he would likely be contemplating how to procure an elixir of immortality from Chang Tian at this moment. Meanwhile, Lord Li's son had already knelt before Chang Tian in gratitude. Young Master Yi, you have saved my father. You are my benefactor. Henceforth, my life is yours, and I shall serve you faithfully. Chang Tian gazed upon him with pride. This young man was also a historical figure, yet here he was, kneeling at Chang Tian's feet, eager to become his subordinate. Ha ha! Who would have imagined that Chang Tian would experience such a splendid moment? Gu Xiaoqing, are you now convinced? I ask you, does it not sting your pride? However, I shall not hold this against you today, for you are my cousin. Yet, do refrain from underestimating me in the future. Even with your esteemed lineage, one must recognize that there are greater mountains beyond the hills, and that there are greater individuals beyond oneself. Expand your horizons. Do not remain a frog in a well. Li Er, intrigued, inquired about the principles behind Chang Tian's surgery. Chang Tian, with an enigmatic air, replied, the explanation is rather complicated. Even if I were to explain it to your Majesty, you would not comprehend. Simply know that this is a profound medical technique of my own invention, one that cannot be easily mastered by the average person, even if Li Er were a wise ruler. How could he possibly compare to a transmigrator endowed with a golden finger? Li Er, naturally displeased with Chang Tian's demeanor, felt as though he were being treated as a fool. However, as the emperor, he would not readily reveal his emotions. Young man, you are indeed a blessing to our Tang dynasty. Chang Tian responded with pride. As long as your Majesty is willing to believe in me and treat me with equality, I am certain I can bring even greater fortune to the Tang. The implication was clear. Do not constantly impose your royal authority upon me. What I seek is respect. Without respect, the blessings I could offer might not materialize. In that moment, the guards returned, leading an elderly physician through the crowd. Your Majesty, I have found an experienced old doctor nearby. Despite Li Er's lingering skepticism regarding Chang Tian's unheard of medical techniques, he immediately summoned the elder to examine Lord Li. The old doctor checked Lord Li's pulse and examined the wounds from the recent surgery, stating, pray tell, which physician performed this operation? I did, what of it? Chang Tian replied. The old doctor remarked, while directly removing the ailment was indeed effective, for such a minor condition, A simple needle to the Biwi point during the onset, followed by a few herbal remedies for a month, would have sufficed. These incisions were entirely unnecessary. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Yi Changtian's countenance faltered as he retorted, "Old man, your expertise lies in traditional Chinese medicine, which is ill-equipped to address such ailments. This approach merely alleviates symptoms without addressing the root cause. The only effective remedy is to operate, cutting precisely where the pain resides." The elder replied, "I, son, have practiced medicine for many years, traversing the vast rivers and mountains of this land, yet I have never encountered such reasoning. Why must one endure the knife to cure an ailment that could be remedied through simpler means? If the removal of an organ bears no consequence, then what purpose does it serve in the human body?" Upon hearing the elder's surname, Yi Changtian was struck by a realization and inquired, "Is your surname Sun? Are you, perchance, the renowned medicine king, Sun Simiao?" "Indeed, I am Sun Simiao," the elder affirmed. Yi Changtian's eyes sparkled with fervor as he eagerly engaged in conversation with Sun Simiao. This was the illustrious medicine king of history. How remarkable it would be to have such a figure as his ally. In historical novels set in the Tang dynasty, one invariably encounters the character of Sun Simiao, and the protagonist inevitably forms a profound friendship with him, subsequently enlightening the elder with modern medical theories that leave him in awe. While the present-day Sun Simiao expressed skepticism regarding Yi Changtian's surgical methods, he was evidently intrigued by some of Yi Changtian's medical theories. Many in this era were constrained by the limitations of their time. If Sun Simiao were afforded the same opportunities as Yi Changtian to explore diverse medical branches, would he still require Yi Changtian's guidance? Yi Changtian, after all, was merely exploiting the advantage of information asymmetry in a feudal society. Furthermore, this information was not even his own. It was entirely provided by the system, which he could only relay to Sun Simiao in a somewhat muddled manner. Yet, relying on Yi Changtian's clumsy interpretations, Sun Simiao could draw insightful conclusions. Who truly possessed the greater skill here? Moreover, some of Yi Changtian's rather audacious maneuvers baffled Gu Xiao. For instance, he was now teaching Sun Simiao, using medical theories that Sun Simiao himself would eventually develop. Thus, what was originally the elder's research became Yi Changtian's own, as he imparted it to Sun Simiao, leaving the elder indebted to him. Was this not akin to literary theft? Particularly at this moment, the system communicated with Gu Xiao, revealing that Yi Changtian was negotiating with it to procure Sun Simiao's Qianjin Feng for his own publication. Gu Xiao mused, "Ah, the medicine king, how unfortunate for you. It appears that henceforth, the historical figure of the medicine king may very well be me. With no connection to you, old man. Should you be wise, I might share a couple of universally effective prescriptions from the system with you." Gu Xiao was, in essence, using the wisdom of ancient scholars to belittle their intellect in a most shameless manner. The emperor had departed, and Gu Xiao patted Li Gongzi on the shoulder, advising him to seek out several esteemed physicians to examine his father thoroughly. Li Gongzi, now plagued by doubt, was uncertain whom to trust. Upon returning, he indeed consulted several reputable doctors, who scrutinized Li Shirlan's condition and concluded that the incisions were in vain, cautioning that future repercussions remained uncertain. Simultaneously, Gu Xiao was summoned to the palace by the emperor, who, in a roundabout manner, inquired, "Gu Xiaoqing, what is your opinion of that young rascal, Yi?" Gu Xiao replied, "Your Majesty, are you inquiring about my cousin Yi Changtian or the current prodigy, Yi Changtian?" The emperor pressed, "If you speak of this prodigy, I believe he possesses genuine talent, yet his character leaves much to be desired. His arrogance, even before achieving anything substantial, suggests he may bring calamity upon our Tang dynasty if he gains prominence." Li Er's lips twitched at Gu Xiao's perceptiveness regarding Yi Changtian's peculiarities. Gu Xiao continued, "Your Majesty, such malevolence cannot exist. I suspect it is merely a demon that has taken residence in my cousin's form, with unknown intentions. However, fear not, for I have consulted a trusted master who assures me that this demon fears filth. A generous application of refuse should suffice to expel it." Li Er, bemused, remarked, "No wonder I heard you stuffed a bucket of excrement into someone's mouth." Gu Xiao, with earnestness, listened as the emperor imparted his thoughts, asking if Gu Xiao understood the underlying message. The emperor wished for Gu Xiao to restrain Yi Changtian and prevent him from gaining excessive power while simultaneously extracting more from him. Gu Xiao, after some contemplation, responded, "I believe I comprehend, Your Majesty. Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch over this prodigy and ensure he does not jeopardize the foundation of our great Tang." Li Er sensed that Gu Xiao grasped his intent, but also felt he remained blissfully ignorant. "Very well, it is late. You may depart the palace." Gu Xiao bowed and exited Ganlu Hall. Not long after, he observed a throng of palace maids and eunuchs fixated on a girl frolicking atop the palace tiles. Gu Xiao looked up to see a young girl, unfazed, while the palace attendants trembled in fear, pleading, Princess, Princess, please come down. It is perilous up there. This girl was none other than Gao Yang, the emperor's most cherished daughter. In the original narrative, she too had fallen under Yi Changtian's influence. To win her over, Yi Changtian had manipulated Feng Yai into becoming his subordinate while eliminating Bianji first. Could Li Er truly allow his youngest daughter to marry the very rascal he feared, especially as a concubine? Yet Yi Changtian, with his remarkable abilities, had directly caused an unwed pregnancy, ultimately securing the princess as his concubine. At this moment, Gao Yang was leaping about atop the palace tiles. Yi Changtian emerged seemingly from nowhere, and upon spotting him, Gao Yang joyfully exclaimed, Brother Changtian, catch me, and prepared to leap down from the tiles. Yi Changtian dashed forward to heroically save her. Gu Xiao turned to depart, but was caught off guard when Gao Yang, instead of landing near Yi Changtian, plummeted directly toward him as he passed beneath her. The palace attendants shouted, Gu Xiaoqing, quickly catch the princess. Gu Xiao executed a swift spin, deftly evading the descending Gao Yang, who crashed to the ground. The palace attendants exclaimed in alarm as Gao Yang took her time to rise, glaring at Gu Xiaoqing, why did you not catch this princess? Gu Xiao replied, Princess, you were calling for young Master Yi, were you not? Besides, it is fortunate you did not land upon me. I have just received a task from His Majesty. Should anything happen to me, you would likely face repercussions as well. Gao Yang ground her teeth in frustration, while Gu Xiao simply waved his sleeve and departed. She trembled, pointing at Gu Xiao's retreating figure, oblivious to Yi Changtian standing nearby. Yi Changtian approached her with a grin. Princess, are you unharmed? Gao Yang, already somewhat headstrong and accustomed to being spoiled, was irked by Gu Xiao's behavior and snapped, what is it to you? Before running off, a eunuch chuckled and remarked to Yi Changtian, Young Master Yi, the princess has just had a fall and is in a foul mood. Do not take it to heart. Yi Changtian uttered a nonchalant sound, scarcely casting a glance at the eunuch. He incessantly endeavored to demonstrate his compassion and sympathy for the impoverished populace, seeking to exhibit his noble character. Yet, as a typical man, endowed with the superiority of a time traveler, he harbored an intrinsic disdain for the eunuch class. Perceiving them as contemptible and aberrant, he perpetually positioned himself as a benevolent benefactor, proclaiming his profound understanding of the sufferings of the common folk. However, towards ordinary individuals or those of inferior status, he would reveal a petty demeanor, relishing the opportunity to stand upon a moral high ground, freely passing judgment on their virtues and vices. Gao Yang, with her capricious temperament, harbored a grudge against Gu Xiao for his inaction in her time of need. Seizing an opportunity to exit the palace, she deliberately sought to exact revenge upon him. As a princess, her presence at the Gu residence went unchallenged by the attendants. Unbeknownst to her, she had procured some incense meant to induce drowsiness, and stealthily approached Gu Xiao's study with the intent to incapacitate him. However, Gu Xiao managed to block the incense, causing the fumes to rebound, leaving Gao Yang herself in a state of unconsciousness. Gu Xiao paid her no mind, allowing her to languish at the door for several hours. Upon awakening, Gao Yang felt disoriented and enraged, incessantly pounding on the study door. Gu Xiao, I am a princess of the Tang dynasty. How dare you treat me thus? Gu Xiao remained unperturbed, continuing to peruse the documents in his hands. The emperor had entrusted the iron mine to Yi Changtian, while subtly instructing him to assist from the sidelines. The implication was clear, ostensibly. The iron mine was entrusted to Yi Changtian, yet the emperor intended for him to retain control over it, extracting technology from Yi Changtian in the process. Since the mine was not Yi Changtian's personal property, he had little incentive to invest substantial effort, naturally opting to delay matters. Gao Yang's cries outside elicited no response from Gu Xiao, and with no means to breach the study, she ultimately departed in dissatisfaction. The steward entered to offer Gu Xiao a cup of hot tea. Master, that is Princess Gao Yang. While she is currently fixated on you, you might as well seize the opportunity to win her over. Do you take me for a pedophile, capable of taking advantage of a mere child? Retorted Gu Xiao. Once the mining plan was finalized, it became evident that Yi Changtian's promised extraction and smelting technologies were conspicuously silent. He felt that his arduous labor yielded nothing but benefits for the state treasury, with no advantages for himself. Thus he was disinclined to exert himself and preferred to procrastinate. Gu Xiao, unwavering in his daily pursuit of Yi Changtian, found that Yi Changtian refused even to meet him. Meanwhile, Su Yuner had officially moved in with Yi Changtian, becoming his woman. Thanks to Yi Changtian's extensive efforts, he had resolved the issue of her dowry for the Su family. Unlike Gu Xiao, Yi Changtian could not bestow such considerable benefits upon her while expecting nothing in return, thus she felt compelled to offer her body as recompense. The thought that she could easily become Yi Changtian's legitimate wife through a few clever maneuvers, yet remain nameless and unacknowledged, filled Su Yun'er with resentment towards Gu Xiao, who had driven her to such a desperate situation. Upon learning that Gu Xiao had once again disturbed Yi Changtian, she exclaimed, "Tian Ge, why do you still allow such a person to enter?" Yi Changtian replied, "At least we are colleagues now. He has matters to discuss with me, and I cannot ignore him. Should the emperor take offense, I would also be implicated. Isn't the emperor particularly wary of the aristocracy? I fail to understand why he chooses to favor a petty man like Gu Xiao." Although Gu Xiao fell short compared to Yi Changtian, he still possessed certain abilities. Ultimately, Gu Xiao's persistent animosity towards him stemmed from jealousy over the affection Yi Changtian garnered. With a sigh, Yi Changtian mused that matters of the heart could not be forced. He hoped Gu Xiao would come to terms with it and offer an apology, which he might consider reciprocating with assistance. Su Yun'er regarded him with admiration. "Tian Ge, you are truly a magnanimous man. If only Gu Xiao could embody even half of your generosity, I would not have had to sever our engagement." Yi Changtian smiled and leaned in to kiss Su Yun'er. However, the sight of his face suddenly reminded her of his earlier, repugnant demeanor, nearly causing her to retch. Sometimes, even the smallest details can transform a love story into something entirely different. When Su Yun'er emerged from Yi Changtian's chamber, Gu Xiao remained seated in the main hall, unperturbed. "Gu Xiaoqing, I advise you to take your leave. Tian Ge will not see you," she stated coldly. Gu Xiao sat there, unfazed, ignoring her entirely. Did he truly think he was there to plead with Yi Changtian? Having traversed numerous worlds, he had long since memorized the information stored in Yi Changtian's system. The extraction and smelting technologies he possessed were far more advanced and environmentally friendly than those in Yi Changtian's system. However, since Li Er had directed all suspicion towards Yi Changtian, why should he expose himself and invite Li Er's scrutiny? Moreover, his frequent visits to Yi Changtian were not solely for the purpose of using him as a facade. After a month of lingering at Yi Changtian's side, Gu Xiao finally exhausted Yi Changtian's patience, who directly copied the extraction and smelting technologies from the system and handed them to Gu Xiao. "You want to extract? Do it yourself and cease bothering me." With the extraction and smelting technologies in hand, Gu Xiao departed and ceased to trouble Yi Changtian. Yi Changtian smirked. Did Gu Xiao intend to take all the credit? Without him, Yi Changtian, Gu Xiao could possess the technologies but would be unable to execute them. He would soon see how he planned to explain himself to the emperor, to ensure Gu Xiao would know his limitations. Yi Changtian even deliberately complicated some simple formulas or altered their sequence. He was confident that Gu Xiao would not be able to produce iron under such conditions. Eventually, Li Er would understand Yi Changtian's significance to the Tang dynasty and would naturally entrust him with the entire iron mine. However, to Yi Changtian's surprise, the following day, Li Er dispatched someone to summon him to the palace. On the way, Yi Changtian inquired of the eunuch, "Do you know why the emperor has summoned me?" Could it be that Gu Xiao failed to comprehend those technologies and complained to Li Er? The eunuch chuckled, "Congratulations, young Master Yi. This morning, Gu Xiaoqing personally sought accolades for you, and the emperor wishes to reward you." Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition washed over Yi Changtian. The first time Gu Xiao sought recognition for him, it resulted in him being pursued by assassins from that organization. The second time, Gu Xiao's praise cost him the iron mine he had secured. And now, yet another commendation? As anticipated, the eunuch continued, "We must also express gratitude to young Master Yi. In my hometown, during a drought, my family perished from starvation, leaving me the sole survivor. I entered the palace as a eunuch, which granted me sustenance. Countless others suffer as I once did, yet now, thanks to young Master Yi's bountiful potatoes and corn, there will be no more starving citizens." Yi Changtian was utterly bewildered. The system could only provide him with virtual resources. It was impossible for it to deliver tangible crops like potatoes and corn. Fortunately, during the Tang dynasty, societal norms were notably open and diverse, with numerous foreign merchants traversing the seas to reach Chang'an. Yi Changtian had discreetly dispatched individuals to locate these foreign merchants and finally succeeded in acquiring both potatoes and corn. He had secretly begun cultivating them in his fields, having amassed several harvests, with seeds filling his storerooms. However, Yi Changtian was reluctant to reveal his intentions at this moment. From the information provided by the system regarding the Jingguan era, it was evident that Emperor Li Er reigned for 23 years amidst ceaseless natural calamities. Floods occurred almost annually, while droughts, locust plagues, rodent infestations, frost damage, earthquakes, and epidemics seemingly took turns to torment the land each year. The year before last, the Lanyu region experienced a devastating earthquake, and last year, Jinan suffered from severe drought. The following year promised a catastrophic flood that would ravage 28 states along the banks of the Huai and the east of the pass, leaving the populace in dire straits. Additionally, another epidemic was anticipated to spread across Guanyi and Hedong. Yi Changtian planned to unveil his high-yield crops, such as potatoes and corn, during this year of great disaster. Believing that not only would Emperor Li'er be immensely grateful, but the entire realm would regard him as a savior. He envisioned firmly establishing his position in the Tang dynasty and achieving lasting fame. Unfortunately, the meddling of Gu Xiao disrupted his plans, prematurely informing Li'er of his high-yield crops. The realization that Gu Xiao visited his estate every day to report back made Yi Changtian comprehend the true nature of the visits, gathering intelligence under the guise of seeking iron-smelting techniques. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall, Yi Changtian discovered that baskets of his potatoes and corn had already been brought forth. A few ministers, teary-eyed, were munching on raw potatoes and corn. As soon as Yi Changtian entered, they showered him with gratitude, proclaiming that he was deeply concerned for the welfare of the people and the Tang dynasty, a divine envoy sent to rescue the realm. They adorned him with accolades. Yet Yi Changtian wished he could candidly express his desire for profit and personal gain. Li'er, equally moved, descended from the throne to grasp Yi Changtian's hand, sharing some profoundly emotional words. However, Yi Changtian only heard the most crucial part. Li'er had taken control of his estate, and from henceforth, he would assign professional personnel to cultivate the potatoes and corn, initiating small-scale planting to ensure widespread distribution by mid-year. Yi Changtian glared intensely at Gu Xiao, who stood upright, exuding an air of righteousness. In the original narrative, Yi Changtian had planned to exploit the forthcoming disasters for personal gain. Some individuals would argue that it was a merchant's prerogative to profit, yet Yi Changtian had introduced these high-yield crops to the Central Plains, ensuring that the horrific practice of cannibalism would not plague the region again. However, during modern societal crises, opportunistic merchants who inflated prices of essential goods like food and masks during disasters inflicted suffering upon the populace. In such times of calamity, the common people faced even harsher realities. Having traversed from the future, were not these people also his ancestors? He could have alleviated their suffering. Yet he chose to wait until the land was littered with corpses before offering sustenance, all for the sake of garnering their gratitude. Moreover, the potatoes and corn of this era were not the high-yield varieties improved through scientific advancements of later generations. Without several years of promotion, it was impossible to sustain the population of the Tang dynasty. Additionally, the absence of fertilizers and pesticides meant that the initial farming efforts, lacking experience, would inevitably encounter various challenges. Therefore, commencing large-scale research promptly to identify and resolve planting issues would allow more people to have sufficient food. Yet, to expect a horse to gallop forward without allowing it to graze is folly. Yi Changtian relished the idea of claiming such accolades for himself, while Gu Xiao sought no personal gain, willingly attributing all credit to him. Consequently, Gu Xiao recommended Yi Changtian for commendation, and Li'er restored his title of county baron. At this moment, as Yi Changtian accepted the praises of the assembly, his expression mirrored that of one who had consumed excrement. For the rewards he anticipated from these crops fell far short of his expectations. Had he unveiled them during the year of disaster, he could have aspired to a higher rank, perhaps even that of a prince, if not more. And now, he had merely regained a title of county baron? The disparity was unbearable. Could it be that Gu Xiao harbored a grudge against him? Ultimately, Yi Changtian departed the imperial palace, burdened with the title of county baron and a heap of meaningless verbal accolades, feeling as though he had been subjected to ignominy. Gu Xiao, however, had been deliberately retained by Li'er. Minister Gu, your efforts have been commendable, Li'er remarked, continually testing and seeking to control Yi Changtian. Yet, every time he dispatched someone to surveil Yi Changtian, the latter always seemed aware, employing various clever means to confound those sent to watch him. Yi Changtian possessed a rebellious spirit, and Li'er had yet to ascertain the extent of his capabilities. He feared that pressing Yi Changtian too hard might provoke him into action, leading to unforeseen consequences, thus opting to withdraw those monitoring him. Chapter 80. Traversing the Tang Dynasty. Aren't you the one who loves to eat the most? Consequently, Gu Xiao commenced preparations for mining endeavors. He convened a mobilization meeting to inform all present that the Tang dynasty now boasted high-yield crops like potatoes and corn. Once these crops were disseminated across the nation, everyone would have access to ample food. Furthermore, as conditions improved at the mines, there were plans to establish housing for the miners, enabling them to bring their families to live together. Initially skeptical, the miners were eventually convinced when Gu Xiao cooked the first basket of potatoes obtained from Li'er for them, with the promise of food and wages. Along with the prospect of family reunions, the miners' spirits soared, and they worked with newfound fervor. The novel mining methods were utterly foreign to the miners, signifying a landscape fraught with peril. Facing the uncertainty ahead, Gu Xiao chose to share living quarters with the workers, nearly residing full-time at the mine. in the original narrative. This venture was marred by numerous accidents, resulting in the tragic loss of countless lives. Although Yi Changtian possessed only the electronic data provided by the system, one would presume that as a modern individual, he would possess the greatest capacity to comprehend this information. Yet, he shunned hardship, discarding the data to his subordinates, relegating the perilous, life-threatening tasks to others. In a society where mining accidents frequently occur, even in technologically advanced eras, the situation was bound to be even more dire in ancient times. After all, his aspiration was to become the foremost individual of this era. How could he engage in such treacherous endeavors? Moreover, progress often necessitated the sacrifice of ordinary lives. Thus, without Yi Changtian's guidance, the workers were compelled to painstakingly experiment and explore from scratch, ultimately accomplishing their task at a great cost. Yet, the accolades, promotions, and generous rewards were bestowed upon Yi Changtian, while those who toiled and bled received only meager returns, compelled to express gratitude towards him, regarding him as their benefactor. The respect and admiration directed at him were overwhelming. Such a person, devoid of moral boundaries, continuously challenged the limits of ordinary individuals. However, despite Gu Zhao's efforts to avert various calamities, fate intervened. While conducting an inspection within the mine, a sudden collapse occurred. As one of the beams threatened to crash down upon Gu Xiao, he instinctively attempted to evade it, only to realize that the confined space afforded him no escape. "Xiaoqing, be careful." At that moment, a figure lunged towards him, shielding Gu Xiao from the falling beam, resulting in a torrent of blood cascading down his face. In the dimly lit confines, Gu Xiao beheld the figure smiling. "Xiaoqing, you're all right, that's a relief." Soon after, the figure succumbed to unconsciousness in Gu Xiao's embrace. Gu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. In this age of relentless natural disasters and human calamities, where the populace struggled for sustenance, individuals were generally short and frail. Mining, inherently a task for robust men, revealed a scarcity of suitable candidates. Thus, Gu Xiao had to relax his criteria. Yet, surely the individual in his arms must be male? However, the person was evidently not a man, albeit slender. At that moment, Gu Xiao dared not push her away or move recklessly, fearing that any shift might precipitate the entire structure's collapse. He called out to the approaching miners, urging, "Do not move, stay where you are." As he brushed his hand against the back of the smaller figure's head, he was met with a hand full of blood. If not bandaged soon, she would succumb to blood loss and hypoxia. After deliberating, he realized that his inner garment was the only slightly clean item he possessed, maintaining his immobile stance. Gu Xiao painstakingly unfastened his belt, tearing a piece from his shirt to wrap around the smaller figure's head. After what felt like an eternity, the small figure regained consciousness and found her face pressed against Gu Zhao's bare chest, his attire disheveled. Were it not for their grim surroundings, she would have screamed out loud. To avert any misunderstanding, Gu Xiao explained earnestly, "You're injured. I tore my clothing to dress your wound." The small figure's cheeks flushed, yet the dirt obscured her features, and the dim lighting rendered her expression unreadable. Gu Xiao felt her body suddenly radiate warmth, and, noticing her attempt to move, he gently restrained her head, cautioning, "Stay still, it's dangerous." Upon checking her forehead, he sensed she had developed a fever. Fearing she might not be steady on her feet, he encircled her waist for support. As a result, her temperature soared even further. Gu Xiao queried the system about her condition. "Why is her fever escalating so rapidly?" The system replied, "It may be due to emotional distress." Gu Xiao pondered, emotional distress? The system, recognizing the futility of explaining feelings to someone as blunt as Gu Xiao, lapsed into silence. Within the cramped space, silence reigned, almost suffocating. It seemed the miners had resigned themselves to the notion that this would be their final resting place. Unlike modern times, where steel beams could be utilized for support, they relied solely on wooden structures, which were perpetually at risk of collapse. Gu Xiao sighed internally, reassuring, "Do not despair, help will arrive shortly." To preemptively address potential disasters, he had previously established a rescue team and conducted regular drills. Surely, they would not let him down. "Xiaoqing," a voice broke through the gloom. "My head aches terribly. I'm certain I'm going to die." Gu Xiao pressed his middle finger against her wound, declaring, "You will not." In his own realm, he had been reduced to a mere remnant of a soul after a catastrophic event orchestrated by the Child of Destiny, leaving him without a corporeal form. Though he had traversed multiple realms and restored his combat prowess, an ordinary body could not withstand the full extent of his divine power. Thus, upon entering this world, he had to suppress his strength to the average level of the realm's inhabitants. It was only through the merit and spiritual energy gained from his tasks that he could cultivate his divine form. Yet, until now, he had only managed to cultivate a single finger. Although insufficient to wield complete control, It was adequate for healing the small figure's wounds. The small figure, drifting in and out of consciousness, murmured, "Though I may be on the brink of death, I do not regret shielding Xiaoqing." She continued, "When my father was still alive, we rented land from Xiaoqing's family. Xiaoqing only ever collected 1/5 of the rent. The remaining grain sustained us for an entire year. During festivals, Xiaoqing would send gifts to our village, and in times of calamity, not only would he waive our rent, but he also provided us with food. My father often remarked that Xiaoqing is a truly good person, a benevolent official. As long as Xiaoqing lives, he will bring fortune to the Tang dynasty and ensure many lives can endure. I am but an ordinary person. My existence brings no fortune to the Tang, and my demise would not bring disaster. If I can exchange my life for Xiaoqing's, it is worth it." Her words brought tears to the eyes of the miners. They had witnessed Gu Xiao's tireless efforts. His regard for their lives was evident. Born into privilege, Gu Xiao could have easily basked in the comforts of his lineage. Yet he chose to actively consider the welfare of the common people. "Xiaoqing, even if we all perish, we shall ensure you survive." If the wooden structure were to collapse, they would throw themselves upon it, using their bodies to shield Gu Xiao, thus buying him precious time. At that moment, Gu Xiao's emotions were tumultuous. Many of the original actions of his predecessor stemmed from familial considerations. In other words, it was merely a strategy of the aristocracy, continuously encroaching upon the livelihoods of ordinary folk while simultaneously performing good deeds to elicit gratitude. The intention was to elevate the stature of the aristocracy in the eyes of the common people, thus establishing a balance of power with the imperial authority. However, unbeknownst to him, this ambition had been etched into the minds of many. The more one acquires, the heavier the burden of responsibility one must bear. In that moment, Gu Xiao felt an overwhelming weight upon his shoulders. 2 hours later, even breathing in the cramped quarters had become a strenuous endeavor. Some miners in frail health had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, just then, the voice of the rescue team broke through, accompanied by a glimmer of light. All the miners were successfully extricated, and the small one was taken to the physician. To Gu Xiao's surprise, the doctor attending to the small one was none other than Sun Simiao. Having met the esteemed Gu Xiaoqing before, Gu Xiao nodded in gratitude, acknowledging the efforts of Dr. Sunday. Once Sun Simiao completed his examination and emerged, Gu Xiao inquired, "I have heard that Dr. Sun intends to compile the medical experiences of various families from the Tang dynasty along with his own medical theories into a single volume. Has there been any progress?" Sun Simiao paused momentarily before replying, "I am currently in the process of gathering relevant materials, hoping to fulfill this ambition within my lifetime." The Qianjin Yaofeng, authored by Sun Simiao, is a work of significant scientific value, systematically summarizing the medical achievements prior to the Tang dynasty. This represents Sun Simiao's most renowned accomplishment and the foundation of his fame in the medical community. However, his painstaking efforts were ultimately overshadowed by Yi Changtian, who easily appropriated his historical accolades. Gu Xiao remarked, "Since ascending the throne, His Majesty has instructed the historians to compile records of all past dynasties. Yet the field of medicine seems to be of little importance. I wonder if, 1,000 years hence, the medical practices of our Huagua will fade into obscurity due to the scarcity of reference texts." With a sigh, Gu Xiao continued, "Dr. Sun's endeavor to compile medical texts is indeed a monumental undertaking. Perhaps you could share your completed manuscripts with me, and I shall present them to His Majesty. In due course, Dr. Sun may visit the Tai Bureau to reference their relevant texts for his writing, ensuring that the medical arts of our Tang dynasty are passed down through the generations." Naturally, Sun Simiao was delighted at the prospect of accessing the Tai Bureau's texts and promptly instructed a young attendant to retrieve a portion of his completed manuscript. The following day, Gu Xiao escorted Sun Simiao to the palace, where he presented the manuscript to Lier. Historically, official writings have always placed great emphasis on historical texts, while medical, artisan, and agricultural works have received comparatively little attention. This neglect is why many traditional crafts and practices of Huagua have gradually declined. As ancient knowledge was often passed down through direct mentorship, once a master was lost, their skills disappeared, leaving future generations without reference materials. Gu Xiao proposed to Lier that, alongside the medical texts, specialists could also document various folk crafts, allowing future generations to gain insights into the societal landscape of the Tang dynasty through written records. Lier acquiesced, acknowledging the validity of Gu Xiao's assertions. Subsequently, he issued orders to appoint several officials to undertake this task, with Sun Simiao also invited to participate in the compilation of medical texts. As Gu Xiao and Sun Simiao prepared to depart from the Ganlu Palace, an inner attendant entered to announce that Yi Changtian had arrived. Lier narrowed his eyes and commanded him to be admitted, suspecting that Yi Changtian might have brought something noteworthy. However, to Lier's astonishment, Yi Chantian presented a medical treatise that he purportedly authored. Yet, upon a casual glance, Lier noted that the first half of this treatise bore a striking resemblance to the manuscript submitted by Sun Simiao. Lier remarked, "How can it be that a man with no formal medical training and a lifelong scholar of medicine have produced two identical medical texts? The question arises, who is the true author of this work?" It was hardly a mystery. Yi Chantian had a history of literary appropriation, rendering him untrustworthy. Chapter 82. Crossing into the Tang Dynasty. The male protagonist invents Baijiu. Lier remained silent, directly presenting Sun Simiao's manuscript to Yi Chantian, and then inquired, "Yongji County Magistrate, would you explain this situation?" Yi Chantian was utterly bewildered. Was it not said that Sun Simiao only wrote the Qianjin Yaofang during the Yonghui reign of Emperor Gaozong? How could it possibly have been written beforehand? However, he could not admit to having blatantly borrowed from another's work. Doing so would be a significant loss of face. The seasoned officials present were not easily deceived, and the glaring facts were evident. Moreover, Yi Chantian's previous offenses only amplified the skepticism directed at him. Despite his protests of innocence, Yi Chantian claimed that while Sun Simiao had only completed the first half, he had produced the second half in its entirety. If he asserted that he had not plagiarized, did that not imply that Sun Simiao had stolen from him? The elderly Sun Simiao, incensed, nearly ascended to the heavens in outrage. "Yongji County Magistrate, I had previously heard of your alleged plagiarism of poetry and assumed it was merely a misunderstanding. I held your medical philosophies in high regard, only to discover that you are capable of such thievery. Have you no shame in appropriating an old man's life work?" Gu Xiao interjected, "Your Majesty, it is impossible for two individuals to produce identical texts simultaneously. After all, the Yongji County Magistrate has previously demonstrated that two people cannot create the same poem at the same time, correct? Therefore, either Dr. Sun or the Yongji County Magistrate has employed some unscrupulous method to obtain the other's manuscript." While everyone understood the implications and knew who the true thief was, such statements could not be uttered aloud. Gu Xiao continued, "However, we cannot assume the Yongji County Magistrate's guilt solely based on his past. Nor can we allow this seemingly trivial matter to become a historical enigma, inviting ridicule from future generations. Thus, I propose we adhere to our customary practices." Gu Xiao cast a glance at Yi Chantian. Given that he was able to produce this text, it stands to reason that the author has perused numerous medical classics and possesses considerable expertise in medicine. Why not summon a few physicians to assess their knowledge? The truth shall be revealed. Yi Chantian, initially brimming with confidence, found himself in a precarious situation. His system had just leveled up, and it was unlikely he could upgrade it again when he required its assistance. As he called upon the system, it responded, "Upgrading, please do not disturb." Yi Chantian exclaimed, "What a predicament! Is this another attempt to humiliate me?" As Lier prepared to summon physicians for an examination, Yi Chantian fell to his knees and declared, "Your Majesty, the truth is that this book was indeed authored by Dr. Sunday. I presented it today to seek merit for him, but seeing that he was present, I merely jested with him." The onlookers were taken aback. Lier, recognizing his need for Yi Chantian, refrained from undermining him, thus tacitly accepting his face-saving excuse. Sun Simiao, seeing this, chose not to press the issue further. The matter was thus swept under the rug, and Yi Chantian believed he had escaped unscathed, preserving his reputation. Yet, in reality, his standing was akin to a vibrant bubble, dazzling in appearance, but easily burst with a single poke. Having twice pilfered the labor of others and suffered embarrassment, Yi Chantian vowed never again to present contemporaneous works. Instead, he resolved to appropriate the achievements of figures from later dynasties. However, Gu Xiao would not grant him such opportunities again, as he directly commandeered Yi Chantian's system. Should Yi Chantian attempt any similar misdeeds in the future, the system would immediately initiate an upgrade. Regardless of Yi Chantian's frustrations with his flawed system, Gu Xiao had no time to concern himself with such matters and swiftly returned to the mine, where the small one took over a month to fully recover. She prepared to descend into the mine once more, but the overseer of the mine outright forbade her from doing so. The petite figure hurried to seek out Gu Xiao. "Why won't you allow me to return to the mine, Xiaoqing?" Gu Xiao wiped the grime from his face with a cloth. "You are a woman. Such labor is not suited for you." It was not that Gu Xiao held women in contempt. Rather, it was an undeniable fact that, in terms of physical capabilities, women were inherently inferior to men. The petite one had not anticipated being seen through by Gu Xiao, biting her lip, her face flushed crimson. Alone and struggling for survival. What could she do if she could not descend into the mine? Yet, she did not wish to burden Gu Xiao with her troubles. Nor did she want to lament her hardships, for that would be akin to seeking pity. Thus, she turned to leave. Wait, how could one neglect a savior? However, she could not overstep, lest he misunderstand her intentions. In the Gu family, we have always been clear about our debts of gratitude. You have rendered me a favor in the depths of the mind, and I cannot leave it unacknowledged. If you do not mind, I shall take you as my sworn sister. When you marry in the future, I will prepare a dowry for you, and should you find yourself wronged, you may invoke the name of the Gu family. A sworn sister? The system. The male protagonist can take any woman as his wife, while Gu Xiao can take any woman as his sister. What a stark contrast. If only the male protagonist could impart some of his charm to Gu Xiao, perhaps he would not have remained single for thousands of years. Gu Xiao, noticing the petite one's stunned expression, raised an eyebrow. If you are unwilling, would you prefer to be an unrecognized daughter? The petite one hesitated. Should Gu Xiao continue, she might suspect he wished to adopt her as a granddaughter. She quickly declared, I am willing to be Xiaoqing's sworn sister. Never had she dreamed that she could remain by Gu Xiao's side. Gu Xiao chuckled softly. First, call me brother. The petite one stammered for what felt like an eternity before managing to utter, brother. Gu Xiao ruffled her hair. Very well, I shall instruct the steward to make preparations. We will invite the clan elders to witness this, and from this day forth, you shall be a part of the Wu County Gu family. While Gu Xiao busied himself with the iron mine, Yi Changtian had seized the opportunity to gather several future prominent figures as his own subordinates. These individuals, who would later wield significant influence, surrounded him, grateful for his small acts of charity and assistance. He felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Moreover, he had begun to produce white liquor on a large scale, and his business was flourishing splendidly. The white liquor he produced could hardly be compared to renowned brands like Matai, yet in this era, its high purity was sufficient to elevate his status. Amused by the thought of the powerful and affluent clamoring around him for nothing more than a bottle of liquor, Yi Changtian found it laughable. Was this truly the pinnacle of power in the Tang dynasty? Merely a group of narrow-minded frogs in a well. A trinket he carelessly produced could send them into a frenzy. Without him, they would likely find life devoid of meaning. Upon returning to Chang'an with the petite one to finalize the ceremony of sworn kinship, Gu Xiao heard of Yi Changtian's booming white liquor business. Special deliveries had been made to Gu Xiao in abundance. Gu Xiao, possessing a heart unclouded by desire, held little interest in such spirits. The bearer of the liquor remarked, it seems that Xiaoqing Gu is not fond of such drinks.